Upon traversing into the realm of DC, Luo Ji found himself compelled by his conscience to assume the mantle of a superhero. Although his approach was somewhat unorthodox, he acquired the peculiar moniker of the only superhero in the city who kills, and subsequently became a target of the Gotham City Police Department's manhunt. Yet, Luo Ji felt a sense of injustice. Gotham was plagued by a notorious dogma known as the no-kill principle. The denizens of the city seemed to revere this notion, relishing it, while Luo Ji merely held a differing taste. After all, in this day and age, who still adheres to the archetype of a traditional superhero? In Gotham's East End, a relentless drizzle of acidic rain enveloped the cursed city, causing the dilapidated shanties of the area to resonate with the patter of the green-tinged droplets. Luo Ji stood atop a slightly elevated building, gazing into the distance at a moderately sized, brilliantly illuminated manor. This estate belonged to Galani Morris, one of the wealthiest crime lords in the East End. Of course, with Luo Ji's impending intervention, this title would soon be stripped away. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" A voice tinged with an accent unexpectedly interrupted, belonging to none other than Floyd Lawton, the Deadshot's most accurate marksman in the world, revered in the mercenary community. "I did not instruct you to bring your gear merely for a game," Luo Ji replied, observing Galanti's opulent office through a screen linked to the manor's internal surveillance cameras. Deadshot clicked his tongue in response. "You should be aware that while Galanti's influence is indeed desirable, others have already made their moves. I mean, he just struck a deal with Falcone half an hour ago, joining that super gang." Deadshot emphasized the word super with a dramatic gesture. Luo Ji sighed, noting the incongruity of the situation. Was this truly the renowned cold-faced assassin? The one who could devour 8 bowls of cold noodles in one breath? Various portrayals of Deadshot existed across comic books and films, and the one he encountered certainly possessed an uncharacteristic flair. However, this mattered little as long as his capabilities matched the task at hand. Verified by Luo Ji himself, Deadshot could indeed strike airborne bullets with astonishing precision, demonstrating an almost superhuman accuracy. "I am the one provoking Falcone," Luo Ji replied nonchalantly. "You are truly mad," Deadshot remarked, choosing not to delve further into the reasons behind Luo Ji's audacity. His status as a top-tier mercenary stemmed partly from his formidable skills and partly from his tendency to refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Returning his attention to the screen, Luo Ji observed Galanti conversing with his trusted confidant. The audio from a hidden microphone embedded in the window frame revealed Galanti discussing matters pertaining to Falcone. Just as Deadshot had indicated, Galanti had recently aligned himself with Falcone, and if Luo Ji were to eliminate Galanti immediately thereafter, it would be akin to dancing on the honor-sensitive toes of Falcone, a man of considerable power and unwise provocation indeed. Nevertheless, Luo Ji had his own strategy. Gotham was currently embroiled in tumultuous upheaval, with rapid shifts in the power dynamics among various gangs. Conflicts, both minor and major, erupted frequently, and street shootouts had become commonplace. In a mere fortnight, Gotham had witnessed dozens of large-scale gang confrontations, resulting in the deaths of over 100 individuals. Luo Ji found himself bewildered. Although Gotham was rife with crime, the delicate balance had previously been steadfast. The players were not fools. Bloodshed would inevitably lead to their own injuries, and thus, open warfare was usually avoided. Furthermore, based on Luo Ji's investigations, this gang war yielded no clear beneficiaries. All parties were suffering. The unfolding chaos hinted at a sinister conspiracy lurking behind the scenes. Driven by the moral compass of a superhero, albeit a non-traditional one, could not simply stand idly by. Indeed, shortly after entering the DC universe, he had begrudgingly embraced the role of a superhero, as he had always possessed a good heart and could never truly embody a villain. As a traveler from another realm, he was endowed with his own unique abilities. Upon arriving in the DC universe, Luo Ji discovered that he could harness the fear of others and various life forms to manifest items reminiscent of religious myths, essentially a form of lottery. While the notion of harvesting fear sounded villainous, he directed this only towards criminals. However, should their fear inadvertently lead to their demise, that was not his concern. From the moment he began his activities in Gotham, Luo Ji had defined his identity as a superhero. Although his methods were unconventional, replete with the peculiar title of the only killer superhero in the city, and despite being pursued by the GCPD, he felt a sense of grievance. The city's infamous no-kill principle was revered by its inhabitants, who relished it, while Luo Ji simply had a differing palate. In any case, the manhunt by the police and the label of a killer had inadvertently augmented his fear-induced income, presenting a silver lining to his predicament. As long as he could amass more fear-based power, Luo Ji was eager to enhance his strength. After all, this was the DC universe. Even in the safest of havens like Blue Valley, one could never be certain they would not be swept away by a global event. Having narrowly evaded frequent cataclysms, there remained the possibility of a cosmic-level reboot. He was still young and could not fathom an untimely demise. To avoid being crushed by the fallout of battles among the powerful, Luo Ji chose to engage in the conflict. Initially, he had planned to incrementally build his fear factor through smaller gangs or routine events, taking a measured approach to his development. Yet, with the current treacherous climate, the undercurrents of danger made this the opportune moment to harvest fear pardon, to rescue innocent citizens from peril. To achieve his objectives, Luo Ji required Galanti as a ticket to entry, and possessing this ticket alone would not suffice. He needed to manipulate Falcone's wrath to create significant operational leverage. But that was a matter for another time. Returning his focus to the task at hand, Luo Ji gestured for Deadshot to commence his performance after concluding the eavesdropping on Galanti and his confidant. Calmly, Deadshot approached the sniper rifle, aligning his sights to magnify Galanti's head. A faint click echoed as he gently squeezed the trigger, followed instantly by a resounding gunshot. The bullet hurtled forth, slicing through the curtain of rain, shattering the manor's glass, and striking Galanti's temple with tremendous force. Brain matter and shattered bone erupted forth, splattering the desk with a grotesque amalgamation of white, red, and yellow hues. The confidant, initially bewildered, staggered back in shock. Mere moments ago, he had been conversing with his boss about the delights of joining Falcone, and now, in an instant, his superior's head had exploded like a dropped watermelon. The shock left him with a lasting impression, and as he regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find other gang members cursing in fear and confusion. The shattered windows alerted the gang members to the fact that the bullets had originated from outside, prompting them to instinctively duck for cover. A few unfortunate souls were struck before they could react, meeting fates akin to Galanti's, as blood sprayed, transforming the office into a scene reminiscent of hell itself. What followed was a half-minute of eerie silence, as the surviving gang members glanced around at the blood-soaked surroundings, a wave of terror washing over them, rendering them speechless, as if their throats were constricted by an unseen grip. The prospect of fleeing the office meant certain discovery by the assailant lurking outside. As they trembled, deliberating on their next course of action, a dull explosion resonated from the ceiling of the office, followed by a gaping hole appearing in the roof. Luo Ji and the Death Shooter emerged into the line of sight of the gang members. Chapter 2. There is no need to discuss chivalry and humanitarianism with supervillains. The sniper rifle had preemptively eliminated those gang members armed with submachine guns, leaving them sprawled on the ground with naught but a handgun. The Death Shooter pondered why logic had chosen to leave these few individuals to witness their formidable entrance. Yet he refrained from inquiring. After all, as the saying goes, the employer must have his reasons. Bang! The Death Shooter raised his arm, the specially designed barrel mounted on his wrist, firing a bullet that shattered the palm of a gang member who dared to retaliate. What shall we do next? He queried, shaking his arm. Logic offered no response, instead blinking his eyes, which summoned a few lines of silver text visible only to him. Fear value, 279. Acquired divine position, Lord of Storms and Thunder, current authority unlock progress, 01. Artifact inventory, Curse of Blood and Bone, Gift of the Wine God, Dwarven Curse Salt, Demon S Body. The number indicating fear value was gradually ascending, bolstered by the gang members on the floor who remained paralyzed with dread. As for the divine position of the Lord of Storms and Thunder, it was a reward from the fear value, which extracted elements from religious mythology, with divine positions being the most unique among them. Logic had thus far only drawn this one, while the other items varied widely in nature. For instance, the Curse of Blood and Bone, though it sounded formidable, indeed was, its form was that of a human vertebra. Its purpose was to be inserted into a living being, enabling the creature to enhance its abilities by consuming the power contained within the bone and blood. After discerning its usage, Logic hesitated to apply it to himself, already possessing a vertebra and having no intention to procure a new one. After careful consideration, he decided to employ this vertebra on Mudface, also known as Basicaro, a secondary supervillain in Gotham City, perpetually welcomed by Arkham, as the Lord of Storms and Thunder. Although his authority was only minimally unlocked, he could still conjure a few bolts of lightning to subdue Mudface. Once subdued, Logic inserted the curse of blood and bone into his mud-like body, along with several microbombs. Should they explode, the backlash would consume Mudface, preventing any possibility of rebellion. Though this approach might seem inhumane at first glance, one must not engage supervillains with notions of chivalry or humanitarianism. Rather, it is imperative to extract every ounce of value from them. The inclusion of microbombs was also a reluctant measure, inspired by Amanda Waller, the founder of the Suicide Squad and a high-ranking official in the American government. The reason for controlling Mudface was tied to Falcone. Logic intentionally provoked Gotham's most formidable crime lord, not out of madness, but with a calculated plan. He aimed to extort a substantial sum from Falcone as a means to gain entry into the ongoing gang war, with Mudface poised to play a significant role. In order to rescue the beleaguered citizens of Gotham, the rampant gangs on the streets require a new leader to rectify the rampant violence, arson, smuggling, and kidnapping, striving to suppress the crime rate as much as possible. Achieving a complete eradication of crime is, of course, an unattainable dream. Logic is acutely aware of Gotham's darkness. The cursed city perpetually breeds new criminals, and the gangs will inevitably evolve. As for monopolizing all criminal activities or even the birth of criminals, such aspirations are mere fantasies at this stage. After all, Gotham is a peculiar place unlike any other city, with its cursed soil concealing demons. And evil can never be entirely cleansed. However, striving towards this goal remains a possibility, even if it proves exceedingly challenging in the current tumultuous environment of Gotham. Yet, the thought that this endeavor could liberate the citizens from their pervasive fear warms Logic's conscience, making it worthwhile. Where has the citizens' fear gone? It has transferred to the heads of the criminals. The choice to enter this fray is driven by a sense of conscience, rather than the fear value it might yield. In any case, Logic has resolved to partake in this battle and emerge as the ultimate victor. Furthermore, this task can only be undertaken by him. Relying on Batman and his family of vigilantes or any other superheroes is futile. These traditional heroes cannot bear to have blood on their hands. While Logic harbors no such reservations, aside from being slightly sticky, he sees no issue. Returning to the matter at hand, the focus shifts back to Logic, who is not preoccupied with the gang members cowering on the ground, but is instead rummaging through the office. Deathstroke, somewhat bewildered, opens his mouth to inquire what madness the employer is indulging in, but manages to hold back. Suddenly, behind the left rear of Garrett's desk, Logic uncovers a hidden compartment. He presses it, and a concealed door approximately 1 meter in size swings open, revealing a large safe within. Upon seeing this, Deathstroke exclaims in astonishment. "How did you know there was a safe here?" This is a trope in gangster films. The boss's office is bound to conceal something, be it a capable secretary or a valuable safe behind a hidden door. Logic replies as he strains to lift the hefty safe and places it on the ground with a resounding thud. Deathstroke, at a loss for words, thinks to himself how this guy seems to drive recklessly in a calm setting. After a moment's thought, he adds, "Your comment has stirred my memories. I bet there's another henchman present named Charlie," which is also a classic trope. Just as Deathstroke finishes speaking, Logic prepares to open the safe when the office door is suddenly kicked open with force. A sharply dressed henchman bursts in, raising his gun to commence shooting. Boom! A thunderous crack echoes as the unfortunate henchman is struck by lightning, performing an impromptu dance before collapsing to the ground. Deathstroke, momentarily stunned by the sudden flash, quickly realizes it is Logic's ability at play, and swiftly turns his gun to the remaining henchmen, turning them into a hive of chaos. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Deathstroke casts a wary glance at Logic, who is now circling around the safe. The employer is more formidable than this mercenary. What should one do? With a hint of restlessness, the death shooter remarked, "There are still numerous gang members outside, yet they dare not enter." Likely perplexed by the sudden flashes within, guard the entrance and ensure that none escape. These individuals still hold potential value, Logic replied. The death shooter nodded in response, positioning a sofa as a symbolic barrier at the door, raising his arms with the ominous gun barrel poised, ready to obliterate any fool daring to cross the threshold. Crackle. The electric arcs from Logic's palm gradually transformed into plasma. He had not yet mastered this technique, but finally amassed enough plasma to melt the lock of the safe. With a decisive click, the safe was successfully unlocked. Neatly stacked on the left were bundles of American dollars, amounting to several $100,000. In addition to the cash, there were over a dozen golden diamond-encrusted Rolex watches, glimmering brilliantly as they caught the light. Good heavens, Logic exclaimed in awe, realizing that the tales depicted in films were indeed grounded in reality. The powerful preferred to hoard such treasures. The value-retaining Rolexes were conveniently portable during a swift exit. And in Gotham, it was said that gang leaders typically possessed at least 8, with anyone hoarding fewer than that facing ridicule. Alongside the cash and watches were numerous ledgers and notebooks. Logic knew without needing to glance that they were filled with unsavory details. He extracted all the items from the safe, slamming the green bills and the golden watches onto the table. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the trembling gang members sprawled on the floor and declared, "Those who wish to live may stand up now." Chapter 3. Storeman as Logic's words echoed. The gang members lying on the floor sprang to their feet, their spines straighter than ever, though unclear of his intentions. Those who could enter this office were already adept at reading the situation. Witnessing that their fate was not immediately incineration after the safe was opened and hearing the command to stand if they wished to survive, they quickly seized the lifeline, complying without hesitation. Pleased, Logic nodded and retrieved a bag to fill with the cash from the desk, then approached the nearest gang member. In response to the terror and confusion on the man's face, Logic extracted $10,000 from a bag and thrust it into his hands. "What does this mean?" The man, named Charlie, looked bewildered, holding the stack of cash with evident perplexity. The next moment, as Charlie observed Logic handing another $10,000 to a gang member beside him, realization dawned upon him. This was a transition of leadership. Before long, every individual present had received their share of cash, judging by their suits and their initial qualification to remain in this office. It was evident that they held considerable status within Garrett's gang. After distributing the money, Logic returned to the desk. He did not eliminate gallant subordinates out of a sudden moral awakening, but rather for purposes of greater utility. Slaying these lackeys would yield no meaningful value. However, persuading them to adopt the surname Luo could indeed prove advantageous. To put it succinctly, if there is no benefit or value, he could hardly be bothered to kill. Returning to the matter at hand, before Luo Ji could utter a word, the henchman named Charlie immediately bent down and proclaimed, "All will follow your directives." The remaining gang members furrowed their brows, having just agreed to shout in unison. Yet, this fellow had already seized the moment. "All will follow your directives," echoed the other gang members, anxious to avoid displeasing the new leader by a mere second's delay. Luo Ji nodded, appreciative of having intelligent subordinates who act with initiative. His aim in recruiting these underlings was not to flaunt superiority. He preferred a more understated approach, as ostentation was not his style. This was all part of a larger plan. In order to engage in ongoing gang warfare erupting in Gotham, acting alone would be excessively troublesome. Even the Dark Knight, Batman, has the support of his Bat family. Luo Ji surmised that he too would need a foundational force. The gang under Gallant, which maintained order through the allure of money, was quite suitable. A mere change of leadership would suffice. By winning over these high-ranking gang members and offering the lower ranks a modest pay increase, while subtly showcasing a flash of brilliance, he could easily secure control. As Luo Ji's thoughts raced, the Deathstroke beside him remained in shock. Though he considered himself a cold-blooded assassin, he could not suppress a critical remark. "Stormman, now you're not just the city's sole killer superhero, but also the only superhero with a gang at his command." Upon hearing this, Luo Ji waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is simply an unconventional approach. All for the greater good." Deathstroke nodded, for a clever mercenary never contradicts his employer. Furthermore, while the name Stormman was fitting, he added, "Let us refrain from using that title again. As a superhero, even if unconventional, he possessed his own moniker. Stormman, which could be translated as Storm Guy or Storm Hero, had been popularized by a reporter from the Gotham Daily. However, Luo Ji had matured beyond the age of wanting to marry someone for merely sharing a bag of chips, and the notion of being called Stormman sent shivers down his spine. Deathstroke shrugged. He had never objected to being called Deathstroke by others. He then returned to the matter at hand. "There are still numerous gang members outside. How do you intend to handle them?" Just as Deathstroke finished speaking, Charlie approached eagerly. "Boss, Jimmy, Doug, and I will go clarify the situation with those fellows. You need not worry." Luo Ji did not immediately acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let Jimmy and Doug take the lead." He then glanced at the nearby Deathstroke. "You should accompany them to lend credibility to their words." He then shifted his gaze to Charlie. "Charlie, bring me all the information regarding the operations of the Galanti gang. I have some accounts to reconcile." Before deciding to eliminate Galanti, Logic had already gathered all available intelligence concerning the gang. However, the ledgers and notebooks in the safe indicated that there were deeper, darker secrets yet to be uncovered. These hidden pieces of information might be intertwined with the origins of this bizarre gang war, the truth that undeniably lay beneath the surface. A few days later, in the office on the 4th floor of the manor, once belonging to Galanti but now renamed for Logic, remnants of the previous bloodshed had been thoroughly cleansed. Logic stood beside the newly repaired window, surveying the dilapidated and dimly lit East District, contrasting sharply with the distant Néon Diamant District. A vintage wall now featured a television set, which Logic had purchased himself. Unlike the mundane news in other locales, Gotham stories were always more sensational. Once again, a gang confrontation unfolded in Gotham, as gangsters Thorne and Arnold Sturm clashed over territory. During the altercation, Thorne was shot multiple times and confirmed dead. The broadcast displayed images of the two gang leaders involved in the skirmish. In an instant, the scene shifted and the host, adjusting his documents, revealed the familiar visage of Galanti. This is not the first gang leader to meet their demise recently. Just days ago, the infamous Galanti of the East District was assassinated. Just when everyone thought the gang conflicts had lost a key player, our well-known unconventional superhero, Storm Knight, has taken over Galanti's gang, claiming he will redirect it towards a righteous path. Storm Knight has vowed to personally put an end to this peculiar gang war, a declaration that has left many citizens skeptical. Logic turned his attention back to the screen, where his own image appeared, devoid of the typical superhero spandex and mask. He was not only the sole superhero capable of lethal force and commanding gang influence in the city, but also the only one operating under his real name. Switching channels, he saw the figure of Commissioner Gordon, who, as the head of the Gotham Police Department, was attempting to explain the origins of the gang war to the public. This is a conflict between old powers and upstarts, clearly a struggle for territory in Gotham City. Logic changed the channel again. While Gordon's explanation initially seemed plausible, it merely skimmed the surface. The deeper motives behind the war were far more sinister, and he had begun to uncover some threads of this darkness. As he pressed the remote, the screen shifted once more, showcasing his photograph alongside a substantial bounty in U.S. dollars. Falcone's influence had its own television network, brazenly broadcasting the reward, a phenomenon unique to Gotham. Observing his handsome visage on the television, Logic couldn't help but smirk with a hint of mischief. He raised his wrist, watching as the watch's hands moved slowly. Counting the seconds, he heard a soft click, and the wooden door of the office creaked open, revealing Mudface stepping inside. Chapter 4. When in doubt, issue a bounty. First, the humanoid, clay figure entered the office, scratching its chin. In the next moment, it reached into its abdomen and pulled out 3 portable safes, placing them upon the table. Stolman, this is the $3 million earned from Falcone by providing information about your whereabouts, it said, nodding at Logic. Upon seeing this, the clay-faced figure promptly opened the safes, and with a soft click, a verdant sea of cash revealed itself before them. Each safe contained $1 million, representing 3 distinct sightings. Logic had been preoccupied with this matter for the past few days. Previously, as Falcone had just subdued Gallant, Logic had taken it upon himself to eliminate Gallant, inciting Falcone's wrath. Following this furious outburst, Falcone initially intended to devise a means to seize control of Gallant's remaining influence. However, he soon learned through television news and his informants that Logic had not only slain Gallant, but had also preemptively taken control of Gallant's entire gang. Logic's strategy of raising salaries had successfully garnered the loyalty of the majority of the original gang members. Yet, it was not without its imperfections, as a few die-hard loyalists of Gallant sought to retaliate. In a swift and brutal response, Logic extinguished them with lightning, solidifying his leadership position through sheer force. This bloody suppression served as a powerful deterrent, ensuring that no one within the gang dared to challenge Logic's authority. When Falcone's subordinates attempted to sow discord between Gallant's former gang members and Logic, hoping to reclaim these members for themselves, they were met with disbelief and anger. Who do you think you are to question my loyalty to the boss? The gang members retorted, as Falcone's emissaries were swiftly incapacitated and discarded into the foulest ditches of the East District. In times past, few gangsters could withstand the allure of Falcone's overtures. After all, he was nearly the sovereign of Gotham's most formidable criminal empire, offering attractive benefits that were hard to resist. Yet the times had changed, and the resounding crack of Logic's lightning had drowned out Falcone's voice for the newly recruited gang members. After suffering repeated setbacks, Falcone could no longer contain his fury. His hair, nearly resembling a Mediterranean landscape, with a decisive wave of his hand, he issued a substantial bounty on Logic. When in doubt, issue a bounty first, was Falcone's classic strategy. Moreover, in the throes of escalating gang warfare, Falcone's faction was also incurring losses. He recognized that Logic was an extraordinary being, a superhero, the only one in the city capable of taking lives. Rather than dispatching more subordinates to suffer greater losses, a bounty seemed more prudent. Of course, maintaining appearances was still essential. Falcone sent forth some expendable pawns to conduct symbolic attacks, publicly declaring a state of war with Logic. Vowing to bring an end to the latter before the conflict concluded, Logic was not intimidated. He disregarded Falcone's threats and instead chose to reveal himself, allowing the masked figure to masquerade as an ordinary citizen of Gotham, thereby disclosing his whereabouts to Falcone. The gangster's lavish nature dictated that once his location was confirmed, he would receive a bounty of $1 million. For someone of his standing, reputation was paramount. Lowering the reward would invite ridicule, and failing to offer a bounty would tarnish his honor. Despite the formidable training of the hitmen dispatched by Falcone, they would inevitably fail to eliminate Logic, who always managed to escape at the last moment. After 3 instances of divulging information, he had miraculously evaded capture each time, netting a total of $3 million. Logic was elated, feeling as though the acidic rain of Gotham had turned sweet, and even the wilted flowers tainted by industrial pollution possessed a unique charm. Even the masked figure, threatened by the spine and miniature explosives within, found joy in the situation. Logic painted a vivid picture of a post-war future, promising to escort him to Los Angeles, the City of Angels, to pursue a career in the performing arts. Aside from indulging in petty crime out of boredom, the masked figure's greatest passion was performance. He fancied himself a natural actor, believing his shape-shifting ability to be a divine gift that would allow him to shine in the entertainment industry. Now, following Logic, unable to engage in crime to alleviate his ennui, he relied on the allure of dreams to sustain his motivation. As Logic's fortune increased, the masked figure felt his aspirations becoming ever more tangible, igniting a fervor within him. However, the tides were turning for Falcone, who, after 3 humiliating failures, anxiously touched his thinning hair, fearing he might truly become bald from stress, which would jeopardize his once mighty presence. It is well known that every middle-aged man is particularly sensitive about his hair, and this sentiment was especially true for Falcone. He was not just any mob leader. He was the most powerful one, and to maintain his throne in the underworld required not only immense power and loyal subordinates, but also an air of authority and a lion-like intimidation factor. If he were to lose his hair, it would be difficult to instill fear. Even a mere roar might elicit laughter rather than respect for his status as a kingpin in the underworld. To preserve his hair and dignity, Falcone gritted his teeth and rescinded the previous offer of $1 million for information, instead elevating the bounty to a staggering $10 million. A corpse would fetch $30 million, while live capture would be worth $50 million. The conditions were clear. One must be seen alive, or a body must be presented. It had been a long time since Falcone had issued such a high bounty. While $50 million sounded extravagant, it was in fact quite reasonable. In Gotham, Batman's Batplane costs several $100 million and frequently crashes, necessitating replacements. Even though his secret identity as Bruce Wayne makes him the wealthiest man in Gotham. Nevertheless, Falcone, as the most powerful mob leader in the city, could not afford to appear weak or incapable of producing millions in bounty. If he did, the mob would truly face its demise. In such a scenario, aspiring to earn money would mean abandoning the gang lifestyle for a chance to join Wayne Enterprises as a white-collar worker. The true instigator of all calamities, the mastermind, was none other than Luo Ji, who soon realized that his worth had surged to an astonishing $50 million. It was difficult not to notice especially when he found himself under sudden attack from a barrage of RPGs, the thunderous roar of rockets accompanied by the ominous sound of mortars being loaded. Had it not been for Luo Ji's swift reflexes and the slight enhancement of his physical prowess granted by the storm and Lord of Thunder, coupled with the accelerated speed of the rising winds, he feared that lingering on that street for even a few more seconds might have resulted in a tank rolling by. With the bounty skyrocketing, most would likely seek refuge in some hidden corner until the storm subsided. However, Luo Ji, having once belonged to the second class, had always been unconventional. Even as a superhero, hiding was simply not in his nature. Moreover, this was all part of his grand strategy, having humiliated the honor-bound mob boss Falcone. It would be impossible for him to rest easy until he had eliminated the threat. The escalation of the bounty was an anticipated step, one that Luo Ji had eagerly awaited. After skillfully evading the assault, he promptly contacted the Mud Face, who was under his control through the curse of blood and bone and a miniature explosive, instructing him to assume Luo Ji's appearance in order to ensnare Falcone in his own trap. Chapter 5. A Fox's Tale revealed the Mud Face's original ability allowed him to mimic appearances flawlessly. However, any injury would result in the revealing of his true nature as mud would seep from his wounds. Yet, the pure white spine embedded in the back of the Mud Face, a manifestation of the curse of blood and bone, was not merely ornamental. This spine granted the Mud Face the capacity to enhance his abilities by absorbing the power of blood and bone. This essence, the energy derived from skeletal blood, was scarce elsewhere, but abundant in Gotham, particularly amidst the ongoing gang wars that had engulfed nearly every faction in the city, dragging even minor street thugs into the fray. With dozens of violent confrontations occurring weekly, the police often found themselves overwhelmed, allowing Luo Ji's subordinates to seize the upper hand. The fallen gang members served a second purpose, enabling the Mud Face to evolve continuously, ultimately reaching a state of fullness. At this juncture, the Mud Face could no longer absorb additional power without risking the backlash of the curse, which would turn him into a mindless beast. Nevertheless, the Mud Face, now at the pinnacle of his evolution, was more than capable of fulfilling Luo Ji's directives. Currently, the Mud Face could metamorphose at the genetic level, not only achieving a perfect likeness, but also exhibiting the ability to bleed when injured. Even if his blood were subjected to testing, it would be nearly impossible to detect any anomalies. Beyond his transformative capabilities, the Mud Face's attributes had significantly improved. In his enlarged form, he could reach a height of 5 meters, and when compacted, his mud could rival the hardness of fine iron. While softened, he could become a mere puddle of sludge. Additionally, he had mastered the ability to split, capable of producing up to 5 duplicates of himself. Upon acquiring this splitting ability, Luo Ji immediately commanded the Mud Face to create a clone, orchestrating a scheme to have the duplicate incarcerated in Arkham Asylum, thus safeguarding his plans from any potential interference. Furthermore, according to Logic's assessment, should the spine on Mud Face back sustain any damage, he would be subjected to injuries magnified several times over. Therefore, while the specially designed explosives originally affixed to his spine remained adequate, Logic, embodying the prudence befitting a superhero, opted to enhance the bombs attached to Mud Face's spine. Under Logic's direction, the evolved Mud Face assumed his form and narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of a cadre of gang enforcers and mercenaries armed with RPG launchers. Severely wounded, he sought refuge in an abandoned building to recuperate, only to be captured by another Mud Face doppelganger transformed into a third-rate supervillain. The unfortunate capture ensued, with the original Mud Face controlling the doppelganger to ensure that the eventual bounty would be appropriated by his alter ego. Falcone, believing he had finally redeemed himself by successfully apprehending Logic, uncorked champagne in celebration before his men could return with the captive. The consequences of such premature revelry were dire. Yet Falcone remained blissfully unaware, preoccupied instead with contemplating how to handle Logic in a manner that would affirm his status as the indomitable lion of Gotham's underworld. Logic, as Mud Face, was unceremoniously cast into a basement, where Falcone, grinning maliciously, commanded his underlings to act, only to suddenly retract his order. An inexplicable impulse compelled him to have one of his men first test the authenticity of the figure before them by slicing into Logic's arm, curious to see whether blood or mud would flow. Simultaneously, he instructed another subordinate to promptly contact Arkham Asylum to ascertain whether the supervillain Mudface was still confined there. Falcone exhibited an abundance of caution, convinced that while Logic was indeed a superhero, he was also cunning and treacherous, with the capacity to conceal further deceit. He had to tread carefully, should the Logic before him prove to be a counterfeit, impersonated by the shape-shifting supervillain. He would risk losing a staggering $50 million. Such a blunder would not merely bruise his ego. It would be akin to a humiliating affront that could strip him of his dignity. Having previously been outsmarted thrice, costing him $3 million to his adversaries, Falcone vowed never again to fall victim to Logic's schemes. Should he be ensnared once more, he would find himself relegated to obscurity, compelled to abdicate his throne to his second-in-command in the criminal underworld. With such resolve came a heightened vigilance, as Falcone employed various methods to verify Logic's identity. After confirming everything was in order, he still sensed an absence of something vital. The Mudface masquerading as Logic, internally cursing his captors, feigned a semblance of recovery after half a day, grunting as he overturned a chair and unleashed a surge of electricity. Following Logic's guidance, Mudface concealed an electrical device within his form. This shocking release caused him considerable pain, yet he remained true to his aspirations, deserving of an Oscar for his performance. Desperately unleashing arcs of electricity, yet failing to strike, Mudface, as Logic, displayed a captivating expression, a tumultuous amalgamation of anger, terror, defiance, sorrow, and humiliation. Lightning struck precisely 3 centimeters to the right of Falcone's scalp, startling him and instantly making him aware that this was the very flash of lightning. This was the hallmark ability of Logic, the Stormman. He then beheld the expression on the mud-streaked face of Logic, a visage so captivating that Falcone felt a rush of exhilaration. A sense of vengeance fulfilled that surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, leaving his scalp tingling. It was confirmed this was indeed Logic. There was no room for doubt. Merely the sight of that expression rendered Falcone unquestioning. He gestured for his subordinates to pay the bounty of $50 million to the supervillain who had brought this grievously injured Logic to him. Falcone was a man of his word. As the emperor of the underworld, his credibility was paramount, and the bounty had to be paid. Should he fail to do so, his future proclamations would go unheeded. Upon settling the bounty, Falcone felt no pangs of regret. Looking at Logic before him, he deemed the sum well spent. He commanded his aides to switch on a live television broadcast, preparing to showcase Logic's fate to all of Gotham through his own network, a declaration of Falcone's unassailable authority. This act served as a warning to others, a time-honored tactic that had proven effective throughout history. As the broadcast commenced, within the dimly lit basement, the bloodied and bound Logic appeared, a picture of despondence. Beside him stood a towering figure with a brutish visage, wielding a gleaming knife that shimmered ominously. Falcone refrained from giving immediate orders to his subordinates. He was biding his time. Soon, the citizens of Gotham, whether ordinary passers-by or members of various gangs, along with politicians, including the mayor and Commissioner Gordon, and even Batman, were all witnesses to this live transmission. The citizens reacted differently upon seeing Logic's dire predicament. Some cheered joyously, while others were too pained to look. Some seethed with anger, denouncing Falcone as a madman, and others, indifferent, downed their spirits in strong liquor, lamenting that it was not Falcone who had gone mad, but rather this damned city. Many quietly offered prayers for Logic, while a greater number felt a sense of concern. Indeed, concern, Logic as a Stormman, had amassed a considerable following, despite his repeated declarations that such a title was overly juvenile and unacceptable to him. Nevertheless, the citizens of Gotham continued to refer to him thus, and Logic had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the name had become almost melodic to his ears after hearing it daily. Chapter 6. I am Logic, the mud-faced one. As a superhero, having been in the limelight for nearly a year, Logic had garnered a plethora of fans. Although he was decidedly unconventional and strikingly unique, there was no other superhero in the city who would simultaneously engage in homicide while usurping gang power, all the while filming quirky videos asking passers-by if they had any disparaging remarks for the Stormman, only to stand right behind them when they answered. Yet, it was precisely this individuality that endeared him to many. Particularly, a significant number of citizens resonated with Logic's principle of kill if necessary. even though such actions constituted vigilante justice and were in direct violation of the law. However, considering the dire circumstances in Gotham, it is quite understandable that many individuals choose to support extrajudicial measures. This resulted in a stark contrast in the public's reaction when Falcone broadcasted the disheveled visage of logic to the citizens of Gotham. Alongside the populace, various gang members also tuned in, their expressions ranging from disbelief to uncertainty. Initially contemplating their allegiances, many were taken aback by Falcone's successful capture of the Storm Knight. Some factions believed that Falcone had indeed established an unassailable position, prompting them to align with him in the ongoing gang warfare. Conversely, there remained factions that felt discontent, arguing that Falcone's dominance had persisted for far too long and it was time for a change in leadership. As for the mayor, councilors, and prosecutors, their sentiments were rather complex. Most publicly condemned Logic's actions, asserting that he openly defied the law and deserved to be imprisoned for a considerable duration, suggesting he should relinquish his superhero title. Yet, privately, many quietly supported Logic's approach as it alleviated their burdens. Notably, there were dissenting councilors who sought to apprehend Logic, including Commissioner Gordon, the beacon of hope in Gotham, who operated in tandem with Batman. Gordon was infuriated by Logic's conduct and dispatched his subordinates to pursue him multiple times, albeit without success. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his efforts. This was characteristic of him, as it required considerable time and effort to partner with the principal Batman. Logic respected Gordon's position. In the grand scope of Gotham, individuals of Gordon's integrity were exceedingly rare. Before his ascension to commissioner, he was virtually the only uncorrupted officer within the Gotham Police Department. Gradually, he earned his rank through tangible accomplishments, leading to a significant reform within the department, restoring a semblance of justice. In contrast to his regard for Gordon, Logic found Batman's demeanor perplexing. Logically, one would expect the Dark Knight to pursue him relentlessly. While Batman indeed attempted to apprehend him, Logic sensed a lack of full commitment on Batman's part. His notion of full commitment did not refer to the deployment of the Batmobile or Batarangs, but rather that several months had passed, and an upgraded anti-Storm Knight suit should have been developed by now. Yet, not only was there no sign of the upgraded suit, even the beta version seemed non-existent. Batman continued to confront him with conventional tools. Feeling relegated to the status of an inconspicuous, low-tier villain, Logic experienced a period of despondency. However, he eventually reconciled this feeling, recognizing that Batman, as Gotham's enigmatic protector, had an array of formidable foes, including the likes of Freeze, Scarecrow, Riddler, and Joker, all demanding his attention, leaving little time to develop new armaments. After a brief period of sorrow over Batman's apparent indifference, Logic decisively moved on, continuing his unconventional heroic pursuits. Unbeknownst to Batman, Logic's inner turmoil coincided with the Joker's reemergence after a year-long absence, his nefarious laughter echoing once more through the streets of Gotham, leaving Batman with little opportunity to focus on other matters. Especially after the Joker's return, he adopted a new strategy to target the Dark Knight, not by directly provoking him, but by abducting Commissioner Gordon, Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin, and Alfred. This undoubtedly struck a nerve with Batman, who devoted much of his time to dealing with the Joker while also keeping an eye on other supervillains, resulting in the project to create the anti-Storm Knight armor being sidelined. In his pursuit of capturing Logic, Batman planned to develop a suit of armor that was completely insulated, highly heat-resistant, and equipped with various specialized functions, which was initially in a gradual refinement phase. However, due to Logic's recent audacious actions, overthrowing a crime lord and taking his place, Batman accelerated the development of the armor, shifting his focus from other supervillains to this new formidable adversary. Had it been anyone else, Batman would have captured them swiftly, even without specialized equipment. Yet, Logic was acutely aware of Batman's cunning and guile. The Dark Knight was a master strategist, and this was beyond dispute. His methods were fierce, and most would have already wept behind bars. However, Logic was far from ordinary. If one were to pinpoint any commonality, it would be his proclivity for exceptionalism. Although the powers of Storm and the Lord of Thunder had only been partially unlocked, Logic's physical prowess and speed were already extraordinary, further augmented by the items he had acquired, rendering him virtually invincible. Engaging in a battle of wits with Batman was not a futile endeavor for Logic. He was not the type to engage in fruitless exertion. Initially, He found Batman's incessant harassment so aggravating that he contemplated imprisoning the Dark Knight himself. Considering how many of Batman's limbs have been broken over the years, he could have been locked away by now if judicial procedures had been followed. Yet, Logic soon realized that surviving encounters with Batman without defeat brought him considerable fear value. Most criminals in the city feared Batman, and as Logic clashed with him more frequently, the fear directed at the Dark Knight began to extend toward Logic himself. The one known as Stormman was indeed formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Logic began to deliberately confront Batman in crowded areas, creating chaos that landed him on the front page of the Gotham Daily, thereby amplifying his fear value significantly. When Falcone turned on the live broadcast, Batman witnessed the disheveled appearance of Logic on the screen. Like many others, he felt a mix of emotions, but unlike most, he was prepared to act immediately to rescue him. Batman was determined to capture Logic, with no intention of killing him, and absolutely could not allow anyone else to do so, especially not on live television. As Batman drove the Batmobile away from the Batcave, the reactions of ordinary citizens varied, and the gang members were filled with uncertainty, while the mayor and legislators felt a complex mix of emotions. On the screen, half of Falcone's body was shrouded in shadow, with a towering figure beside him wielding a long knife, while Logic appeared despondent. Just as everyone held their breath, fixated on Falcone's slowly rising arm, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, the figure of Logic in the scene expanded, transforming into a humanoid mass of clay. The large face sculpted from the mud displayed a mocking expression, erupting into laughter. "Ha, foolish one, I am a mud face." Chapter 7. What era is this? Still operating as a traditional gangster? The mud face effortlessly broke free from his shackles and rose from the chair, feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over him after his display of mockery. He was a natural performer, fervently passionate about acting to the point of obsession. Just moments ago, he had masqueraded as the captured Storm hero Logic, successfully deceiving not only Falcone, but also his entire entourage. Most likely, he had also fooled all the citizens of Gotham watching from their televisions, along with gangsters, city council members, and both superheroes and supervillains alike. He had managed to sway all of Gotham. Although the mud face could not see the expressions of those glued to their screens, he could imagine their astonishment, which sent a delightful shiver throughout his clay body, causing it to ripple like waves. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the citizens watching were left utterly bewildered upon witnessing the counterfeit Logic morph into the mud face. Others fared better. Batman had already sped out of the base in the Batmobile, engine roaring, only to receive a communication from his butler Alfred, informing him that the figure was not the real Logic, but rather the mud face, and that he need not intervene. Batman, his face filled with frustration, pondered for a moment, finding it only logical. After all, if he couldn't capture Logic himself, how could Falcone have done so? A magnificent performance was presented by Beso Caro. Ladies and gentlemen, the mud face now takes his leave. As he called out his name, ready to exit, he suddenly seemed to recall something, leaning closer to the camera and addressing all of Gotham. By the way, from this moment forth, Storm Hero places a bounty of $10 million on Falcone, along with a favor from the Storm Hero. Having delivered this proclamation, the mud face finally sighed in relief. He then swatted aside a thug attempting to obstruct his path and punched through the door leading out of the basement, accelerating his speed to flee Falcone's territory at once. The mud face had the opportunity to eliminate Falcone in one fell swoop, but Logic had refrained from allowing such an act. The reason for sparing him was quite simple. The timing was not yet right. If it were any other mundane gangster leader, like Galani, it would have been a mere matter of execution. However, Falcone was different. This old wretch controlled the largest criminal organization in Gotham, a true emperor of the underworld. Killing Falcone would plunge the ongoing gang war into chaos, causing the several factions previously subservient to him to immediately fracture. Those gangs bound by Falcone's influence would swiftly plunge into the fray, seeking to seize a piece of the substantial pie Falcone had left behind. Such disorder was not the scenario Logic wished to witness. Extremes often lead to reversals, and excessive chaos would constrict the operational space for his subsequent plans. Logic had a clear strategy in mind regarding Falcone. So far, the plan has been progressing smoothly. Falcone, having been dealt a severe blow, shall not cower in fear, but will instead retaliate with even greater fervor. prioritizing the recruitment of troops and the acquisition of arms. This is not difficult to predict. Anyone, save for the spineless, would yearn for vengeance after such humiliation, let alone the illustrious Lord Falcone, whose remarkable achievements are undoubtedly fueled by an indomitable ambition. Logic does not fear Falcone amassing strength for revenge. Rather, he dreads the possibility of him refraining from action. As the saying goes, one must not hastily harvest chives. They should be collected in stages. In recent days, Logic has already extracted a staggering $53 million from Falcone, marking a complete harvest of this particular crop. Killing Falcone now and uprooting the chives would require considerable effort to devour the substantial spoils he leaves behind, fraught with peril and inconvenience. It is far wiser to allow Falcone to consolidate his power, letting the chives grow taller before leisurely reaping them. This approach is far more reassuring. In the later stages of the conflict, at a more opportune moment, Logic could eliminate Falcone, by which time his own influence would be sufficiently formidable to swiftly and securely absorb Falcone's dominion. While this may seem audacious, Logic perceives it differently. The tides of time have shifted imperceptibly, and the traditional mafia, led by Falcone, will inevitably be swept away by the tempest unleashed by superheroes and supervillains, losing their former glory. Logic merely accelerates this process, hastening the decline of these traditional gangs into mere background figures. After all, what era is this? Still clinging to the identity of traditional gangsters? When Lien departed the basement, Falcone was so stunned that he forgot to command his subordinates to intervene. Standing frozen in place, his face as pale as parchment, as if struck by lightning. Falcone's body trembled, veins on his forehead bulging as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. In that moment, a remarkable expression emerged on his face, a vivid amalgamation of anger, fear, resentment, sorrow, and humiliation. Ironically, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the expression Lien had displayed moments before when he impersonated Logic, unleashing a bolt of lightning that failed to strike its target. Finally, Falcone sprang into action. He cast his gaze towards the shattered wooden door, the visage of Logic materializing in his mind. Damn it! How can he be so handsome? Falcone momentarily distorted the image of that excessively handsome figure in his mind before he vented his frustration by punching the wall beside him. In recent days, he felt akin to the bumbling thieves in Home Alone, making various blunders to appease Logic. He had fancied himself a powerful vampire, believing that anyone who dared to offend him would be drained of their blood. Yet, upon encountering the fiery youth that is Logic, he found himself burned and blistered. Falcone felt an insatiable rage igniting within his chest, but in the next instant, his once vibrant expression crumbled, morphing into a stoic mask. At that moment, his terrified subordinates had already instinctively turned off the live broadcast. Falcone blinked a few times, forcibly suppressing his fury, and declared, "Let us go. We have matters to attend to." The voice was as frigid as ice. After he spoke, he made to leave the basement, and his subordinates immediately followed in a state of trepidation. He was Falcone, filled with fury, yet never overtly enraged, at least not before his subordinates. Though he appeared composed, the flames of anger flickered within him intermittently. That night, he lay awake, tossing and turning, like an egg frying in a pan. In the morning, as he washed up, he noticed a handful of hair had fallen out during the night. Gazing at the strands in his hand, Falcone was overcome with a mix of sorrow and rage. He finally realized that winning this gang war was secondary. The priority was to eliminate that shameless scoundrel. To achieve this aim, Falcone resolved to consolidate all possible resources. He began recruiting, forging alliances, and acquiring firearms. He could not find peace until Logic was dealt with. As for his earlier vow to hand over power to his second-in-command should he be betrayed again, his second-in-command had failed to recognize that the captured Logic was a counterfeit, a gross incompetence that led to his immediate dismissal. Thus, a deep rift was established between the two. While Falcone was humiliated repeatedly, he remained the emperor of the underworld. Despite a significant loss of prestige, he was still incomparable to the leaders of lesser gangs. Much like the Joker, who, despite being bested by Batman countless times, never lost his standing as the Prince of Crime, or rather, the head of Batman's fan club. When Falcone extended his olive branch to the entire city, he quickly garnered a number of responses. Although these were insufficient compared to previous times, they were still adequate. On the other hand, Logic leveraged Falcone's reputation to enhance his own notoriety. Many who had long held disdain for Falcone responded to Logic's overtures. Coupled with his formidable prowess and the electrifying aura he exuded, the power represented by Logic began to rise swiftly. Days passed, and the gang war subtly began to polarize. Chapter 8. From rags to riches, it had been several days since Mudface handed over the 3 portable safes to Logic. The $3 million in cash contained within those safes was tucked away in a secret compartment of his office. While the $50 million bounty paid by Falcone was transferred through several hands before being deposited in the bank. The $35 million extorted from Falcone was a substantial sum, yet insufficient to secure victory in this gang conflict. In recent days, Logic halted all illicit enterprises that had once belonged to Garrett, now bearing the surname of Rowe. He destroyed items like laundry detergent, but wisely retained the smuggled jewels, diamonds, and antique gold rather than discarding them in water. Instead, he hired specialists to pave the way and opened several jewelry and antique shops. The transformation of the illicit into the legitimate brought immense satisfaction to Logic, although the profits were not as substantial as those from his former smuggling endeavors. This shift was undeniably the trend of the times. The traditional methods of organized crime faltered in the face of the new era's currents. Only through legitimate enterprises could one continue to prosper. As for the gray industries, they were all liquidated, resulting in a substantial influx of cash. The few remaining legal ventures were retained and operated normally, with several additional establishments opened, such as upscale restaurants, hospitals, and pharmacies, profitable and lawful enterprises. However, given the brevity of time, these locations were not yet fully completed. In light of recent upheavals, the construction sites were strategically chosen in the East District. Otherwise, establishing them elsewhere would likely result in their destruction within days. Only a single sports goods store was situated in the heart of the Diamond District, within the primary influence of the Falcone Syndicate. The store was sparsely furnished, lined with pristine white shelves that glimmered under the fluorescent lights, displaying but a basketball, a soccer ball, and a silver shotgun. The salesperson was a scarecrow, not the usual resident guest from Arkham, but a genuine straw figure. A sign hung before the scarecrow, inscribed with Falcone, "I curse you," a literal translation of the original English phrase. The establishment of this store bore no specific purpose beyond a petty affront to Falcone, whose forces had been troubling Logic in the East District. It was merely a small act of retaliation. Having liquidated all gray enterprises, Logic found himself financially buoyant, akin to the very affluent individuals he once despised. With a considerable amount of cash at hand, he raised the salaries of his subordinates, enticing numerous newcomers to join his ranks. After all, in Gotham, regardless of the size of the gangs, anyone who was not merely a street thug wore impeccably tailored suits. Yet, aside from those in higher positions, most donned only the most inexpensive suits. They adhered to the principle that even the cheapest suit must have neatly aligned cuffs. Even if they dined on wilted greens paired with unsavory meats, their ties were changed daily. In essence, they were largely concerned with appearances. After all, once one embraced the life of organized crime, how could one lack the cinematic allure of a well-fitted suit? The generous salaries Logic offered resonated deeply with them, fueling their desires for fine attire, steak, and lobster, which led to an influx of gang members. Consequently, Logic found it necessary to tighten his recruitment strategy, urging Charlie to elevate the standards for joining the gang, lest he be inundated with ineffectual members. While Logic's recruitment was progressing smoothly, Falcone was also experiencing similar success. As an established syndicate, Falcone's organization was the emperor of the underworld, exuding an aura of dominance that attracted many seeking allegiance. Both factions were amassing strength. 2 formidable ships navigating the tempestuous seas, their cannons poised and ready for action. Yet amidst the roaring waves, other vessels, unwilling to submit, formed alliances to counter the impending polarization, aiming to establish a tripartite equilibrium. The largest among these ships was helmed by the Black Mask, otherwise known as Roman Siones, one of Gotham's most feared crime lords, renowned for his exceedingly volatile temperament. Beneath the surface, a current of intrigue stirs, with the true machinations of the forces provoking this gang war yet to surface. Time rewinds to the present. In December, the temperature in Gotham plummets to near freezing, and biting winds weave through the skyscrapers, howling down the streets, stirring loose newspapers and plastic bags. Citizens donned thick down jackets, while the homeless huddle around burning trash cans for warmth, steam rising from the ground like wisps of spectral white. As Christmas approaches, the morning sky is shrouded in a dense gray, resembling heavy concrete. A light snow falls at noon, only to cease shortly after, and by evening, a sudden freeze rain descends. On the outskirts of the East District, the estate that Logic has taken over from Gallant stands brightly lit against the icy rain. The estate, once overrun with weeds, is now encircled by a formidable wall, a necessary addition amidst the relentless growth of indomitable underbrush. Every 5 meters along the wall, a gang member stands guard, fully armed, clutching an assault rifle with a handgun and dagger at their side. Mortars and an RPG are stationed every 10 meters, prepared for any adversary that might withstand bullets. 2 watchtowers are under construction within the wall, already taking shape, scattered within the circular area between the estate and the wall. 50 armed henchmen patrol day and night, rotating shifts with vigilant diligence. Facing the estate is a large, black, intricately designed wrought iron gate, flanked by fortified guard posts, where additional gang members are stationed. Moreover, several concealed security measures remain undisclosed. As a gang leader, such precautions are essential. Gallant had neglected them, perhaps due to his previous complacency, but Logic is different. He stands at the eye of the storm in this gang war and is in a bitter rivalry with Falcone, the head of Gotham's largest gang. Every faction in Gotham scrutinizes the conflict between him and Falcone. The current security measures are far from exaggerated. Rather, they're a desperate necessity. Without them, the estate would be left vulnerable to disturbances, leaving him no time for anything but eliminating intruders. With the imposing wall and an array of weaponry, at least no foolhardy individuals would dare to intrude. The construction of the wall progresses swiftly, with Logic investing substantial sums, completing it while upscale restaurants nearby remain under renovation. Due to its location in the remote outskirts of the East District, the wall is partially concealed by the surrounding underbrush and peculiar trees, revealing its full grandeur only upon closer approach. Initially, the mayor, council members, and relevant departments opposed Logic's renovations, ordering him to dismantle them. But eventually, the flow of funds persuaded them, and when they arrived, he removed all guards and weaponry. Only the surrounding walls and 2 unfinished towers remained, offering little of interest. A few additional dollars could easily resolve the matter. Logic had also transplanted numerous large trees to ensure that the renovated estate appeared harmless from the outside, concealing all intimidating elements within. At that moment, a man clad in a full-body combat suit approached the iron gate amidst the drizzling, freezing rain. The visitor was none other than the lethal marksman who had previously joined Logic in eliminating Gallant. He surveyed the walls and various weapons before him, clicking his tongue in disdain, pondering how his employer had transformed from a mere figure into a wealthy patron. Yet the outstanding payment remained unsettled. Chapter 9. Gotham's most vibrant festival. The marksman cast a wistful glance at the brightly lit estate beyond the iron gate, wondering if his employer had indeed forgotten the outstanding payment. In truth, he was correct. Logic had been exceedingly busy in recent days, and amidst his flurry of activities, he had inadvertently overlooked the marksman's payment. Suppressing his discontent, the marksman felt a pang of shame for his own sense of entitlement. In the past, he would have demanded immediate payment from any other employer who had failed to settle their debt. Yet now, it seemed his employer was more competent than this mercenary. A thought that irked him. The marksman was not a man devoid of attachments. Unlike other cold-blooded assassins and ruthless mercenaries, he harbored a tender affection for his daughter, Zoe, who was currently in high school and the only person capable of eliciting a gentle smile from him. It was precisely because of Zoe that the marksman valued his own life, although his employer possessed the power to obliterate him with a mere flash of lightning. The marksman understood that such an act would not be the employer's intention. Moreover, the remuneration for this new assignment was substantial enough to secure Zoe's completion of university and a promising future. Thus, after contemplating the matter of his outstanding payment once more, the marksman shook his head. Perhaps patience and understanding were paramount. A gentle reminder could be given at a later time. Standing before the iron gate, the persistent drizzle fell upon the marksman as he approached the guardhouse, ready to present his identification. Upon seeing the marksman, the gang members inside the guardhouse recognized him as the one the leader wished to see, yet they still gestured toward the nearby scanning device. The marksman stepped up to the apparatus, revealing his eyes beneath the mask. After a successful scan, the iron gate swung open. He stepped inside, his feet meeting the dark green lawn, only to pause in surprise. The rain seemed to intensify. Realizing he had discovered an anomaly, he exited the gate once more. Noticing the rain had lessened. Stepping back through the gate and then out again, he observed the fluctuation in the rain's intensity. Just as the marksman was taken aback by this phenomenon, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, the gate is about to close. I can't control its operation. It's automatic." At this, the marksman glanced sidelong and swiftly re-entered, narrowly avoiding being caught by the closing gate. After a brief moment of silence, he noted that the rain inside was noticeably heavier than outside, leaving him in a state of perplexity. He cast a glance at the scattered gang enforcers surrounding the manor, paying them no heed as he strode along the cobblestone path that meandered through the lawn, heading straight for the estate. A flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, illuminating the left side of the Death Shooter's body in stark white, while shadows enveloped the right. "Why is there thunder?" he murmured, recalling that during his journey here, only a light drizzle had fallen, with not a single clap of thunder to be heard. Inside the manor, at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, lay an office. Warm golden light suffused the room, where Logic sat behind a desk cluttered with photographs and rows of data beneath them. Several gang members occupied the opposite side of the room, each holding a stack of documents, occasionally exchanging remarks. Charlie stood as the sole person beside Logic, feeling immensely grateful that he had timely declared his allegiance to the boss, clinging to Logic's coattails. Otherwise, he would be outside in the rain, instead of standing in this room. Logic, however, was indifferent to Charlie's sentiments, his brow furrowed as his gaze swept over the heap of photographs on the desk. The figures captured within were an assortment of grotesque forms, some human, some monstrous, others resembling bizarre humanoids, and even robots. Yet, without exception, they were all supervillains and mercenaries for hire. Which among them were available for recruitment, and which could be controlled? Logic pondered silently. In a couple of days, he was slated to negotiate an alliance with Sal Maroni, the notorious leader of the Maroni crime family in Gotham City. The meeting was to take place at one of Maroni's private mansions, and in a bid to demonstrate sincerity, they had agreed to meet privately, sans their underlings, to discuss the alliance over a relaxed meal. The presence of armed enforcers would only sour the atmosphere. However, Logic recognized this as utter nonsense. Only a fool would attend such a meeting unaccompanied. Not only did he intend to bring his own men, but ordinary gang enforcers would not suffice. He aimed to recruit several skilled operatives to bolster his presence. In addition to Mudface and the Death Shooter, Logic planned to select two more formidable mercenaries from the photographs laid before him. The potential repercussions of failing to form an alliance were far from his thoughts. After all, alliances had always been a pretext for better betrayal. Logic had no intention of genuinely allying with Maroni. The latter's recent rise had been alarmingly rapid, threatening to eclipse the Black Mask. Sensing danger, the Black Mask had forged an alliance with Falcone, severely weakening Maroni. Unlike Logic, Maroni's ascent relied not only on cunning maneuvers, but also on his inherent strength. This strength was not merely about ruthless tactics, but rather the raw power that crackled like lightning. After Maroni's fall at the hands of the Black Mask and Falcone, he turned his attention to Logic, who was similarly rising swiftly, prompting their impending meeting. The Riddler, Scarecrow, and Mr. Freeze. Logic squinted, recognizing them as old acquaintances, their notoriety within the Batman fandom only second to that of the Joker. He had no intention of hiring these Arkham lunatics, his gaze shifting to the photograph of Calendar Man, a second-rate villain. Who on earth is this? He mused. Calendar Man. What exactly does he do? The name was rather obscure, and it took Logic a moment to recall that it belonged to a particularly antiquated villain who delighted in committing crimes during holidays. With Christmas approaching, Logic rubbed his chin and said, "Charlie, do you remember those desperate souls wishing to join the gang?" "I remember," Charlie nodded. "I drove them away." "What's up, boss?" "Bring them back. I want them to eliminate Calendar Man before Christmas. If they succeed, they can join our organization." Logic replied with an impassive expression. Charlie, slightly bewildered by the directive, hesitated to inquire further, but promptly agreed. "Understood. I'll take care of it." With that, he exited the office. Logic sat back in his chair, massaging his temples. The rationale for eliminating Calendar Man was quite straightforward. He cherished Christmas. This was the liveliest time of the year in Gotham, with twinkling lights, fluttering snowflakes, and shops adorned with whimsical decorations. while the sound of bells echoed through the streets. At last, this cursed city transformed from a stagnant cesspool into a rare atmosphere of joy, resembling an ordinary, vibrant city. With Christmas just days away, Logic did not wish for a fool who reveled in holiday crimes to wreak havoc on that day. He had arrived in Gotham in early December of the previous year, just in time for the Christmas festivities. That Christmas, there had been no word of Calendar Man, who had likely been confined in Arkham at the time. However, recent investigations by his subordinates revealed that Calendar Man had escaped from prison. To ensure that this Christmas would be devoid of a lunatic and to recruit additional members into the organization, there was little harm in this course of action. Returning to his thoughts, Logic cast aside Calendar Man's dossier, revealing a photograph beneath it, a humanoid crocodile. At that moment, the office door swung open and Deadshot entered. Brimming with curiosity, "Logic, your manner may be cursed," Deadshot stated as he stepped into the office. "Have you noticed that the rainfall here is significantly heavier than in the city?" Upon hearing this, Logic frowned slightly, inadvertently assuming a pretense once more. He felt exasperated. Due to the ongoing gang wars, he had unintentionally donned this facade too often lately, and it was beginning to wear on him. After mulling it over for a couple of seconds, Logic chose to offer the most understated explanation. "No need to worry. It's merely an extension of my abilities. The rain will subside shortly." During this time, he had amassed a considerable amount of fear energy, most of which he had utilized to unlock the dominion of Storm and Thunder, with the remaining portion reserved for lotteries. Logic had successfully unlocked 3/10 of the dominion. As his physical attributes increased, he also unlocked new abilities. Initially, with only 1/10 of the dominion, he could generate a weakened version of lightning, summon gusts of wind to enhance his speed, and his ultimate ability allowed him to coalesce a lightning armor around his body, enabling him to deflect bullets before they could strike him. Now, the authority has been unlocked to 3/1000, resulting in perceptible transformations. The power of lightning has been amplified, with damage approaching that of the natural thunder. The previously speed-augmenting gusts can now lift tables and chairs, while the condensation of lightning armor occurs at an accelerated and more refined pace. The new lightning armor is capable of withstanding the barrage of a submachine gun. As for the peculiar downpour currently enveloping the estate, it is a result of an experiment conducted by Logic. Following the enhancement of his authority, he discovered his ability to draw strength from the natural elements of wind, rain, and lightning. The thick, dark clouds shrouding the estate are influenced by a faint divine power, acting like a catalyst, leading to the emergence of thunder and lightning and an increase in rainfall. Once the tempest subsides, the divine power, now saturated with electricity, shall return to him, bestowing a portion of natural strength. Unlocking the dominion over storms and the Lord of Thunder to 3/1000 consumed the majority of Logic's fear value, with the remainder utilized to draw 2 prizes. The inventory of artifacts has refreshed. Curse of Blood and Bone, Gift to the Wine God, Dwarven Curse Salt, Demon Form. Exorcism, Holy Flame, River Styx Water, X1. Each time Logic gazes upon his inventory, he is filled with a sense of incredulity. The Curse of Blood and Bone is currently in use, residing within the mud-faced entity before him. The Gift of the Wine God sounds quite impressive, being a divine offering. Yet its effect grants the ability to remain sober after consuming 1,000 cups within 24 hours. In simple terms, it prevents inebriation. However, one must ponder the utility of such a power. Should it be compared to Superman's drinking capacity? As for the Dwarven Curse Salt, it appears somewhat ominous, reminiscent of the clandestine curses of the Dark Continent. Yet, its actual effect is rather peculiar. In certain legends, if one sprinkles salt in front of a dwarf, regardless of their magical prowess, they're compelled to kneel and count the grains of salt. This jar of Dwarven Curse Salt is even more potent, requiring any creature, dwarf or not, to count the salt before them, although it proves ineffective against exceedingly powerful beings. While this item is indeed odd, its practical value is immensely rare, with only a handful of grains contained within the jar, necessitating cautious usage. The remaining artifacts, Demon Form and Exorcism Holy Flame, do not provoke any disdain, being rather formidable. The Demon Form allows Logic to temporarily transform into a demon, wielding the strength of a powerful fiend, though the sole limitation is the duration of the transformation, which lasts a mere 5 minutes. The Exorcism Holy Flame, newly acquired, may seem contradictory to the demon form. Yet this nostalgic shotgun targets not only demons, but all malevolent entities. Securing this firearm was entirely unexpected for logic, yet upon reflection, it seems reasonable. According to its description, the gun is imbued with exorcistic power capable of vanquishing monstrous beings, categorized as a sacred relic within the obscure Winchester mythology. Its body is predominantly silver, adorned with sacred engravings that reflect a chilling light, contrasting sharply with the fury it harbors against evil creatures. The grip, crafted from an unknown wood, is smooth and supple, providing an exceptional tactile experience. Every bullet expelled from the muzzle is imbued with a fiery wrath, possessing an immense force capable of rending apart feeble monsters. While even the stout-hearted can be flung aside, this formidable firearm, drawn from the Winchester mythos, is indeed powerful. However, Luo Ji is not well-versed in that particular mythology, though he is acquainted with the two Winchester brothers. As for the waters of the river Styx, their specific application remains uncertain. Luo Ji did not draw an entire river's worth of water. The inventory indicating river Styx water X1 signifies merely a single drop from that river. The description reveals that this drop originates from the river Styx in ancient Greek mythology, one of the several rivers of the underworld. According to legend, any mortal who touches its waters must enter the realm of the dead, while deities who tread upon it lose their divinity, and demigods submerged within become impervious to blades and bullets. The famed Achilles acquired his invulnerable physique by bathing in this river, with the sole exception of his heel, which remained his fatal flaw. Despite this singular vulnerability, it is of little consequence, as it pales in comparison to the three wolves, who, despite their own invulnerability, suffer from a rather embarrassing affliction. Luo Ji, however, intends to avoid this drop of Styx water, akin to the curse of blood and bone, and decides to seek further opportunities for its potential utilization in the future. Only the holy flame of exorcism and the river Styx water were newly drawn. Each lottery requires 1,000 points of fear, totaling 2,000 for 2 attempts. With the unlocking of authority, Luo Ji's remaining fear points are scant, gradually increasing through the apprehension of his subordinates and certain criminals. Returning to the matter at hand, the Death Shooter, upon hearing Luo Ji's explanation, comprehended nothing of what was meant by the extension of abilities, merely recognizing that his employer was being pretentious once again. He had grown accustomed to this and nodded quietly, moving to the window to observe the rainy night. The Death Shooter was summoned not by his own volition, but by Luo Ji's directive. He understood that the night would not be tranquil and that he would soon accompany his employer and the Mudface to recruit 2 additional individuals for an impending operation. Contemplating Mudface, the Death Shooter turned to glance at the humanoid mass of clay seated on the sofa, which had shrunk its form to fit the seat. The hue of this creature appeared to have shifted from a feculent yellow to a somewhat golden red. Unaware of the significant enhancement brought about by the curse of blood and bone, the Death Shooter pondered if Mudface had finally developed a sense of aesthetics. Such a rarity, indeed. Even with its golden red undertones, it remained rather unsightly. The longer the Death Shooter gazed, the more his eyes ached, prompting him to approach Mudface and engage in conversation. He was one who held an appreciation for aesthetics, though few were aware of this, given his identity as a mercenary. The scene shifts back to Luo Ji, who directs his gaze once more to the photograph of the humanoid crocodile upon the table. This familiar crocodilian figure is none other than Killer Croc, a secondary antagonist in Gotham, whose true name is Waylon Jones. Once human, he gradually transformed into a crocodile due to a mysterious atavistic affliction, losing his humanity as his primal instincts took precedence, evolving into a creature with a modicum of rationality. Such monsters can be effectively controlled if approached correctly, and the combination of lightning and a beautiful blade will once again prove advantageous. Chapter 11. I have decided to hire a female secretary. The sound of rain echoed outside, intermittently accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning, resembling a furious beast galloping through the dense clouds above. Logic reached for a photograph of Killer Croc, casting his gaze upon the accompanying data below. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 27 centimeters and weighing 685 pounds, approximately over 300 kilograms, he recalled the formidable prowess of Killer Croc as depicted in the comics. His strength, speed, and endurance were all at superhuman levels. A single punch could shatter concrete walls, and his massive form outpaced even Usain Bolt in a 100-meter dash. In terms of endurance, traversing the intricate sewers of Gotham for a marathon would pose no challenge. Though his reflexes remained uncertain, he was frequently struck by the bat's batarangs. Additionally, he possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, a commonplace power within the DC universe. It would be rather embarrassing to venture out without a modicum of self-healing prowess. Logic mused to himself, "Damn it, he doesn't have any." Nevertheless, with his thick hide and the newly acquired lightning armor, Logic reassured himself and subsequently decided to employ Killer Croc. Such a dim-witted reptile was easily manipulatable, with a touch of cunning and resourcefulness. He could be trained to act like a devoted swamp dog, eagerly scurrying over at a wave of the hand, and even expressing gratitude for a well-placed kick. Setting the photograph of Killer Croc aside, the wooden door of the office swung open once more, and Charlie returned, approaching him with small steps. "Boss, everything is arranged." The moment they received the news, they declared they wouldn't sleep tonight and have already begun pursuing Calendar Man. Excellent. Logic nodded, clutching a handful of photographs as he began to flip through them. Charlie paused for a moment, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and continued, "Moreover, I've just received news that the Latin Unified Gang has been taken down by the individuals you previously dispatched. A few who managed to flee are currently being pursued." Upon hearing this, Logic scratched his chin and inquired, what were the casualties? The leader of the Latin Unified Gang had inexplicably launched an attack against him, leaving Logic to ponder whether it was due to someone's instigation or merely a lapse in sanity. He suspected the former. After all, it made little sense for the man to assault him, and he had vanished without a trace the very next day. Logic had hired someone to search for him, but so far there had been no results. Being attacked necessitated a counterattack, and Logic had promptly sent his men to retaliate. The Latin Unified Gang was already leaderless and not particularly strong, and their internal chaos made their swift defeat rather predictable. Charlie, upon hearing this, felt another bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Having witnessed the new boss's capabilities, he feared displeasing him. Swallowing hard, he finally reported, "Boss." With the leader of the Latin Unified Gang having fled, the remaining members were quickly routed. "Our men," although, noticing Logic's impatience, Charlie coughed lightly and promptly stated, 17 enforcers have perished, and 4 are injured, primarily due to a sudden onslaught of explosives hurled by a few deranged members of the Latin Unity Gang, catching our men completely off guard. Upon hearing this, Logic nodded in understanding. "Understood. Order the others to swiftly consume all resources belonging to the Latin Unity Gang." "Of course," Charlie replied. "Additionally, grant each surviving enforcer a bonus of $10,000. Logic, ever mindful of reinforcing loyalty with currency, recognized that, alongside the crackling lightning, the dollar was a cornerstone of maintaining order. Charlie acknowledged the directive and turned to exit the office, while Logic's gaze returned to the stack of photographs in his hand, reflecting on his rapid ascent. His burgeoning power was predicated on a third-part wisdom, 7 parts confidence, and a significant 90-part sacrifice from his subordinates. Logic clicked his tongue. This was one of the benefits: no grief over the fallen. He refocused his attention and continued to sift through the photographs, flipping through 3 consecutive images, all of which depicted men. Immediately, Logic halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He rapped his fingers on the desk. "Wait a moment." As soon as he spoke, Charlie, who had approached the wooden door, froze mid-motion, mistakenly believing the words were directed at him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead again, and he hastily returned to the desk, awaiting further instructions. "There's a profoundly serious issue," Logic stated gravely. "Issue?" Charlie nearly stumbled at the gravity of the statement, his mind racing with concern. "What issue?" he asked nervously, feeling the scrutinizing stares of other gang members in the office, their gazes laced with schadenfreude. "You call me boss, you stayed by the boss's side. And now look at the predicament." Charlie was too preoccupied with his internal turmoil to pay heed to their jibes, mentally retracing his steps to pinpoint where he had gone wrong. Noticing Charlie's legs tremble as if sifting through grain, Logic clarified, "It's not you who has a problem, Charlie, it's this office. There's a very serious problem within these walls." At this revelation, Charlie felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Breathing a sigh of relief, thankfully, he glanced at the other gang members, offering a wave of mockery, before a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. A problem in the office? Charlie immediately began scanning the layout. Walls, ceilings, floors, chandeliers, cabinets, carpets, televisions. None of it appeared to harbor any issues. As Logic's statement hung in the air, not only Charlie, but also the other gang members, including Death Shooter and Mudface, turned curious, surveying their surroundings, all seeming perfectly normal. Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Logic shook his head and remarked, "Gentlemen, have you not noticed that in this vast office, filled with so many individuals, they are all men?" As Logic's words settled in, the assembled crowd exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Indeed, they comprehended the truth of his observation, yet confusion lingered. So what? As Logic observed the perplexed expressions on the faces of those present, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. With a heavy heart, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves in the 21st century, an era advocating for gender equality, where men and women should enjoy the same status. Yet here we are, in this office filled with over a dozen individuals occupying various positions, all of whom are male. There is not a single woman among us. This is a grave affront to the times we live in." The critical issue within this office is the glaring absence of female perspectives. With righteous indignation, Logic elaborated passionately, leaving the audience in a state of confusion, their initial questions only multiplying. What could it mean to lack a female perspective? Among them, Charlie was the most flustered, standing beside Logic, fully aware that he was expected to contribute next. Misinterpreting his leader's deeper meaning, Charlie inhaled sharply several times, his mind racing to catch up. He felt an acute sense of regret for not having sufficient knowledge at this crucial moment, silently vowing to return to his studies to avoid such an embarrassing silence in the future. Seeing that the others had yet to grasp the essence of his remarks, Logic clicked his tongue twice and chose to be direct. "I have decided to hire a female secretary." Chapter 12, Boss. You have fallen. It is widely acknowledged that a competent office typically comprises two essential elements: a capable secretary and a secure safe. The latter, Logic had already acquired, having discarded Galante's safe in favor of a larger one, filled to the brim with American dollars, which he regularly distributed as bonuses to his subordinates to solidify their loyalty. However, for the former, Logic simply sought a secretary with superior professional skills. It was not that Charlie was inadequate. Rather, he had originally been a thug, skilled in firearms and hand-to-hand combat, but utterly ignorant of data collection and scheduling. The photographs and materials spread across the desk had been meticulously gathered by Charlie and a host of others, requiring considerable effort. Logic had no desire to transform Charlie into an office clerk. What if he were to forget how to handle a firearm or throw a punch? Could he truly resign from his role as a thug to become a secretary? That was simply out of the question. Encountering other leaders in the field, one might be accompanied by an alluring secretary while he stood next to a burly man. Such a scenario could easily lead to unwelcome assumptions. After much contemplation, the idea of hiring a female secretary seemed entirely justifiable. Logic's expectations were modest. Competence was all he sought. However, this competence must be meaningful. For given the ongoing tumult of war, effective management was essential. He could not afford to hire merely an attractive figure. Logic prided himself on his integrity and noble character, believing that hiring a female secretary was purely a professional decision, devoid of any romantic intentions. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder what might happen if his handsome visage were to evoke interest from the other party. Seated behind his desk, Logic's thoughts began to wander. Meanwhile, the attendees, upon hearing his words, finally comprehended his intentions, and a cloud of confusion lifted from their minds. This request is entirely reasonable. Rather than listening to Charlie, the fierce enforcer, delivering his sycophantic reports, it is far more pleasant to hear the dulcet tones of the female secretary. The atmosphere among the attendees shifted, their thoughts invigorated. Yet Charlie remained unfazed, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Boss, do you have any demands?" Without a moment's hesitation, Logic replied, "I desire beauty, you know, something with a touch of curvaceous allure." The instant his words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Boss, you have fallen." They had believed their leader to be of unblemished character and noble virtue, only to discover he was, after all, a creature of visual desires. Observing their peculiar expressions, Logic shook his head in dismay. "The reason I make such a request is that you lot are simply too grotesque. It pains me to behold you day after day. The only one resembling a semblance of attractiveness is the Death Shooter, yet he perpetually dons a mask. Upon voicing this, he felt a wave of grievance wash over him. While other leaders were surrounded by a bevy of beauties, he felt akin to a hermit in comparison. The Death Shooter, named in jest, was momentarily taken aback, a rare smile breaking his cold facade, only for the realization of his embarrassment to set in, fearing his image crumbling. Thankfully, the mask concealed his shame. Charlie, standing by the desk, wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded, understood. Beauty and curves. These two criteria are not difficult to find in Gotham. Logic pondered for a moment and added, "Now, let us address matters with the seriousness they deserve. First and foremost, their professional capabilities must be exceptional. I'm referring to the elite. Furthermore, they must possess a robust psychological resilience. The naive and innocent should be dismissed outright. They must be able to endure death and bloodshed. Though the terms death and blood may sound melodramatic, they encapsulate the current reality. The gang wars persist unabated. Despite the polarization between Logic and Falcone and the second tier, represented by the Black Mask, buckling under the pressure exerted by the two leaders and beginning to choose sides, the overall struggle had become less tumultuous than before. However, incidents of bloodshed continued to occur. As the secretary to one of the factions, it was imperative to acclimate to such circumstances. Logic maintained a serious demeanor, articulating his requirements slowly while Charlie diligently noted them down in a small notebook. The previously jovial atmosphere of the office gradually dissipated, giving way to a solemn ambience. Outside, freezing rain pattered incessantly. Gotham in December was chillingly unforgiving. The members in attendance, including the Death Shooter and the Mud Face, who had earlier laughed and joked alongside Logic, fell silent, returning to their respective positions. The brightly lit manor stood resolutely against the biting rain, heavy clouds above crackling with thunder, reminiscent of a furious beast's roar. The wind howling and the rain pouring down in torrents. At the heart of the dark clouds, a slender golden thread acted as a catalyst, causing the rain over the manor and the city to fluctuate, continually drawing upon the natural forces from this tempest. This was the faint divine power Logic had previously released, which, once imbued with the strength of thunder and storm, would automatically return to him. The freezing rain continues to fall softly this evening, and the near-freezing temperatures have failed to dampen the festive spirit. As Christmas approaches, the skyscrapers shimmer with neon lights, and colorful decorations adorn the streets and alleyways. In the outskirts of Gotham City, Wayne Manor, illuminated by only a few sparse lights, is shrouded in the shadows of the night. The dim glow barely outlining the menacing silhouette of the estate, resembling a colossal beast. As Gotham's premier estate, home to Bruce Wayne, this manor boasts an expansive area. Its vintage decor exudes an air of enigmatic mystery, concealing beneath it a vast natural cave known as the Batcave, the stronghold of its master. At this moment within the Batcave, Batman sits before his Batcomputer, typing on the Bat keyboard while gazing intently at the Bat monitor. Beside him rests a cup of Bat coffee, expertly brewed by his butler Alfred, contained within a Bat-themed mug. The screen displays a map of Gotham, encompassing the Diamond District, East End, Burnley, and Otisburg, along with the isolated Nighthawk Island. The area where Logic resides, specifically the outskirts of the East End, formerly belonging to Gallant, is highlighted prominently. Alfred, clad in a standard black and white butler attire and donned with white gloves, raises an eyebrow and speaks in a calm tone. "Are you contemplating the matter of Storm Night again, Master Wayne?" Batman, seated at the Batcomputer, nods, his brow furrowed in deep thought, while the Bat coffee beside him gradually loses its steam. Alfred glances at the cup of coffee, shaking his head at the waste of yet another fine brew by the Wayne household. "Is something amiss?" Alfred inquires, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, his demeanor steady as ever. "It is the weather in this area," Batman replies. "The rain here is more intense than in the rest of the city." "I was unaware you had a weather monitoring system." "I do not," Batman responds. "I merely have numerous informants in the outskirts of the East End." These informants did not immediately notice the peculiar intensity of the rain over the manor. They only recognized the anomaly after several flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, indicating that the rain was indeed more severe. Upon receiving the report from his informants, Batman felt a whirlwind of emotions as he conducted a thorough investigation on the Batcomputer. ruling out the possibility of a natural phenomenon. Chapter 13. Press conference. Batman gazes at the large, pale blue screen, furrowing his brow. The situation is clear. The unusual weather is linked to Logic, who seems to be up to no good once again. Given Logic's penchant for mischief, Batman believed he had grown accustomed to his antics. However, since Logic took control of Gallant's gang, Batman realized he had significantly underestimated the latter's capacity for chaos. While occasionally undermining Falcone is one thing, and occupying Gallant's manor as residence is somewhat understandable, transforming that estate into a military fortress within mere days is quite another. The walls and guards, RPGs, and mortars. Batman was perplexed by how Logic managed to acquire such items in such a short span of time. He harbored serious suspicions that this individual was engaged in dealings with international arms dealers. Lacking concrete evidence, he repeatedly contemplated covertly infiltrating the estate to gather intelligence. To Batman, the walls were as insubstantial as air, with his skills and stealth fully honed. He circumnavigated the estate multiple times without the heavily armed guards even detecting a single bat hair. However, the walls served more as a symbolic security measure, primarily designed to instill fear in onlookers. The real traps lay within the walls, all meticulously installed under Logic's direction, with a significant portion tailored specifically to counter Batman's abilities. Unbeknownst to him, he was being targeted. Each of his attempts to breach the estate ended in failure. He managed to surmount all preliminary obstacles, yet at the final juncture, a bolt of lightning would always strike from an unknown direction, leaving him disoriented. The tightly fitted bat suit proved ineffective against the electric shock, rendering him momentarily rigid and vulnerable. The estate was perpetually safeguarded by Logic's faint yet potent divine energy. Any failure in identity verification would trigger the release of lightning. Logic was infuriated by Batman's intrusion, chastising him for his actions as a so-called superhero and a beacon of justice for Gotham City, branding him a poor role model for leading such a brazen act of home invasion. He frequently brandished his phone to showcase the embarrassing photos of Batman, disheveled and contorted from shock. It was his conscience that restrained Logic from truly retaliating, especially with the estate's surveillance cameras recording every moment. When Batman was apprehended, he could not deny trespassing. His adversary occupied the moral high ground and showed no mercy, compelling him to propose a private resolution. This so-called private resolution amounted to cash. Gotham's wealthiest lacked nothing: parents, love, or affection, but they were never short of money. Logic found it utterly disgraceful that the affluent resorted to monetary solutions for every predicament, passionately lecturing Batman that money was not omnipotent before subsequently raising his price. Indeed, while money was not all-powerful, more money was. This was a profound truth Logic had come to understand only after assuming leadership of his own faction, especially in the peculiar city of Gotham. Without the lure of money, neither the mayor nor the city council, nor those elusive departments, would ever consent to Logic's extensive renovations of Gallant's estate. After incurring significant expenses for the renovations, Logic, hoping to recoup his losses from Batman, boldly demanded $50 million upon capturing him for the first time. Batman, momentarily stunned by the sum, believed Logic was jesting. Just as Logic anticipated an increase in the amount, the merciless wealthy man merely shook his head. With a single phone call, the transfer of $50 million was successfully completed. Whether it was merely an illusion, at that moment, Luo Ji seemed to discern a flicker of compassion in Batman's eyes. The wretched magnate, while cursing, Luo Ji accepted the money and, with a swift kick, ejected Batman from the estate. The latter offered no resistance. A true gentleman knows when to yield. A mere kick and an inconsequential $50 million transformed him from prey to a liberated man, a bargain indeed. Subsequently, Batman meticulously prepared and attempted several infiltrations, hoping to uncover valuable intelligence. Yet each endeavor ended in failure. He could not fathom the source of that lightning upon entering the estate. Generally, materials capable of withstanding lightning could not resist the paralyzing effect of this particular bolt, which emanated from a trace of divine power. Under Luo Ji's perception, this lightning bore a minute fraction of divine energy. For Luo Ji at this stage, even the slightest consumption of divine energy required considerable time for recovery. However, given the potential rewards that lay ahead, it was undoubtedly worth the effort. Batman specifically chose to infiltrate while Luo Ji was absent from the estate, yet the lightning persisted, seemingly alerting Luo Ji of any intruders. Each time struck by the lightning, Mudface, Deathstroke, and dozens of gang enforcers would arrive within seconds, with Luo Ji never taking more than 10 minutes to respond. Mudface and the enforcers were primarily stationed at the estate, while Deathstroke would occasionally venture out, but only to the Eastern District and never far beyond, with his absences being brief. Batman felt as if he was being targeted. After several attempts, he found himself compelled to part with substantial sums. The first encounter cost him $50 million, the second escalated to $200 million, and the third a staggering $300 million. Batman hesitated to approach again, not due to the inability to afford such expenses. After all, $1 billion was trivial for him, akin to merely a few Batplanes. This may sound extravagant, but Wayne Enterprises, a powerhouse dominating Gotham, offered a vast array of products that permeated every aspect of life. They even had branches in Metropolis and Central City, thus such funds were easily attainable. Batman simply wished to cease funding Luo Ji. The foremost magnate was reluctant to witness the rise of another. It was wiser to expedite the development of targeted armor. Persisting with futile attempts was not a viable strategy. The master no longer visited the estate, leaving Luo Ji feeling an acute sense of emptiness and solitude. Reflecting on the several $100 million he had acquired, he swiftly forgot his previous sorrows. It was too late. He had already become a magnate. Returning to the present, Batman gazed at the Gotham map displayed on the screen. As Alfred's voice reached his ears, "Sir, shall I prepare an umbrella for you?" Alfred occasionally referred to Batman as Master, and at other times as Sir. He adjusted his wrist and remarked, "It seems Gotham's bestowal of the title Storm Knight upon him was indeed prophetic." Batman emitted his signature enigmatic sound, then shook his head, replying, "No, now is not the opportune moment to seek him out, especially considering the imminent press conference. That will be an exemplary occasion." It suddenly dawned on me. The Storm Knight's customary tactic of presenting himself as approachable through his responses, allowing the citizens to overlook far graver issues. Alfred, pinching his chin with his index finger and thumb, always spoke with sharp, acerbic wit. Batman bore the brunt of it. Yet after enduring such jibes for many years, he had grown accustomed and continued. Indeed, many citizens are aware of this, yet they remain captivated. Every press conference is met with a full house, and subsequently, all social media buzzes with discussions about logic. Alfred interjected, "Moreover, much of it is praise. You know, sometimes I ponder how grand it would be if the illustrious Batman were to hold a press conference. I shall not be doing that anytime soon." Batman replied in a grave tone, offering a deliberately ambiguous response. Yes, Batman emerging from the cave might send excited fans into a frenzy, akin to a heart attack at an MJ concert. Alfred scoffed. Batman's expression darkened. He understood Alfred's intentions to encourage him to embrace the light a bit more. Having been steeped in darkness for too long, gazing into the abyss could indeed be detrimental to one's well-being. However, he was Batman, and Batman operated under the cover of night. As for sunlight, that belonged to Bruce Wayne. Chapter 14. Diamond District. The freezing rain that had shrouded Gotham gradually diminished. Once the rain ceased entirely, only the howling, biting cold wind and a thin layer of clouds remained. In the outskirts of the East District, above Logic's estate, the thunder and torrential downpour had also abated. A golden thread, imbued with the essence of nature, spiraled above the clouds before descending directly towards the office at the end of the fourth-floor corridor of the manor. Inside the office, Logic found himself alone. Mudface and Deathshot awaited his instructions at the Iron Gate, prepared to join him in capturing Killer Croc, along with another enigmatic female guest. Logic had not allowed Mudface, Deathshot, or the other gang members to stay for two reasons. Firstly, Logic preferred to avoid ostentation. He was a man of modesty, and where he could refrain from putting on airs, he would. He understood the potential for a sudden influx of natural power to evoke celestial phenomena, which could lead his subordinates to silently ridicule him for trying to appear grandiose. Secondly, this was his first attempt at such a maneuver, knowing only that it would grant him a substantial boost in power, but uncertain of any accompanying effects. The prospect of inadvertently striking down a few subordinates with a bolt of lightning was a concern he wished to avoid. After careful consideration, he decided it was best to remain solitary in the room. Logic took a deep breath, focusing intently as he guided the divine energy back. Soon, The room illuminated with a golden glow as he opened his arms, allowing the golden thread to return to his being. After several moments, Logic withdrew his hands and blinked, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem, it appears there will be no celestial phenomena. I was overthinking it. Not dwelling on any special effects, Logic inhaled deeply, savoring the abundant energy coursing through him. The natural power drawn from the dark clouds permeated his organs and limbs, transforming into a tempestuous force of thunder and storm, instilling in him a sense of restlessness. He raised his hand, pointing towards the window, and from his palm erupted a bolt of thunder as thick as an infant's arm, searing the air with intense heat and producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The room was momentarily engulfed in blinding white light, while the night outside was illuminated on one side. Once the electricity dissipated, Logic raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of surprise. The bolt he had conjured was already comparable in power to that of a natural lightning strike, although the latter often leaves a record of having spared lives. This is mostly due to the brevity of contact. The damage inflicted by a lightning strike lasting merely 0.01 seconds is vastly different from that sustained over 5 seconds. Not to mention the voltage, the sheer intensity of heat alone is intolerable. In addition to lightning, the golden thread had also absorbed a considerable amount of storm energy. After pondering for a moment, Logic waved again towards the window. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged outside, yet the lack of reference points rendered its destructive potential indiscernible. With a mere thought, the wind charged like a furious beast against the glass. The bulletproof glass held firm, but the window frame was forcibly dislodged, crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. Not bad, Logic thought, barely satisfied, contemplating that this whirlwind should be sufficient to lift a lethargic crocodile. This newfound strength was not permanent, but rather a transient burst of power. After all, he had merely allowed the golden thread to absorb some energy, rather than unlocking an authority. The energy it harnessed was akin to equipping Logic with an oversized power bank, depleting once utilized. However, this was not a significant concern, as it could be recharged. Without further hesitation, Logic departed from the office, heading towards the iron door to reunite with the Death Shooter and the Mudface. In the Diamond District, Gotham's most affluent and bustling area, numerous skyscrapers towered, intertwined with uniquely designed entertainment venues. Wealthy individuals sped by in their supercars, while urban beauties glanced at the ruby-red taillights disappearing into the distance, biting their lips and caressing the necklace resting against their collarbones. Aside from the financial skyscrapers frequented by office workers, the majority of the buildings were dominated by the thriving entertainment industry, with colossal neon billboards and an ever-present haze lending a distinctly cyberpunk atmosphere. The Diamond District, true to its name, shimmered with brilliance, dazzling and resplendent. As midnight approached, the hedonistic nightlife commenced in earnest. At the corner of the street, an inconspicuous sewer cover had been pried open, through which a pair of beastly vertical pupils peered, observing the splendor of the Diamond District. These eyes reflected unmistakable envy and resentment, and if they could speak, they would have surely cried out for what they desired countless times. "Stop looking, Killer Croc. All this beauty has nothing to do with us." A somewhat shrill voice piped up, belonging to a mouse perched on Killer Croc's shoulder. The mouse wore a tiny helmet adorned with 2 antennas, a creation of a mad scientist that bestowed upon it the ability to speak and a certain level of intelligence. The mouse had endured severe maltreatment at the hands of the scientist, subjected to drug experiments and organ transplants far beyond its capacity to withstand. He escaped, and after a brief period of wandering in freedom, he was once again captured by the Rat Catcher. The Rat Catcher, whose real name is Otis Flanagan, is one of Gotham's lesser-known villains, possessing the ability to control rats. Under the Rat Catcher's dominion, this extraordinary talking mouse endured a harrowing existence. It was only after the Rat Catcher was left battered and bruised by Batman, his consciousness fading, that the mouse managed to seize the opportunity to escape. This mouse, whom we may deem the epitome of rodent resilience, faced a fate more tragic than that of an ordinary mouse. After regaining its freedom, it returned to a life of wandering, foraging through the sewers for scraps of discarded food. By a twist of fate, it encountered Killer Croc, who initially intended to make a meal of the mouse. However, upon hearing the mouse speak, Killer Croc was startled, and his curiosity was piqued. The sewers, dark and damp, were devoid of sunlight, and the true enemy here was solitude. Thus, an unlikely friendship blossomed between the crocodile and the mouse. Fortunately for the mouse, Killer Croc was not particularly hungry at that moment. Otherwise, even the most acrobatic of dances would not have saved it from a grim fate. Following their initial acquaintance, even when Killer Croc found himself ravenous, he no longer viewed the mouse as a potential meal. Rather, the thought of loneliness weighed heavier upon him than hunger itself. As a creature shunned by society, a grotesque humanoid crocodile, Killer Croc had never known the warmth of true companionship. Few could resonate with his monstrous existence. Yet, this little mouse could. Once they became friends, the duo began to navigate their world together. The mouse, named Jimmy by Killer Croc, one mustn't hold high expectations for the naming prowess of a dim-witted crocodile, found itself in a peculiar camaraderie. At this moment, as Jimmy spoke, Killer Croc smirked, reluctant to concede, yet acknowledging the truth in Jimmy's words. The splendor of Gotham was indeed foreign to him. Whenever he emerged, even with no intent to harm, a mere desire to dine in an upscale restaurant would incite chaos, drawing the attention of Gotham's police and Batman himself. Irritated, Killer Croc scratched his belly and retreated into the sewers, grumbling as he made his way in another direction. The Diamond District was unwelcoming to him, so he opted for the East End, a place of filth and darkness, where he could pilfer some roasted chicken. Chapter 15. Occasional bravado for mental well-being as dawn approached. A hint of platinum illuminated the horizon. Within a room on the right side of the corridor on the 17th floor of the Gotham Royal Hotel, Logic, Clayface, and Deadshot stood together. The trio formed a striking composition, akin to three distinct layers of a painting. Logic donned a thin outfit, draped in a dark blue trench coat, while Deadshot had finally shed his armor in favor of a bespoke, exorbitantly priced suit that left one astounded. As for Clayface, upon being informed by Logic that he was to impersonate a particularly insufferable wealthy individual, he immediately embraced the role, transforming into a character clad in a Hawaiian shirt beneath a flamboyant feathered coat reminiscent of a flamingo, paired with loose sweatpants and shoes that shimmered with gold. His entire presence seemed to epitomize the notion that ostentation to the utmost degree is synonymous with luxury. Their flamboyant attire was not without purpose. It was a calculated endeavor to recruit Killer Croc as a formidable ally. Logic pondered, was this truly necessary? The Death Shooter rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dazzling array of 8 glimmering watches adorning his arm. You may not comprehend this, but it signifies a mastery over global time. Logic raised his arm in a sweeping motion, the cuff retreating as the expensive dials on his wrist flickered with different times, Gotham time, Hawaiian time, and more. Forgive my fatigue, Mudface muttered, mentioning the Death Shooter's name. He has long been accustomed to poverty. Diligently, Mudface endeavored to portray himself as a wealthy man, altering his speech style significantly, which incited the Death Shooter's ire. With a swift slap, Mudface transformed into a mushy human head, spinning around before returning to his original state unscathed. Ignoring Mudface, continued jesting. The Death Shooter suddenly inquired, by the way, I seem to recall that these watches require prior reservations. Those in the mall are merely samples, not for sale. How did you manage to acquire so many in a single night? Reflecting on the previous evening, Logic recalled perusing a booklet adorned with images of various watches. Making a few calls, after which the watches were promptly delivered. A few dollars, Logic remarked nonchalantly. What about that elongated Lincoln outside the hotel? Suddenly, someone brought it to us. A little less dollars. That helicopter, more dollars. The yacht, still more. Logic patted the curious laborer's shoulder, noticing the latter's expression morphing into one of bewilderment, as if gazing at a wretchedly affluent individual, akin to a wealthy aristocrat needing to be suspended from a lamppost. All of this is for Killer Croc. He will be a valuable subordinate. Logic elucidated, Killer Croc could not possibly refuse all of this. The Death Shooter nodded in agreement, affirming Logic's words. Logic, feeling resigned, acknowledged that the Death Shooter was not entirely mistaken. Indeed, not all of this was solely for Killer Croc. With daily gang wars rife with violence, he was somewhat fatigued, and with his pockets full, he seized the opportunity for a bit of relaxation. Yet primarily, it was to draw Killer Croc in his fold. He was a man of modest demeanor, who occasionally needed to indulge in extravagance for his mental well-being. Logic plopped down onto the soft sofa beside him, plucking a grape from the fruit bowl and popping it into his mouth. In the next instant, his phone rang. It was Charlie calling. Upon answering, the voice on the other end relayed, "Boss, we have tracked Killer Croc's location. This gluttonous crocodile was spotted stealing roasted chicken at a fast food joint and has since taken refuge in the sewers." Excellent. Poster the vicinity where Killer Croc is hiding. Understood. Additionally, Charlie, after you finish posting the flyers, make a trip to the Diamond District. Preemptively engage with the entertainment moguls there, ensuring they dare not voice any objections regarding Killer Croc. Of course, Charlie promptly acquiesced. Everything as you command. After hanging up, Logic stood to stretch his limbs. Despite a sleepless night spent on various acquisitions, he felt no fatigue. His enhanced physical prowess allowed him to remain invigorated even after 3 days without rest. Though he knew that any further delay in sleep would soon render him weary, the adjacent Death Shooter stifled a yawn. He had not slept the previous night, incessantly trailing behind Luo Ji, witnessing the latter's relentless purchasing spree of watches, luxury cars, and airplanes. The Death Shooter longed to express his disdain for his employer's apparent moral decay. Yet when Luo Ji suddenly recalled the outstanding payment and settled it, he refrained from making any remarks about depravity. Instead, he dutifully provided a plethora of emotional responses, emitting various sounds of naive astonishment whenever the luxurious items made their appearance. "What shall we do next?" the Death Shooter inquired. "We shall await the Killer Croc's bite. This foolish beast has been scavenging in the sewers for far too long and will undoubtedly be unable to resist the lure presented in the posters," Luo Ji replied. The posters have been crafted overnight, with dozens of workers laboring tirelessly to complete them, meticulously tailored to exploit the Killer Croc's psyche. Now, all that remained was to wait for the Killer Croc to reach out to them. In any case, you two should rest for now. Tonight is likely to be another sleepless one, Luo Ji instructed. The Death Shooter nodded, lacking the robust physicality of his employer. He ambled over to the other sofa, half reclining to catch a brief nap. As for the Mudface, he was too engrossed in his role and, having little need for sleep, clamored to visit the restaurant downstairs to savor its culinary delights. Luo Ji acquiesced, and soon the room fell into silence. He ventured into the corridor, where the air was imbued with a distinctive hotel fragrance. The dawn's early light filtered through the windows on either side of the hallway, casting a warm crimson glow. Approaching the window, Luo Ji gazed out upon the vast city, fragmented by swathes of shadow, his expression contemplative. The gang wars raged on. Falcone was recruiting mercenaries, having successfully allied with the Black Mask to deliver a devastating blow to Moroni. Their successful collaboration had cemented their bond. If Luo Ji and Falcone were akin to the two largest vessels at sea, then the Black Mask represented the most formidable threat among the remaining ships. The union of these two formidable forces was now aimed squarely at Luo Ji. Yet, he remained unfazed. They were merely a rabble. With astute maneuvering, he could easily reverse the tide. If he so desired, he could unleash his demonic form and obliterate the self-proclaimed formidable alliance of Falcone and the Black Mask in one fell swoop, leaving them suspended for his amusement. However, he chose a different path, adhering to a more methodical approach, steadily amassing strength while simultaneously plotting to ensnare Moroni. Before long, he was to attend a meeting of gang leaders, all of whom were discontent with Falcone and the Black Mask, including the leader of the Odessa gang, Koslov, the head of the Iskabuti monopoly, and members of the Dimitrov family, among others. This intricate web of alliances and rivalries was far from Luo Ji's usual style. Yet, his uncharacteristic behavior stemmed from a simple truth. The outbreak of this gang war was shrouded in mystery, far removed from the territorial disputes posited by Director Gordon. Moreover, the information gleaned from the Garland safe, as well as subsequent insights from the offices and private residences of gang leaders who had joined his own criminal faction, suggests that the situation is far from straightforward. A monumental conspiracy looms over Gotham, capable of plunging the entire city into a maelstrom of bloodshed and chaos. This clandestine force cannot afford to be underestimated. The trump card of the demonic form must not be recklessly employed at this juncture. A more opportune moment for its utilization lies ahead. Chapter 16. It is evident this is a miracle as dawn gradually transformed into morning. The crimson sun shed its blood-like gown, merging with the platinum hues of the sky. Logic leaned against the window, extending his arm to check one of the 8 watches displaying Gotham's local time. It was already the hour for work, and he gazed down at the street. observing weary office workers departing their apartments to emerge into the thoroughfare. Those who had breakfast at home proceeded directly into various office buildings, shopping malls, and cafes, while others opted for a plethora of choices, including simple breakfast from street vendors selling sandwiches. Some ventured into coffee shops, though not to work, as they soon emerged holding cups of coffee. Logic relished the mornings in Gotham, as they imparted a wondrous sense that the city had come alive once more. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by hapless fools rushing to meet their performance quotas, or by professional robbers executing their heists with precision, targeting banks. The diligent vigilante, Batman, often found himself combating criminals well into the morning, barely returning to Wayne Manor for a brief respite. What a peculiar city it is. Logic's gaze wandered, and he soon noticed a figure in a stocking mask, brandishing a handgun at a lady carrying a handbag in a nearby alley. Concentrating a faint surge of his power in his eyes, he surveyed the scene from several stories above, everything coming into sharp focus. He fixed his gaze upon the robber, calculated his timing, and with a mere thought, summoned a tremendous clap of thunder as a bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky. The flash was instantaneous, rendering the robber momentarily disoriented, his hair standing on end, and smoke billowing from his mouth as the stocking cap inflated. Though a tad distant and somewhat inexperienced, Logic had accurately timed the strike. In the alley, the lady, startled by the sudden lightning, soon realized that the robber had been struck while she remained unharmed. After a moment of stunned silence, she looked up at the cloudless sky, with only the sun radiating its warmth. Clearly, this was a miracle. The woman, shaking her hair, her voluminous waves perfectly styled, thought for a moment, retrieved some lipstick from her bag, applied it, and then closed her eyes to offer a brief prayer before preparing to leave the alley. Witnessing this, Logic felt a wave of incredulity. What was she thinking? Did she believe that divinity would concern itself with her appearance? He blinked, conceding that indeed, she was quite attractive. Clearing his throat softly, Logic withdrew his gaze, dismissing trivial thoughts, and returned to his prior contemplation regarding the vast conspiracy underlying this gang war, pondering it deeply. He initially pondered whether the other gang leaders had not noticed the peculiar nature of the war's outbreak. However, this query was eventually resolved as events unfolded. By deciphering the ledger and notebooks within Galani's safe, as well as gathering intelligence surreptitiously from other gang leaders, he pieced together the answer. Most gang leaders were linked to the same enigmatic figure, who had not revealed any name or appearance, yet seemed to exert control over them through some means, perhaps leverage, threats, or even sorcery. His mind wandered to the DC universe where magic flourished. Perhaps this was a beguiling sorcerer at work. The divine essence protecting the manor not only thwarted Batman, but also struck down a worm. He even entertained the notion of a worm burrowing into a person's mind to manipulate their thoughts, albeit it seemed a tad far-fetched, even for his expansive imagination. Yet, in the DC universe, particularly in the renowned Gotham, the occurrence of such events was hardly surprising. The clues were scattered and riddled with uncertainty. If those gang leaders were indeed connected to the mysterious individual, what of himself? Why had this figure not sought him out? There remained an abundance of unanswered questions. Aside from dispatching agents to continue gathering intelligence in Gotham, he awaited another matter that might yield valuable insights: the sudden and unprovoked attack on him by the leader of the Latin Unity gang. This individual had vanished without a trace the following day. He was either dead or had fled. Death would be one thing, but if he had escaped, that would be intriguing, indicating that someone had likely orchestrated the attack. Who had given the orders? That was an excellent question, and he had already dispatched personnel to search. Alive or dead, he wished to see the individual. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that if most gang leaders in Gotham were indeed connected to this mysterious figure, then the upcoming meeting among the leaders, which he was to attend, would be of great significance. He clicked his tongue, pondering that perhaps the mysterious figure had not approached him earlier because the timing was not yet right. He had speculated on the motives of this shadowy entity. It was evident that chaos and bloodshed were the sole purposes of gang warfare. He was uncertain of why this figure desired turmoil, nor did he comprehend what deeper benefits could be reaped from such disorder. Yet, he understood that the figure wished for chaos, and his own rapid rise amidst the unrest aligned perfectly with the figure's intentions. However, as his power gradually stabilized and polarization with Falcone intensified, factions began to choose sides, and the situation suddenly appeared less chaotic. Although violent incidents and street skirmishes continued, they were significantly more manageable than the prior state of fragmented power. This was not what the mysterious figure desired. He wished for the situation to revert to chaos. He surmised that this individual might be orchestrating the forthcoming leaders' meeting behind the scenes, lying in wait for his appearance to target him, steering the situation toward their desired outcome. Cursed be it. The more he pondered, the darker the implications grew. This city was indeed steeped in malevolence. Luo Ji shook his head, retrieving his thoughts. Regardless of whether his suspicions held any truth, he would prepare for all eventualities. Gotham, East District. The Killer Croc, accompanied by Jimmy the Mouse, perched upon his shoulder, traversed the sewers. The fetid green water, choked with refuse, flowed sluggishly as the crocodile and the mouse ambled along the bank, oblivious to the stench that permeated the air. It was not that their noses had failed them. Rather, they had simply grown accustomed to it. "I'm truly unfortunate," lamented the Killer Croc, scratching his rear with a nasal twang. "I was caught after stealing just 2 roasted chickens." Jimmy the Mouse shook his head repeatedly, opening his mouth to offer a word of comfort, only to find his throat constricted with sorrow. It was grief that choked him. After a few coughs, he managed to emit a sharp sound. "How about we head to the countryside and steal some crops to eat?" The contrasting timbres of their voices, one deep and rugged, the other high and piercing, rendered their banter rather amusing. "I don't eat crops. Besides, there aren't sewers as large in the countryside. Some don't even have narrow ones. Why are you so fixated on the sewers?" Jimmy the Mouse pinched his little nose. "A crocodile should have aspirations. How about we venture to the tropical rainforest? Many of your kin have thrived there. There are no roasted chickens there, so I shall not go," replied the Killer Croc, curling his lip. This gesture, though endearing on most, appeared rather menacing on him, as if he were ready to devour someone. "You are hopelessly attached to sewers and roasted chickens," Jimmy the Mouse remarked, giving the Killer Croc a playful kick on the shoulder. The latter was unfazed, while the former squeaked in pain. Just as the two engaged in their light-hearted exchange, a golden poster materialized before them. Chapter 17. Killer Croc. "Get in the car. What business does a poster have in the sewers?" The Killer Croc's fierce visage displayed a hint of human contemplation. In his satiated state, his humanity overshadowed his beastly instincts. Having feasted on richly oiled roasted chickens earlier, he was currently not hungry. Jimmy the Mouse, resting on his shoulder, stroked his chin. "Why don't you take a closer look?" The crocodile and the mouse approached the golden poster, reading the lines inscribed upon it. "Do you possess brute strength yet remain unappreciated? Do you bear a fearsome appearance, only to be deemed a monster? Do you envy the city's splendor? Is the dilapidated alley your only refuge? Do you yearn to enter a restaurant, only to find Batman and the police have beaten you to it? Do you attempt to engage with others, only for them to flee in terror? Loneliness and desolation, anger and sorrow, the clash of humanity and beastliness. Are you not battered and bruised? The Storm Hero understands your plight. If you wish to change your circumstances, if you desire to, then join our organization. Attractive benefits and dignified remuneration await. Merely assist us in our endeavors." The poster was elaborately verbose, yet Luo Ji did not conceal his identity. There was no need. The remuneration and the nature of the work were plainly stated, leaving no crocodile to refuse. Even if one declined, capturing them would suffice. Furthermore, if true identities were not disclosed, it would only lead to unnecessary complications. Luo Ji was averse to such inconveniences. At this moment, the Killer Croc gazed intently at the poster, his eyes widening gradually. Despite his hulking appearance, which suggested he might be illiterate, he was once human and had received an education. Even though his intelligence had slightly diminished after his transformation into a crocodile human, he was still more than capable of reading. Upon finishing the poster, a spark ignited within him. The words inscribed were a perfect reflection of his own existence. Each line resonated deeply with his inner self. "Hold your excitement, Killer Croc," cautioned Jimmy the Mouse, furrowing his brow. "This could be a trap. The poster seems too tailored to you." At this remark, Killer Croc paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, with a full belly, his intellect returned, and he concurred, exactly. Besides, when has anything like this ever been straightforward? Perhaps I should just remain in the sewers. It's not so bad here. Right, Jimmy echoed. "We don't need the glitz above. The underground isn't too shabby." Indeed, Killer Croc nodded emphatically. "Its allure lies in." He trailed off, halting mid-stride, narrowing his eyes as he pondered deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he struck the wall beside him with a fist, producing a resounding bang that left spiderweb cracks in the surface. What a load of nonsense! I can't stand this wretched sewer for another second. Jimmy, let us investigate whether this poster is genuine. Jimmy steadied himself. What if it's a hoax? Then I shall devour the one who put up the poster. But that Storm Knight, you can't take him on. Not to worry. He is a superhero. He won't cause me any harm. He has a reputation for killing, remember? He is the only superhero in the city known for it. Killer Croc fell silent for 2 seconds, wavering, yet ultimately tore down the poster, preparing to dial the number listed. His decision stemmed from a straightforward reason: years of suppressed existence and the intense clash of his humanity with his primal instincts had left him mentally and physically drained, leading him to contemplate self-destruction. How much worse could it get? Moreover, if Storm Knight sought to eliminate him, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. This was something even Killer Croc could comprehend. Furthermore, the entire city was aware of Storm Knight's involvement in the gang wars. It was only natural for him to seek a strong ally. The more he pondered, the more it made sense. With his mind somewhat settled, Killer Croc glanced at the number on the poster and accelerated his pace, weaving through the labyrinth of the sewers until he reached a secluded corner. Here lay his lair, cluttered with various refuse. The humanoid crocodile rummaged through a bag of chips and foil from a roasted chicken to retrieve a mobile phone, placing it against his shoulder. Jimmy the Mouse tapped away, dialing the number from the poster. Half an hour later, the sun rose, casting a broad expanse of sunlight, bathing Gotham in a long-awaited clarity. Rays of light sliced through the streets and alleys of the East District as Killer Croc, cloaked in a tattered overcoat, ambled forward, with Jimmy the Mouse trembling atop his shoulder. A crocodile and a mouse stood by the street, where several elderly vagrants from the East District recognized them and hurriedly attempted to distance themselves, nearly colliding with a stretched Lincoln. The vagrants, startled, soon revealed a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Rather than driving away, the luxurious Lincoln came to a halt. The door swung open, and Luo Ji poked his head out, casting a glance at the vagrants without much concern. When one finds themselves seated in a lavish Lincoln, such cliched moments of ostentation are all too likely to unfold, and Luo Ji had grown numb to it. "Assassin Croc, get in," he called out. As his words fell, the Assassin Croc, wrapped in his coat, brightened with excitement, as if the posters had indeed spoken the truth. At the very least, this vehicle was undeniably real. Just look at it. It was simply magnificent. The Assassin Croc could not conjure an appropriate adjective, yet eagerly approached the car. The door opened to reveal it brimming with stacks of American dollars. Amidst the verdant piles, alongside Luo Ji, sat the affectatiously reserved death shooter and the deeply engrossed Mudface, sipping on a drink. Storm Hero, it seems there's little space left," the Assassin Croc remarked awkwardly, scratching his chin as the car was filled to the brim with cash. Though he was typically a ferocious beast, facing a mountain of money left him at a loss for his usual fierce demeanor, rendering him as helpless as 100 feasts of roasted chicken. "Em terribly sorry," he muttered. Mudface, clutching his glass, commented, "This lad, having been impoverished, carries stacks of cash wherever he goes, lest he feels an itch all over." The reserved expression of Death Shooter finally cracked. Mudface, too absorbed in his role, raised his hand, ready to snap the latter back to reality. Meanwhile, Luo Ji surveyed the surroundings before snapping his fingers, summoning a gust of wind within the vehicle, causing the heaps of cash to flutter out chaotically, slapping against the dark green hide of the Assassin Croc. Within mere moments of their meeting, the humanoid crocodile had retracted his fangs and claws, grinning amiably amidst the shower of money. With the seats now vacated, the Assassin Croc hopped into the car, recalling how in television dramas, when big shots meet, they often shake hands, so he extended his hand towards Luo Ji. With a blink of his beastly eyes, he caught sight of the exquisite watch on Luo Ji's wrist and instinctively exclaimed, "I recognize that watch." Despite his own impoverished state, the Assassin Croc frequently scavenged discarded magazines in the sewers for entertainment, many of which featured watch advertisements to alleviate his boredom. "You know it?" Luo Ji replied in astonishment. "You don't know what watch this is?" Death Shooter interjected, puzzled. "Then why did you buy it?" Luo Ji explained, "What is wrong with that? At first glance, it appears expensive, and in reality, it's even pricier. Of course, one must acquire it." Death Shooter's eyes widened, as the world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Mudface chuckled lightly. Let us cut Luo Ji some slack. Suddenly, Death Shooter, with a swift motion, slapped Mudface, who rubbed his now flattened head, only to restore his form a moment later. Charlie, drive, Luo Ji instructed. Chapter 18. A genius mastering both magic and technology seated behind the wheel. Charlie ignited the engine of the elongated Lincoln, which had just begun to move when a sudden whirring sound of a propeller pierced the air from behind. The assassin crocodile glanced curiously over his shoulder, his gaze landing on a pristine white helicopter that bore a cylindrical red object beneath it. As the helicopter soared ahead of the Lincoln, the crocodile's eyes widened in astonishment. The red cylinder unfurled, cascading onto the ground to form an elongated crimson carpet upon which the Lincoln leisurely progressed. Goodness! The assassin crocodile exclaimed, taken aback. He had only ever witnessed a red carpet laid out for people, never for a vehicle, making this a novel experience for him. Even Jimmy Mouse, perched upon his shoulder, emitted a few squeaks of surprise. Logic, however, remained unimpressed by the spectacle. This was the idea of Mudface, who had become excessively engrossed in his newfound wealth and had lost touch with reality. The fleeting effect of the Death Shooter's grip could only last for a few moments. Logic's attention shifted to the shoulder of the assassin crocodile, where a helmeted mouse with an antenna stood, wide-eyed and squeaking alongside the crocodile in astonishment. Is this your companion? Logic inquired. He had initially contemplated asking whether the mouse served as a reserve food source, but given its diminutive stature, it was hardly substantial enough for such a purpose. Still in a daze, the assassin crocodile watched as the helicopter rolled out the red carpet, while two luxury cars emerged from either side of the street, continuing the relay by rolling out more crimson fabric. Jimmy Mouse, in a fit of exasperation, kicked the assassin crocodile, prompting him to respond to the inquiry. Finally coming to his senses, the crocodile scratched his somewhat bewildered head and replied, "Ah, yes indeed. This is Jimmy Mouse, a talking mouse. We met in the sewers." Upon hearing this, Logic felt a surge of inspiration and, with a fleeting flash of golden light in his eyes, scrutinized Jimmy Mouse from head to toe. This was a manifestation of his divine sight, having unlocked a mere 3/1000 of the authority of the Lord of Storms and Thunder. He could briefly infuse his vision with divine power to perceive the essence of all things. While it sounded impressive, the actual utility was merely satisfactory, akin to a magical X-ray vision that allowed for some superficial insight. More profound revelations would require greater divine power, and the current reservoir was insufficient. Returning to the matter at hand, through Logic's divine sight, the internal organs of Jimmy Mouse, along with his helmet and antenna, were vividly revealed before him. The mouse appeared anything but ordinary. At first glance, it resembled a magical creature, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a product of technology. Raising an eyebrow, Logic mused on the implications of hiring the assassin crocodile, who came with an intriguing talking mouse as a bonus. The latter held considerable research potential. Once his influence grew, he might contemplate establishing an institution akin to a stellar laboratory to conduct relevant studies. Feeling a sense of insecurity, he realized that his entire skill set was rooted in magic, lacking any technological prowess. Many predecessors who had traversed realms were often geniuses adept in both magic and technology. He could not afford to be left behind. As he sat in the vehicle, Logic fixated on Jimmy Mouse, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. Under the scrutinizing gaze of his wealthy benefactor, the assassin crocodile inexplicably felt as if he were being thoroughly examined, prompting him to instinctively retreat into the comforting confines of his attire. As Logic regained his focus and lowered the car window, the streets of the East District began to flourish, with the elongated Lincoln gliding into the dazzling Diamond District. Accompanied by a convoy of helicopters and an array of luxury sports cars, their ostentation was undeniable, even amidst the opulence of the Diamond District, attracting countless admiring glances. Seated within the vehicle, the assassin crocodile surveyed the towering skyscrapers and vibrant entertainment venues. The glimmering lights and intoxicating allure of the Diamond District, both captivating and elusive, were vividly reflected in his predatory eyes. Rubbing his chin, a sense of superiority welled up from within, and he coughed lightly, leaning back against the plush seat as he emulated the figure beside him, slicing a cigar for himself. As the fragrant smoke enveloped him, he took an epic drag, only to choke momentarily before carefully savoring a couple of puffs, releasing the smoke with a bemused yet playful expression that only a wretchedly affluent person might wear. Beside him, Logic, the death shooter, and the mud-faced companion exchanged disapproving glances. Assassin Crocodile, your descent into decadence is alarmingly swift. Amidst the gathering of luxury vehicles, the Lincoln came to a steady halt before an upscale restaurant. As the door swung open and a few disembarked, the assassin Crocodile abruptly hesitated, a look of apprehension crossing his face. Surely they won expel me? The opulence of the restaurant evoked memories of yesteryears, and in his satiated state, a wave of human insecurity washed over him. In times of hunger, he was defiant. Once fed, his spirit waned. Noticing his unease, Logic placed a reassuring hand on the crocodile's arm and countered, Assassin Crocodile, why do you think they previously dismissed you? The assassin Crocodile paused, pondering before responding. Because I lack American dollars and am a monster? Incorrect. Logic shook his head. The truth is far more straightforward. You failed to position yourself correctly. You are the consumer. They're the service providers. He gestured toward the upscale restaurant. Ultimately, wealth is merely an external possession. Confidence is the foundation of existence. Go forth with the utmost confidence in yourself and enter this establishment. Let us see if they treat you as they did before. Upon hearing this, the assassin Crocodile seemed invigorated, nodding emphatically before striding towards the restaurant's entrance. Logic had previously instructed Charlie to refrain from mentioning the assassin Crocodile in relation to this establishment and to prevent others from doing so. His reasoning was simple. Logic had always held disdain for the wretchedly wealthy, and as a self-proclaimed champion of socialism, he understood the importance of self-worth. Suddenly, the assassin Crocodile returned, collapsing onto the ground with a vacant expression, heart heavy with despair. Confidence had proven futile the moment he stepped inside. He was met with retreating patrons who hurriedly distanced themselves, several burly men brandishing firearms backing away nervously, seemingly oblivious to the friendly smile he had so painstakingly mustered. The assassin Crocodile's confidence lay in tatters as he sat there, contemplating the trajectory of his life. Luo Ji gazed skyward in silence, contemplating the harshness of the world and the fickleness of human nature. In this day and age, being unattractive is deemed a cardinal sin. Yet, accustomed to his own charm, he could not fathom the dire predicament of the grotesque assassin, unaware of the profound depths of society's obsession with beauty. Nevertheless, he knew how to rejuvenate a 600-pound alligator ensnared in self-doubt. Luo Ji snapped his fingers, prompting Charlie and several gang enforcers to promptly open the trunks of the elongated Lincoln and luxurious vehicles. A gust of wind surged forth, flinging open the doors of the upscale restaurant, causing patrons to emerge only to be bewilderingly showered by a rain of currency. The assassin, drawn by the scent of dollar bills, gradually rose, witnessing the hefty men who had just wielded firearms now scrambling on the ground to collect the scattered money. Instantly, his sorrow dissipated, and he strode confidently inside. Money possesses an almost magical quality. Regardless of the setbacks one endures, it has the power to restore confidence. Luo Ji, along with the death shooter and the mud-faced man, walked into the restaurant, their spirits buoyed by the monetary downpour. Chapter 19. She is a reserved woman in the opulent restaurant, nightclub, casino, and pool party. Luo Ji, the death shooter, and the mud-faced man guided the assassin through the Diamond District, reveling in its splendor. Transitioning from modesty to extravagance is a simple feat, but the reverse is fraught with difficulty. The assassin no longer wished to return to the days of scavenging in sewers for sustenance. After a day and night of indulgence, the assassin eagerly joined the organization, exhibiting enthusiasm akin to that of a 600-pound child. Integrating the assassin into their ranks came at a hefty price, with the remuneration exceeding that of the death shooter by several folds. Yet, Luo Ji deemed it a worthy investment, a well-deserved respite to alleviate the mounting pressures he had recently endured. After a day of rest, Luo Ji promptly resumed his original duties. Due to the widening chasm of social inequality, while the surface of conflict appeared stable, undercurrents were stirring, heralding a tempestuous calm before the storm. The formidable alliance between Falcone and the masked black brought renewed turbulence to the already tumultuous waters. Vessels of various sizes, still undecided on their allegiances, gravitated towards Falcone, whose influence expanded rapidly. On paper, his power had overtaken Luo Ji's. Speculators had begun to wager on which faction would ultimately emerge victorious, with stakes reportedly high. Currently, the majority placed their bets on Falcone, who, despite his advanced age, tirelessly engaged in business and actively recruited, his expansion rate astonishingly swift. In contrast, the Storm Hero's momentum had noticeably slowed. Luo Ji felt a sense of resignation. He had merely tempered his approach, not relinquishing his initial vigor. Moreover, armed with the advantage of his demonic essence, he could, at any moment, shatter Falcone, the masked black, and their minions into disarray. Yet he chose to wait, anticipating the emergence of an unknown force that would stir the waters, all the while amassing strength to ensure that when the time came, he would be ready to seize control. Currently, there are speculations regarding the waning fortune of the Storm Knight, while others ponder if he is merely biding his time for a grand revelation. A myriad of related information has surfaced in the newspapers, and the peculiar citizens of this bizarre city assert that as long as bullets do not strike their homes, they are most entertained by the news. Exposure signifies a rise in the metric of fear. Many criminals, harboring their trepidation towards the Storm Knight deep within, inadvertently encounter his name once more through news broadcasts, newspapers, or the conversations of others, thus contributing new increments to Logic's fear index. Although this fear, arising without direct confrontation, is minimal, it is still preferable to the absence of it. Several days have elapsed since the last lottery, and Logic is poised to accumulate more fear to unlock authority, reserving the remainder for a couple of lottery draws. Returning to the present, Killer Croc has become a loyal enforcer for the organization, his brute strength ever ready to be unleashed. Alongside Deadshot and Clayface, these three aberrations form a formidable combat force, though they are still in need of a female counterpart. With a meeting with Maroni imminent, Logic is unwilling to delay further. After tidying up at the Gotham Royal Hotel, he, Deadshot, Clayface, and Killer Croc set forth towards the Burnley district. Burnley, the urban center of Gotham, may not rival Diamond District in opulence, yet does not fall far behind. As dusk descends, in a restaurant known for its delectable cuisine, Logic and Deadshot sit together opposite an Asian woman, her face partially obscured by a mask, a long blade slung across her back. Clayface and Killer Croc occupy another table, the former having taken on human form while the latter is impeccably dressed, resembling a man rather than a reptile. Both, as a mud creature and a crocodile entity, would have been quite unsightly without some semblance of decorum, and Logic is concerned that their appearances might tarnish the first impression of the woman known as Katana. Indeed, seated before Logic and Deadshot is the formidable Katana, a woman of undeniable danger. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, her physical prowess at the pinnacle of human capability, and her swordsmanship unparalleled. Her weapon, a soul-stealing katana, ensnares the spirits of those slain by its edge. Notably, the spirit of her deceased husband resides within the blade. This is not a tale of domestic drama. The true murderer of her husband remains unknown to her, a fact that Logic recalls was once exploited by Amanda Waller to recruit her in the original narrative. Gotham is indeed a place of freedoms, where even a crocodile man can dine without drawing attention. Katana adopts a tactical recline, crossing her arms and casting a glance towards Killer Croc. From a psychological perspective, this gesture carries significant implications, subtly intended as a show of dominance. Logic does not perceive this, merely blinking and smiling subtly, remarking that the atmosphere is not as open as it seems. He has simply purchased the restaurant prior to his arrival. From a tactical standpoint, this smile is laden with meaning, serving as a veiled retort, yet Katana remains oblivious, letting out a cold scoff, silently cursing the affluent. Logic and Katana lock eyes, while Deadshot, feeling somewhat like a third wheel, rubs his forehead, sensing the electric tension between the two. As a superhero, Storm Knight, your subordinates exhibit remarkable diversity, the Swordmaster remarked nonchalantly. She is not a villain. Her characterization in the original work resembles that of an anti-hero, unperturbed by the act of eliminating evildoers. However, this woman does not engage in many flamboyant antics, rendering her unconventional status questionable. Her consent to meet with Logic was primarily due to the latter's promise to bring an end to the ongoing war, and according to the information she had gathered, he had indeed been making earnest efforts in that regard. The polarization between Storm Knight and Falcone is well known among the citizens of Gotham. Furthermore, Falcone had recently formed an alliance with the Yamaguchi clan, the largest Japanese gang in Gotham. Due to past experiences, the Swordmaster had devoted herself to eradicating Japanese gangs. With the Yamaguchi's alliance with Falcone, they had become increasingly formidable adversaries, and only by aligning with logic could she hope to eliminate the Yamaguchi. Moreover, the remuneration offered was substantial. With such resources, she could better pursue the true culprit behind her husband's death. Internally, the Swordmaster had already acquiesced to Logic's olive branch. But being a woman of reserve, she needed to assert her position before formally agreeing. Logic, discerning her mindset, mused that women are indeed troublesome. Yet, considering her appealing physique, he elaborated, "This is all for the greater good. Moreover, is this not a form of redemption? Ever since Mudface and Killer Croc joined our organization, they have forsaken their former criminal ways, dedicating themselves to dismantling Falcone and reducing bloodshed." Logic spoke eloquently, weaving one narrative after another. The Swordmaster listened, momentarily taken aback, her composed demeanor faltering as she adjusted her uniform sleeve and cleared her throat. "Ahem, I understand." She had no intention of prolonging the negotiation. Although the employer offered ample funds and possessed considerable strength, his thought process was rather peculiar, leaving her no opportunity to express her stance. After weighing her options internally, the Swordmaster nodded. "Everything will proceed as we previously agreed upon, employer." Upon observing her response, Logic finally ceased his incessant chatter, a smile gracing his face as he shook hands with the Swordmaster. "Welcome to the organization. Referring to me as employer feels too distant. Simply call me boss." Swordmaster. Chapter 20 is Storm Night's lightning truly that thick? In the garage adjacent to the manor on the outskirts of the East District, Logic and his team were making the final preparations for their meeting with Maroni. The Swordmaster, arms crossed, cast a sharp gaze over the brightly lit manor. The conflict among gangs is escalating, yet this estate remains untouched, a true testament to both power and wealth. The tall woman spoke to herself while caressing the hilt of her long blade, suddenly turning to inquire, "By the way, Logic, what is the name of the organization?" Logic paused at her question. He had just hung up the phone and had received new leads regarding the previously missing leader of the Latin United gang. "A name?" Logic furrowed his brow. "That is indeed an excellent question. He had never contemplated it. The organization's name is simply the organization," he replied dismissively, accustomed to the daily grind of organizational matters, with no immediate plans to bestow a name upon it. There was a distinct lack of suitable options. The name Storm Gang felt overly juvenile, reminiscent of elementary school antics. The katana-wielding individual wore an expression of utter disbelief. As she gazed at the luxurious car before her, she shifted the conversation. "Are you certain you wish to drive? As you mentioned, Maroni is aware of your impending arrival, and his intentions are far from benign. He may well lay in wait along your path." Logic spread his hands. "It's merely a personal habit. I always drive on weekends." "You truly are unafraid of potential danger," she remarked, to which the katana wielder shook his head. "I am the danger." With a narrowed gaze, Logic opened the car door and settled into the vehicle. Since assuming leadership, he had rarely engaged directly, and his hands itched for action, eager to see which fool would dare to present themselves as a target. Naturally, a primary motive was to instill a sense of fear, allowing him to indulge in a rewarding experience upon his return. As the leader entered the car, his companions, Death Shooter, Mudface, and Killer Croc, hesitated not, squeezing in beside him. The vintage luxury car left by Galanti exuded an air of nostalgia, boasting considerable horsepower as it swiftly departed the estate, heading towards Midtown Island in the Burnley district. Maroni's private residence was located on 3rd Avenue there, amidst the city center, which brims with resources, television stations, universities, parks, hospitals, and reservoirs, all with exceptionally convenient transportation options. Many middle-class individuals, unable to penetrate the affluent Diamond District, often opted for residence in this locale. Maroni, a seasoned scoundrel, had amassed a fortune through various illicit enterprises and owned several grand estates. This time, he had chosen to meet in Midtown Island for its understated elegance. Logic harbored little fondness for Maroni, viewing him as a ruthless, pretentious traditional mob leader. Once they met, he could unleash a well-deserved reprimand, one that any Gotham citizen would command. As the goddess of night donned her diamond-studded black gown draping the heavens, the lights of Midtown Island flickered to life. The luxurious vehicle glided through the commercial district, nearing the residential quarters. The surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, with logic at the wheel. Maintaining a steady pace. A cold breeze swept through, causing the sparse shrubs flanking the road to tremble, producing an eerie sound akin to crows flapping their wings. Logic rolled down the window and remarked, if all goes as expected, an event should transpire now. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as an RPG rocket soared through the air, slicing through the white vapor trail, heading straight for the windshield of the luxury vehicle. With a resounding bang, a flash of light erupted. The rocket traveled swiftly, but the bolt of lightning struck even faster, intercepting the projectile midair and resulting in a thunderous explosion that released a fireball, narrowly avoiding impact with the car. Logic swiftly exited the vehicle, and the other four, not daring to linger, abandoned the car and dispersed into combat readiness. Almost as the group steadied themselves, another rain of arrows descended. Death Shooter immediately raised his arms, firing metallic rounds from his wrist-mounted guns, accurately detonating every arrowhead. As the smoke cleared, four figures clad in streamlined technological armor emerged, ready for confrontation. Luo Ji fixed his gaze upon the four figures, one stout, one tall, one slender, and one female. Instantly, he grasped their roles. The stout one was undoubtedly the meat shield. The tall one was likely tasked with dealing damage. The slender figure served as an assassin for sneak attacks, and the woman was either a healer or a well-rounded combatant. Indeed, such roles were often depicted in films. After a moment of scrutiny, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered these four individuals in the original work, presumably dubbed the fearsome Four Assassins. A rather unremarkable name, suggestive of their vulnerability. Bang, bang, bang. The Death Shooter, terse and ruthless, raised his weapon and fired. The bullets cascaded forth like a barrage. The humanoid hornet's nest did not materialize. The woman at the forefront wielded two glowing blades, dancing gracefully as she deflected the incoming fire, her form untouched. Damn it! The Death Shooter cursed, realizing that not all bullets were intercepted. Several managed to pierce through the shimmering blade effects, striking the woman's armor, yet leaving no mark whatsoever. Luo Ji noted this peculiarity and felt intrigued. This armor seemed to hold a connection to him. The clamor of clashing blades subsided as the armored woman ceased her pretense, charging forward unshielded against the bullets. The Death Shooter prepared to switch weapons, but the samurai beside him furrowed his brow, stepping forward to intercept the woman's glowing blades with his own long sword. The killer croc let out a ferocious roar, primal instincts for slaughter ignited within him. His beastly gaze swept over the group, settling on the stout figure, and he charged with great strides. Meanwhile, the mud face shed its humanoid form, expanding to a height of 3 meters, with a left hand morphed into a hammer and the right into a blade, engaging the tall figure. Boom! A thunderous gunshot resounded as the Death Shooter switched to a specially crafted explosive round, striking the woman in the abdomen and erupting with fire, causing her to stagger back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, the samurai attacked, his long sword cleaving downward, but the woman, adrenaline surging, narrowly twisted to block with her blades, then executed a roll to the right, seeking refuge in the shadows to evade the incoming explosive round. The killer croc continued his furious assault, trading blows with the armored stout figure in a raw and primal display of violence, devoid of the elegance seen elsewhere, yet brimming with a visceral beauty. Their clash generated gusts of wind, the heavy impacts echoing with a dull thud, providing a striking visual spectacle. As for the mud face, hindered by the opponent's agility, his hardened mud hammer shattered the nearby streets without ever grazing the elusive target, resulting instead in several strikes against him. Enraged, the mud face split apart, forming 3 smaller versions of itself, each wielding mud axes and hammers aimed at the tall figure. In less than half a minute of engagement, save for Luo Ji and the slender assassin, the rest had devolved into chaotic melee. The armored slender figure blinked in disbelief, observing Luo Ji, enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity. What the hell? How did this turn into a 1v1 between me and the Storm Hero? This is not what was promised. And by the way, does the information say the Storm Hero's lightning is this thick? Can this armor withstand it? The slender figure felt a sense of unease, struggling to blend into the fray alongside his comrades. He stood ready for battle, casting a glance at the grinning logician, whose expression bore a hint of mischief. Chapter 21. This armor is fated for me, donned in armor. The slender man felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary, his heart racing as he swallowed hard. Fearful of being struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, he swiftly darted aside into the shadows. The narrow path by the residential area was secluded and tranquil, adorned with lush greenery, including numerous evergreen trees amidst the dense underbrush. As Logician had previously surmised, the slender man had fully invested in his assassin specialization, deftly evading detection with a series of serpentine maneuvers. Beyond the reach of the streetlights, the dim moonlight rendered visibility poor, allowing the slender man to conceal himself within the branches of a nearby tree. Logician intentionally refrained from pursuing him, his eyes glinting with a golden hue. With his acute perception, he discerned every detail of the surrounding landscape and quickly pinpointed the slender man crouching like a monkey on a branch. The reason for his delay was straightforward. The man was in a state of panic, continuously radiating fear since the onset. Eliminating him outright would be unwise. Logician aimed to maximize his gains and had intentions of extracting vital intelligence later. Additionally, he intended to observe the practical capabilities of his four subordinates. He scanned the chaotic street, where the Death Shooter and the Samurai, a male-female duo, engaged in combat, dispatching foes effortlessly. The armored woman among the assassins was holding her ground against their assaults, bolstered by her formidable armor, which had thus far prevented her defeat. Boom! The Death Shooter unleashed a barrage of explosive projectiles, forcing the woman to retreat behind a tree as flames erupted. Just as she prepared to counterattack, the Samurai's relentless strikes arrived, his long blade crashing against her neck with a resounding clash. The kinetic force swept over her, absorbed by her armor, allowing her to lower her stance and execute a sweeping kick aimed at destabilizing the Samurai's balance. Boom! Another explosive round sent the woman staggering back, her frustration boiling over. Despite her formidable gear, she found herself unable to retaliate effectively, her rhythm in battle thrown into disarray. It was evident that prolonging the conflict would likely lead to her downfall. Determined, she gritted her teeth, pivoting to seize two metallic spheres from her back, casting them forth. The spheres detonated, unleashing a deluge of radiant arrows that surged toward both the Death Shooter and the Samurai, as they were preoccupied with the rain of arrows. The woman seized the opportunity to launch a renewed assault while assessing the battlefield. The most resilient of their group, a stout man, was embroiled in a melee with a humanoid crocodile, the latter sustaining significant injuries, yet swiftly mending itself, continuing to throw punches as if unscathed. The outcome of the confrontation between the man and the crocodile remained indeterminate, while the situation for the tall figure looked dire. The creature known as the Mudface transformed from 3 into 5, turning the originally one-on-one confrontation into a shameful mob fight, with the tall individual at a disadvantage. As for the scrawny one, where on earth had this fool gone? Due to the influence behind her, the woman was aware that the scrawny one would not flee. Yet his sudden disappearance still left her in a state of unease. Observing that the rain of arrows had temporarily detained the Death Archer and the Samurai blade, a surge of anger ignited within her as she prepared to launch a stealthy assault, when a bolt of lightning unexpectedly struck from above. Crackle! The woman was enveloped in electric light, momentarily dancing in place before regaining her composure once the arrow barrage ceased. Be cautious. Do not damage the armor. It possesses significant research value, Logic exclaimed, feeling a peculiar connection to the armor. The four trinkets were momentarily taken aback. How could they eliminate the foes within the armor without damaging it? Was it possible to strike from distance? Aim for the face. There is no need to preserve the helmet armor, Logic added. The Death Archer, Mudface, the Killer Crocodile, and the Samurai Blade understood and altered their combat strategy, launching rapid attacks aimed at the enemy's heads. As Logic's words fell, his divine sight caught sight of the scrawny one in the shadows, drawing his bow to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, a fierce gust erupted, causing the trees in the vicinity to sway violently. The scrawny one, now under scrutiny, was swept off his feet by the raging winds. Logic dashed into the darkness, the surroundings illuminated as if it were broad daylight under his divine sight. He approached the scrawny one, who, rising to retaliate, turned his dagger in a serpentine manner to strike. Logic raised his hand to suppress him. concentrating the ferocious wind pressure into a single point, resting heavily upon the scrawny one. Debris and mud swirled within a 1-meter radius around the scrawny one, as the sheer force of the wind, though seemingly harmless, became an invisible hammer upon compression. The scrawny one was rendered immobile, his glowing dagger frozen in midair, ensnared by the wind pressure. "Did Moroni send you?" Logic inquired, only to immediately refute his own question. "No, if that old fool Moroni had you four as his subordinates, he would have turned that black-masked troublemaker into a meat sandwich long ago." The strength of the armor worn by the four was astonishing. Even the Death Archer's explosive rounds could only force them back, failing to penetrate their defenses. In an ordinary gang conflict, they could maneuver with impunity. Suddenly, the scrawny one let out a loud shout, his right arm's armor emanating a green light as it forcibly pierced through the wind pressure, carving a genuine vacuum path toward Logic. The fierce wind surged, and Logic, swift as ever, sidestepped the oncoming force, his interest intensifying. He activated his divine sight, scrutinizing the entirety of the scrawny one's armor, attempting to study its inner structure, yet his vision remained fixated on the surface. The failure of his X-ray vision did not dishearten Logic. Rather, it exhilarated him. Though only a mere fraction of the Storm and Thunderlord's authority had been unlocked, the divine sight it provided was already capable of penetrating most objects, unless they were enchanted. The DC universe is rife with the presence of magic, flourishing in a myriad of forms, with a plethora of sorcerers emerging in abundance, posing an insurmountable challenge. The sudden appearance of these four extraordinary beings is likely linked to the unseen forces stirring the tumultuous waters of Gotham. The conspiracy behind the gang war seems to have unveiled a clue, leading Logic to believe that this venture is not in vain. As he casts a more menacing glance at the Thin Man, the latter, feeling the weight of that gaze, is gripped by unease as the violent winds envelop him. Once again, a green light emanates from him, enabling his movement, albeit at a significantly reduced speed. The Thin Man fights back with desperation, his dagger glowing fiercely with green light, launching forward with a sharp, explosive sound. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes, illuminating the surroundings with blinding white light. As the incessant thunder transforms into plasma upon hitting the dagger, subjecting it to extreme temperatures that cause it to melt away. "Bloody hell!" the Thin Man exclaims, staring at Logic in disbelief. The Storm Hero's powers described in the intelligence reports do not match this reality. Wasn't it said that he could only briefly summon a thin bolt of lightning and stir a breeze that might rattle furniture? What then accounts for this molten metal, the massive lightning that cleaved through the air for several seconds, and the fierce winds that uprooted the very trees around them? The Thin Man's composure shatters, prompting him to retreat to the heart of the battlefield in search of his allies, realizing that continuing a 1v1 confrontation would lead to his demise. His armor bursts forth with green light as he struggles against the wind pressure to move forward. Logic, of course, is not inclined to let his opponent escape easily and pursues him without delay. He estimates that the GCPD and Batman are likely en route, deciding it is time to conclude this encounter. Chapter 22. The Pillars of Thunder. On a secluded street, the Thin Man, aglow with green light, braves the furious winds to return to the battlefield, shouting, "Damn it, stop the 1v1. Everyone, group up." However, his voice is lost in the howling winds, leaving his teammates only able to see his lips moving without comprehending his intentions. Group up. The Thin Man's mental state deteriorates as the wind compresses and envelopes him, exerting pressure akin to being thrown into the depths of the ocean. With a crash, lightning strikes, and the Thin Man, already barely standing, is knocked to the ground, trembling violently. Once he regains his composure, a sense of despair overwhelms him. In a fit of rage, he lashes out but cannot devise a solution to the predicament. Meanwhile, the armored woman, initially exhilarated by the Thin Man's return, is caught off guard as her ally is felled within mere moments of entering the fray. Stunned, she is swiftly targeted by a katana, suffering multiple strikes that send her flying. The Death Archer swiftly follows up with several explosive rounds, igniting the air in a series of fiery detonations as the woman, resembling a marionette with severed strings, crashes through branches and into the mud. Thanks to her extraordinarily resilient helmet, she shakes off the impact, rising again like the rubber man beside her. She casts a cold gaze over the battlefield, noting that the thin man is temporarily incapacitated, a lamb awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, the stout man continues to engage in a fierce exchange with the assassin crocodile, delivering punches and kicks with ferocity, sending one opponent flying while slamming another into the ground. Like a turn-based fighting game, the current situation reveals no clear advantage for either side. The tall figure is surrounded and mercilessly beaten by 5 mud-faced foes, finding themselves in a dire predicament, having been driven into the asphalt, relying solely on their armor to endure, while the armor still holds for the moment. Continuing to withstand such onslaught is futile and devoid of purpose. The woman swiftly assesses the situation in her mind and ultimately resolves to unleash a powerful move. Unite. No more solitary battles. As soon as she utters these words, a vibrant green light envelopes her, repelling the incoming explosive projectiles with a force that emanates from her newfound strength. The lanky adversary, hearing only the rush of wind, fails to grasp her intent. Yet the eruption of green light from her armor speaks volumes. Fortunately, her allies are not fools. This encounter has resulted in a significant defeat, with the cause being a critical intelligence failure. Initially, they believed the storm hero to be merely somewhat formidable, but not overwhelmingly so, capable of withstanding the slender lightning and ordinary winds described in their reports. In reality, however, the opponent unleashed a thunderous strike as thick as an arm, rendering them immobile, with the armor barely keeping them alive. Furthermore, the ordinary winds transformed into a ferocious tempest, pressing down upon him, making it difficult to even lift his head. It appears this individual wields these abilities without any cool-down period. How can one combat such an overwhelming force? It surpasses all expectations. Moreover, the supervillain known as Mudface was only reported to have shape-shifting abilities, with no mention of the capacity to split into 5 entities. While one could manage a 1v2 situation, everyone else was caught in 1v1 confrontations, only to suddenly face a 5v1 onslaught. Utterly unreasonable. Though the armor is resilient, it is not invincible. Prolonged engagement would lead to certain doom. A change in strategy is imperative. The lanky figure bursts forth in a brilliant green light, laughing maniacally as they break free from the tempest, rising into the air under the guidance of the glowing aura. Meanwhile, the portly companion battling the killer croc, along with the tall figure besieged by 5 mud faces, also radiate green light and ascend into the sky simultaneously. The tide of battle shifts abruptly. Without a command from logic, the Death Shooter, Mudface, Killer Croc, and Samurai Blade, all well-trained, refrain from acting impulsively, instead regrouping around their employer. Is this a combined technique? Logic speculates, discreetly sending forth a golden thread into the higher skies. It certainly appears so. Samurai Blade gazes upward, his long blade humming as if echoing the wails of lost souls. What to do? I can't fly. Killer Croc massages his shoulders, feeling the torn flesh gradually mending. The humanoid crocodile is weary, his stomach grumbling, having sustained significant injuries during his skirmish with the portly one, and the restoration of his wounds has drained considerable energy. After uttering these words, Killer Croc produces an energy bar from seemingly nowhere and begins to chew. They have converged. Mudface observes the 4 humanoid green lights in the sky, while the 5 split mud faces have reformed into one. Should I shoot them down? Death Shooter inquires. For reasons unknown, the 4 mercenaries do not appear flustered in response to the enemy's unusual maneuver. Upon deeper examination, the likely reason for the overwhelming confidence of this mercenary lies in the formidable prowess of his employer. As they stood together, a golden flash streaked across the sky, only to vanish in an instant, while the thin clouds partially veiling the crescent moon swelled rapidly into dense blackness, exuding an oppressive weight reminiscent of a celestial collapse. The dark clouds churned, crackling with lightning that surged within, igniting the vacuum and producing a series of explosive sounds. Faced with the unknown fusion technique of the enemy, Luo Ji dared not be complacent and similarly opted to unleash his ultimate move. He raised his right hand, pointing towards the heavens, and with a resounding thunder from above, azure arcs of electricity leapt from his body. The 4 companions who had been by his side coughed discreetly and stepped back, clearly aware that their employer was about to showcase his prowess. The saying, when gods clash, mortals suffer, may not have been known to them. Yet the essence of the truth was not lost on them. A resounding boom echoed as, amidst the thick clouds above, a colossal pillar of lightning began to take form, aimed directly at the four merging green lights. Luo Ji had directed the tempestuous power of the thunderstorm toward the lightning column, which gradually swelled in size. When it reached a diameter of over 5 meters, he gently clasped his hands, causing the pillar to contract sharply, compressed to a mere meter in width. The intense heat scorched the air, producing a sound akin to popcorn magnified 100-fold. A blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, and the sheer spectacle of the moment was undeniably breathtaking. The figures of green light, suspended in midair, visibly faltered and hastened their fusion. Although the move, unleashed after their fusion, would possess immense power, its preparation time was longer than anticipated, and they had not originally intended to employ such a technique. However, due to significant intelligence discrepancies regarding the opponent's capabilities, they found themselves compelled to attempt such a drastic maneuver. Luo Ji, understanding that the longer the casting time, the greater the resulting power, was determined not to grant them the luxury of time. Estimating the moment was right. He concentrated his thoughts and guided the towering lightning pillar downward with a thunderous crash. Boom! The blinding lightning engulfed everything, turning the night as bright as day, as the pillar seared through the vacuum and struck the four figures of green light with a deafening roar. The green light was obliterated in the searing radiance of the lightning, and the visible shock wave sent nearby trees swaying at odd angles. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Luo Ji skillfully manipulated the thunder to penetrate the armor of the four individuals, ensuring it did not seep in excessively. As the lightning column dissipated, the four figures plummeted from the sky like dumplings, landing with a series of thuds. Under Luo Ji's meticulous control, they were rendered entirely incapacitated yet alive, leaving just enough breath for interrogation before their ultimate demise. Chapter 23. The ingenious use of the soul-reaping katana. Gotham, Burnley District, Midtown Island. Luo Ji personally drove, accompanied by his entourage, traversing the frigid streets until the brilliantly illuminated private mansion of Moroni came into view. After the fearsome quartet had been incapacitated, Luo Ji employed a whirlwind to transport them to a distant rooftop for interrogation. As lightning struck down, the four individuals remained resolute, refusing to divulge any information, defiantly challenging their captors to kill them directly, dismissing the notion of interrogation as a mere game for the weak. By chance, Luo Ji had no intention of continuing the interrogation, for his benevolent nature made him averse to inflicting torment upon others. Thus, he entrusted this formidable task to the death shooter, who reluctantly took to the challenge, albeit with trepidation. Raising his fist, he feared that a mere punch might result in self-injury. A fiery explosive round was discharged, causing the tall figure to emit a token cry upon impact. The armor proved exceedingly resilient, defying penetration. Although its defensive capabilities had diminished following the earlier lightning strike, it remained formidable. Truth be told, Luo Ji had initially held a keen interest in these sets of armor, as such robust shells were a rarity. However, upon realizing that the release of their ultimate abilities required an extensive preparation time, his intrigue shifted to disdain. Unless accompanied by allies to absorb the fire, they were mere targets. Moreover, it appeared that movement was restricted during the build-up to their powerful attacks. At that moment, amidst the resounding thunder, the four stood in silence, leading one to wonder just how impenetrable their forms truly were. Furthermore, who could discern whether these armors had been tampered with by foes? The creation of such remarkably potent armor, blending magic and technology, suggested a high likelihood of sabotage, perhaps with self-detonation mechanisms or tracking systems embedded within. After contemplating these factors, Luo Ji had initially intended to destroy or dispose of the armors. Yet the potent magical aura emanating from them reminded him of a notorious figure, John Constantine, a scoundrel renowned in the magical realm. This individual was infamous for his duplicitous nature, and Luo Ji surmised that he would likely encounter him in future magical incidents. While Constantine was no friend, his possession of numerous wondrous artifacts could prove advantageous. If an opportunity arose, perhaps these four armors could be exchanged for something of value. Luo Ji weighed the feasibility of this idea, considering Constantine's cunning nature, which would undoubtedly lead him to exploit any advantage. However, he was no fool himself. His own would hopefully prevent him from being outmaneuvered. He remained undecided. oscillating between the notion of eliminating such a scoundrel upon meeting him and the realization that many significant magical events would require Constantine to act as a buffer. He resolved to defer this decision, recognizing that, regardless, these formidable armors must be preserved but kept at a distance. Concealing them in a hidden wilderness seemed prudent, accompanied by discreet surveillance to monitor their safety. Returning to the matter at hand, the Death Shooter remarked on the extraordinary resilience of the opponent's armor, suggesting that the assassin crocodile replace him, as the latter was sharp-witted and likely to extract useful intelligence. The assassin crocodile promptly shoved aside the Death Shooter and, with a wide maw, lunged forward to bite. Crack! The sharp teeth shattered upon impact, and the assassin crocodile retreated, clutching its mouth. Though the scattered fragments of teeth could regenerate, the pain was undeniably real. Logic furrowed his brow, refraining from allowing the Mudface and the samurai blade to engage in further futile attempts. He summoned the thunder once more, merging it into plasma that scorched the armor on the thin man's face. The plasma continued to sear, and Logic procured a collection of miniature explosives from the Death Shooter. The helmets adorning the heads of the four were transparent, and although they remained extraordinarily resilient, they were generally more fragile than other parts. The previous lightning strikes had particularly targeted this area, significantly diminishing its defensive attributes. Logic unleashed a relentless barrage upon the transparent visors, the plasma crackling and sizzling, eventually dismantling the visors after considerable effort. What followed was a formal interrogation, akin to the familiar exchange of threats. I have the power behind me that can make your life a living hell, and if you remain silent, I will ensure you experience that hell. This was accompanied by continuous electric shocks. During this, Logic made a call to Moroni, informing him of a slight delay due to traffic, before resuming the electric onslaught. As he continued, he noticed the thin man's expression growing increasingly peculiar, prompting Logic to halt, fearing that the adversary might awaken some strange attribute that turned suffering into pleasure. Ultimately, it was the samurai blade who conceived a clever idea. She pierced the thin man's neck with her soul-stealing sword, and upon his demise, his soul was drawn into the blade. The samurai summoned the thin man's spirit, declaring that the forces behind him could no longer torment him, and demanded he divulge the information. Otherwise, she would commence the ravaging of his soul. This tactic proved to be ingenious, leaving the thin man devoid of reasons for silence, and he divulged all that he knew. The puppeteer behind Gotham's bloody struggles was none other than Raison Augu, the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Raison Augu was an immortal who had lived for over 7 centuries, sustained by periodic immersion in the pool of Lazarus. He possessed immense power and was cunning, with minions dispersed across the globe. Attributing the onset of Gotham's gang wars to him seemed reasonable. However, Logic did not believe he was the true mastermind. The strength of that armor was simply too extraordinary, imbued with an exceptionally potent magical aura. Although Raison had roamed the dark underbelly of the world for 7 centuries, becoming a polymath in various martial arts and fields such as mathematics and astronomy, he had also acquired a fair amount of sorcery. Nevertheless, magic not only depended on innate talent, but was also perilous. Raison was likely aware of this. In the original narrative, his magical prowess was somewhat competent but not extensive, and he was almost entirely unversed in orthodox spells, often resorting to close combat with Batman. Most of his knowledge lay in obscure sorcery, suitable for underhanded schemes but inadequate for direct confrontation. Though Logic's divine vision could not penetrate the armor, he could discern the richness of the magical aura surrounding it. Raison Augu, unless he had stumbled upon the legacy of an ancient master, could not have crafted such armor on his own. Who then provided assistance? One question answered led to a cascade of new inquiries, leaving Logic's mind in turmoil, craving more clues. After tormenting the thin man's soul with fervor, the latter howled in agony, proclaiming that this was all he knew. The lead had faltered, yet Luo Ji remained undeterred, resolved to continue gathering other clues and accumulating strength to face the unknown adversary. After vanquishing the notorious quartet of assassins, the group returned to their vehicle, proceeding as initially planned towards Moroni's private mansion. Presently, the luxury car came to a halt in the shadows by the roadside, across which stood the brightly lit vintage residence. Luo Ji opened the car door and alighted, flanked by 4 companions who served as his entourage. He picked up his phone and dialed Moroni's number, Moroni, I have arrived. Do you recall our agreement? Let us avoid bringing too many subordinates to maintain cordiality. We shall simply converse, dine, and discuss business. I am currently on the third floor of your house. I assure you, only a few servants are present to attend to cleaning and cooking. Moroni's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing it, Luo Ji activated his enhanced vision, revealing the mansion teeming with armed henchmen, including several familiar adversaries. That is splendid. Luo Ji remarked, I shall come to find you. Chapter 24. Unleashing a grand move before combat within Moroni's private mansion. Luo Ji stood alone in the conference room on the third floor, facing the smiling Sal Moroni, one of Gotham's most infamous crime lords. Moroni, I believe we agreed to refrain from bringing henchmen, Luo Ji remarked, eyeing the 5 bodyguards lurking behind Moroni. These henchmen had initially concealed themselves in the shadows, only now revealing their presence. The mansion was filled with armed enforcers, albeit temporarily hidden. Luo Ji perceived everything clearly with his enhanced vision, but chose not to disclose his awareness. These are merely my servants, Moroni replied with a smile. It is quite reasonable for me to require a few personal attendants for my daily living and meals. Wouldn't you agree? Servants armed with guns? Luo Ji inquired. Considering my standing, it is entirely normal for my servants to be armed, Moroni responded with a grin, masking his inner irritation. He was no fool. He understood that Luo Ji could not truly attend alone, and his solitary appearance signified but one possibility. His henchmen remained hidden, internally cursing the old fox's cunning. Moroni maintained an outwardly charitable demeanor. This is a necessary precaution. Moreover, in Gotham these days, possessing a firearm does not constitute the armed presence we discussed. So this is what they mean in Gotham. Luo Ji feigned enlightenment, nodding in agreement. How fortuitous. I too have a few unarmed personal attendants waiting outside, fearing to disrupt the peace. Your insight has made me realize they could indeed join us. As Moroni's puzzled expression deepened, Luo Ji snapped his fingers. A crackle echoed from the ceiling as a circular section was severed, and the death shooter plummeted to the ground with a thud. This is the death shooter. Armed with but 2 guns, hardly qualifies as armed, Luo Ji elucidated. Bang! The window shattered as Killer Croc made a dramatic entrance, stepping through the broken glass. This is Killer Croc. The poor child doesn't even possess a firearm, Luo Ji remarked, patting the latter on the arm. Click! On the left wall of the room, several fissures had appeared, causing a section of the wall to collapse and revealing an opening in the shape of a door. The samurai and the mudman entered through this gap. The samurai, armed solely with a cold weapon, was accompanied by the unarmed mudman. Logic shook his head, remarking, Moroni, my servant pales in comparison to yours. Please forgive me. Moroni's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, this is utter nonsense. The death shooter, the Killer Croc, the samurai, and the mudman. Aside from that woman, they are all notorious assassins from the dark underworld. Just one of them could effortlessly eliminate the henchman behind me. Cold sweat beaded on Moroni's forehead as he silently wiped it away. Logic sensed that Moroni had provided 2 seconds of fear, after which he no longer felt afraid. He squinted, realizing that Moroni must be contemplating the henchman hidden within the mansion, straightening his back once more. However, the 5 henchmen behind Moroni continued to contribute to the atmosphere of dread, justifying the dramatic entrance Logic had orchestrated. He understood, well, that the principle of accumulating small amounts to create a larger effect was not merely about appearing cool with sudden entrances. All right then, Moroni blinked and calmly stated. Having been a prominent figure in Gotham's underworld for some time, he had developed a resilient heart, managing to maintain his composure. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open, and several armed henchmen rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Without direct orders, most of the henchmen converged from various corners of the mansion, gathering outside the door. If the first few who entered sensed trouble, everyone would charge in. Everything is fine. You may leave, Moroni promptly instructed, aware that the conflict had yet to erupt and there was no need for haste. He wanted to hear if Logic had anything further to say, hoping for some valuable information. As a gang leader, patience was a required virtue. Once his men withdrew, Moroni smiled, commenting, these henchmen have a rather rough approach. They'll get used to it. After saying this, he glanced at the damaged ceiling, windows, and walls, his tone turning cold as he inquired, why allow your servants in if it results in the destruction of my home? Logic, upon hearing this, offered an apologetic smile, replying, coincidentally, My servants also possess a rather rough approach. They will get used to it. The familiar phrase, which he had just uttered, caused Moroni's face to flush with anger, making it abundantly clear that there was no intention of conducting business amicably. Moroni's expression fluctuated between anger and apprehension. He had recently suffered significant setbacks due to the damned Black Mask and Falcone's collaboration, and he had no desire for further conflict. His original plan was to conceal as many henchmen as possible within the mansion. If logic arrived and business could be conducted smoothly, he intended to negotiate first and then execute a cunning plan afterward. However, if negotiations fell apart from the outset, regardless of how many henchmen the opposition brought, they would undoubtedly be outnumbered by those he had hidden. Moreover, with the supervillains he had hired at great expense, he could deal a substantial blow to his adversaries. The adage fortune favors the bold rings true, particularly in light of Moroni's relentless targeting by Falcone and the Masked Man, which has severely diminished his power. He understands that without a decisive counterattack, he risks perishing in this conflict. Thus, he resorts to desperate measures, setting his sights on logic. The latter is known for his audacious maneuvers, capable of stirring up a mere breeze, yet he commands a formidable cadre of supervillains, whose combined strength is truly formidable. If the adversary refuses to engage in negotiations, then let us forego pleasantries and turn the tables. Just as Moroni is poised to unleash his fury, logic unexpectedly raises his arm and interjects, "Hold on. Allow me to demonstrate a grand move." No sooner had he spoken than a tempest erupted within the room, enveloping the entire mansion in its ferocious grip. The howling winds pierced the eardrums as logic, in a fleeting moment, escalated the wind's speed to its utmost limit. The violent storm spiraled inward, a culmination of his previous experiments in the estate's office, where he had gauged the wind's potential with mere flicks of his wrist. Now, he unleashed his full power. Golden threads danced amidst the gale, intensifying its ferocity as the inward spiraling winds transformed into a 100-meter tornado, ensnaring Moroni's opulent residence. Thunderous roars accompanied the tempest, with lightning following in rapid succession. The tornado collapsed inward, the fierce winds intermingling with electric currents, swiftly rending the outer layer of the mansion asunder. In an instant, debris flew, wooden planks scattered, steel nails and marble soared into the air, as the entire structure succumbed to the tornado's relentless assault. The roof was violently torn away, leaving Moroni and his henchmen, as well as several supervillains, utterly dumbfounded. Who, among the virtuous, unleashes such a formidable attack before engaging in battle? The likes of Deathshot and his companions stood frozen, their minds tumultuous, until they cautiously inched closer to logic, wary of the aftermath of the grand display. As the tornado continued its inward collapse, the roof was reduced to fragments. The surrounding walls shredded into pieces that ascended skyward, leaving the mansion as nothing more than a skeletal frame, which was soon obliterated as well. All of Moroni's henchmen were either dead or gravely injured, with only a few supervillains remaining, their astonishment palpable as they entered a battle-ready state. The howling winds, upon reaching Logic and his cohort, softened, gently guiding them to a safe landing. Chapter 25. Always finding new tricks, the tornado, laced with arcs of lightning, surged forth, dismantling Moroni's lavish estate into countless fragments. A plethora of wooden debris was reduced to sawdust, while steel and concrete splattered in all directions, turning the once pristine lawn into a chaotic scene, riddled with dark chasms. Moroni's residence was strategically located in a secluded area, chosen with care. Considering his status as a crime lord, there were few neighbors, necessitating passage along a narrow, winding path. The tornado arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, scattering the remnants of the mansion across the landscape, transforming the area into a battlefield reminiscent of World War II before evaporating into nothingness. The previous bolts of lightning, coupled with the tornado's fury, had finally drained Logic's reservoir of natural power. A golden thread shot into the sky, automatically heading towards the nearest area plagued by inclement weather to recharge itself. At present, he could only manipulate a single strand of divine power, rendering it impossible to simultaneously catalyze a grand spell here, while sending another strand to energize from afar. Typically, when preparing to activate his divine sight or unleash a powerful attack, Logic would summon back the divine power stationed at his estate to prevent it from being pilfered. only to return it afterward. This proved somewhat cumbersome, and he envisioned a time when his authority would expand to allow him to divide his divine power into multiple strands. Not only could he place one strand at the estate and another at his side, but he could also secure one above Lake Maracaibo. Nestled in central Venezuela, Lake Maracaibo is renowned for being the location with the highest frequency of lightning strikes globally, making it a most suitable site for recharging. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, without a portable charger, Logic estimated that a mere 5,000th of his authority should suffice for the forthcoming battle. It also presented an opportunity to test the might of the demon-repelling Sacred Flame. This mythical shotgun had yet to see combat, having only undergone a few target practice sessions. To return to the main narrative, Logic commenced the battle by unleashing a powerful attack, resulting in heavy casualties among all of Moroni's ordinary henchmen, thus generating a substantial amount of fear and eliminating any immediate threats. The remaining supervillains, caught in the recent lightning tornado, could only strive to protect themselves. As for Moroni, he survived in a state of bewilderment, as Logic had chosen to spare him. Although severely weakened by the successive blows from Falcone and the Black Mask, Moroni still possessed considerable resources. Unlike Galante, seizing control of his faction would require considerable maneuvering. After the battle, Logic anticipated needing Moroni's assistance and could eliminate him afterward if necessary. He intended to appoint Charlie as Moroni's successor, subsequently subordinating him to his command. After all, if he were to acquire a female secretary, Charlie would no longer need to linger in his office daily. As the tornado dissipated and the howling subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The samurai, clutching his weapon tightly, took a deep breath and stood beside the death shooter, speaking in a strangely hushed tone. "I have but one question. Why did the employer hire us?" "He claimed to lack a sense of security and requested our presence for support," replied the death shooter. Momentarily taken aback, the samurai fell silent at this revelation. The two surveyed the surrounding devastation, incredulous that such destruction could be wrought by human hands. The nearby assassin, Crocodile, and the Mudface shared similar sentiments, both profoundly astonished. Each time they believed they had acclimated to their employer's ostentatious displays, he would unveil a new spectacle. Logic, noticing the peculiar expressions of the four trinkets nearby, felt a twinge of helplessness. Though he preferred to remain understated, reality often compelled him to act contrary to his inclinations. Just moments ago, while confronting Moroni in the mansion, Logic pondered how to instill fear in all those within the house. After much contemplation, I could not devise an effective strategy. The reason is simple. I have been overly kind since childhood and lack the ability to intimidate others. However, recent circumstances have forced me to adopt a facade too many times. I have learned the art of pretense, shifting my focus from instilling fear to mastering the craft of bravado. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Summoning a tornado would be quite effective. After all, the act of ostentation inherently evokes fear in adversaries. I found myself relishing this newfound sensation of intimidation, which is a rather troubling inclination. I must be cautious to avoid moral decline. As my thoughts wandered, I quickly reined them in. The battle was not yet over, and I could not afford to be complacent. After a moment of bewilderment, Moroni realized he had survived, grateful for fate's intervention, and immediately bellowed at the hired villains nearby. "Double everyone's pay." This simple command proved far more effective than an hour-long impassioned speech, and several supervillains sprang back into action. Initially caught in a dilemma, they soon deduced that the adversary had ceased summoning tornadoes, likely due to a cool-down period. Seizing the moment, they resolved to fight for triple compensation. The previous tornado, accompanied by lightning and propelled debris, had not spared them. They bore the marks of battle. One, severely injured, had a bruised face, a swollen head, and blood streaming from his legs and shoulders. Ordinary madmen might have fled in fear, but as graduates of Arkham, injuries only ignited their ferocity. I summoned a gust of wind to hurl Moroni away, preventing him from being crushed by the residual chaos of the battle. Casting a cold glance at the villains Moroni had recruited, I noted they were no mere amateurs. First among them was a skeleton engulfed in green flames, reminiscent of the cheap, full legendary advertisements. His true name was Alex Sartorius, transformed into this form after a catastrophic explosion during an inspection of a dangerously substandard radiation facility. An insatiable fury burned within him. He called himself Dr. Phosphor. The radiation not only altered his appearance, but also endowed him with superhuman abilities, boasting of a radiation power equivalent to 5 million degrees of thermal sand. Flames perpetually enveloped him, though alas, no fiery plume crowned his head. Otherwise, he could easily cosplay as a green version of the Ghost Rider. Dr. Phosphor was formidable, capable of generating toxic gas and radiation, as well as emitting waves of green energy. He warranted careful handling. Next was the electrocutioner, known as Jack Gruber, who had honed his skills in Arkham Asylum. Renowned for its exceptional talent pool, Arkham produced graduates of remarkable caliber. The electrocutioner grinned menacingly, his body adorned with flickering electrical devices, his fists crackling with energy. To his left stood the tattooed man, known as Abel Tarrant, whose unique ability allowed his deadly tattoos to animate and serve him in battle. Tattooed individuals ought to be wary of potential abduction by the otaku enthusiasts of the two-dimensional realm. Standing beside the tattooed figure is a bald man, Victor Zash, a notorious exhibitionist from Gotham. His peculiar obsession compels him to carve a mark into his own flesh with each life he extinguishes. And judging by the myriad of wounds adorning his body, one could assert, barring any secretive embellishments to his tally, that he has claimed countless victims. In simpler terms, he is nothing more than a lunatic and a fool, a permanent fixture at Arkham Asylum. The antagonist Firefly hovers in the air. His true name is Theodore Carson, a pyromaniac since childhood who experiences an incessant itch unless he ignites something daily, as if ants were crawling beneath his skin. Lastly, there is the Snowman, an obscure and antiquated villain known as Klaus Christoph. Born in the Himalayas, he is a hybrid of man and snowman, endowed with superhuman strength and the ability to emit freezing radiation. He stands as one of Batman's adversaries and has, in the original works, been affiliated with the Freeze Squad, a collective of villains, each possessing cryogenic abilities. In a moment of clarity, Logic swiftly assesses the situation, commanding 4 of his accomplices to confront the electrocutioner, Zash, Firefly, and the tattooed man, while he himself prepares to face Dr. Phosphorus and the Snowman. Chapter 26. The maiden combat of the demon-repelling Sacred Flame, your whirlwind of power, is astonishing. Dr. Phosphorus sneers at Logic, charging forward as he speaks. However, before he can finish, a bolt of lightning strikes down, directly hitting Phosphorus' green cranium. The latter's body stiffens, and he exhales a plume of smoke. Logic, uninterested in idle chatter, advances with speed, creating a gust of wind that propels him to Dr. Phosphorus' side, where he produces a shotgun seemingly from thin air. Demon-repelling Sacred Flame. The silver barrel and wooden grip exude a formidable presence, with each bullet infused with a wrath aimed at malevolent beings. With the gun aimed at his head, Dr. Phosphorus suddenly feels a wave of disarray, as if confronted by an unfathomable terror. The unrelenting fury emanating from the weapon not only instills dread in creatures of darkness, but also unnerves ordinary individuals in close proximity. In a panic, Phosphorus channels his green flames to surge, and with a forceful stomp of his skeletal leg, he attempts to evade the impending threat, only to be struck by further bolts of lightning, rendering him immobile once more. Bang! Logic pulls the trigger, and the muzzle of the demon-repelling Sacred Flame erupts in brilliant fire, with bullets cascading forth in a torrent of wrath, colliding with Dr. Phosphorus in a tremendous roar. The impact sends Phosphorus hurtling through the air, akin to a stone skipping across a muddy surface. The once flaring green flames enveloping his body are extinguished in an instant, leaving only a few feeble embers flickering. Though his nervous system is devoid of the capacity to feel pain, the abrupt onslaught inflicts a profound discomfort upon Dr. Phosphorus, compelling him to unleash a furious roar. The skeletal figure struggles to rise, and the radiation of 500,000 degrees of hot sand begins to mend his injuries. Once again, green flames envelop him, yet he refrains from launching another reckless assault as before. Luo Ji was quite satisfied with the power of the exorcism Sacred Flame. Although Dr. Lin had a terrifying appearance, he was not truly a creature of the demonic kind. The furious shockwave from the exorcism Sacred Flame did not target Dr. Lin, yet its release still generated an impressive amount of force, sending the latter flying several dozen meters away. This firearm did not come with supplementary ammunition. Luo Ji was using ordinary shotgun shells, and achieving such performance was already commendable. He rotated the gun, swiftly reloaded, and was about to press the attack when a sudden rush of wind caught his attention. The Yeti, towering at 2 meters, its body cloaked in ice and snow. With eyes glowing red and fangs bared, it raised its right fist, poised to strike. Electric arcs crackled around Luo Ji, as his lightning armor instinctively coalesced into a fist to counter the Yeti's assault. A cacophony of sound erupted as the Yeti's punch momentarily halted before continuing its relentless advance. Luo Ji raised an eyebrow, taking advantage of the brief pause to evade and unleash a tentative bolt of lightning from his palm. The Yeti howled in response to the electric strike, but seemed largely unfazed, pivoting to face Luo Ji with heavy footsteps that resounded against the ground, bearing its fangs in a roar. Immune? Its fur certainly did not appear to be insulated. Luo Ji was slightly taken aback. The Yeti's resilience exceeded his expectations. As lightning continued to rain down, the Yeti roared in anger, utilizing its ability of cold radiation to encase itself in a layer of icy armor. Just as the electric bolts shattered the ice, the Yeti quickly regenerated, displaying a cunning grin as it unleashed 2 torrents of frigid air. Luo Ji narrowed his eyes. The Yeti not only possessed immense strength, but also wielded the power of cold radiation. Not wishing to endure the winter chill any longer, he hastily attempted to evade, only to be met with a sudden burst of green fire from behind. Seizing the moment, Dr. Lin unleashed a wave of radiation that transformed into flames and toxic gas. Flanking Luo Ji, in a rapid response, he summoned a fierce wind, propelling himself 100 meters away, while simultaneously firing 2 rounds at the advancing cold current and green flames. The furious shockwave of the exorcism, sacred flame, erupted from the barrel, shattering the cold front and extinguishing the green flames in an instant. Both the Yeti and Dr. Lin were momentarily stunned, realizing that not only did they face a formidable opponent, but Luo Ji's weapon was also extraordinarily powerful. Neither dared to linger, despite the Yeti's seemingly foolish demeanor. It was a hybrid born of both human and snow creature lineage, inheriting the exceptional traits of its unique parentage. Thus, the Yeti was far from dim-witted and quickly moved closer to Dr. Lin, determined to deny Luo Ji the chance to dismantle them one by one. Dr. Lin shared the same sentiment, as green flames coalesced beneath his feet, propelling him like a human rocket towards the Yeti. Luo Ji adjusted his firearm, feeling as though he should don sunglasses to resemble a Terminator. He smirked as the gusts of wind accelerated his speed, simultaneously drawing down another torrent of wind to firmly suppress both the Yeti and Dr. Lin. The duo felt a sudden weight pressing upon them, but they quickly regained their composure. The former's superhuman strength and the latter's burning radiative energy provided them with the necessary momentum to withstand the force of the gale. "Storm Knight, you shall not bring this war to an end," Dr. Phosphor exclaimed. In truth, he did not care whether the opposing party could conclude the gang warfare. After a lengthy pause, he felt compelled to utter something to bolster their morale. Beside him, the snowman roared, adding, "For you shall perish here." Logic observed the banter between Dr. Phosphor and the snowman, yet he found no desire to engage in dialogue, opting instead for silence. "Apologies, but I must decline." With a surge of thought, Logic summoned 2 bolts of thunder. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Neither Dr. Phosphor nor the snowman could evade its wrath. The former staggered under the impact as Logic repeatedly pulled the trigger. With a series of explosive sounds, Dr. Phosphor was sent flying like a severed kite, carving a new trench in the already ravaged ground. The snowman, however, was shielded by his newly formed icy armor, rendering him immune to the sudden thunder. Yet, having just stood beside his ally, the sight of Dr. Phosphor being hurled away ignited a fierce rage within the snowman, who glared at Logic and bellowed, "Allow me the pleasure of ending your life." The snowman leapt into the air, his massive feet exuding a chilling aura as frost began to crystallize beneath him. He surged forward, propelled by a wave of cold, swiftly gliding ahead. Logic furrowed his brow. The creature displayed considerable creativity. He quickly raised his weapon in response. As the saying goes, a gun is swift at 7 paces, yet even swifter and more precise within 7 paces. Logic engaged the demon-banishing sacred flame, unleashing a torrent of wrath. Anticipating this, the snowman had conjured a densely compacted ice shield from his cold radiation, prepared for a fierce confrontation. A deafening explosion shattered the air as the solid ice crystals disintegrated under the force of the blast. Since the snowman was not a magical being, the residual power of the bullet only inflicted a sharp pain upon his chest. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward, the cold tide wrapping around him like a silver serpent. Its fangs poised to tear through all. At the moment Logic fired, he deftly retreated, repositioning his weapon to continue firing while his left hand gradually formed a spear-like bolt of electricity. I vow to commence a healthy routine tomorrow. Chapter 27. Double Kill. My arms are a bit sore. The crackling sounds echoed incessantly as Logic's left hand concentrated the lightning spear, while his right hand unleashed the full might of the demon-banishing sacred flame. The successive bursts of wrath obliterated the snowman's continuously conjured ice shields into mere powder. The cold tide faltered against the onslaught of bullets, and the snowman, taken aback, silently acknowledged the peril he faced. He hastily attempted to form new ice blocks, but the bullets arrived even faster. Before the new ice shield could take shape, Logic unhesitatingly pulled the trigger once more. The muzzle of the demon-banishing sacred flame erupted in a blaze, with bullets charging forward, fueled by a fury that shattered everything in their path, striking the snowman's solid chest. In an instant, the immense force propelled the snowman backward uncontrollably, crashing into the muddy ground several dozen meters away. Although the snowman was robust and strong, it lacked the formidable radiation power of Dr. Phosphor's 5 million degrees of heat to shield itself from gunfire. Upon being struck head-on, it fell in a disheveled heap, its head embedded into the ground, while blood oozed from its chest. Logic had no intention of granting his opponent a moment's respite. The lightning spear, coalescing in his left hand, crackled with a sound reminiscent of popping beans. Under Logic's deft guidance, the violent currents were compressed to their utmost limits. The previously sprawling arcs of lightning converged into a sleek, blue spear with a sharp tip. The crackling ceased, replaced by a deadly hum that filled the air. As the snowman extricated its head from the mud, Logic immediately hurled the lightning spear. The hum intensified as the spear cleaved through the air, incinerating the surrounding atmosphere and creating a vacuum pathway, accompanied by a series of ear-splitting detonations. Dr. Phosphor, arms outstretched, conjured 2 streams of green flames in a desperate attempt to shield the snowman from the impending strike. With a resounding bang, the green flames dissipated instantly, shattered by the spear's overwhelming force. The snowman attempted to evade, but the spear's speed was insurmountable, despite its efforts to twist away. It was impaled directly in the left abdomen. The exquisitely condensed lightning spear exploded the snowman's crystalline shell into fragments within a heartbeat. It then enveloped the snowman entirely, a myriad of currents penetrating every crevice, unleashing a chaotic torrent of destructive energy throughout its innards. The snowman convulsed in a frenzied dance, every cell in its body screaming in agony from the excruciating voltage. More perilous was the intense heat. As a creature of the snow, the internal cold radiation it once possessed was mercilessly tortured by this extreme temperature, akin to having its skin peeled away and being roasted over an open flame. A cacophony of desperate cries erupted from the snowman, while Logic displayed no mercy, summoning a fierce gale to propel him forward, his right hand charged with purifying flames. Dr. Phosphor widened his hollow, skeletal eyes, filled with a mix of uncertainty and dread. Initially, he had felt a glimmer of hope, believing the snowman could withstand the lightning behind its icy shell. But now it seemed the snowman was on the brink of demise. In a frantic response, he unleashed several fireballs towards Logic, who sought to finish off the snowman while glancing at the dire circumstances of his teammates. The sight sent a chill through him. Victor Zaz lay sprawled on the muddy grass, riddled with bullets from the death shooter, resembling a lifeless dog, lacking any superpowers and devoid of armor. Indeed, he was not even wearing a shirt to display the scar that proved his past kills. He had become a victim of the recent tornado's wrath, emerging battered and bloodied. While Zaz's demise was lamentable yet understandable, the remaining electric executioner, Firefly, and the tattooed man were still holding their ground. Though the electric executioner and Firefly appeared less formidable, the tattooed man exhibited an unexpectedly fierce combat prowess, his myriad tattoos coming to life and launching attacks with remarkable ferocity. A few vibrant tigers are about to be unleashed, followed by rhinoceros constrictors, and even a creature that appears to have stepped out of a fantastical novel. With the aid of the tattooed individual, the electric torturer and the firefly have momentarily evaded demise, yet both are gravely wounded and on the brink of collapse. Dr. Phosphor furrows his brow. Despite lacking a throat and lungs, he takes a few deep breaths, a sense of retreat burgeoning within him. The tattooed individual is not an incompetent ally. Unlike the others who prove to be utterly inept, this confrontation is unwinnable. Pressing on would surely result in death. After unleashing a fireball, Dr. Phosphor refrains from further offensive maneuvers, green flames coalescing beneath his feet. The scene shifts to Logic, who pulls the trigger, obliterating the fireball hurled by Dr. Phosphor with 2 blasts of fury. He then notices the latter's movements and glances towards the ongoing battle. Victor Zaz has already met his demise. Nothing more to discuss there. The 4 subordinates under his command are faring quite well, had it not been for the unexpected prowess of the tattooed individual, who summoned a magical beast. The skirmish would have concluded long ago. Logic casts a brief glance before diverting his attention. Although he could easily assist his subordinates in finishing the match with minimal effort, he chooses not to. The rationale is straightforward. He finds such displays of skill devoid of substance beneath him, especially given his inherently modest disposition. Moreover, it is essential for his subordinates to have their moment to shine. Stifling their potential could be detrimental to their well-being. Returning to the matter at hand, the lightning spear firmly restrains the snowman, and Logic swiftly approaches. Lightning strikes incessantly, inflicting further damage upon the snowman, which is then pressed down by an onslaught of gale force, causing it to collapse. Logic lowers the barrel of the exorcising holy flame, aiming for the snowman's head, and pulls the trigger. Boom! A surge of wrath erupts from the muzzle, splattering against the snowman's visage, the tremendous impact fracturing its neck and sinking it into the earth, flesh and blood shearing away. The trigger is pulled repeatedly, each thunderous explosion resonating as bullets, imbued with indomitable might, rain down upon the snowman's south head from close range. Unrelenting lightning morphs into plasma, following suit and striking the snowman. The extreme heat, coupled with the continuous barrage of the exorcising holy flame, swiftly reduces the snowman's once formidable head to a heap of pulpy remains, mingled with soil, creating an eerie red-brown mess strewn across the ground. With the snowman utterly vanquished, Logic rises, casting a cold glance towards the horizon where Dr. Phosphor is enveloped in green flames, propelling him into a rapid escape. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descends, striking directly upon Dr. Phosphor's skeletal head. Under Logic's command, this lightning lingers for several seconds before dissipating, flames flickering around Dr. Phosphor for a moment as he skids through the air. Logic, summoning a gust of wind that lifts him into the sky, finds this somewhat rudimentary mode of flight uncomfortable. He resolves to conclude matters swiftly. As he approaches Dr. Phosphor, the latter endures the torment of surging electricity coursing through him, retaliating with green flames that are swiftly torn apart by the bullets of the exorcising holy flame. Luo Ji summoned the thunder once more, and with several bursts of raging fire, the tremendous force forcibly pushed Dr. Phosphor back. The skeleton, engulfed in searing green flames, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Luo Ji followed closely behind, aiming his firearm at the back of the skeleton's skull and pulling the trigger. Bang! The surging green flames suddenly faltered, flickering uncertainly. Bang! The flames on the skeleton emitted a series of muffled pops, dwindling to mere clusters of fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Ji unleashed another volley of fiery wrath, and Dr. Phosphor met his demise on the spot. With both Dr. Phosphor and the snowman dispatched, Luo Ji retracted the sacred flame of exorcism and let out a sigh of relief, although he felt a slight ache in his hands. Chapter 28. The Batgirl prepares to apply for a secretary position after eliminating Dr. Phosphor and the snowman. Luo Ji summoned a gust of wind that lifted him into the air as he surveyed his surroundings. The GCPD squad cars were hastening towards the scene. This confrontation could hardly be termed a fierce battle. In fact, it concluded rather swiftly. Luo Ji initiated the encounter with a colossal tornado, annihilating all the lackeys present. Although Dr. Phosphor and the snowman possessed commendable strength, they were swiftly vanquished under the dual onslaught of thunderous strikes and the sacred flame of exorcism. Luo Ji had no inclination to linger. His style was one of swift resolution. After all, while Maroni's private mansion was situated in a discreet and tranquil locale, the recent gang wars had rendered the city rife with tension, and officials were on high alert. The tornado reached a staggering height of 100 meters, and even a brief duration of its rotation was sufficient to alarm the police department. Luo Ji controlled the winds and descended back to the ground, where his four companions had concluded their own battles. Under the cover of the death shooter and the samurai blade, the killer croc, an enlarged mud face, launched a fierce assault, tearing apart the magical creature summoned by the tattooed individual, leaving a puddle of ink in their wake. Subsequently, Mudface delivered a crushing blow that reduced the tattooed man to mere crumbs, while the electrocutioner and Firefly, bereft of the tattooed man's assistance, became mere jesters. The electrocutioner was riddled with bullets by the death shooter, and Firefly fell beneath the blade of the samurai. It had been some time since such a battle had occurred. The death shooter murmured to himself. The samurai blade, with a flick of her wrist, shook off the blood from her formidable weapon, the blade humming with a resonant sound. A tall woman, exuding a chilling elegance, sheathed her blade with grace, crossing her arms in silence. Seeing this, Luo Ji mentally applauded her. Well done. Truly worthy of being my companion. Quite impressive. Mudface reverted to his original size of 2 meters and approached alongside the killer croc. Luo Ji, no longer hesitant, led the group away from the chaotic battlefield, seeking refuge in a nearby greenbelt before the GCPD arrived. The greenery in the vicinity was exceptionally well maintained, with a variety of towering trees and evergreen shrubs, making it an excellent hiding spot. The group took shelter beneath one of the trees, and with a sudden thud, Maroni, immobilized by the fierce wind, fell to the ground. Before terminating Maroni, the character still held some utility. With a mere gesture, Luo Ji lifted him into the air with the gust of wind. A group of individuals departed from the Verdant area, quietly returning to their luxurious vehicle as they left the Burnley district, preparing to head back to the east side. Within an apartment building on Gotham's Lower Island, the morning sun bathed the flower-patterned sheets in a platinum glow. At her vanity, Barbara Gordon tousled her slightly auburn hair, her right hand delicately pinching her chin as she struck a sultry pose in the mirror. How unappealing. Barbara shook her head. She had just risen, her hair unkempt and her face unwashed, the effects of late nights reflected in her weary complexion and the dark circles under her eyes. Why does Batman, who also burns the midnight oil, manage to avoid such shadows? Barbara mused to herself, contemplating the inherent differences in people's physiques. He truly is a natural-born superhero. Yet, I am not without merit, she thought to herself, recalling the multitude of criminals she had incarcerated over the past week, earning her the title of model officer. Indeed, as the daughter of Gotham Police Chief James Gordon, a seed of justice had always flourished within her. Following her mother's departure during her teenage years, the emergence of Batman and the ideals he represented inspired Barbara to embark on her own quest against crime. She became Batgirl, and although now 21 and no longer a girl, the title of Batwoman was already claimed, leaving Barbara to retain her moniker. At that moment, yawning before the mirror, Barbara rubbed her eyes and turned to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After grooming and drying her hair, she returned to her vanity, nodding in satisfaction, much improved. She selected an outfit strikingly different in style from her usual attire and stood before a full-length mirror, inspecting her reflection with her mouth slightly agape. This is simply exquisite. Such a figure. That fellow would undoubtedly be unable to resist. Barbara adjusted the zipper of her top to a subtle position, gently enhancing her curves, creating a pronounced cleavage. Perhaps that was a bit excessive. Her cheeks flushed as she pulled the zipper up slightly, rendering the cleavage more suggestive than overt. Returning to her vanity, she found her makeup tools laid out before her. After half an hour, her originally cute visage transformed into a strikingly sophisticated and alluring look, perfectly complementing her outfit. No one would recognize Barbara Gordon now. This was not mere makeup, but a complete disguise, a masterful illusion. Satisfied with her reflection, she mused, with this makeup and figure, how could Stormwing possibly decline? Indeed, Barbara undertook this transformation not for a romantic rendezvous, but for an exceedingly perilous mission. She intended to apply for the position of secretary to Stormwing. For the traditionally heroic Batgirl, Stormwing's unconventional methods raised suspicions, Perhaps he had strayed into darkness, secretly plotting something sinister. That would be utterly absurd. Not to mention that Batgirl had previously witnessed the mansion, transformed by logic, with its cold walls and imposing guards, the ominous black muzzles of firearms, and the ever-present threat of artillery. It was entirely reminiscent of a grand supervillain's lair. Now, with Storm Knight seeking to recruit a secretary, a perfect opportunity arises for her to infiltrate his inner circle and discern his true intentions. Moreover, Batgirl sensed that there was something peculiar at play, as her keen intellect and photographic memory led her to deduce that the conflict was not merely a simple territorial dispute. A sinister conspiracy lurked in the shadows, using Gotham as its chessboard and the lives of its citizens as pawns. For some unknown reason, she felt that Storm Knight might indeed have succumbed to darkness. Batgirl remained uncertain of the adversary's motives, which only fueled her determination to uncover the truth. Batman understood that the war was not as straightforward as it appeared. The two had engaged in discussions, with Bruce expressing skepticism about logic being the mastermind, yet he vowed to prepare for any eventuality. Batgirl, however, firmly believed in the possibility, leading to a divergence of opinions between them. Seizing this opportunity, Barbara was eager to validate her perspective. Returning to the present, Barbara readied herself, opting to exit her room in a conventional manner rather than leaping from the balcony as she usually did. Soon, she would meet Storm Knight, and the thought made her somewhat anxious. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out of the apartment building. The so-called interview was scheduled for the afternoon, and she was confident of passing the final selection. The photograph on her resume reflected her current appearance, complemented by her exceptional abilities, leaving Storm Knight with no reason to dismiss her. With some time to spare, Barbara decided to indulge in a breakfast first. Chapter 29. A blade of grass on Mount Wuzhou in Gotham's East District, within the office at the end of the fourth-floor corridor of the mansion. The left wall's window had been replaced with a floor-to-ceiling window. In the morning, the platinum sunlight dimmed as the day progressed. Yet the room remained sufficiently illuminated without the need for artificial light. The change in windows held no profound significance. Logic simply preferred gazing out at the scenery, particularly on rainy or snowy days when the atmosphere was quite enchanting. Seated at his desk, Logic surveyed the considerable stack of documents before him. Astonished, could it be that someone truly has come to apply for the position of my secretary? And in such numbers? His surprise stemmed not from a lack of confidence in his personal charisma, but rather from the consideration of his current status and stringent requirements, which had led him to doubt that so many would respond. Are these candidates truly filtered and up to standard? Logic inquired. Indeed, boss Charlie, standing nearby, promptly affirmed. They possess striking allure, exemplary professional skills, and show no aversion to bloodshed and death. Every selection has been made in accordance with your specifications. Upon hearing this, Logic donned a contemplative expression. Charlie, seizing the moment, offered a flattering remark. After all, boss, you are a superhero. Although there are dissenting voices in the city regarding your avant-garde approach, many understand that those you have eliminated are indeed deserving of their fate, and your actions are nothing short of righteous. Furthermore, your commitment to resolving the rampant gang wars and your vow to rescue the citizens of Gotham from peril are commendable. The effectiveness of your endeavors is evident, as the polarization between your faction and that of Falcone has concentrated the conflict, sparing the general populace from unnecessary turmoil and significantly reducing bloodshed. Charlie's voice rose and fell with emotion. This is a remarkable feat that even Batman and Commissioner Gordon have been unable to achieve. Your reputation has soared due to your just actions. Thus, it is hardly surprising that so many have eagerly applied for the position of your secretary after you announced the vacancy. Charlie shook his head, marveling at the eloquence of his own words, leaving Logic momentarily speechless. When did this fellow undergo such a transformation? Logic cleared his throat, aware that Charlie was flattering him. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction, for the truth in his words was undeniable. Seeing Logic's approval, Charlie could not help but commend himself inwardly. Ever since the boss mentioned the need for a secretary while he stood by, deep in contemplation, he had resumed his studies and become more articulate. Just yesterday, the boss tasked him with taking over the illustrious Sal Maroni, integrating the latter's influence into the outer layers of their organization. The weight of this responsibility kept Charlie awake that night, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have been the first to call the boss's name. Had he hesitated even for a second, he would not occupy his current position. Elated, Charlie began to familiarize himself with Maroni's influence, gradually taking control and preparing to assimilate these factions into the organization, just as they had done with other allied gangs. Returning to the matter at hand, Logic shifted his gaze back to the documents in hand, perusing them page by page. The sheer number of applicants was overwhelming, and Charlie and his team were tasked with the initial selection from a myriad of candidates. Logic now faced another round of filtering, determining which individuals warranted a face-to-face discussion. After all, he had no intention of engaging in office romances. The gang wars were far from over, and he required someone with genuine professional prowess. The allure of physical beauty was merely a supplementary condition. Capability was paramount. Linda, Catherine, Christine, Emilia, and Constance. This last name, reminiscent of Constantine, was unsuitable. It felt somewhat ominous. Logic frowned, shaking the documents in his hands, and continued his search until he stumbled upon a familiar name. Harleen Quinzel? Was this not the infamous Harley Quinn? No. He recalled that within this disordered timeline, Harley Quinn had yet to make her entrance. Harleen Quinzel was her birth name before she transformed into the Joker's accomplice. At present, she remained a psychiatrist at Arkham Asylum, treating the Joker, whose maniacal nature ignited the madness that resided deep within Harleen, ultimately leading her to adopt the name Harley Quinn and embrace her new identity, following the Joker and engaging in a life of crime. Harley Quinn was eventually captured by Amanda Waller and became a member of the Suicide Squad for a time. However, in the original narrative, she later broke away from the Joker, and the title of Joker's Girl was no longer mentioned. She was predominantly referred to as Harley Quinn. Logic squinted, his mind at war, weighing the pros and cons. To be honest, he felt a flicker of interest, even before she transformed into Harley Quinn. This woman possessed an extraordinary intellect and uniquely unconventional perspective. Yet, there remained an element of madness. Betrayal was a common occurrence, making her unsuitable for genuine trust. In truth, during his time in Gotham, Logic had yet to find anyone he could truly rely upon. It was not merely the influence of Batman's paranoia. Rather, there existed no compelling reason to trust anyone. This posed a significant dilemma, one that Logic could not resolve at present, as he prepared to see if future lotteries would yield a solution to this predicament. Speaking of lotteries, previously at Maroni's private mansion, the whirlwind had allowed him to harvest a substantial amount of fear value, coupled with what he had accumulated before. After unlocking 8/1000ths of the authority of Storm and the Lord of Thunder, he was entitled to 3 more draws. Upon completing the draws, his inventory revealed 3 new items: a blade of grass from Mount Bujo, the Devourer of Fenrir, and an eternal torch from an unknown Temple X1. This round of draws was fraught with peculiarities. First and foremost was the blade of grass from Mount Bujo. Upon receiving it, Logic felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was the renowned sacred mountain, famously described as lying beyond the Northwest Sea in the remote wilderness, known for its discordant peaks. This was indeed that mountain. Logic recalled that it was the water god Gongong who collided with Mount Bujo, and it was said that this mountain was the only path from the mortal realm to the celestial realm. However, the mountain's higher elevations were perpetually cold, shrouded in blizzards, with no end in sight, making it inaccessible to ordinary mortals. A blade of grass from such a famous sacred mountain could hardly be a mere weed. Initially, Logic was thrilled, imagining it might be an immortal herb capable of bestowing powers upon consumption. Yet, upon examination, it appeared to be an unremarkable little grass, devoid of any ethereal essence, even under divine vision. Logic hesitated to take a bite, fearing the risk of poisoning himself. This grass, for the time being, would remain a mystery. Discarding it was out of the question, as it was a rare artifact from a myth of his homeland. Ultimately, he decided to keep the grass, pondering its potential future utility. He had considered planting it in a pot as an office plant, but after some contemplation, he abandoned that idea. Logic was apprehensive that the plant might be toxic. The mere act of smelling it daily filled him with dread, and he worried that one day it might gain sentience and escape. Chapter 30. Expansion of the Divine Power Pool in addition to the blade of grass from Mount Bujo. He had also drawn the Devourer of Fenrir. This was a one-time skill, the effect of which was to summon the Fenrir wolf and command it to consume enemies. This wolf was not an ordinary creature. It belonged to the pantheon of Norse mythology, boasting a prestigious lineage. Its father was the trickster god Loki, and its mother was the giantess Androbota. The illustrious serpent Jormungandr and the goddess of death Hel are siblings, with legends proclaiming that Jormungandr can open its colossal jaws wide enough to support the heavens and the earth. Of course, such tales are likely embellished. Many deities in Norse mythology are surrounded by grandiose legends that do not necessarily reflect their true strength. The actual prowess of these beings is best gauged by their historical achievements. Fenrir's most renowned feat is, during Ragnarok, the gruesome demise of Odin, the All-Father himself. While Odin's reputation is immense, accounts of his power vary widely. In some tales, he is felled by an unremarkable arrow, while in others, his divine wrath sends tremors through the realms. Additionally, Odin guards Asgard with the relentless Thor at his side. Therefore, judging by mere names, one cannot ascertain the true strength of the wolf drawn from the lot. The ability may be utilized only once, making it imprudent to hastily evaluate its capabilities. After drawing the wolf, logic contemplated its potential, selecting it while maintaining a state of readiness, yet refraining from immediate deployment, initially sensing its formidable power. The results were promising. Although no tangible destruction was wrought, he could feel the overwhelming pressure exuded by the great wolf when the arrow was drawn. With this newfound ally, should the time arise when the demonic form proves insufficient to address impending troubles, he could unleash the wolf. In addition to the wolf and the grass, there is also an eternal torch from an unknown temple. According to its description, this torch burns with an everlasting flame, remaining a rare beacon of light in the face of encroaching darkness. While it sounds impressive, its practical effects are somewhat modest, yet still commendable. Its purpose is to dispel cold, providing immediate warmth to those who draw near. Logic instructed an unnamed enforcer to conduct a test. The individual shivered in a freezing chamber, but upon exposure to the flame, quickly returned to normalcy. Neither ice water nor liquid nitrogen could extinguish it, nor could it be snuffed out by a lack of oxygen. Clearly, the torch possesses magical properties, burning not on oxygen, but on magical essence, which may prove invaluable in certain circumstances. Overall, the results of the 3 draws were satisfactory. The Fenrir wolf was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise, and the eternal torch was quite useful. However, the utility of the grass from Mount Bujo remains uncertain, and logic intends to explore its significance further when the opportunity arises, as it pertains to the mythology of his homeland, which piques his interest. The fear points used for the 3 draws were residual, with the majority allocated towards unlocking divine authority. The authority of the Lord of Storms and Thunder has been unlocked to 8,000ths. This quantitative change has triggered a qualitative transformation, resulting in an increase in logic's fundamental attributes. He conducted a test, discovering that, without the use of lightning armor, his physical form could withstand direct shots from small-caliber firearms. Additionally, various aspects of his capabilities have also seen enhancement, with the potency of lightning and storms experiencing significant growth. Most importantly, however, is the expansion of his divine power reservoir. Logic can now channel 3 streams of divine energy. A divine force remains suspended over Lake Maracaibo in central Venezuela, a locale notorious for its tempestuous weather, perpetually absorbing the ferocious energies of nature to ensure that a power bank remains perpetually charged. Another segment of this divine energy resides within him, utilized to amplify the potency of his formidable abilities and to unlock divine sight. The remainder of the divine essence is secured within his estate, a precaution against the possibility of Batman indulging in stealthy escapades. To be candid, the estate harbors no significant secrets. The stringent defenses are solely aimed at the master himself, as each visit from the latter results in a substantial influx of gold coins. An opportunity to accumulate more dollars is always welcome. However, Batman has not made an appearance in some time, and thus, the protagonist intends to reclaim the divine energy from the estate following the Christmas festivities if no further activity occurs. Returning to the present, the protagonist sits at his desk, perusing the documents before him. As time ticks away, 3 candidates have successfully passed the preliminary screening and are scheduled to interview in the afternoon: Catherine, Elena, and Iris. Harley Quinn, or Harleen Quinzel, initially piqued his curiosity, and he contemplated allowing her to proceed. This woman possesses an unconventional thought process and a unique perspective, verging on genius. At present, Harleen has not yet transformed into Harley. She perceives herself as an ordinary individual, otherwise She would undoubtedly employ an alias and false identity to navigate the situation undetected. Regrettably, the protagonist is aware of her future metamorphosis and thus decides to eliminate her from consideration. This is a reluctant decision. She aligns perfectly with the requirements. Her professional capabilities and charisma are commendable, yet her eccentricity poses a risk. There's a possibility she might engage in psychological analysis targeting him, making it imprudent to keep her close. Setting aside the documents, he rises from his chair. Charlie has already departed the office to execute notification duties, leaving the protagonist alone. The interviews are slated for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is still morning, allowing for ample time. Leaning against the desk, his eyes glimmering with golden light. The scenery before him transforms dramatically from the confines of the office to a vast expanse of heavy clouds and serpentine lightning. He has not teleported. He remains in the estate's office, merely using the divine force above Lake Maracaibo as a conduit to witness the unfolding spectacle. Lake Maracaibo, situated in central Venezuela, is not a realm of civilization and prosperity. It is a remote area, largely untouched, where most residents inhabit makeshift dwellings by the lakeshore. The lake itself is expansive, bordered by numerous palm trees, and at this moment, storm clouds are gathering above, intermittently striking with a resounding roar akin to the wrath of the gods. The divine energy he has positioned amidst the storm clouds traverses through them, continuously absorbing the abundant natural energy present in the air. Should he choose to catalyze this tempest into a more formidable fury, the rate of absorption would increase. Yet, he refrains from doing so. The storm is already sufficiently violent, and there are individuals along the lakeshore who could become unfortunate victims of the intensified tempest. He envisions establishing a subsidiary base at Lake Maracaibo, where the harsh weather, though formidable, would serve as an optimal condition for his endeavors. Moreover, the scenery is splendid, whether under the radiant sun or amidst a thunderstorm. Each moment possesses its own unique charm. The golden threads gradually absorb the essence of nature, and with a mere thought, Luo Ji redirected his gaze indoors, summoning divine energy from Lake Maracaibo. Having accomplished this, the power bank reactivated, sending forth that divine energy once more to Lake Maracaibo. Thus, once the natural energy from this recharge was expended, it would ensure an immediate replenishment devoid of any gaps in continuity. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was news from the individual previously dispatched to locate the leader of the Latin Unity Gang. Chapter 31. Heart racing, face blushing. The search party had successfully traced the whereabouts of the missing leader to a secluded private estate in Rio de Janeiro. Luo Ji intended to bring 4 trinkets and set out for that location the following day. The circumstances surrounding the leader's disappearance were fraught with suspicion, and it was highly probable that substantial intelligence could be extracted, especially with a katana at hand, rendering him unperturbed by any obstinacy from the adversary. At present, Luo Ji scratched his chin and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. The midday sun in Gotham was dim, the clouds resembling concrete, creating an impression of inclement weather. Yet, in this cursed city, anything less than acid rain was considered fortunate. He opened one of the windows and leapt down, landing with a thud on the lawn. It is well known that superheroes do not adhere to conventional paths. Only novices would enter through the front door. Upon landing, he steadied himself, and the patrolling henchmen nearby paid no mind, accustomed as they were to their boss's eccentric behavior, which had likely left them in a state of perpetual astonishment. As he departed the estate, Luo Ji found himself uncertain about his meal choices. After a moment's contemplation, he opted not for an upscale restaurant, but rather sought out a nearby KFC to replenish his vitamin KFC. Having resolved his lunch, he noted the time to be merely 12:30. Contemplating for a brief moment, he strolled through the streets of Gotham, indulging in a post-lunch digestion walk. Along the way, he resolved a few criminal incidents, earning a bit of fear value, and meandered from the East End to Burnley, then to Otisburg, and, as he wandered into the Diamond District, he dispatched a criminal with lightning speed. By sheer coincidence, he was spotted by the woman with the voluminous waves whom he had saved from a distance at the Gotham Royal Hotel. She was elated, realizing that the one who had rescued her was not an unknown deity, but rather the storm hero. After retouching her lipstick, she approached him to suggest a coffee date. Luo Ji found himself ensnared by her embrace, her grip painfully tight on his shoulder. Attempting to break free only resulted in her holding on even more firmly, and he was astonished at her remarkable strength, ultimately resigning to accompany her for coffee. After their coffee rendezvous, they exchanged contact information, and Luo Ji expressed his urgency to combat crime, which finally allowed him to escape her grasp. As he walked down the street, he caught a whiff of the lingering perfume on him and could not help but lament that this was one of the drawbacks of being a righteous superhero. The fervent enthusiasm of fans could be overwhelming, and he had declined out of concern for her emotional state. With this brief interlude concluded, the time approached 2 o'clock, and Luo Ji decided against further aimless wandering, choosing instead to return to the estate. In the Eastern District, the afternoon clouds gently parted, allowing sunlight to cascade onto the ground, casting expansive areas of light and shadow across Gotham. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the office at the end of the corridor of the mansion, Logic sat behind his desk, facing a woman. Her distinctive attire accentuated her alluring curves, the zipper of her top deliberately halting at her chest, subtly revealing her well-defined décolletage. Her captivating visage exuded an air of icy allure, and merely standing there, she radiated an unassailable presence. Logic narrowed his eyes, a thought of disdain crossing his mind. Is this her attempt to test me? This woman is undoubtedly cunning, employing every tactic to win my favor. Her intentions are too overt, and a woman of such guile cannot be trusted. Hello, I am Catherine Sarah, she spoke softly, her tone impeccably measured, as she leaned slightly forward, her curves accentuating her intent. Logic suddenly felt a twinge of fatigue in his eyes, widening them to alleviate the strain. Clearing his throat, he pondered again. Why is this woman so scheming, so intent on her purpose? Is it not simply for my benefit? This should not be labeled as a wicked woman, but rather a perfect secretary. She had already initiated her loyalty mode even before officially joining, always considering her employer's interests. Very well, Catherine, Logic nodded. Your professional capabilities and credentials are impressive. He had scrutinized her background, and she was indeed remarkable. There is no need to feel anxious. We are merely engaging in conversation. As he spoke, a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes, activating his divine sight. Logic was not one to lower his guard in the presence of a beautiful woman. Rationality typically prevailed. He was now the leader of a crime syndicate, one of the most formidable in the ongoing gang warfare. What does a crime lord frequently encounter? Assassination. Countless individuals in the city were restless with the desire to eliminate him. Even if they could not succeed, they yearned to place a mole or a spy close by. Thus, a necessary caution was imperative. After unlocking 8 thousandths of the authority of the Storm and Thunder Lord, his divine sight had markedly improved, allowing for more meticulous observation, enabling him to discern whether someone was speaking the truth. He prepared to converse with Catherine while simultaneously observing her. However, the moment he activated his divine sight, he was suddenly taken aback. What the hell? Wasn't this Batgirl? Logic stared wide-eyed. Upon activating his divine sight, the previously alluring and icy woman transformed into the softer, more endearing face of Barbara Gordon. So, she wishes to play a game of disguise, does she? Logic quickly surmised that she intended to conceal her identity in order to infiltrate his inner circle and observe his actions. Considering his unconventional methods and the recent turmoil in the city, Batgirl's approach was somewhat understandable. Logic let out a cold chuckle. Understanding was one thing, but daring to infiltrate his domain warranted some retribution. He rose from his chair and approached Barbara, determined to address her audacity. The latter observed the unfriendly expression on the other's face, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. However, the fortitude essential for a superhero compelled her to regain her composure, at least maintaining her facade. Did he see through my disguise? Impossible. Should I flee? No. I must wait a moment longer. Barbara's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts when she suddenly heard Logic remark, My dear, you appear remarkably familiar. Have we met before? Upon hearing this, Barbara nearly executed a spinning kick and fled through the window. Her brow twitched as she retorted with a line befitting her current persona. That pickup line is rather cliché. Logic, unfazed, calmly placed the back of his hand against Barbara's heart, donning the demeanor of a seasoned physician. Elevated heartbeat, flushed cheeks. It seems my previous words struck a chord. Indeed, we have encountered each other. Barbara's body momentarily froze, her anger surging, her face reddening further. Her impeccable disguise barely endured half a minute. Just as she was about to escape, Logic retracted his hand and said, "Do not overthink it. I merely listened to your heartbeat. No ulterior motives intended." Upon hearing this, Barbara narrowed her eyes, uncertain whether the other was genuinely taking advantage or had discerned her true identity. Observing the mischievous smile on his face, she felt slightly reassured. He was likely just exploiting the situation. Logic, sensing the moment was right, resumed a serious expression. "Catherine, your credentials are exceptionally impressive. As you are aware, I place the utmost importance on professional capability. All other supplementary criteria are mere trifles, casually mentioned." Barbara nodded in agreement, affirming the truth in his words. She was uncertain whether he had seen through her disguise, yet it appeared there was still room for maneuvering. After conversing with Barbara for a while longer, Logic instructed her to return and await favorable news. Chapter 32, Zatanna and the Dove. Tuesday seek follow-up regarding Batgirl. Logic had no intention of truly hiring her as a secretary. Since she wished to act as an undercover agent, he would permit her to do so, although not as an agent herself, but rather as a spy within the Bat family. Logic did not allow Batgirl to exit the office so simply. He preemptively withdrew a fragment of divine power intended for later use and bestowed it upon Barbara. This divine energy was not the chaotic, destructive force of lightning or storms. Under Logic's control, this enigmatic energy could be both tumultuous as thunder and tranquil as flowing water. He infused a portion of divine power into Batgirl, which even her counter-detection methods could not perceive, as this power was beyond her capabilities. As a member of the Bat family, Batgirl routinely battled criminals and interacted with Batman and several of his protégés. The bestowed divine power would enable the monitoring of these interactions, extracting intelligence from a Bat family. In simpler terms, though Batgirl aimed to infiltrate Logic, she unwittingly became a spy for her own side, oblivious to this fact. Time has now passed, and the Batgirl has departed from the manor, leaving Logic to shake his head and sigh. Alas, if it were a crime, he would be irredeemably guilty. The office door remained ajar, and after Barbara's exit, the next to enter was Elena. This woman, adorned in minimalist yet thoughtfully designed attire primarily in white, possessed a striking beauty and spoke with an air of sophistication. However, in stark contrast, her gaze, though proud, bore a hint of despondency. Such a combination is rare. Most would likely be enchanted. Yet, having just endured the deceptive charm of Batgirl, Logic was on high alert, regardless of her allure. He wasted no time activating his enhanced vision. As golden light flickered in his eyes, he was taken aback once more. Yet another superhero, beneath his divine sight. The woman, originally sporting black hair, transformed into a cascade of silver locks, her features exquisitely familiar. None other than Dawn Granger, also known as White Dove, a magical superhero who had previously collaborated with the members of the Dark Justice League to resolve several crises. Her powers allowed her to don a blue and white uniform simply by calling out White Dove, granting her flight, heightened senses, superhuman strength, and regenerative abilities, even enabling her to unleash shockwaves. What could a magical superhero possibly want by applying for the position of his secretary? Logic was engulfed in confusion. He had yet to indulge in such narcissism as to believe that his charm could attract even White Dove from outside Gotham. Dismissing this possibility, he surmised that she was likely here with ulterior motives, much like Batgirl, perhaps believing she possessed knowledge of certain secrets and was intent on uncovering the truth. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, with a whirlwind of thoughts racing through Logic's mind as he made various deductions. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. If among the 3 applicants for the secretary position, 2 were sinister superheroes, then the remaining one was surely no paragon of virtue. Logic swiftly turned his head. Elena had closed the door behind her upon entering, yet his divine sight pierced through the barrier, landing squarely on Iris outside. With his enhanced vision penetrating Iris's disguise, Logic discerned her true identity. Good grief, yet another superhero. The blonde woman transformed into one with raven hair, her delicate yet sharp features suggesting a mixed heritage, Zatanna Zatara, a renowned magical superhero and gifted sorceress, born with the innate ability to wield mysterious powers and cast spells. She was famous within the magical realm, particularly for her talent in reverse incantation, which allowed her to manipulate ordinary words into reality-altering spells. For instance, when Zatanna uttered "fly," accompanied by her unique intonation and rhythm, she could indeed take flight. The arrival of two magical superheroes in quick succession led logic to surmise that this was somehow connected to the ongoing gang wars in Gotham. According to intelligence previously gathered from the terrifying four assassins, the one instigating the gang wars was Ra's al Ghul. However, the four pieces of armor exuded a potent magical aura that did not seem to originate from the hands of the ancient Lei Shao. The latter either stumbled upon a legacy from an elder or received aid from an unknown power, with the latter possibility being far more likely. This enigmatic force likely belonged to the realm of magic, thereby attracting two formidable heroes from that domain, Dove and Zatanna, to investigate. As for why they had come upon him, the reason was probably akin to that of Batgirl, who felt herself entangled in the affairs at hand and possessed some hidden knowledge. In a moment of inspiration, Logic experienced a sudden pang in his eyes. Upon perceiving Zatanna's true form through his divine sight, he was met with a mental backlash from her. A surge of psychic energy ricocheted back at him, but Logic effortlessly extinguished it with his divine power. Startled by the prowess of such a powerful sorceress who instantly sensed his probing, recognizing her disguise, and considering the awkward situation at hand, it was highly probable that a confrontation was imminent, although it was unlikely to escalate to a life-and-death struggle. Zatanna's multitude of unconventional tactics led Logic to avoid a direct clash. Instead, he resolved to conclude matters swiftly through cunning. In a flash of inspiration, he summoned a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, Zatanna outside uttered a single word, "Move." Boom! The wooden door exploded, and in Logic's hand appeared a salt shaker, through which he scattered 3 grains of salt with unparalleled speed. At that moment, Zatanna had only just begun to articulate the first half of her second word. The magical disguise was instantly shattered, leaving Zatanna in shock as she prepared to cast a counterspell to immobilize Logic. Indeed, Logic had now acquired the ability to see through many forms of magic. His divine sight, at 1,000th of a degree, could only perceive and observe the presence of magical auras, but at 8,000ths, it underwent a qualitative transformation, allowing him to not only observe but also delve deeper. Zatanna, underestimating him, was confident that her counterspell could immediately subdue Logic. However, when the lightning shattered the wooden door and several crystalline salt grains fell before her, her thoughts momentarily faltered. I must count these grains of salt. In that instant, all Zatanna could think of was this obsession, her dark, flowing hair framing her face as her gaze fixated solely on the salt grains. She lunged to the ground, reaching for the first grain. This was the cursed salt of the dwarves, one of the peculiar items Logic had previously drawn. Its effects were immensely powerful, rooted in the mythology of dwarves. Once these grains were scattered before someone, unless that individual possessed extraordinary strength, they were compelled to prostrate themselves and count them. The salt shaker held but a few grains. Each grain could only cast its curse once, after which it could only serve culinary purposes. Logic grimaced at the thought of its limited use, but did not hesitate in his actions. As he unleashed the lightning and tossed the salt grains, he simultaneously summoned a gust of wind to silence Granger, who, in her transformation into Dove, was merely an ordinary person. The fierce wind filled her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, rendering her lungs and throat powerless, her tongue pinned down, leaving her unable to utter a word. As Logic approached, just as Zatanna was poised to pick up the first grain of salt, he swiftly intervened. He blinked, realizing there was no tape in the vicinity, and in a flash of ingenuity, tore a strip from Zatanna's clothing. Just as she was about to retrieve the second grain, he promptly silenced her. Upon her counting to 3 grains of salt, Logic waved his left hand, and lightning crackled mere centimeters from Granger. "Do not move. Should you dare to cast any spell, I shall compel the Dove to perform a breakdance." Chapter 33. True masters of magic utilize instantaneous skills. Logic swiftly neutralized both Zatanna and the Dove, 2 magical superheroes, all within the blink of an eye. The ease of his actions stemmed from a simple truth. The times have progressed, and so too have the wizards. It is astonishing that incantations are still required in this day and age. Genuine, powerful sorcerers unleash their skills instantaneously. Logic, without uttering a word, conjured a bolt of lightning accompanied by a gust of wind merely through the focus of his mind. At times, merely raising a hand served as a mere pretense, a pose rather than an effort. Though Zatanna and the Dove possessed formidable strength, The former's prideful verbal magic necessitated spoken words to wield its power. The latter, upon transforming into the dove, could fight, leap, and unleash shockwaves, yet hinged on the crucial condition of vocally invoking the name. Should the name go unuttered, her abilities would dwindle to that of an ordinary person. Currently, the dove was ensnared against the wall by the tempestuous winds, her mouth sealed by compressing gusts that rendered it immobile. Only the area near her nostrils remained unrestrained, creating a gentle zone of slow-moving air that allowed her to breathe. All the while, crackling lightning surrounded her, emitting sounds reminiscent of popping beans. Zatanna, now missing a strip of fabric from her upper garment, displayed a slightly lighter shade of her tan skin. Her mouth was bound, and she was placed on a chair by logic. Deprived of her verbal magic, she still possessed numerous means to extricate herself, yet the dire situation of the dove compelled her to remain calm, refraining from any genuine retaliation. The electricity surrounding the dove was extraordinary, with occasional flickers of golden strands extinguishing. Zatanna's eyes shimmered with magical haze as she perceived immense terror radiating from that faint golden thread, a superlative energy, though an extremely scant supply. She surmised that if she employed a few powerful spells, she might rescue the dove. However, her spells could not be cast instantaneously, and the storm knight stood vigilantly nearby, making it unfeasible to prepare for casting. Logic glanced at Zatanna, who returned his gaze with a fierce glare, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Though I have bound you to this chair and confined the dove against the wall, I assure you I am not a villain." Upon uttering this, he found the absurdity of his words amusing, clearing his throat before rephrasing. "Zatanna, let us consider this from a different perspective. You and the dove are both formidable superheroes. Are you not?" Zatanna, upon hearing this, wore an odd expression but chose to play along, nodding in agreement. Upon witnessing the situation, Luo Ji remarked, "I too am a superhero, yet I must confess that my unconventional methods, which transcend the norms of this era, have left many antiquated minds quite displeased. In other words, my reputation is rather tarnished, despite my steadfast commitment to justice." He paced around Zatanna, continuing, "When you and White Dove disguised yourselves as ordinary individuals to apply for my secretary position, and I saw through your ruse, you undoubtedly sought to retaliate against me. Did you not? This is due to your preconceived notions." Zatanna nodded in agreement. Luo Ji went on, "I have no desire to engage in a confrontation with either of you, as it would serve no purpose. Thus, I have resolved to take the initiative, allowing us to calm down and have a proper discussion. You see, no one has been harmed thus far." Zatanna, though somewhat dismayed, had to admit that, up to this point, no one had indeed suffered any injury. She raised her hand, prompting Luo Ji to bring the lightning even closer to White Dove, while Zatanna signaled for her companion to remain calm. A series of illuminated words appeared beside her. "In truth, I am merely concerned that once you uncover my disguise, it might lead to a conflict between us, including White Dove. Hence, I initially intended to employ reverse magic to render you immobile, allowing us to converse in tranquility." Upon hearing this, Luo Ji wore a peculiar expression. "If your aim is to have a meaningful conversation, why not approach me directly? Why go through the trouble of masquerading as a secretary?" Zatanna shook her head, and new glowing text emerged. "White Dove, and I fear that you might have been influenced by a dark spirit." "Dark spirit?" Luo Ji's eyes gleamed with intrigue, as if a new lead had emerged. Indeed, Zatanna and White Dove had been drawn in by matters of the magical realm. After a moment's reflection, he refrained from immediately inquiring about the dark spirit, instead stating, "I have not been affected by any dark spirit." Zatanna nodded, and luminous words appeared beside her. "Now, I realize that had you been under the influence of such a spirit, you would have likely eliminated both me and White Dove, rather than remaining here to pose questions." Luo Ji narrowed his eyes. "I cannot ascertain whether dark spirits exhibit such volatility. Thus, your assertion does not compel me to assist you in breaking free." He then speculated further, "It is even possible that you too are the dark spirits, seeking to approach me to manipulate my mind." Zatanna furrowed her brow at this implication, unable to counter his claim. A chain of suspicion seemed to emerge in the air, and after contemplating for a moment, Luo Ji suggested, "Lower your defenses and allow me to delve into your psyche. Once I ascertain there are no abnormalities, I shall assist you in breaking the spell. Zatanna recognized her lack of alternatives. White Dove's life was in his hands. Although she might escape, her companion would be left to perish. Only Constantine would resort to such treachery. Zatanna had no intention of emulating that scoundrel. Weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she nodded in acquiescence. Seeing her consent, Luo Ji wasted no time, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he directed his vision toward the center of Zatanna's forehead. She lowered her defenses, locking away her memories, which was entirely reasonable, and Luo Ji had no objections. After confirming that the other party's mind was free from corruption, manipulation, and influence, he retracted his divine sight. After repeating the same procedure with the White Dove, Logic finally let out a sigh of relief. Now, it is your turn to prove yourself. Words materialized beside Zatanna. Is it not enough evidence that I have yet to eliminate you both? Logic spread his hands. Zatanna bit her lip. While the statement held truth, it left her with an unsettling feeling of disadvantage. After a moment's contemplation, she responded with a shimmering word. Evil spirits are insidious and cunning. We cannot make assumptions about them. We should adopt a different approach. I possess a holy stone that will scorch evil spirits upon contact. Logic gazed at her intently. Let me see it. From her pocket, Zatanna produced a smooth, white stone. Logic examined it with his divine sight, sensing a gentle power contained within. Several henchmen were summoned to inspect the stone. They found nothing amiss. Logic then directed his divine energy into the stone, golden threads weaving through every corner, confirming not only its safety, but also revealing a rather impressive power within. It reminded him of the demon-repelling force embedded within the ornate body of his holy flame gun, which also targeted demonic entities. He reached out, took the stone, weighed it in his hand, and tossed it back. It is indeed remarkable, but it pales in comparison to my holy flame, somewhat unimpressive. After unbinding Zatanna and releasing the White Dove from her constraints, the two women stood before Logic. Zatanna wore a somewhat frosty expression, while the White Dove was seething with resentment, nearly transforming to strike. Logic smiled, indicating that his earlier actions were born of necessity, faced with an unknown, formidable enemy. They could not allow trivial matters to disrupt their harmony. However, mentioning this only served to further infuriate the White Dove, who, after a few calming words from Zatanna, refrained from attacking and merely glared at Logic. He shrugged off her gaze, preparing to return to the matter at hand. Chapter 34. The 7 Great Magical Continents. According to the intelligence gathered from Zatanna, the origins of the gang war in Gotham were indeed more complex than they appeared. The Assassin League of Ra's al Ghul had infiltrated both major and minor gang factions in Gotham, and with the aid of evil spirits, many gang leaders had fallen under their influence, relentlessly fueling the continuation of this conflict. As for the so-called evil spirits, they originated from the 7 great magical continents, a topic Zatanna was not well versed in. However, Logic, having read the original text, possessed some relevant knowledge. The 7 great magical continents bore a connection to the location of the Eternal Council, known as the Rock of Eternity. The Eternal Council was composed of 7 immensely powerful ancient sorcerers, the most renowned of whom was Shazam, the very figure who granted the power of thunder to the young Billy Batson in the original narrative. Typically, Shazam appeared as an elderly man with white hair and beard, reminiscent of Gandalf, having lived for 9,000 years and battled evil for 3,000. In the original comic, the character often serves as mere background. However, as per Zatanna's account, in response to the impending crisis posed by the malevolent spirits, Shazam has once again emerged from the shadows. He even had an encounter with Zatanna, which allowed her to grasp the concept of these sinister entities. The evil spirits, having escaped from the 7 magical continents, have a direct connection to Shazam's homeland, the Eternal Rock. With the intention of finding an heir before his own demise, Shazam aims to resolve this looming crisis. The Eternal Rock exists independently of time and space, composed of 2 colossal stones representing heaven and hell. The relationship between the 7 magical continents and the Eternal Rock is ideally a one-way passage, intended solely for Shazam's traversal. Yet, due to some unforeseen error, the evil spirits from the magical realm not only infiltrated the Eternal Rock, but also made their way to Earth. Shazam, now considerably aged, underestimated his own limitations, expecting to vanquish all adversaries as he had in the past. Consequently, he found himself overwhelmed, returning to Earth in a state of disarray after failing to cast effective spells against the invading spirits. On Earth, the evil spirits continue to wreak havoc, and their activities are linked to the leader of the Assassin Alliance, Lei Xiaogu. Despite the embarrassment of being overpowered in his own realm, Shazam chooses to selectively forget this incident and is currently investigating the connection between Lei Xiaogu and the malevolent spirits, determined to first address the crisis on Earth. Zatanna, chattering away, conveyed a multitude of thoughts while Logic, listening attentively, began to connect the dots. The enchanted armors, rich in magical essence, were likely crafted by Lei Xiaogu with the assistance of the evil spirits. The escape of the malevolent spirits is probably associated with Lei Xiaogu as well. Whether he actively summoned the spirits to Earth in a bid for world domination, or if powerful evil beings traversed countless dimensions to facilitate Lei Xiaogu's release, remains uncertain. After Zatanna concluded her explanation, Logic gradually pieced together the situation, understanding that the crisis had escalated from mere gang conflicts to a nefarious magical struggle. "I comprehend now," Logic remarked. "The issue lies in your inadequacies, leading you to seek desperate measures against the wrong individuals." "Good individuals?" White Dove retorted, glaring at Logic. "We're the good people here." "I see none." "As a rather foolish dove, perhaps your vision requires a touch of remedy," Logic replied, only to further provoke White Dove, who flared up like an agitated pigeon. Zatanna, exasperated, cleared her throat and assumed the role of mediator, urging everyone to remain calm in light of the grave threat they face. Seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation, Logic inquired, "So, Zatanna, why are you and White Dove concerned that I may have been influenced by the malevolent spirits?" In response, Zatanna stated, "This is precisely what I was about to address. We suspect that Lei Xiaogu is using death rituals to establish a connection with the evil spirits. Gotham has become a sacrificial altar where lost lives serve as currency." Furrowing her brow, Zatanna displayed a contemplative expression. "Your rapid ascent in Gotham's underworld has resulted in considerable bloodshed and death, and during this phase, Lei Xiaogu refrained from intervening, as the unfolding events aligned perfectly with his interests." Upon hearing this, Logic glanced at the dove, who bore an expression that seemed to say, "Look at you. You are nothing but a complete villain." He cleared his throat and could not help but remark, "Those who perish are merely gangsters, and they deserve their fate." "So be it." Zatanna raised an eyebrow, glanced at the dove beside her, and then returned her gaze to Logic, exclaiming with resignation, "Lei Xiaogu does not concern himself with who dies. He merely requires a constant stream of fatalities. Currently, your ascent has slowed, leading to a stark polarization with Falcone. In this scenario, although deaths still occur, their frequency has diminished significantly compared to before, which is why the dove and I deduce that Lei Xiaogu will likely begin to intervene with you." Upon hearing this, Logic nodded. In this light, the previous terrifying quartet of assassins might have merely been a preliminary measure. However, the opposing intelligence had been grievously flawed. Even with enchanted armor, it proved futile, as he had still been overwhelmed by his 4 talismans. "I am to attend a meeting among gang leaders the day after tomorrow. It appears this meeting is likely a trap, intended to turn me into a pawn," Logic mused. "Indeed, it presents a perfect opportunity to further test the opponent's strength." He added. Zatanna, crossing her arms, could not help but caution him. "I acknowledge your prowess, but do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. If a true malevolent spirit were to manifest, it would spell disaster." Logic leaned against the edge of the desk, his gaze falling upon the long, dark strands of hair before him. "What is the strength of an ordinary malevolent spirit in comparison to you or the dove?" Although Zatanna is one of the most powerful sorceresses on Earth, her actual combat capabilities remain enigmatic. When in a frenzy, she can warp reality and connect with cosmic consciousness. Yet, in a less than optimal state, she could be subdued by an ordinary person. Logic felt a twinge of frustration. As a mage, failing to hone one's body into that of a warrior leads to such outcomes. Comparing her to Granger, Zatanna hesitated to voice the name of the dove, mindful that excessive praise could be perceived as boasting, and a subsequent defeat in combat would be quite humiliating. Conversely, saying too little might offend the dove, causing undue grievance. Meanwhile, the dove furrowed her brows in agitation, having initially intended to inquire about Zatanna's prowess in relation to malevolent spirits. Logic's abrupt pivot to her was clearly targeted. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Why should I tell you?" "Oh," Logic nodded. "Very well, I shan't ask further. I wasn't particularly interested to begin with. After all, you are not as formidable as I." As his words settled, he observed with great amusement as the dove bristled once more. Truth be told, indulging in a bit of mischief was rather delightful, especially since she struggled to counter his remarks. Logic felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as his gaze shifted back to Zatanna, who was once again advising the dove against acting impulsively. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he realized he needed to clarify a crucial matter. Zatanna, has Constantine been involved in this crisis? Chapter 35, clearly. There are 7 large monster spawning cages. The crisis escalates, yet Logic remains unfazed. The terror induced by ordinary gang wars is somewhat insufficient. The unlocking of the powers of the Storm and the Lord of Thunder requires a progressively escalating amount of fear value. In other words, as one advances, each incremental unlocking demands an ever greater sum of fear. Additionally, there's a lottery system where one can draw once for every 1,000 units of fear value. However, the prize pool is rather chaotic, yielding both valuable rewards and an abundance of trivial items. By multiplying the fear value tenfold, one can partake in a more prestigious lottery. Yet the required fear value is exorbitantly high, necessitating considerable time to accumulate solely through gang warfare. Patience is a virtue, but excessive slowness can lead to missed opportunities. Logic prefers his dishes served hot. An escalation of crisis signifies a larger activity map and an increase in the number of affected creatures, thereby significantly enhancing the operational scope for acquiring fear value. This is why, upon Zatanna's revelation of the depth of the impending crisis, Logic remained unflappable, even exhibiting a hint of excitement. As for the 7 great magical continents, they are clearly 7 expansive monster spawning grounds. Logic's mind wandered, envisioning himself triumphantly navigating through swathes of monsters, harvesting vast amounts of fear value. Of course, that is a thought for another time. He remained rational and composed, knowing that charging into battle amidst the monsters was ill-advised. The key now was to operate steadily and wait for the opportune moment to enact his grand plan of fear value accumulation. In any case, the unconventional hero's journey must continue, and Logic prepared to immerse himself in the impending tide. However, before that, there loomed a question. Had Constantine entangled himself in this affair? Although he possessed considerable strength, his propensity for sabotaging allies was notorious. Logic, familiar with the original narrative, knew of Constantine's infamous track record in this regard. Upon hearing Logic's inquiry, Zatanna paused for a moment. Then her expression shifted to one of realization. Constantine was notoriously infamous, and Zatanna had worn a look of exasperation more than once that day, as she remarked, under my persistent coercion. He had previously attempted to address the crisis alongside me and the dove. Logic raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Under your coercion? Let me guess. Have you started calling him John? John is Constantine's first name, a more endearing moniker for the oft-reproached character. Logic's comment was laden with implications, as it alluded to the romantic history between Zatanna and Constantine, which had included several poignant moments throughout various events. However, their romance was not enduring. While there were feelings of affection, substantial discord also existed. Frequent conflicts led to their tumultuous relationship, and Logic was uncertain whether Zatanna and Constantine were currently entangled in a romantic affair. "So, you're quite the gossip," remarked the dove with a scoff. Logic clicked his tongue. "My dear lady, perhaps you should ponder why no one seems interested in gossiping about you." The dove felt a pang of indignation at the retort, and the silver-haired woman shot him a fierce glare, ultimately choosing to silence herself, fearing further provocation might lead to heartache. After exchanging repartee, Logic shifted his attention back to Zatanna. Gossiping is a common human inclination, and he awaited Zatanna's response. Her expression was complex, merely observing it. Logic discerned that Zatanna had undoubtedly been entangled with John Constantine, yet currently, they appeared to be in a state of Cold War. This frosty standoff was most likely instigated by Zatanna, as Constantine's habitual mischief had provoked her ire, leading to her emotional withdrawal. The part of Constantine that cherished Zatanna yearned for reconciliation, while his more unscrupulous tendencies compelled him to continue his antics. It seemed that Zatanna had asserted that if Constantine aided in resolving the current crisis, she would forgive him and they could resume their affectionate relationship. A coherent, well-reasoned analysis surfaced in Logic's mind. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Despite his limited practical experience in matters of love, his idealistic persona remained steadfast, while his theoretical knowledge was as rich as that of an esteemed scholar. Before Zatanna could speak, Logic had already concluded his analysis, eagerly awaiting her official version to compare his findings. Zatanna felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet she recognized that if she could garner Logic's formidable prowess, it would significantly benefit the situation. Constantine was a sensitive subject. His notorious reputation was too foul to ignore, and failing to clarify would surely stir discontent. Weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she reminded herself that she was not a high school girl and need not be so coy regarding her emotions. Thus, she directly articulated her answer, encompassing not only whether she referred to John, but also the extent of Constantine's involvement in this crisis. Logic posed several more questions, confirming his hypotheses and discovering that they aligned closely with Zatanna's responses. However, rather than feeling joy, he experienced a tinge of sadness. His extensive theoretical knowledge starkly highlighted his lack of practical experience. The scant encounters he had were from before his arrival in Gotham. Since coming to Gotham, Logic had become solely focused on the pursuit of power, neglecting the exploration of love. He had grown stronger, yet he had not become callous. He silently expressed gratitude for this, scratching his head, and suddenly coughed softly, realizing his thoughts had wandered rather far afield. Recollecting his focus, he noted that, according to Zatanna, the reason Constantine had not kept pace with the group was that he had sought out Shazam. Ever since Constantine learned that Shazam was in search of a successor, he had immediately sought to nominate himself. With 9,000 years of accumulated power, it was indeed precious. Both heaven and hell desired his soul, and possessing the old man's powers would grant him an extended lifespan. What a delightful prospect! With such aspirations, Constantine had distanced himself from the team, and now it was uncertain where he was pursuing Shazam. This scenario certainly bore the hallmarks of Constantine's character, and Logic was neither surprised nor particularly concerned that Constantine might truly attain Shazam's powers. The old wizard possessed a stringent selection criterion. Only those with genuine goodness in their hearts could acquire Shazam's powers. Although he was eager to find a successor, he would not indiscriminately choose anyone, likely testing their benevolence first. It was probable that Constantine had come to understand this. However, he was not one to select candidates at random. Black Adam had only later succumbed to darkness, while in some versions, Billy Batson, despite being a rascal, still harbored seeds of goodness, which allowed him to receive the legacy. The top of Jia Kang's head emitted a plume of black smoke, and the chaos he caused had led to the demise of numerous allies, rendering any smooth-talking futile. However, in the realm of uncertainties, should they cross paths again, he could still utter some disparaging remarks about Kong in front of Shazam. Returning to the matter at hand, Luo Ji nodded and stated, "I shall be heading to Rio de Janeiro tomorrow. You are welcome to accompany me." Initially, he had planned to take 4 sidekicks along, but with the escalating crisis, it seemed more prudent to leave them in Gotham to oversee matters at home. "Rio de Janeiro? What is the purpose of your visit?" Baigu inquired, her voice breaking the silence that had rendered her presence somewhat diminished. Upon noticing her serious demeanor, Luo Ji replied, "The leader of the Latin Unity Gang, who inexplicably attacked me, has vanished, and my associates have traced him to that location. I believe there may be something to discover, hence the investigation." Bai Yi pondered, her elegant fingers delicately pinching her chin as she questioned, "Why tomorrow?" "We could set off immediately." "Because the flight is scheduled for tomorrow," Luo Ji responded, crossing his arms. "You cannot fly?" Baigu asked, astonished. Luo Ji nodded, admitting his inability to soar through the skies. He could only envelop himself in the wind to traverse the air. The thought of swaying from New Jersey, where Gotham lay, to Rio de Janeiro in such a manner seemed far too uncomfortable. Flying was indeed the preferable option. "Is that so?" Baigu gazed at Luo Ji, who had spread his hands in a gesture of acceptance. She had intended to mock him, but his candid acknowledgement and nonchalant demeanor left her without a point of retort. She gritted her teeth, realizing that he was quite adept at evading her jibes. Chapter 36. A hint of Cthulhu. The next day, Luo Ji and his companions arrived in Rio de Janeiro. As Brazil's second-largest city, It boasted a thriving economy and a bustling tourism industry, with a renowned Christ the Redeemer statue overseeing the entire metropolis. The tropical savanna climate ensured year-round warmth, in stark contrast to Gotham, which was currently shrouded in light snow. While the sun shone brightly here, Luo Ji followed the address to a private residence on the outskirts of the city, accompanied by Zatanna and by Ge. The estate was secluded, surrounded by a white picket fence adorned with cacti and some large aloe-like plants. Am I the only one who perceives this as an outright trap? Bai Yi, dressed in a shirt and shorts, stood with her legs gleaming in the sunlight. Prepare for battle. A fierce confrontation may be imminent, Zatanna remarked, her eyes narrowed. Clad in black and exuding an air of intensity, Luo Ji stood beside the two women, his eyes flashing with golden light as he activated his divine sight. Indeed, the leader of the Latin Unity Gang was inside the house, and he was alone. How do you know? Bai Yi Kvayid Puslid. I possess keen eyesight, Luo Ji replied, glancing at Bai Ge before adding. However, the house is shrouded in a dense black mist, emanating an aura of malevolence. These ominous vapors were invisible to the naked eye, yet his divine sight revealed them in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Zatanna understood. He must have employed the same ability that had previously pierced through her disguise. Luo Ji possesses an abundance of abilities, and beyond those already revealed, one wonders what other hidden powers he may be concealing. The earlier incident with the grain of salt had left Zatanna profoundly astonished. She had inquired about its nature only to be told it was purchased from supermarket. Understanding his reluctance to divulge his strength, Zatanna refrained from pressing him further, thinking that the greater his power, the better. To return to the matter at hand, she was intent on observing the scene within more closely. With her lips moving softly for a few seconds, her eyes glazed over, and upon gazing into the room, her brow furrowed. The malevolent aura within was palpably thick, yet the leader of the Latin Unification Gang exhibited no signs of abnormality, casually seated on the sofa, engrossed in television. Both Zatanna and Luo Ji sensed the eerie atmosphere in the room. Beside them, the white dove widened its eyes, peering into the interior. It discerned no discernible aura. A woman with flowing silver hair, indignant, muttered something to the dove, and her uniform instantly transformed, silently transitioning into a combat stance. Unlike Shazam's thunderous metamorphosis, the dove's transformation was subtle and controlled, with various abilities activated, although her enhanced vision still failed to perceive the sinister presence. The surging, superhuman strength coursing through her instilled confidence. This was indeed a trap. Thus, what course of action should be taken next? The dove turned her head to speak, but as her words fell, her expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively propelled into the air, her gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, uncertainty clouding her mind. The spots where Zatanna and Luo Ji had previously stood were now vacant, as if they had evaporated into thin air. The bright sunlight was obscured by a creeping fog, and the world gradually dimmed. The vibrant green lawn began to wither rapidly. The white picket fence started to rot and mold, revolting maggots emerging from the decaying wood. The private residence emitted creaking sounds, twisting and decaying within mere seconds, releasing a dark mist that wafted into the air. A sense of foreboding washed over the dove. This was the work of a malevolent spirit. She was aware that some evil entities possessed the power to ensnare individuals within illusions. Yet she had never encountered such a phenomenon before, causing her heartbeat to quicken slightly. Surrounded by the pervasive grayish mist, the dove clenched her fists, feeling the potent energy within her. She needed to devise a strategy to break free from this illusion and reunite with her team. Simultaneously, Zatanna and Luo Ji faced the same predicament. The former was enveloped by the illusion, her companions vanished, and upon realizing the situation, she promptly entered a combat-ready state. Sharing the same sentiment as the dove, she resolved to swiftly penetrate the encroaching fog to reunite with the other two. The risks of confronting the situation alone were too great. As for Luo Ji, he was just preparing to retrieve a miniature bomb to blow the roof off the house when the scene before him abruptly transformed. Indeed, he had no intention of entering the house to investigate. As a modern youth well-versed in horror films, Luo Ji was acutely aware of the typical tropes surrounding such terrifying scenarios. In a house as peculiar as this one, once inside, the likelihood of escape was slim. Unfortunately, He did not anticipate that the creature they faced had also become adept. Before he could step inside, merely observing from outside, he had already fallen into the trap. Upon surveying the surroundings, the sky was shrouded in a dense, grayish-white fog, casting the world into a somber twilight. Silence enveloped the area, and everything within sight was decaying and moldy, with repugnant insects wriggling about. To be candid, it evoked a sense reminiscent of Silent Hill. However, the atmosphere was not entirely tranquil. As Logic strained to listen, strange howls intermittently echoed from the distant mist, accompanied by chilling cries. A light cough escaped him, the ambience decidedly Lovecraftian. With a firm grip, he summoned the sacred flame of exorcism into his right hand. This firearm pulsated with a fierce rage against malevolent entities, and upon its emergence, it emitted a subtle hum in response to the surrounding fog. The intricately crafted engravings on the gun's body glimmered with a dark golden hue, presenting an exquisite appearance. Logic twirled the weapon, his heart settling with assurance. Indeed, all fears stemmed from a lack of firepower. Wielding the sacred flame of exorcism, seemingly animated by the fog as provocation, a slight smile graced his lips. The scene before him, barring any unforeseen events, was likely conjured by a malevolent spirit. According to Zatanna's prior descriptions, malevolent spirits varied in strength, and those capable of ensnaring individuals into illusions were particularly potent higher-tier entities. Logic had initially harbored some trepidation, but witnessing the malevolent spirit being identified as a target by the sacred flame of exorcism immediately alleviated his concerns. At last, he had the chance to witness the true might of the sacred flame, and a flicker of excitement coursed through him. As for the possibility of failure, Logic remained unperturbed. He still possessed the advantages of his demon form and the Fenrir wolf. In mere seconds, he swiftly analyzed the current situation and then cast his gaze around the fog. His eyes flashed with golden light, penetrating the mist with divine sight. In the dim illumination, bizarre figures flitted past, their silhouettes resembling neither human nor beast, but rather ghastly fiends. There were not merely one, but multiple malevolent spirits lurking within the fog, their numbers likely substantial. Logic furrowed his brow lightly, twirling the firearm once more, preparing to select a fortunate soul to experience the benevolence of the sacred flame. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the decayed wooden door of a nearby mansion suddenly burst open, splintering into fragments as maggots scattered. Out surged a malevolent spirit, towering at 2 meters. Adorned with a twisted horn upon its head, its visage grotesque, knees bent backward, and its body cloaked in dark, matted fur. Its eyes glowed crimson, exuding an aura of malevolence, and it lunged forward with a rancid wind. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Logic's eyes. Here was his fortunate target, seemingly a common malevolent spirit, perfect for testing the weapon's power. He swiftly redirected the muzzle of the gun. The sacred flame of exorcism sensed the impending approach of the spirit, vibrating with a furious hum, brimming with wrath. With a pull of the trigger, a flash of fire erupted from the barrel, a torrent of rage unleashed, striking the malevolent spirit's dark chest in an instant. A resounding boom echoed. The terrifying force did not send the spirit flying, but rather obliterated its upper body into a cloud of crimson mist, with remnants of flesh and blood splattering in all directions. Logic's form flickered, deftly avoiding the viscous spray of gore. The 2 legs of the malevolent spirit dissipated into black mist, twitching incessantly. The exorcism power contained within the bullets adhered to them, causing the dark vapor to vanish entirely, leaving the legs motionless. Logic adjusted his firearm, reloaded, and gazed at the remnants of flesh strewn across the ground. Lost in contemplation, was this malevolent spirit too feeble? Or was the exorcism flame too potent? Chapter 37. The enormous shadow in the mist. The force unleashed by the exorcism flame was somewhat unexpected. However, given that the malevolent spirit was the target of this purifying power, such intensity was, in fact, reasonable. Logic, gun in hand, surveyed the dismembered spirit at his feet. Having learned a valuable lesson, next time, he mused, he ought not to fire at its upper body, for a single bullet had dispatched it too swiftly, depriving him of any opportunity to experience fear, and thus, he garnered no fear value from vanquishing the spirit. Shaking his head, Logic's gaze fell upon the decaying mansion before him. A divine sight swept through, revealing an interior shrouded in oppressive black mist, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, he felt a slight increase in fear value and scanned the entire house, discovering another malevolent spirit lurking in the second-floor bedroom. Its appearance differed significantly from the previous one. It was equally terrifying, resembling a nightmare clawing its way out from the depths of the most harrowing dreams. Rajik raised his firearm, aiming with precision. Fear, the most primal instinct of all living beings, was no exception for malevolent spirits. Bang! The furious impact shattered the walls of the tainted abode, revealing a gaping maw in the second-floor bedroom. A bolt of lightning struck, momentarily paralyzing the spirit, which, shocked and enraged, opened its mouth to unleash a plume of black mist. Everything the dark vapor touched, walls, floors, was instantaneously corroded into a pool of black liquid. Rajik, refusing to hesitate, summoned a tempestuous wind to disperse the black mist entirely. Then, propelled by the fierce gusts, he ascended to the second floor, raising the exorcism flame and pulling the trigger. The bullets, infused with purifying force, tore apart the spirit's lower half, followed by several more lightning strikes. The spirit writhed on the ground, howling incessantly as the exorcism power infiltrated its remaining upper body, obliterating the attempting self-repair of the dark mist. Gradually, the spirit fell silent, contributing a final surge of fear value before meeting its demise. Rajik stood still for a moment, contemplating his next move. He summoned lightning to coalesce into a blade, severing the spirit's head, which he then lifted with the wind, allowing it to follow him. He leaped from the second floor, landing on the decaying lawn, the severed head trailing behind him, caught in the gusts of wind. Excellent. Rajik nodded in satisfaction. His reasoning was quite straightforward, based on previous observations. A multitude of malevolent spirits inhabited this misty realm. For the average person, confronting such a scenario would warrant a methodical approach to eliminate them one by one in search of a solution. However, Rajik's circumstances were unique. In his eyes, this was no terrifying illusion, but rather a perfect monster-hunting cage. While he could not venture into the 7 great magical continents to hunt monsters just yet, exploring Silent Hill for the time being seemed quite promising. Rajik stepped into the mist, the severed head of the spirit following closely behind, though it appeared insignificant at present. Should he slay more spirits, a collection of heads trailing him would surely transform into a nightmarish spectacle for any other malevolent spirits. The resonant roars and howls emerging from the mist drew nearer, and with his divine perception, Luo Ji discerned that he had vanquished 2 malevolent spirits, seemingly inciting the ire of the most formidable one lurking in the shadows. A horde of wicked entities now charged towards him. The powerful malevolent spirit that had ensnared him in an illusion remained hidden, yet Luo Ji was unperturbed by its potential strength. This was easily comprehensible. As the mist before him offered an explanation, only the feeble and inept would resort to such theatrics, whereas true powerhouses would directly emerge to suppress all opposition. Luo Ji surmised that the concealed high-ranking malevolent spirit intended to employ its minions of ordinary spirits to engage him in a war of attrition, hoping to exhaust him. Should they fail to do so, they would at least diminish his vitality before it made its grand appearance to reap the spoils. Such a plan was astutely conceived. Yet Luo Ji had no intention of granting it that opportunity. He resolved to conclude the matter swiftly, ensuring that the spirits within the mist met their demise in terror. After all, Zatanna and the White Dove were likely facing similar predicaments. The former, being one of the most powerful sorceresses on Earth, was unlikely to encounter any mishaps, while the latter, endowed with various abilities and capable of unleashing shockwaves, should also remain unscathed for the time being. Nevertheless, Luo Ji was determined not to prolong this encounter. The depths of this crisis were profound, and with multiple allies, the burden of facing adversaries could not rest solely upon him. Coughing lightly, he chided himself for digressing, as the thought of having his teammates bear the brunt of danger was unfathomable, a task reserved for the truly reckless. Conscience stirred within him. Although he was not particularly close to Zatanna and had a somewhat strained rapport with the White Dove, they were still 2 valuable companions, and he could not remain an idle spectator. Recollecting his focus, Luo Ji surveyed the encroaching malevolent spirits through the mist, advancing rather than retreating. He raised the holy flame of exorcism, pulling the trigger repeatedly into the fog. The battlefield erupted with thunderous roars as bursts of fire illuminated the scene, and wherever the wrathful shockwaves traversed, the mist was incinerated, revealing the terrifying visages of the spirits. A ferocious howl echoed from all directions, only to be swiftly drowned out by their anguished cries. The holy flame of exorcism, specifically designed to combat malevolent creatures, inflicted true damage upon the spirits. Luo Ji's marksmanship was precise. With each shot, a leg would explode, incapacitating them without delivering immediate death. In their final moments, terror surged through their beings, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, and, as the power of exorcism enveloped them, they contributed their fear before succumbing to silence. Luo Ji continued to fire, yet the sheer number of spirits proved challenging. Even though he could dispatch one with each bullet, the overwhelming quantity was daunting. With a surge of thought, his body crackled with electricity as bolts of thunder descended, momentarily stunning those spirits that dared to approach, only for them to be obliterated from the waist down by his raging shockwaves. As their fear levels escalated, Luo Ji became enveloped in a whirlwind, deftly maneuvering through the air while intermittently unleashing thunderous strikes. The holy flame of exorcism continued to blaze forth. Equipped with an abundance of standard shotgun shells, he imbued them with the power of exorcism upon reloading, unleashing a torrent of wrathful flames from the gun's muzzle, inflicting immense damage upon the malevolent spirits. With the rhythm of battle stabilizing, Luo Ji swiftly harvested the malevolent entities, contemplating a change in his aiming position. The surge of rage erupted forth with a fierce intensity, striking at an unexpected angle. Two malevolent spirits were struck, one in the left rear and the other in the right. The sacred flame of exorcism unleashed its fury like a shotgun, firing multiple pellets with a single pull of the trigger. The two spirits shared the damage. Yet after a brief moment, they remained alive, albeit in a state of near demise. Logic mused on the perfection of this strategy. The brink of death continuously generated fear, and a single shot could incapacitate several spirits, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the extermination. The sacred flame of exorcism continued to fire relentlessly, the thunderous booms echoing in succession. Soon, the cacophony of the spirits' howls was replaced by an unending chorus of anguished wails. Logic summoned a gust of wind, lifting all the semi-conscious spirits and consolidating them into a large, dark sphere. This sphere, composed entirely of dying spirits, suffered grievous injuries as they pressed against one another, their cries of torment incessantly contributing to the accumulation of fear. Electric arcs danced across Logic's body. His attire remained untainted by blood, yet the streets around him resembled a descent into hell, smeared with darkened blood and shredded flesh. The sacred flame of exorcism emitted a resonant hum, its intricately carved body glimmering with a dark golden hue. With the gun held firmly in his right hand and the massive dark sphere being compressed by the gale to his left, Logic's gaze fixed upon the ominous silhouette looming in the depths of the mist. The formidable presence was approaching. Chapter 38. Let your leader speak within the mist-laden illusion. Logic furrowed his brow, refraining from recklessly charging forward to continue the slaughter. In the face of the unexpectedly large entity, a cautious approach was warranted. His divine sight scanned the surroundings, revealing the gargantuan figure towering approximately 20 meters tall. Its grotesque and distorted form surpassed all other spirits he had previously encountered, evoking unsettling associations that could shatter the sanity of an ordinary observer with but a glance. Upon closer inspection, Logic noted that this colossal spirit was flanked by a throng of ordinary spirits, gathered in a menacing cluster, their combined dark mist swirling ominously like storm clouds. A plan began to formulate in Logic's mind. He pulled the trigger of the sacred flame of exorcism, and the muzzle erupted with flames, directing the full force of his wrath at the adjacent dark sphere. The immense impact drove the sphere deep into the ground, the outer spirits being torn to shreds, their remains hanging limply like tattered rags. Logic swiftly summoned a tempest, drawing in the splattered blood and mangled flesh, reintegrating them into the dark sphere. The ground fissured under the force of the explosion, the spirits that once formed the sphere now, beyond recognition, reduced to a gory, indistinct mass. Much had evaporated during the process, causing the sphere's diameter to shrink. The giant spirit and its throng of ordinary spirits stared in bewilderment, perplexed by the sudden and bizarre turn of events. Roar! This inexplicable behavior instilled both panic and fury within the spirits, which had previously advanced at a normal pace. Now surged forward in a desperate sprint, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. However, Logic's reflexes were swifter. He discharged several rounds with satisfaction, sending the dark sphere careening aside while he ascended into the air, enveloped by the howling winds. At this moment, the black sphere exhibited no signs of life. However, within a heap of bullets recently poured into it resided an abundance of exorcistic power. By inserting a few microbombs within, this black sphere would transform into a formidable weapon against malevolent forces. Luo Ji, bearing the black sphere, advanced rather than retreated, hovering in mid-air, as he confronted the approaching large malevolent spirit, exclaiming, "Are you the strongest malevolent spirit?" The large spirit hesitated to confirm, muttering, "No." Boom! An eruption of fury surged forth, slicing a layer of flesh from the spirit's head. "If you're not the strongest, then what were you doing striking a pose just now?" The large spirit howled in rage. "You boom!" The exorcistic holy flame unleashed another bullet, as Luo Ji impatiently declared, "Matters of adults should not concern children. Let your leader come forth to speak." No sooner had he spoken than he pressed down with his left hand, causing a tempest to hurl the black sphere to the ground, where lightning swiftly struck, igniting the bombs within. The thunderous blast shattered the mist, as flames soared skyward, while a significant amount of exorcistic energy dispersed outward. The ordinary malevolent spirits gathered nearby were crushed beneath the dual onslaught of the explosive shockwave and the purging power, meeting either death or severe injury. The street was filled with incessant wails, and in the moment the flames erupted. Luo Ji's keen eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of the brilliant sunlight of Rio de Janeiro as the mist momentarily parted, before it swiftly closed again. The large malevolent spirit was caught in the aftermath, its eyes turning crimson as if to bleed. Though its massive form boasted a tough, iron-like hide, it was not of a high order among malevolent spirits and lacked their intellect. Like ordinary spirits, its intelligence was questionable, the only distinction being its ability to utter the phrase, "You shall die here." The large spirit's dark, bristling mane stood upright like steel needles, exuding a dense black fog that indiscriminately launched attacks in all directions. Luo Ji, unwilling to confront this head-on due to its potent corrosive effects, quickly summoned a gale to retreat to the side. The black mist surged aggressively. Sensing danger, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, a whirlwind began to swirl around him, gradually expanding to disperse the black fog within a 100-meter radius, as he unlocked 8/1000ths of the authority of the Storm and Thunderlord. The speed of his counterattack accelerated significantly. Luo Ji clenched his right hand, manipulating the whirlwind to expand around the large malevolent spirit, rapidly forming a colossal tornado towering 100 meters high. The large spirit, proud of its stature, standing at 20 meters tall, appeared as a giant to most. Yet, now enveloped by the 100-meter tornado, it suddenly seemed diminutive, akin to a child. The surrounding black mist was drawn into the vortex. And just as Luo Ji prepared to press his advantage, his divine vision caught a glimmer of green light from the corner of the mist. To maintain visibility within the fog, he had kept his divine sight active, and as his gaze illuminated with golden light, he sensed a lethal threat emanating from that green glow. Alarm bells rang in Luo Ji's mind. Unwilling to delay, he raised his left hand, conjuring a golden thread that coalesced into form before he hurled it with force. Without a sound piercing the air, nor any buzzing, the golden thread moved forward serenely, akin to a gentle stream. Simultaneously, a booming sound emanated from the flickering green light as a torrent resembling dark green magma surged forth, colliding violently with the golden thread. Despite its diminutive appearance, the golden filament unleashed a terrifying force upon impact with the magma torrent. After effortlessly shattering the dark green surge, it continued unabated, locking onto the piercing green light. A chilling scream echoed from the depths of the mist, prompting Luo Ji to ponder briefly before summoning thunder to strike the colossal whirlwind shrouded in malevolent energy. Subsequently, The exorcism sacred flame triggered in rapid succession, its impact causing the swirling black mist above to gradually dissipate. An unusual wind rustled in his ears, foreseeing the imminent threat under his divine perception. Luo Ji swiftly redirected his firearm, unleashing a torrent of wrathful energy. Bang! A malevolent entity, towering approximately 2 meters, adorned with dual horns and clad in armor, ignited in eerie flames as it raised its right arm, conjuring a green spectral shield. The bullets infused with exorcism power crashed against the shield, shattering it in an instant. As the shield fragmented, the malevolent spirit deftly sidestepped, evading the residual force of the bullets. Luo Ji raised an eyebrow. This entity appeared distinctly different, boasting numerous enhancements, including ghostly flames and a protective shield, unmistakably a formidable boss. The two sides found themselves locked in a standoff, the dark green eyes of the malevolent spirit glinting with caution. As a high-ranking malevolent being, it was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the seemingly unremarkable golden thread. Had it not been for the scarce quantity, it would have met its demise long ago. Although it had survived, it was grievously injured. It could no longer recall the last time it had sustained such a level of harm. Drawing upon the power of illusions to heal, it dispelled the enchantments targeting the two women, allowing itself to recover. The malevolent spirit deduced that the adversary could not maintain the use of that golden energy indefinitely. Otherwise, it would have been employed while it was hiding. Yet, gazing at the peculiar firearm in the opponent's hand, which glimmered ominously and instilled dread at first glance, the spirit felt a pang of anxiety. Nonetheless, orders from above mandated that failure was not an option. It forced itself to remain composed, contemplating strategies to subdue its opponent in order to continue steering the situation in Gotham. Chapter 39. Are you worried about me? The towering whirlwind, reaching heights of 100 meters, surged with torrents of lightning, the cacophony resembling popping beans intertwined with the anguished cries of the colossal malevolent entity. While the furious energy of thunder, embodying the essence of rigidity and brightness, was not as potent in exorcising malevolent beings as the exorcism sacred flame, it proved highly effective nonetheless. As the whirlwind stabilized, the tempest of lightning ravaged the colossal spirit, rendering it utterly incapable of resistance. Previously, the wrathful energy had embedded bullets within its skull, and the exorcism power relentlessly strangled the black mist within its being. While facing off against the high-ranking malevolent entity, Luo Ji deftly manipulated the whirlwind and lightning to gradually wear down the colossal spirit, bringing it to the brink of exhaustion. The high-level malevolent spirit observed a twitching of its eyelids. The reason it had initially refrained from revealing itself was quite simple. Although the fearsome quartet of assassins dispatched earlier had been effortlessly vanquished, it had nonetheless revealed to him that this adversary was far more formidable than the intelligence suggested. The malevolent spirit intended to employ expendable minions to wear down Luo Ji's energy, but as it witnessed its subordinates faltering and facing imminent demise, it found itself compelled to intervene. The malevolent spirit, shrouded in ghostly flames, darted across the battlefield, leaving fissures in its wake. As it lunged from the side towards Luo Ji, regardless of the circumstances, the orders must be fulfilled. It prepared to unleash a ferocious assault to disrupt the rhythm of the adversary's combat, striving for ultimate victory. Upon perceiving this, Luo Ji immediately retreated, enveloped by a fierce wind that rendered him akin to a specter in rapid motion. With a roar, the high-level malevolent spirit unleashed a torrent of green magma, prompting Luo Ji to swiftly raise his firearm and pull the trigger. The demon-repelling holy flame surged forth, its fiery bullets colliding with the molten stream. Though the projectiles appeared feeble, the formidable power they contained was not to be underestimated, causing both forces to dissipate upon impact. Undeterred, the high-level malevolent spirit pressed forward, its right hand poised like a blade, imbued with a ghostly luminescence. As it sought to engage in close combat, Luo Ji adeptly altered his approach. His right hand transformed the demon-repelling holy flame and switched the ammunition, while his left hand conjured a magnificent, crackling thunder sword. With a thunderous boom, Luo Ji crouched low and swung the sword at a cunning angle, the azure blade emitting sharp sounds as it clashed with the descending hand of the high-level malevolent spirit. The gusts of wind surged, and with a powerful strike, Luo Ji was propelled aside. The thunder sword, despite its negligible mass, radiated immense heat, melting half of the spirit's hand upon contact. With a pained cry, the high-level malevolent spirit recoiled, gathering the ghostly flames to mend its molten wound, retreating swiftly. During its withdrawal, it discreetly glanced at the larger malevolent spirit ensnared by a whirlwind. Though barely clinging to life, it still served a purpose by temporarily restraining a portion of the opposing force. The high-level malevolent spirit felt the surge of ghostly flames invigorating its confidence. Just as it prepared to launch another attack, a series of thunderous booms echoed above. Unbeknownst to it, a mass of ominous clouds had gathered, brimming with an overwhelming power capable of shattering city walls. Lightning danced within, igniting the air into a vacuum that rapidly coalesced, producing a cacophony of resounding bangs. A searing white light began to congeal directly overhead. The high-level malevolent spirit widened its eyes, momentarily bewildered. An unsettling sensation crept upon it, prompting an instinctual retreat, accompanied by a tingling at the scalp. Suddenly, it halted, realizing that this tingling was not merely fear, but rather a harbinger of being locked onto by lightning. A prelude to impending impact. Luo Ji, commanding the stacked layers of clouds above, concentrated the thunder, directing it ominously toward the high-level malevolent spirit below. He lacked the inclination for a protracted battle. After a few preliminary probes, he resolved to unleash his most formidable attack for a swift resolution. The high-ranking malevolent spirit gazed at the rapidly brewing storm clouds overhead, along with the 5-meter diametric thunderbolt that was continuously coalescing and radiating blinding light, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Scanning his surroundings, the high-ranking malevolent spirit steeled himself, summoning the spectral flames within him, and decided to disrupt the spell casting before the thunderstruck. He burst forth with blinding speed, lunging forward to unleash a massive wave of black mist towards Logic. With a resounding crash, the demon-banishing sacred flame fired a projectile, and aided by the gust of wind, Logic narrowly evaded the attack. Stunned by the failure of his ambush, the high-ranking malevolent spirit was incredulous. How could a mage be so agile while unleashing their ultimate spell? It defied reason, observing the human-like expression on the spirit's face. Logic let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Spirit, you have been absent from Earth for too long. The mages have evolved significantly. This is merely basic maneuvering." As he spoke, he continued to pull the trigger, the demon-banishing sacred flame erupting with fiery onslaughts. The high-ranking malevolent spirit hurriedly defended himself, dodging left and right while unleashing boundless black mist. The cascading black mist surged forth like ominous storm clouds, simultaneously accompanied by green flames shooting skyward. With a thunderous roar, the lightning in the sky suddenly shifted positions, coalescing anew, while the green flames pierced through the dark clouds, missing their mark entirely. The high-ranking malevolent spirit's eyes widened in rage as he opted to persist with his push of black mist. The howling winds intensified, and the enormous malevolent spirit, which had been ground down for a prolonged period, finally succumbed. Logic commanded a whirlwind to descend, transforming it into a tempest that spanned several streets, colliding with the rolling black mist. At that moment, the thunderous pillar in the heavens took shape, and without a moment's hesitation, Logic flicked his fingers to summon it down. With a tremendous crash, the formidable thunderbolt emerged from the dense clouds like a celestial dragon. On the ground, the tumultuous black mist clashed with a fierce whirlwind, generating a cacophony of sound. The thunderbolt, undeterred by the chaos, locked onto the position of the high-ranking malevolent spirit and struck down with a resounding force. The entire shroud of mist was engulfed in searing white light, illuminating the darkened realm as if it were midday. The continuous thunderous roars echoed, and seizing the opportunity, Logic maneuvered through the gusts to position himself beside the high-ranking malevolent spirit, which had just been struck by the thunderbolt. Raising the demon-banishing sacred flame, he repeatedly pulled the trigger, unleashing bullets imbued with the power to repel evil. The extreme heat of the thunderbolt, coupled with the overwhelming force of the sacred flame, made the high-ranking malevolent spirit howl in agony. Yet the sound waves could not escape, drowned out by the thunder's roar. Logic swiftly reloaded and continued firing for half a minute, and when the thunderbolt finally dissipated, all that remained was a vast, charred trench littered with remnants of decayed flesh. The impact of the demon-banishing sacred flame had driven the remnants deep into the mud, mingling them with shattered stones. The high-ranking malevolent spirit lay utterly defeated, and as the surrounding mist began to dissipate, Logic found himself once again standing under the radiant sunlight of Rio de Janeiro. The streets were as they had always been, and as he blinked, he caught sight of Zatanna, seated cross-legged with her eyes tightly shut in the shadow of a wall, while a dove stood anxiously beside her. Logic raised an eyebrow and approached, inquiring, "What is Zatanna up to?" "She is indeed," White Dove instinctively began, only to be startled into silence upon realizing her own words. "Of course, I am perfectly fine," Logic replied with an air of nonchalance, a smile gracing his lips as he continued, "By the way, were you worried about me just before I arrived?" Chapter 40. Shazam and Constantine in Rio de Janeiro. The streets basked in radiant sunlight, with the shadows cast by the walls appearing soft. After dispelling the illusion, Logic returned and, alongside White Dove, roused Zatanna from her stupor. The former seemed to sense her concern for him, a notion Logic found all too familiar. Such burdens stemmed from being exceedingly handsome. There was no need to resist. Merely embrace it. Although the silver-haired woman vehemently denied it, Logic understood all too well that women were creatures of modesty, merely proud in their demeanor. According to White Dove and Zatanna's accounts, both had been ensnared in the illusion, confronting numerous malevolent spirits. Suddenly, the illusion dissipated, and they found themselves once more beneath the sunlit sky. Logic quickly grasped that his prior confrontation with a high-ranking malevolent spirit had left it grievously wounded, rendering it incapable of maintaining the illusion against White Dove and Zatanna, thus compelling its retreat. He succinctly recounted the events, mentioning the defeat of the high-ranking spirit, deeming it unnecessary to delve into excessive detail, as the matter was now behind them. Zatanna gained a newfound appreciation for Logic's prowess, while White Dove, though professing indifference, understood the implications. Returning to the matter at hand, having vanquished the high-ranking spirit, Logic's eyes gleamed with golden light as he cast his gaze once more towards the private residence, declaring, "The aura of the malevolent spirit has dissipated. The leader of the Latin Unified Gang remains inside." With that, Zatanna, and White Dove entered the dwelling, swiftly binding their target for extraction without conducting an immediate interrogation, wary of the potential emergence of further malevolent entities. The sky loomed as gray as concrete, and a biting wind lashed against the snow-laden ground. A venerable figure, clad in a gray-blue robe with a flowing white beard, stood atop the mountain ridge, the frigid gusts swirling around him, yet he appeared impervious to the cold. His keen, hawk-like eyes were fixed upon a distant peak as he pronounced, "Indeed, that is the headquarters of the League of Assassins. We are almost there. Finally, I cannot endure this wretched weather for another moment," exclaimed a voice belonging to a man dressed in a khaki trench coat, his golden hair dusted with snow, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the ember flickering slightly as he spoke. Notably, this strikingly handsome man bore a visage that rivaled Logic's. Indeed, the venerable figure was Shazam, a powerful wizard who had lived for over 9 millennia, while the golden-haired gentleman was John Constantine, a rogue and con artist. Initially, Constantine, in his pursuit of Shazam's power, spoke with an eloquence that was almost poetic, even going so far as to pick up litter encountered along the way. However, Shazam remained unperturbed by Constantine's pretentiousness, regarding him with a cool disdain. Constantine spent a considerable amount of time only to discover it bore no fruit. Once they entered the mountains, the biting cold extinguished his earlier ambitions, prompting him to vent his frustrations openly. Although he had yet to flee, he reluctantly decided to wade through this murky situation, ostensibly to fulfill Zatanna's conditions for ending the Cold War. He intended to convey to Zatanna just how hard he had strived to resolve the crisis, feeling quite the selfless hero in the process. "Old Shazam, can't you employ some teleportation spell to whisk us away? I'm freezing to death," Constantine lamented, huddling for warmth, his cigarette on the verge of extinguishing. Shazam scoffed, "I have told you countless times, after 9 millennia, I am nearing my end. My magical reserves are dwindling. One must conserve what little power remains." The ancient wizard was thoroughly displeased with Constantine's demeanor. The young man showed no respect for age and tradition, referring to him as Old Shazam, which grated on his nerves. In his prime, when he could quell cosmic evils with a mere gesture, He was revered as the great wizard Shazam. Alas, those days were behind him, and in his twilight years, he could not simply cast Constantine aside. Despite his unruly nature, Constantine possessed enough strength to be of assistance. Understood, super old Shazam. Constantine replied with an okay gesture, swiftly retracting his hand. The bitter cold was unbearable. Even with a down jacket beneath his trench coat, he felt no warmth. He contemplated conjuring a warming spell, yet Constantine preferred to abstain from magic, unless it was to woo a lady. Moreover, seeing the old wizard clad in mere linens showed no signs of discomfort, he refused to concede defeat. "Let us proceed and see what mischief Ra's al Ghul is up to," Shazam stated, dismissing the issue of titles as he flicked his robe and stepped forward. Constantine inhaled deeply from his cigarette and hastened to catch up. They traversed the snow-laden landscape, approaching the headquarters of the League of Assassins. "Cast a concealment spell?" Shazam suggested suddenly. Constantine exhaled the remnants of a cigarette. "Great wizard Shazam, perhaps you should handle it. I am too young to master such spells." "No, you can," Shazam replied with an impassive expression. "You could too," Constantine retorted, clicking his tongue. "I am old," Shazam replied, stroking his graying beard. Constantine glared at the elder wizard, feeling as if the latter was more shameless than himself. After all, having lived for over 9 millennia, he likely had long forgotten the concept of embarrassment. With a sigh, Constantine acknowledged his youthful naivety and kindness, realizing that continuing to banter with the old wizard in this frigid climate was only making things worse. Reluctantly, he cast a concealment spell. As they melded into the swirling snow, Shazam wore a satisfied smile. "You wish to challenge me? Why was I my most mischievous? Your great-great-grandfather had yet to be born. 9,000 years had rendered Shazam shameless, and the days when he bore the burden of maintaining an image were long past. Nevertheless, sometimes appearances must be upheld, and with a serious demeanor, Shazam and Constantine proceeded towards the League of Assassins headquarters. The main entrance stood unguarded, arousing suspicion in the two individuals. Exchanging glances, they cautiously approached the base of the surrounding wall. Shazam, adopting a serious demeanor, grasped Jacques with his right hand and, with a powerful leap, ascended to the top of the wall. Snowflakes swirled around them as they blended into the wintry tempest. Observing the scene, they noted that the wall, which should have been teeming with guards, was instead desolate, blanketed only by thick layers of snow. "Old dang, are you certain this is the stronghold of the Assassin's Guild?" Jacques questioned, his tone tinged with peculiarity. "I haven't spotted a single shadow." Shazam, equally furrowing his brow, replied, "Indeed, I am certain. Let us proceed and investigate." The two descended from the wall and entered the interior, where the architectural style of the Assassin's Guild headquarters was reminiscent of an ancient temple, adorned with red lacquer, gold leaf, and wood. Shazam and Jacques quickened their pace, surveying the entirety of the headquarters. The outcome was unsettling, sending shivers down their spines. Not a soul was present within any of the buildings. After a thorough analysis, Shazam speculated, in addition to the absence of personnel, all expected weaponry and devices have also vanished. It is highly probable that Lei Xiaogu has relocated. Jacques' lips twitched at the implication. "Are you saying we have come here for nothing?" Shazam, stroking his beard, responded with a grave expression. "It would be premature to say that. I sense the presence of a familiar, malevolent spirit here." Chapter 41. Return to Gotham. 5 draws amidst the swirling snow atop the mountains. Just outside the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild, the familiar malevolent spirit caused Jacques to squint. "Your acquaintance?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Shazam's lips twitched. "Do not speak frivolously. I have no acquaintances among malevolent spirits. I have merely dealt with this one in years gone by." "How long ago was that?" Jacques, feeling his mouth go dry, fished out a cigarette from his pocket, his favorite silk card. "Several centuries, perhaps," Shazam replied, a reminiscent look crossing his face. "Perhaps it has long forgotten you," Jacques remarked. "That is not the crux of the matter," Shazam retorted, his brow furrowed. "This spirit is exceptionally powerful. I once battled it, and though I inflicted severe wounds, it managed to escape. I never anticipated sensing its presence once more. Centuries ago, old dang. Were you at your peak then?" Jacques ignited a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Shazam stroked his beard. "I was barely holding my own. I had just fought another formidable malevolent entity and was in a weakened state. Otherwise, I would have vanquished it long ago. In any case, The presence of this malevolent spirit here indicates a connection with Lei Xiaogu. This crisis is extraordinary. I cannot fathom what schemes Lei Xiaogu and the spirit are concocting. But based on the situation in Gotham, it surely cannot bode well. As Shazam concluded his thoughts, Jacques Kong exhaled a plume of smoke, stating, "Speaking of Gotham, I have 2 teammates there. Since our lead has run dry here, it will be prudent to regroup our team." After drawing a couple of puffs, Jacques Kong, in a rare moment of seriousness, continued. Initially, Shazam intended to decline the offer. As a proud sorcerer, accepting assistance from Jacques Kong had already required significant persuasion on his part. However, the circumstances have shifted once defeated adversaries have returned, while he himself has grown old and cannot afford to be overconfident any longer. After much contemplation, Shazam found himself in a tumultuous inner conflict, weighing the pros and cons before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall venture to Gotham. Not long after, deep within the Amazonian rainforest, concealed by towering ancient trees and peculiar vines, a small base is nestled. Lei Xiaogu stands in a chamber within the base, gazing out at the forest through the glass. As the leader of the Assassin Alliance, he has traversed the dark underbelly of the world for over 7 centuries, with his influence spanning the globe. His headquarters is situated atop a secret snow-covered mountain, and although it is deemed hidden, its location is known to several, including Batman, due to its prolonged existence. Before engaging with the dark spirits, he could remain at headquarters. However, as the game has expanded, he is now prepared to fulfill his ambition of world domination, rendering his exposed headquarters untenable. The headquarters is now deserted, all personnel having been relocated. Turning away from the room, Lei Xiaogu makes his way to the underground cavern. This vast subterranean expanse, entirely man-made, has consumed immense resources and labor. Originally intended for concealment, it has now transformed into a conduit for dark entities. In the center of the cavern stands a grotesque portal, its flickering flames casting eerie shadows. Within, a swirling vortex spins rapidly, emitting a faint, sinister whisper, reminiscent of a dark god's murmur. Lei Xiaogu fixates on the portal. Through the blood sacrifices in Gotham, numerous dark spirits have already emerged. The blood ritual adheres to strict protocols and procedures. He cannot directly lead a massacre in the city, but must incite the inhabitants to slaughter one another, ultimately offering their blood and souls as tribute. Currently, the portal remains insufficiently solid, preventing the passage of more potent dark spirits. Yet, the recent reduction in bloodshed in Gotham is intolerable to Lei Xiaogu. However, the dispatched terrifying 4 assassins and that high-ranking dark spirit have perished, with Storm Knight proving far more formidable than anticipated, even eliciting a measure of surprise from him. Such a formidable foe cannot linger. The imminent meeting among the crime lords was initially seen as an opportunity. Yet now, the risk of alerting Storm Knight means he is unlikely to attend. Lei Xiaogu furrows his brow in contemplation. In Gotham, East District, Logic and his companions returned from Rio de Janeiro, and upon arriving at the manor, they immediately sought out a katana. Utilizing the soul-claiming blade, they extracted intelligence from the soul of the leader of the Latin Unification Gang. His disappearance is indeed attributed to Lei Xiaogu's machinations, but he was merely a pawn, serving as bait, unaware of any deeper secrets. Ultimately, the intelligence obtained was even less than what the terrifying 4 assassins had reported. However, during his time as bait, this leader had been in close proximity to the dark spirits and had learned one crucial detail. The sheer number of dark entities is staggering, leaving him utterly astonished. A disheartening piece of news, yet Logic remains unfazed. Based on the occurrences in Rio de Janeiro, it is evident that numerous malevolent spirits abound, with a multitude trapped within an illusion. However, the true forces have yet to arrive on Earth. Otherwise, we would be inundated with news reports. Of course, it is also possible that they have arrived and chosen to lay low. Yet, such concealment is characteristic of a disorganized rabble. True powerhouses do not engage in theatrics, but instead act decisively to suppress all opposition. Now, in the present moment, within the office at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor of the manor, Logic sits behind his desk. The crisis has escalated, yet he has grown stronger. A recent trip to Rio de Janeiro proved fruitful, as the affable malevolent spirits provided him with a substantial amount of fear energy. Following a thorough allocation, the The dominion of storm and thunder has been unlocked to 9,000ths. The deeper one delves into the divine authority, the greater the amount of fear energy required for unlocking. And correspondingly, the enhancement of power becomes ever more significant. At this level of 9,000ths, the unleashed thunder surpasses the potency of natural lightning. While the tempestuous winds have evolved from annihilating a mansion to easily devastating an entire street, the speed of gathering dark clouds has increased, and the pool of divine power has expanded slightly. Most importantly, Logic's physical attributes have surged once more, enabling him to withstand ordinary bullets with his corporeal form and intercept various projectiles when adorned in his lightning armor. Moreover, upon returning to Gotham, he finally won protective gear in the lottery, rendering the gangster's firearms ineffective. Previously, he refrained from directly striking down the alliance of Falcone and the Black Mask with lightning due to concerns over collateral damage. Logic, plagued by insecurity, preferred not to engage in such uncertain battles, preserving his demonic essence for more strategic endeavors. Now, with his worries alleviated, it is time to conclude this gang war. However, considering the intelligence previously divulged by Zatanna, it is apparent that Raijin is utilizing Gotham City as an altar, conducting death rituals to commune with malevolent spirits. Thus, the resolution of this conflict cannot simply involve unleashing a cataclysm of thunder to obliterate everyone. A more intricate plan is required. Maximizing benefits and acquiring greater fear energy is paramount. The fear energy harvested in Rio de Janeiro, after unlocking the dominion of storm and thunder to 9,000ths, will typically be utilized for further lottery draws. After a refreshing bath and change of attire, Logic proceeded with 5 lottery draws. Chapter 42. A unicorn. His bathing and attire change were not in vain. This time, fortune favored him in the lottery, as there were no subpar items or useless trinkets akin to a mere blade of grass from Mount Joshan or a drop of water from the River of Hades. After 5 draws, the inventory of artifacts was refreshed, yielding 5 unique items: Bravery, Dream Key, the opulent armor of the Holy Roman Empire, Beast Ring, Unicorn X1. After a long absence, there were no disappointing elements. First was the Bravery, a one-time skill that, according to its description, would grant a 10-minute courage buff upon activation. During this period, all fear would be disregarded, allowing one to remain composed even in the face of the abyssal gods and the tormenting storms that descend from hell. It sounds remarkably impressive. In simpler terms, it signifies that within 10 minutes, one will not suffer a loss of sanity, and, under certain specific circumstances, it may prove to be quite beneficial. As for the Dream Key, its name alone hints at its primary function, granting access to the dreams of others. Its appearance resembles an ancient key, modestly sized, yet slightly weighty, adorned with the 2 emblems of the dream god Morpheus. According to its description, the key unlocks the gateway to the dream realm of a mortal in the waking world. One emblem is intended for entering dreams, while the other serves the purpose of returning. Once the emblems are erased, their efficacy vanishes. At first glance, the ability to enter another's dream seems limited to scenarios where one might express to their beloved that the world will end should they not be together, seemingly lacking utility beyond that. However, akin to divine strength, this artifact typically remains dormant, only revealing its significance in extraordinary situations. Regarding the opulent armor of the Holy Roman Empire, when Logic first acquired this piece, he felt a surge of emotion, finally possessing a piece of protective gear. The description spoke of unparalleled glory, with a robust soldier clad in armor, standing resolute, shielded from a deluge of arrows raining down from the celestial clouds. It sounded formidable. Upon obtaining it, Logic immediately donned the armor. The complete set was perfectly tailored, encompassing the chest plate, abdominal guard, shoulder protection, and more, leaving scarcely any skin exposed. The armor's design was exquisitely intricate, exuding a sense of luxury, with a silver base that shimmered like diamonds under sunlight on a bright day. Its reflective properties could potentially dazzle foes. Golden lines transformed into complex, enigmatic patterns that enveloped the entire armor in dim light. The defensive capabilities of this armor primarily stemmed from these unknown patterns rather than the hardness of the material itself. Furthermore, it was embellished with various gemstones, resembling ceremonial armor more suited for display than for battle. In summary, this armor was ostentatiously grand, radiating an air of newly acquired wealth. But the accumulation of royal jewels and the brilliance of diamonds conveyed a sense of gaudiness that bordered on tastelessness. Logic prided himself on being understated, occasionally embracing flamboyance for the sake of artistic appreciation and mental well-being. Nonetheless, given that this was the sole piece of protective gear he had acquired thus far, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, he promptly adorned the armor. Gazing into the mirror, the gemstones sparkled brilliantly. It seemed he had previously underestimated the allure of extravagance. Indeed, there was no harm in embracing it. After admiring its exterior, Logic proceeded to test the defensive capabilities of the armor. Standard firearms, including various assault rifles commonly wielded by gangs, left merely a white mark upon the armor, which rapidly repaired itself under the influence of the golden patterns. As for rockets fired from RPGs, their explosive flames charred the armor, creating a darkened patch. However, the defense of the armor does not stem from the material itself. The golden patterns upon it possess a certain magical essence, capable of restoring the black surface to its pristine state. Logic surmised that a full-powered thunderbolt from him could indeed cleave this artifact. He wondered, after such a fracture, whether it could mend itself once more. Naturally, he refrained from testing this hypothesis, for the risk of irreparable damage was too great. Returning to the matter at hand, 2 items remained. The beast ring was a ring said to bear the dual blessings of the forest goddess and the king of beasts. Yet, its practical utility was rather lackluster. Once adorned, wild creatures of nature would feel a sense of affinity towards the wearer, refraining from aggression even in hunger, and would often beseech for sustenance. For Logic at this stage, it proved utterly useless. Even without the ring, his mere presence would send beasts scurrying away. The ring's greatest merit lay in its aesthetic appeal, exquisitely crafted, flawless in texture, and adorned with the image of a majestic lion upon its amber surface. After some contemplation, Logic decided to wear it, treating it merely as a decorative trinket. The 4 items, each with its unique characteristics, paled in comparison to the final one. The unicorn was not merely a skill or an item, but a living creature. Elated by the first encounter with a living entity, Logic refrained from releasing it immediately. Instead, he prepared a saddle and gathered numerous legends pertaining to unicorns. Rising from his chair behind the desk, he noted the several mythological pages displayed on his laptop. Assessing the size of his office, he felt it would suffice. And with a grand flourish of his hand, a pure white steed materialized before him. The horse's entire form radiated a silvery sheen, emanating a subtle iridescence. Its muscular frame robust, with luminous spots where its hooves met the ground. Atop its head stood a striking spiral horn, exuding an air of sanctity and nobility. Logic gasped. This creature was indeed a bona fide mythical being. As he examined it, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he leaned closer, inquiring, "My friend, where are your wings?" The unicorn's back was bare. Although he was aware that some versions depicted unicorns without wings, he still felt a twinge of disappointment. In an age where superheroes soared through the skies, it was disheartening to realize he could not do the same, relying instead on the wind to lift him aloft. The unicorn snorted softly, blinking its eyes, its equine visage displaying a surprisingly human-like expression. Logic sensed that this unicorn had already recognized its master, independent of the beast ring he wore. Just as the armor and ring adapted seamlessly to his size, the summoned entities would not present any incompatibility. "Can you speak?" Logic queried, stroking his chin. The unicorn shook its head, maintaining an air of aloofness. Logic raised an eyebrow. Lacking the ability to converse was of little consequence, as long as it could comprehend. In various myths, unicorns were attributed with remarkable abilities. For instance, a gentle touch of its horn could purify a toxic pool, restoring it to clarity. However, in contrast to those thoughts, Luo Ji now sought to test something else. He saddled the horse, mounted with grace, and gently patted its head, assuring it, "Do not fret. I merely wish to gauge your speed. Once we finish, I shall treat you to a delightful meal. By the way, do you require sustenance?" As he settled into his seat, he suddenly heard footsteps echoing in the corridor outside. Chapter 43. The unicorn's swift pace recalling the unicorn, Luo Ji cleared his throat, temporarily suppressing the desire to gallop through Gotham on the mythical creature. Upon resuming his position at the desk, the wooden door swung open, revealing Charlie. Indeed, The individual now reporting on matters and conveying orders remained Charlie, as the three secretaries initially shortlisted had ultimately faded away. Zatanna and the Dove need not be mentioned. They presently served as makeshift allies in crisis, rather than secretaries. As for Batgirl, Luo Ji ultimately chose not to retain her company. It is often said that a gentle abode is a hero's grave, yet he is a superhero. Unless exceedingly gentle, she could not ensnare him. Batgirl, in general, was merely of moderate gentleness. After careful consideration, Luo Ji decided to turn the tables and, in a twist of fate, imbued Barbara with a hint of divine power, transforming Batgirl into a spy within the Bat family, unbeknownst to her. Given the current crisis, recruiting a new secretary seemed unnecessary. Weighing the pros and cons, Luo Ji concluded that continuing to employ Charlie posed no issue. The latter, of course, had no objections, his professional skills increasingly honed, and having arrived at the office, he was there to report on work matters. Standing before the desk, Charlie stated, "Boss, 10 crates of various models of SMGs and personal defense weapons, along with 5,000 rounds of 45 ACP ammunition and 2 crates of RPGs have just arrived from the docks. This constitutes the final batch of arms. As per your orders, the organization has ceased all arms acquisitions." Luo Ji nodded in approval. "Excellent. Moreover, have all organization members stood down?" Charlie promptly replied, "Everything has been executed as you wished. All members have returned to the organization's stronghold, halting all ongoing conflicts and no longer executing the previously planned raids." After a moment's thought, Charlie added, "All activities likely to result in bloodshed have been minimized, ensuring that casualties are reduced to the bare minimum under the premise of self-defense. However, that fool Falcone seems to believe we are retreating and appears intent on escalating his offensive." At this point, Charlie's expression reflected some confusion. The organization's actions were indeed retreating, at least on the surface, and he was unaware of Luo Ji's purpose in ordering all members to abandon their offensive for self-defense. Yet, the boss's actions undoubtedly bore deeper significance that he could not presume to speculate upon. As Charlie's words lingered, Luo Ji nodded. The rationale behind his actions was straightforward. The machinations orchestrating the gang war had surfaced significantly by today, and Lei Xiaogu's ambition to bloodily sacrifice the entire city could not be allowed to succeed. The organization's shift from offense to defense may have facilitated the expansion of the Falcone's influence. Yet it soon became apparent that the aging veteran could only chuckle for so long. The mob's weaponry had lost its efficacy against the current stage of logic, rendering the next steps unmistakably clear. The objective was to eradicate the alliance formed by Falcone and the Black Mask in the shortest time possible, while minimizing casualties and maximizing the harvest of fear. As for the methodology, a plan already danced in his mind. "Charlie, all of this will soon come to an end." Logic leaned back gently against the chair. "Additionally, disseminate the news that the press conference for the Storm Night has not been postponed. It will proceed as scheduled tomorrow, though the venue has changed from Gotham Royal Hotel to the largest square in the East District." Once he finished speaking, Charlie nodded in agreement, exchanged a few more words, and then exited the office. The room was once again left with Logic, who cleared his throat softly and summoned the unicorn anew. Its entire silver-white form radiated a spectrum of colors, maintaining its aloof demeanor. Logic smirked, reflecting that in the realm of horses, his handsome visage was likely treated as mere roadside foliage. Of course, it could also be attributed to the notion that he was not a pure maiden. In many legends, unicorns are said to be drawn to such types, as they symbolize both nobility and purity. Recalling the legends of unicorns, Logic mounted the steed and adjusted the reins, gazing out at the floor-to-ceiling windows. Suddenly, a thunderous crack. Lightning struck down, and Logic tugged the reins, leaping through the shattered glass and thunderous illumination from the 4th floor. After gliding gracefully for a moment in mid-air, he landed steadily on the ground. The window could be repaired, but moments of flair were rare. A group of henchmen watched in awe, amazed by their leader's latest display. Was that a unicorn? Ignoring their exclamations, Logic had already materialized outside the iron gate. The unicorn had just taken off into the air, each hoofstep leaving a fleeting glimmer that dissipated after a few seconds, gliding 100 meters before touching down. Logic raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. While it couldn't fly, the ability to glide was still impressive. The unicorn snorted excitedly, clearly exhilarated. Logic gently patted its flank and urged, "Show me your fastest speed." Upon hearing his command, the silver steed tossed its head, and with a gust of wind beneath its hooves, it surged forward at breathtaking speed. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, the scenery blurring past as Logic's heart raced. He glanced back to see a luminous path of light trailing behind them, gradually fading away. By observing the retreating landscape and noting several landmarks along the way, he estimated that the unicorn's current speed was no less than 500 kilometers per hour, and it continued to accelerate before stabilizing. Logic silently praised its impressive speed. In the next moment, the scene shifted. The unicorn raced vertically up the sides of towering buildings, reaching the rooftop in mere seconds. With a powerful leap, it soared into the clouds. Its hooves touched the ground, the light trails dissipating and reforming. As Logic's eyes widened in astonishment, his hand brushing against the delicate clouds. Subsequently, the unicorn began its slow descent, gradually gliding towards the ground. Its lack of wings was a significant disadvantage, and the light emitted from its hooves could only sustain its glide for so long. After a moment of contemplation, Logic summoned a powerful gust of wind to support the unicorn, allowing it to soar back into the clouds. The unicorn turned its head to regard Logic, its equine visage reflecting a surprisingly human-like astonishment. A simple maneuver, Logic snapped his fingers, and the tempest surged forth, lifting both man and beast once more into the heights. Reaching the very heavens, the unicorn appeared to have never ventured to such altitudes before. Upon turning its head back, it curiously observed its surroundings. The sky transitioned from blue to a slight shade of black, and Logic, sensing the opportune moment, dissipated the winds and began a gentle descent towards the earth. "How does it feel?" Logic inquired, feeling exhilarated himself. The unicorn responded with a clear snort, its hooves rhythmically moving as it spiraled downward. As the clouds receded behind them, Logic deftly maneuvered the reins, landing steadily on a street in the Eastern District. Across the way stood a restaurant where he had arranged to meet someone. Although it was not yet time, he anticipated that, given the individual's nature, they would likely be lurking nearby. Confidently leading the unicorn, Logic approached the restaurant's entrance, mimicking the demeanor of a Western cowboy as he secured the horse to the side. Chapter 44, Batman, I have a world-saving mission at hand. Would you be interested? The restaurant was adorned in a vintage style, neither lavish nor extravagant. A television mounted on the wall beside the cash register was broadcasting the news. Logic casually selected a seat, leaning back against the chair, surveying the vicinity. Aside from the staff, the entire establishment was devoid of patrons. It was not a matter of poor business, but rather, the venue had been reserved exclusively. This restaurant was under his ownership, and both the waitstaff and the chef were affiliated with his organization. In addition to upscale dining establishments, numerous modest eateries had also been opened, with several members of the organization, under his directive, having abandoned their firearms and knives for alternative employment. The Eastern District had many such restaurants, as it had become widely recognized in Gotham's underworld as the organization's territory, deterring any street gangs from disturbing customers within these establishments. Consequently, these restaurants thrived, reaping substantial profits. The wages were commendable, and the risk of life on the front lines was eliminated. Thus, the re-employed gangsters had no reason to resign. Yet today, the once boisterous restaurant was eerily quiet. Logic had issued orders in advance, seated at a table awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. The television on the wall announced the news. One of Gotham's notorious crime lords, Sal Maroni, has been confirmed deceased. Not long ago, this crime boss's private mansion in the Burnley district of Midtown Island was obliterated by a tornado. A black and white portrait of Maroni appeared on the screen. Logic had previously spared his life to facilitate the takeover of his influence, but now that the transition was nearly complete, there was no longer a need for his existence. According to the latest news, our unconventional superhero, Storm Knight, has recently emerged from a brief period of seclusion to declare that the death of Maroni signifies his takeover of the vast underworld empire left behind by Sal Maroni. Much like he previously assumed control of the East Side gang, led by Gallant, the television host, impeccably dressed and with a grave expression, remarked, surprisingly, after the resurgence of his power, Storm Knight has not retaliated against Falcone as anticipated. Instead, he appears to be retreating significantly. Many citizens are left perplexed, remembering Storm Knight's earlier vow to bring an end to this gang conflict. What then account for this sudden withdrawal? As the host continued, a change in his demeanor occurred. He pressed the earpiece at his left ear and shifted the narrative. We interrupt this broadcast for a breaking news update. We have just received word that Storm Knight has announced his press conference will proceed as scheduled tomorrow. But the venue has been changed from the Gotham Royal Hotel to Burn Square. It is believed that during this press conference, Storm Knight will address the concerns of the public. The television chatter continued, while Logic glanced at the time, expecting his visitor to arrive. The scene shifted to the rooftop of another building outside the restaurant, where a shadow-clad and appointed-eared hood and form-fitting armor lay in wait. Indeed, the individual Logic sought was none other than Gotham's Dark Knight, the harbinger of justice, the avenger soaring above the cursed city, the vengeful specter known as Batman. The reason for this meeting was certainly not to share a meal, but to exchange vital intelligence regarding the ongoing crisis. Upon receiving Logic's message, Batman anticipated a sense of surprise, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of inevitability. As he reached the vicinity of the agreed-upon restaurant, Batman did not enter directly, but instead took cover on the rooftop of an adjacent building to observe Logic's actions within. Time passed, and Logic had taken his seat in the restaurant, exhibiting no unusual behavior thus far. Batman's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixating on a pure white steed outside the door. Was that a unicorn? Such a creature belongs to the realm of myth. A hint of embarrassment washed over Batman as he speculated that perhaps the horse had been adorned with a horn, a feat Logic could undoubtedly accomplish. The two had engaged in a battle of wits numerous times, each well aware of the other's peculiarities. How strange, Batman mused softly before stepping off the rooftop. Unfurling his multi-million-dollar cape. Electrified, the cape hardened as he glided through the air, landing gracefully at the entrance of the restaurant. Casting another glance at the unicorn, he noted its surface shimmered with a faint iridescence, a most peculiar sight. Batman's pupils constricted. Was that phosphorescent powder? A chemical luminescent agent? Or something entirely different? He paused for a moment, suppressing his curiosity, for there were matters of importance at hand. He entered the restaurant and took a seat across from Logic. To be candid, his encounters for intelligence exchanges typically occurred atop rooftops, perched on the stone sculptures of gargoyles, or at the very least, in abandoned factories or deserted hospitals. The dining establishments are rather scarce, yet Batman remains thoroughly prepared, with various strategies and measures at the ready to counter any unforeseen developments. Logic, Batman's voice emerged, raspy as if caught in a vast desert. Logic, he responded, then without any preamble, he delved straight into the matter at hand. So, old Bat, I have a mission to save the world. Are you interested in joining? Batman emitted his characteristic enigmatic tone, pausing for 2 seconds before inquiring, what exactly is it? Logic took a sip of lemonade and began articulating the tale of Lei Xiao Aogu, the death sacrifice, and the escapades of the 7 magical continents alongside the malevolent spirits on the run, presenting the details without reservation. After all, there was no need for concealment. These matters, if not addressed now, would inevitably surface as the crisis escalates. Thus, the situation unfolds. This gang war proves to be far from simple, and the insidious hand behind the conflict has begun to reveal itself. As Logic concluded, Batman interlocked his fingers, his brow furrowed in thought. The implications of this discourse are profound. The master detective had previously sensed the intricacies of the gang warfare and suspected a conspiracy. Following an investigation, the trail led to the leader of the Assassin's League, Lei Xiao Aogu, who, coincidentally, is also his former father-in-law, with whom he shared a fleeting romantic entanglement with his daughter. Talia, now in the past. Batman is aware of Aogu's stronghold, having piloted the Batjet to a prior visit, only to discover abandoned, save for a derelict structure. In other words, Batman realizes the situation is far from straightforward, but after Logic's account, the complexity exceeds his expectations. You might just be deceiving me, Batman remarked, his tone devoid of inflection. Logic, upon hearing this, scoffed. I have no reason to deceive you. Besides, although we have had our differences, well, have I ever lied to you? Batman paused for a moment, recounting with precision. On numerous occasions, such as at the chemical plant once, the casino twice, and at Penguin's Iceberg. Coughing slightly, Logic scratched his chin. That was merely a strategic diversion of attention. I have never spoken falsely on matters of significance. This crisis is deeply entrenched and exceedingly grave, Batman. I merely wanted to inform you to allow for some preparation, Logic remarked, glancing at the armor adorning Batman. For instance, perhaps you should focus your research efforts on how to combat the malevolent spirits rather than perpetually devising schemes against the virtuous. I have never seen this armor before. Let me guess, it's designed to withstand electricity and wind. How much did it cost you? Not much, Batman replied, subtly reclining against the back of his chair, refraining from mentioning that the light chest armor alone cost several $1,000,000, while the total expenditure exceeded $100 million. He preferred to maintain a low profile. His persona is one of understated wealth. Chapter 45. Undercurrents surging, gathering in Gotham after exchanging intelligence with Batman. Logic mentions Zatanna and Constantine, his less expensive allies, indicating that the latter was also endeavoring to resolve the crisis, and they would cross paths shortly thereafter. After an extensive discussion regarding malevolent spirits, the two departed the restaurant amicably. Faced with a greater crisis, neither was inclined to instigate unnecessary conflict. Although Batman harbored skepticism towards the intelligence provided by logic, he did not fully trust it. It is well known that the Dark Knight is plagued by suspicion, a common trait that does not hinder his preparations or the formulation of a resolution plan. As a senior member of the future Justice League, Batman's capabilities are beyond doubt. Once logic had recounted the situation, he turned his attention towards Falcone. Ra's al Ghul regarded the entire city as an altar, with each incident of bloodshed deepening his communion with a malevolent spirit. Despite the polarization of power between Logic and Falcone leading to a significant reduction in chaos-related fatalities, conflict still resulted in bloodshed. Logic had commanded all his subordinates to retreat, and although Falcone and other gang leaders were influenced by the Dark Force, behaving like rabid dogs, Logic refrained from direct confrontation, further lessening casualties. Nevertheless, this was insufficient. He felt empowered enough to seek an end to Falcone and Black Mask, intending to conclude the gang warfare the following day. A concrete plan had begun to take shape, though some testing was required before implementation. Upon leaving the restaurant, a surge of electricity coursed through Logic's body, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds as a dozen miniature trackers fell at his feet. It was evident that Batman was behind this. It was the Dark Knight's signature move. Each encounter, without a multitude of tracking devices, left Logic questioning whether he was dealing with a genuine Batman. Upon returning to the manor, he prepared to commence the final tests. On a coastal bridge leading to Gotham, a yellow taxi was cruising leisurely. The biting December wind swept across the cold steel cables of the bridge, producing a faint ringing sound, while the taxi's air conditioning fluctuated between warmth and chill. Abruptly blowing cold air, Constantine, seated at the wheel, shivered and struck the air conditioning unit, prompting a rush of warm air that brought him a sense of comfort. Outside, the sky was a heavy concrete gray, and the somber silhouette of Gotham loomed ahead. "Old D, have you ever ridden in a car?" Constantine asked nonchalantly, his hand gripping the steering wheel and not bothering to look back. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shazam had been sitting upright, gazing at the approaching cityscape. He let out a scoff in response. "Young man, when I was navigating the sacred throne across the cosmos, parting the atmosphere as I glided past planets, you had yet to be born." Constantine remained focused on the road, seemingly deaf to the comment, and reiterated, "Old D, have you ever ridden in a car?" Shazam tugged at his beard, momentarily irked before regaining his composure. "I have ridden in a horse-drawn carriage." "Very well," Constantine nodded, perhaps out of sheer boredom. After a brief silence, he inquired, "What about Gotham? Have you ever been to this cursed city?" "I have," Shazam responded, his gaze drifting towards the skyline of Gotham, layered with towering structures, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "But when I last visited, it was an entirely different place." In the 1860s, the towering edifices we see today were mere figments of imagination, and this area was but a quaint town. One day, a demon clawed its way from the depths of hell, and as I passed by, I swiftly vanquished it. The sheriff, overwhelmed with gratitude, invited me to linger a while in the town. Upon hearing this, Constantine's brows knitted tightly, as if he could crush a fly between them. "Curse it, I shan't engage in idle chatter with that old coot next time. He starts posturing before I've uttered 2 words. The discontented Constantine shook his head, while Shazam, observing his irritation, chuckled softly, feeling an immense sense of relief. After 9 millennia, he had little energy left to maintain the solemn demeanor of a wise elder. Seeking amusement was essential to invigorate the stagnant waters of his heart. The interior of the yellow taxi grew quiet as it traversed the Grand Bridge, entering the coastal district of Gotham. Here, urban development flourished, with skyscrapers rising in abundance, interspersed with Gothic structures of somber gray, forming a stark contrast against the surrounding modern glass edifices. As the taxi flowed with the traffic, dusk enveloped the city, and Gotham's lights began to twinkle, with various interior illuminations and neon signs adorning the night sky. In a mere century, this place transformed from a humble town into a sprawling metropolis teeming with life. Shazam gazed out at the vibrant nocturnal panorama, unable to suppress a soft murmur. He had traversed the cosmos and even navigated through dimensions, witnessing countless unimaginable marvels over millennia. Yet his heart remained tethered to this blue planet, where he would forever harbor a sense of wonder for all that it encompassed. Shazam, known in the mortal realm as Jebediah, hailed from Canaan 9,000 years ago, before he became a formidable sorcerer, battling malevolent forces ever since. Driving the car, Constantine rolled down the window, devoid of Shazam's sentiments. He had visited Gotham countless times. Upon his first arrival, the city's bizarre yet aesthetically captivating architecture had indeed raised his eyebrows in astonishment. But with familiarity, his impression of this city morphed into that of a devil. This wretched place was rife with demons and malevolent spirits. As an exorcist, he frequently received requests for assistance from Gotham. Half of these cases involved individuals frightening themselves, while the other half were truly haunted by sinister entities, a ratio that was alarmingly high. Countless restless souls, consumed by resentment, spiraled endlessly through the streets and alleys of this city. Constantine had briefly glimpsed these terrifying spirits through incantations, a vision he wished to forget for the rest of his life. Years spent in the shadows had left him with numerous horrifying memories. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he inhaled deeply, thinking to himself that the cherished smoke could quell the turmoil within. "Old coot, do you still require nourishment?" Constantine inquired. Shazam nodded. While he no longer needed to eat, the weariness of age often weighed heavily upon him. A hearty meal could lighten his spirits and even enhance his spell-casting prowess. Constantine, upon hearing this, offered no reply and instead steered the wheel towards 4th Avenue in Burnley District. After driving for quite some time, he felt a gnawing hunger in his belly and decided to have a meal before proceeding to the mansion in the East District, as suggested by Zatanna over the phone. Deep within the Amazon rainforest, inside the lair of Lei Xiaogu, a towering figure, grotesque and resembling a zombie, was shackled by iron chains. The blood of the great zombie was the final ingredient. Standing beside him, Lei Xiaogu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. A high-ranking evil spirit, whose outline was menacing and whose body emanated a faint glow, nodded in agreement before seizing the chained giant and heading toward the portal in the underground cavern. Chapter 46. The Golden Highlights of the Dove. Tuesday's request for continued reading. Gotham, East District. Night had fully descended, and the cold air swept in as the mansion stood amidst swirling snowflakes. In the grand hall on the first floor, Constantine and Shazam, having finished their meal in the Burnley District, joined Zatanna and the Dove to arrive at this location. Zatanna introduced a few names to those meeting for the first time. Logic turned his gaze to Constantine, raising an eyebrow. The other's handsome face was equally striking, explaining why he could charm and sell himself without facing dire consequences. Constantine, noticing Logic's gaze, felt a tremor in the cigarette he held, realizing that this individual was as dashing as himself, making it difficult to determine who was superior. Initially pondering what made this storm hero so special that he warranted a personal introduction, the mystery was finally unraveled. The two exchanged nods, acknowledging their preliminary acquaintance. Logic then turned his attention to Shazam beside him, saying, "Wizard Shazam, it is an honor to finally meet you." His knowledge of this powerful wizard was limited, as Shazam often played a background role in the original narratives, and depictions of his youth were scarce, surfacing only occasionally due to Billy Batson's influence. Logic speculated that his peak prowess must be at least cosmic level, given that he had battled evil for 3 millennia, extending far beyond Earth. However, observing Shazam's current appearance and recalling Zatanna's earlier descriptions, it was evident that this formidable wizard had aged, his magical prowess significantly diminished, leaving one to wonder how much remained. As Logic concluded his statement, Shazam chuckled and nodded, sensing the thunderous power coursing through Logic. He replied, "Greetings, Mage logic. I heard Zatanna and the dove speak highly of you before I arrived. It seems they were quite humble in their praise. Caught off guard by the old wizard's compliment. Logic noted that this old fellow was quite astute. Adhering to the principle of polite reciprocity, he felt compelled to respond, Wizard Shazam, they also mentioned your aging. But upon seeing you today, I realized that was mere folly. If this is what aging looks like, how formidable must you have been in your prime? At this remark, Shazam nearly succumbed to a light chuckle. The words struck true, as a wizard who refused to succumb to the passage of time. He held a particular sensitivity to the notion of aging. Upon their meeting, the two engaged in a rather tiresome exchange of flattery, much to the chagrin of the onlookers. It was Zatanna who finally broke the silence, inquiring, So, Shazam, you claim that you and Constantine discovered the headquarters of Ra's al Ghul, yet it was abandoned, devoid of any presence. What transpired? Refocusing the conversation, Shazam's demeanor grew serious as he replied, Ra's al Ghul must have sensed that someone was seeking him. The location of his base was not sufficiently concealed, prompting him to abandon it. However, it was not entirely fruitless. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, continuing, I detected the presence of a familiar dark spirit there, one of immense power, born from the realm of the 7 magic continents. Shazam's white brows furrowed slightly as he added, This entity has committed numerous atrocities, and after I severely wounded it, it fled to an unknown location. Upon hearing this, Logic appeared contemplative. The 7 magic continents, a relatively obscure reference in the original text, was only vaguely familiar to him from a certain publication. The continents encompassed the realms of the mortal realm, the realm of wonders, the gaming realm, the savage lands, the enigmatic realm, the realm of monsters, and the shadow realm. Among these, the mortal realm's magic lay hidden beneath the surface, while the other 6 continents each possessed unique characteristics. In terms of danger and power, the enigmatic realm and the realm of monsters were the most perilous, with the former including many fairy tales, such as the famed Alice's Wonderland and the illustrious Emerald City of Oz. The realm of monsters, once a beautiful and bountiful domain of deities, had transformed into a prison for creatures due to Black Adam's treachery. Besides the formidable dark spirit mentioned by Shazam, the notorious villain Mind Parasite from Shazam's lore was also confined within these walls. I fear that dark spirit may return. If that were to happen, the situation would be dire, Shazam confessed, his face clouded with concern. This spirit had once been his vanquished foe, yet the circumstances had changed. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, he realized that if they were to cross paths again, he would likely find himself on the losing end. After a moment of reflection, Logic spoke up. If it is merely a lingering presence, it might not have fully materialized in our realm. Otherwise, if it were indeed that powerful, why has it not made its move yet? As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the long-haired woman beside him. Zatanna, are you acquainted with Madame Xanadu and Zatanna's ally, Zadgirwise? Both were members of the original Dark Justice League. The former was a woman of ageless wisdom, possessing divination and various magical abilities, capable of perceiving events across vast distances, while the latter, clad in chaotic attire, could envision and teleport to any location in reality. The combination of their abilities would greatly enhance the likelihood of locating Ra's al Ghul. Zatanna's expression reflected puzzlement. I have some connection with Madame Xanadu, but I am unfamiliar with Zadgirwise. Understanding dawned upon Logic, and after a brief pause, he continued, Time is of the essence in this crisis. To uncover Ra's al Ghul's hiding place, you and Dove must seek out Madame Xanadu, and with her assistance, bring Zadgirwise into the fold. The combined abilities of the two could locate any individual on this planet. After Logic spoke, Zatanna and Dove nodded in unison. Although they were unfamiliar with the identity of Zack Slade, they both recognized Lady Shiva. The group engaged in further conversation before the two women decided to depart without delay, preparing to journey through the night to London, the location of Lady Shiva's divination chamber. Just as they were about to exit the hall, Logic pondered for a moment and said, Wait a moment, Dove, come here. Dove, somewhat bewildered, hesitated for 2 seconds before approaching. Logic cleared his throat, gazing at the woman with flowing silver hair before placing his hand on her head. Dove instinctively shivered at the contact. Do not move, Logic commanded. I am bestowing a buff upon you. A faint humming sound resonated as a gentle golden light emanated from the point where his palm met Dove's hair. A divine power under his control, transforming into a soothing energy that gradually spread outwards. Dove instantly felt a wave of warmth and comfort. Half a minute later, a tuft of golden hair appeared amidst her silver locks, resembling a subtle highlight. "What is this?" Dove questioned, scratching her cheek. Logic calmly withdrew his hand, stating, "Power. I mean, should you encounter danger, this will instantly envelop you in Zatanna, transporting you both to my side at lightning speed." Upon hearing this, Dove's cheeks flushed. Despite their previous banter and occasional discord, she realized this individual would actually concern himself with her well-being during critical moments. She glanced at the small tuft of golden hair cascading over her shoulder, about to express her gratitude, when she suddenly noticed an inconsistency. "Wait, Zatanna still has black hair." Logic smirked. "That is precisely what I meant to convey. Remember to stand close to her when the time comes. Can't you just cough? Give her a touch of gold as well. The energy is limited. I need to conserve it." Logic retorted, his tone playfully fierce. Although his divine reservoir could currently distribute multiple streams of power, he had an arduous battle to face the following day. Losing even one thread of divine energy was not an option. "Oh," Dove nodded. "Then please be cautious with your upcoming endeavors in Gotham." With that, the woman with silver hair and golden highlights turned and hurried away without a backward glance. Logic shifted his gaze, noting that only 3 men remained in the room. Chapter 47. Exclusive Sealing Technique. Tuesday, please continue reading. As soon as Zatanna and Dove exited, the hall erupted with a chorus of oohs. Logic's expression darkened. Were these 2 individuals in their teenage years? Did they require such antics? Constantine was one thing. His habitual antics could be understood, but Logic was astonished to see Shazam join the raucous applause, shattering the image of the aloof sage and instead revealing an irreverent old wizard. "Hey, brother," Constantine sidled up. Winking, "You've got good taste. You've made her shy. If you say a few more words, she might be unable to withstand it." "Shut up," Logic replied, exasperated, pushing Constantine away, his palm glowing slightly, causing Constantine to flinch from a jolt. It is not painful, yet it is quite numbing, akin to the sensation of being shocked by a prank gum. Upon hearing this, Constantine, having just opened his mouth, was interrupted by Logic's cold chuckle. "Forgive me. My garment is of inferior quality and prone to static electricity." "Is that truly static electricity?" Constantine gritted his teeth, while Shazam, nearby, clicked his tongue and interjected. "In the face of crisis, we cannot afford internal discord. Logic, I am aware you have pressing matters to address. Please do share." The old wizard, witnessing Constantine's discomfort, felt a surge of delight internally, though his expression remained inscrutable, his demeanor calm. Once Shazam finished speaking, Logic nodded and continued, "Soon, there will be a meeting among the leaders of the underworld, which is entirely directed against me. Lei Xiaogu will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to attempt to subdue me. However, due to my prior confrontation with a high-ranking malevolent spirit in Rio de Janeiro, which I managed to slay, the dynamics of this meeting have become quite delicate. Lei Xiaogu may alter his strategy." As Logic spoke, the expressions of Shazam and Constantine shifted slightly. Both understood the formidable power of a high-ranking, malevolent spirit, and the fact that Logic could vanquish such a being indicated that he possessed considerable strength. Shazam, being perceptive, could sense the thunderous energy coursing through their adversary. And upon hearing that Logic had slain a high-ranking malevolent spirit, it seemed plausible. Meanwhile, Constantine stroked his chin, acknowledging that having a strong ally would be beneficial in facing a boss, as it could provide ample cover. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Constantine's lips as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Logic paused momentarily before continuing. "However, we need not wait for the meeting to unfold. The gang war in Gotham cannot be prolonged any further. I plan to resolve it all by tomorrow. I have a friend who can gather some of the gang leaders together in advance. Although the more powerful leaders may be unavailable, this will facilitate our initial actions." "A friend?" Constantine raised an eyebrow. "Who might that be?" "Batman." "Goodness, you actually know him? I mean, isn't he some sort of vampire?" Constantine, having frequented Gotham, had limited knowledge of the famed hero. "He is human, a pure one," Logic replied. "Though, from a certain perspective, he could indeed be considered a vampire." "What are his superpowers?" Constantine inquired. "I mean, if we were to collaborate with Batman, I must first understand the fundamentals. Just as Shazam and I are magicians, and you wield the powers of lightning and storms, what about Batman? Can he fly, transform into a bat, possess superhuman strength? After a moment of contemplation, logic stated plainly, he possesses none of those abilities. Batman is merely a remarkably strong, ordinary man. WTF? Constantine's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to tell me that the legendary Batman has no superpowers whatsoever, but is simply a tight-clad maniac running about on rooftops at night? Logic frowned at this assertion. It is not entirely accurate to say that. While he lacks superpowers, he possesses a wealth of financial resources. What do you mean? Constantine asked, smoke dangling from his lips. His expression perplexed. The cost of his suit alone is enough to sustain a lifetime of indulgence. Luo Ji remarked, indeed. Batman is not merely a peculiar figure prowling atop rooftops in the dead of night, clad in a tight-fitting suit. He is also a super-rich billionaire. Constantine rubbed his face and exclaimed, goodness, that's utterly terrifying. Your description is even more outrageous than that of a vampire. Shazam, unable to follow the conversation, found himself perplexed by Batman, perceiving him solely as an oddity. In any case, Luo Ji redirected the discourse, stating, once Batman completes his portion of the task, the remainder will involve exorcising the malevolent spirits. Aside from myself, the majority of Gotham's gang leaders have succumbed to the influence of these dark entities. Our primary objective is to exterminate all of these malevolent spirits. He continued, furthermore, regarding the resolution of the conflict between the gangs and the alliance formed by Falcone and Black Mask, I have devised a separate strategy. As his words settled, he began to confer with Constantine and Shazam about the arrangements for their actions the following day, as well as the specifics of their implementation. Time passed swiftly as their plans evolved through discussion, ultimately culminating in a finalized strategy. Subsequently, they re-established contact with Batman, who had just resolved the riddles left by the Riddler, resulting in Alfred's abduction. Having dispatched the Riddler with a thorough beating, Batman returned to the Batcave and, upon receiving Luo Ji and the others' updates, expressed his willingness to join the fray and offer assistance. Now, as the present hour unfolded, the howling wind and snow continued outside. When Luo Ji, Constantine, and Shazam pushed the door open, a layer of snow had already settled on the ground. The biting cold wind swept through, yet Shazam, draped in a robe as thin as a bedsheet, felt no chill. He possessed the strength of 6 ancient gods. Although aged and diminished in power, the cold was of no consequence to him. Luo Ji, clad in a deep blue overcoat, felt impervious to the cold as the fabric whipped in the frigid breeze. Constantine, bizarrely, had layered a down jacket beneath his khaki trench coat, a peculiar fashion choice that revealed his obsession with the latter. The trio braved the elements, adhering to their meticulously crafted plan as they stealthily infiltrated a hotel located in the Diamond District. They ascended to a conference room on the 12th floor. Lifting the carpet, Constantine produced his prepared materials and began to sketch intricate patterns upon the floor, the designs gradually taking shape. Is this the ceiling array you mentioned? Quite professional, Luo Ji observed, mentally applauding the artistry. Acknowledging the prowess of his companions, he mused that their strength would allow them to withstand the boss longer. Indeed, Constantine replied, brimming with confidence, this patented sealing technique ensures that ordinary malevolent spirits remain trapped for a lifetime. Even higher-tier spirits will be confined for a time, allowing us to unleash concentrated firepower to obliterate them. Just as he was about to elaborate on the superiority of his sealing techniques, the scene unfolded further. Shazam glanced at the patterns on the floor, his expression contemplative, and spoke first. The Solomon Triangle, a composition of ancient incantations and the Enochian scriptures, possesses a formidable restraining effect against dark entities such as malevolent spirits. Indeed, Shazam affirmed. Upon hearing this, Constantine's eyes widened, feeling exasperated. It seemed he had become merely a pawn in this scenario. Frustration surged within him as he completed the last 2 strokes, glaring at Shazam before clapping his hands to signal the task's completion. The trio then carefully replaced the carpet and finalized their preparations before departing the hotel to rendezvous with Batman. Chapter 48, A Just Uprising the following day. Batman donned the guise of Matches Malone, leveraging the latter's reputation and resources within the criminal underworld to orchestrate chaos and bloodshed, all under the pretext of reaping benefits. He summoned 5 mob leaders, intending to efficiently eliminate them in one fell swoop, and subsequently obliterate the alliance between Falcone and Black Mask. Batman, embodying matches Malone. Shed his usual spandex for a flamboyant striped shirt and checkered suit, accessorizing with ostentatious sunglasses. His meticulously styled hair glimmered, and he perpetually held a matchstick or toothpick in his mouth. In the realm of organized crime, this alter ego was particularly significant, and Batman had cultivated it with great finesse. As the scene unfolds in the conference hall on the 12th floor of the Val's Hotel in Diamond District, the five mob leaders sat at a long table, with Matches Malone occupying the head of the table, ensnared by the malevolent spirits. The leaders had no reason to refuse Malone's invitation to chaos and profit. Batman, in his guise as Malone, leaned forward with his elbows on the table, hands clasped, and eloquently outlined his grand design. In the midst of his discourse, the door to the hall swung open abruptly, and Constantine burst in, clad in a khaki trench coat, exclaiming in Latin, "In the name of St. Patrick, let this formation take shape, and let this wicked evil be ensnared in its web, unable to escape." As his words echoed, a humming emanated from beneath the carpet, and a pale, blue mist rose, transforming into an invisible barrier that ensnared the five mob leaders on the spot. Batman swiftly retreated to the window where the Batwing hovered outside, its hatch opening to deploy a suit of armor. He donned the armor at lightning speed, cloaked in darkness, ready to re-enter the fray, roaring in distress. The five mob leaders trapped within the formation gasped for air, their cries piercing the air as five malevolent spirits surged forth from their mouths and noses, materializing into sinister forms. Among them were three ordinary malevolent spirits and two high-ranking ones, indicating the gravity of the gang conflict in Gotham that had drawn the attention of the ancient entities. A swift glance revealed two of the spirits clad in armor, their bodies ablaze with ghostly flames, reminiscent of the high-ranking spirits he had encountered in Rio de Janeiro. With a grand gesture, he summoned a flash of electric light within the room, where bolts of lightning pierced the air with a cacophony of thunder, striking the five malevolent spirits. The three ordinary spirits were overwhelmed by the surge of electricity, collapsing to the ground, wailing before quickly falling silent. The two higher-tier spirits, however, manifested green spectral shields to deflect the lightning, relentlessly hammering at the edges of the formation, causing visible ripples in the air. Nearby, Shazam, draped in a robe, rubbed his hands together to conjure a golden electric spear, illuminating the entire room with a radiant golden glow, as if the walls were gilded with shimmering gold leaf. The spectacle was captivating, drawing the focused gaze of Logic, Constantine, and Batman toward Shazam. The ancient wizard 9,000 years old was not holding back. In the midst of their awe, Shazam twitched his beard and, with a lion-like roar, hurled the golden spear at one of the higher-tier spirits. With a crack, the golden lightning dissipated, and the spirit, seemingly unscathed, continued its assault on the formation, seeking escape. Acknowledging the bewildered expressions of the onlookers, Shazam awkwardly coughed and defended himself, saying, "Ahem, my hand slipped." With expressions of exasperation, Logic, noticing the ripples intensifying in the formation, immediately called out, "Constantine, Batman, cover me." Shazam, chant a spell and hold the other spirit. As his words fell, he clasped his hands together and slowly pulled them apart, gradually forming an exceptionally solid, azure thunder sword, its surface smooth and glowing, with arcs of electricity contained within. Batman, without hesitation, retrieved his batarangs and launched them at the spirit, resulting in an explosion that forced the spirit back a step. Concerned about being targeted by potential counterattack, Constantine, determined not to be idle, steeled himself and advanced, his khaki coat billowing. He pulled a wooden cross from his pocket, standing defiantly before the spirit recently blasted by the batarangs, and shouted with fervor, "By the Holy Cross, I command you. By the Star of David, I command you. Umka, Holy Lotus, Saidachi, I command you. Depart swiftly, blood shall spill in the wind. Vanish from this place." The powerful exorcism was recited in Latin, supplemented by the sealing magic beneath the carpet, unleashing an unknown force that bypassed the spirit's spectral shield. The high-tier spirit erupted in a mist of blood, howling in agony as its flesh was torn apart, as if skinned alive. Yet, such resilient entities possessed formidable life force. Black mist began to seep out, visibly healing its wounds at an alarming rate. Upon completing the incantation, Constantine swiftly rolled aside, allowing Logic to seize the moment. Armed with the Thunder Sword, He lunged forward with great speed, striking down with a thundering crash that split the high-tier spirit from its left neck to right chest. The Thunder Sword continued to discharge electricity, rendering the spirit rigid, while Batman relentlessly hurled specially designed tranquilizer batarangs, piercing the spirit like a hedgehog. Next to them, Constantine blinked, seizing a broken table leg, and hurled it at the spirit's back. The malevolent spirit, rendered immobile by electricity, exhibited a face of resentment, its grotesque mouth barely moving as it emitted a feeble sound. What? Logic tightened his grip on the Thunder Sword, thrusting it deeper. The malevolent spirit cried out in agony, desperately proclaiming, "You shamelessly lured me here just to gang up on me." Its eyes widened in disbelief, infused with profound indignation. "No," Logic retorted, "do not forget, I'm a superhero. Isn't that still a shameless act of mobbing?" The spirit, overwhelmed by currents coursing through every crevice of its being, felt the effects of the anesthetic bat darts beginning to take hold, its mind drowning in a sea of boundless fury. Did it not have a companion? Why was the assault focused solely on itself? No, Logic shook his head, advancing once more with the Thunder Sword. A roaring surge of electricity filled the room, and amidst the explosive cacophony, the upper half of the high-ranking malevolent spirit was obliterated. "This is a righteous mobbing." As he spoke, he flipped his right hand, and the demon-banishing sacred flame gun trembled slightly, unleashing a torrent of wrath. Though the high-ranking spirit lay on the ground, its upper half destroyed, the dark mist continued to mend itself. Only with bullets infused with demon-repelling power could it be utterly vanquished. Logic adjusted his grip on the gun, casting his gaze around. Batman, having witnessed the demise of this spirit, began to hurl bat darts at another high-ranking malevolent spirit. The number of bat darts on his person remained an eternal enigma. Constantine picked up a few shards of stone from the ground and began to throw them at the spirit. As for Shazam, the ancient wizard, having finally completed his incantation, raised his arm, pointing towards the remaining high-ranking spirit. Chapter 49. Braving the Dragon's Lair. "Everyone, please stand back. This move will be perilous," Shazam declared with an unruffled demeanor. The ancient wizard stood firm, his gray-blue robe fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind, a powerful and unknown aura enveloping the air, causing Logic, Batman, and Constantine to glance at one another in surprise. The three did not hesitate, moving behind Shazam, witnessing the glow igniting at the tip of the wizard's finger. The high-ranking malevolent spirit, ensnared by the formation, noticed the unusual actions of its adversaries and looked up, feeling the ominous pressure radiating from Shazam's fingertip, sending shivers down its spine. Damn it! The spirit hastily intensified its strikes against the formation, invisible ripples spreading through the air like stones striking water. With a slight forward motion of his fingertip, the glow expanded instantaneously, transforming into a blazing torrent that enveloped the spirit entirely. The platinum flames rained down, and the spirit barely had time to let out a scream before being reduced to cinders by the torrent and the flames that clung to it, crashing to the ground and shattering into several pieces. Logic and the others offered thumbs up in appreciation. It must be said, the wizardess move indeed possessed formidable power, dispatching the spirit in an instant. I did not expect that in my old age, this move's potency would diminish to such a degree, Shazam mused, stroking his beard and gazing contemplatively at the ceiling. Retracting his thumbs up, it seemed this old fellow could not resist boasting for even a second. Suddenly, in the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A wisp of black mist escaped from the body of the charred, evil spirit lying on the ground, and its ashen form sprouted several strands of dark gray mane. Shazam widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking it impossible, and hastily unleashed a bolt of golden lightning to dispel the last trace of mist. The formidable appearance of the entity shattered once more, leaving Shazam in anguish as he reminisced about the days when he could effortlessly reduce such a level of evil spirit to dust with a mere breath, devoid of the need for follow-up strikes. The old wizard shook his head, disregarding the peculiar expressions of Logic and the others, and adopted a serious demeanor. "Ladies and gentlemen, since these 5 evil spirits have been vanquished, it is time to proceed with our next plan." The trio did not dwell on the matter of follow-up strikes, and Logic continued, "Apart from these 5, there are still numerous gang leaders ensnared by evil spirits. Everyone is aware of last night as planned. There is no need for further hesitation. Let's act immediately." According to the strategy, Falcone and Black Mask were to be handled personally by Logic, while Shazam, Constantine, and Batman would simultaneously move to eliminate the remaining leaders. After their discussion, Batman approached the window, summoning the Batplane, and returned to the window to deposit the 5 gang leaders he had accumulated in the corner into the cabin. These 5 individuals had lost their lives the moment they were possessed by the evil spirits, their souls obliterated and transformed into the flesh of the malevolent entities. These evil spirits, bound by the rules of death and sacrifice, refrained from directly slaughtering in the city. Instead, they masqueraded as gang leaders, guiding the people of the city towards mutual destruction to fulfill a sacrificial offering, leading this cursed city into an even darker abyss. Although Batman adhered to a no-kill principle, it applied solely to normal humans, excluding extraterrestrials or demonic spirits, and these deceased gang leaders were certainly not within that realm. The aftermath of the battle left the hall in disarray, a veritable scene of devastation. However, with the Master's monetary prowess at play, none of this posed an issue. This level and the nearby floors have been cleared of all valuables, preventing any curious onlookers from intruding during the combat. Shazam and Constantine boarded Batman's aircraft as per their plan, gliding through the air toward their next destination. The hall was left with only Logic, who, not wishing to linger any longer, leapt from the 12th floor, gracefully descending to the ground as a gust of wind swirled around him. Behind the hotel lay a garden, and Logic made his way to the depths of the garden where the unicorn was tethered. Unless absolutely necessary, he typically refrained from returning the unicorn to storage. Perhaps it was because he had finally bestowed a name upon the magnificent creature, making it difficult to treat it as mere property. The name was, indeed, Unicorn. After much contemplation, Logic had pondered a plethora of names, even attempting to borrow one from Santa Claus's collection of uniquely named reindeer. However, ultimately succumbing to decision fatigue, he resolved to return to simplicity and simply called it Unicorn, which he believed was at least preferable to names like Little White or Little Horn. To return to the matter at hand, Logic mounted the unicorn, which let out a resounding snort, its equine visage retaining an air of aloofness. In the blink of an eye, the unicorn sensed a shift in its master-esque weight. Turning its head, it beheld a transformation. A figure clad in a trench coat just moments before now donned a full suit of gleaming armor. The radiant armor appeared instantaneously, causing the unicorn to blink in astonishment, revealing an almost human-like curiosity. Though the unicorn lacked the intelligence of humans and could not grasp complex abstractions, it exhibited a notable cleverness, surpassing that of a dog. Logic patted the unicorn's head. It's still the basics. Let us proceed, my unicorn. I have an old acquaintance to meet. As his words fell, the pure white steed turned its head, exhaling a soft snort. Then galloping out of the garden at a swift pace, propelled by Logic-esque guidance towards the opulent residence of Falcone. The press conference was scheduled for the evening, and as Logic, fully armored, rode the unicorn to Falcone's mansion, it was still midday. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground throughout the night, leaving a thick layer of snow. The unicorn stepped upon it, leaving a trail of hoof prints. Flurries danced in the wind, and Logic gazed toward the brightly lit 5-story mansion not far away. He tightened the reins slightly, prompting the unicorn to halt amidst the snow. Here we are, Logic declared as he dismounted. The unicorn, not a creature of formidable defense, could withstand a strong blow but would falter against a sharp weapon. It thrived in the concealment of forests, otherwise it might have perished in this perilous magical realm. The unicorn was recalled to storage. A fierce battle loomed ahead, and it would endure confinement until the conflict concluded. As the cold wind swept by, snowflakes settled upon the armor, and Logic clenched his fist. Currents of electricity surged through him, causing blue sparks to flicker from the minute gaps in his armor. With a focused thought, several bolts of lightning raced along the ground like tumbleweeds, swiftly evaporating the snow before him and revealing a dry path. Logic advanced towards the grand entrance of the mansion. As he walked in his heavy armor, a sudden crack resonated through the air. A bullet pierced through, striking the left side of his chest plate. Logic absent-mindedly scratched the spot where the bullet had hit. He felt little, as the force was absorbed largely by the armor, the impact akin to a mere puff of air. Undeterred, he approached the mansion's entrance, where 4 guards brandished submachine guns, pulling their triggers in a frenzy. The incessant sound of gunfire filled the air as a metallic storm of bullets pelted against his armor, creating a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Logic remained unfazed, advancing toward the increasingly terrified expressions of the guards, and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to one. In a matter of moments, the four guards transformed into human projectiles, crashing to the ground and embedding themselves in the snow like overturned turnips. The incapacitated guards radiated fear, and Logic pressed forward, only to be confronted by a surge of gangsters pouring from within the mansion, armed with rifles and pistols, their demeanor menacing. Excellent. Logic halted, his palm shimmering with electric light. He had long devised a strategy to maximize the harvest of fear, and after conducting numerous tests, the moment had arrived to put his plans to the test. Chapter 50. Few good men like me remain. Bang. 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 As dozens of gangsters rushed forth, they wasted no time, pulling the triggers with fervor. Their firearms erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, a metallic tempest of bullets raining down like a torrential storm. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Logic summoned a fierce gust of wind that diverted the oncoming storm of bullets, disrupting their trajectories mid-flight and significantly diminishing their accuracy. The sound of a rocket soared through the air, trailing flames as it charged forth. Boom! A fireball erupted in the sky, intercepted by a flash of lightning that struck preemptively. Unfazed, Logic advanced towards the gangsters. Amidst the incessant gunfire, the gangsters began to contribute to a palpable atmosphere of dread. Having been part of the underworld for so long, they had never encountered an adversary as formidable as this. As their ammunition dwindled, their shots began to miss in the wind, and with Logic drawing nearer, even at point-blank range, the only sounds produced were the futile bangs of their firearms, devoid of any substantial impact. With each measured step forward, Logic seemed to trample upon the crumbling psyche of these gangsters. The deepest human emotion is fear, and the greatest fear is that of the unknown. Clad in armor, his face obscured, Logic strode through the hail of bullets, leaving them in a state of uncertainty about his intentions, the only certainty being that their demise was likely to be both tragic and imminent. Logic felt a sense of helplessness. He had no intention of killing anyone this time. Given the death of Lei Xiaogu in Gotham, he believed that taking another life would merely serve as a shroud for the latter's demise, a futile exchange. However, Falcone was an exception. He had perished the moment he became possessed by an evil spirit. Beyond that, the primary objective was to harvest as much fear as possible, for according to Shazam's account, a remarkably powerful malevolent entity resided within Lei Xiaogu's domain, potentially more than one. Accumulating strength before the true threat emerged was paramount. Returning to the matter at hand, Logic approached one particularly desperate gangster, who gripped his trigger with trembling hands, the barrel glowing red from continuous fire. The staccato of gunfire abruptly ceased as the magazine emptied. The gangster, quaking like a leaf, desperate to flee, yet his legs betrayed him, paralyzed by sheer terror. "Fear not. I am a superhero. I do not take lives," Logic assured, placing a hand on the gangster's shoulder. A sudden gust swept through, scattering the remaining gangsters like autumn leaves, their weapons flung into the air, shattered by bolts of lightning. Yes, the gangster seized upon this glimmer of hope, exclaiming, "You are a superhero. You cannot kill. My gun is empty. I pose no threat to you. You must spare me." Logic smiled. "Indeed, I do not kill, but I am here to electrify." "What?" The gangster stammered in confusion, and in the next instant, his shoulder erupted in a flash of electricity. Currents surged through his body, and he screamed in agony, writhing on the ground, yet somehow he did not perish. All he could feel was the struggle of every cell within him, his mind consumed by pain and the terror it wrought. Luo Ji nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his previous diligent testing had finally borne fruit as he discovered the perfect voltage. The greatest fear, he believed, is the fear of the unknown, a sentiment he shared. Initially, he had contemplated employing psychological tactics to harvest fear through deception. However, given the time constraints, he opted for a more straightforward and brutal approach, leveraging humanity's innate dread of pain. The panic that arises in the face of the unknown is terrifying, while the acute experience of confronting pain can equally ensnare one in a vortex of fear. After extensive testing, Luo Ji meticulously adjusted the discharge power, identifying a range potent enough to induce unbearable pain without leading to fatal consequences. At that moment, the gangster sprawled on the ground was wailing in agony as the electric currents surged forth, leaping onto another thug nearby. The lightning chain moved with astonishing speed, instantly connecting dozens of gangsters present. Though the pain was slightly alleviated as the electricity dispersed, it remained intolerable, leaving them writhing on the ground, continuously contributing to the pool of fear. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation, an epiphany struck Luo Ji regarding a method of enhancement. With a snap of his fingers, the lightning chain dissipated, leaving only a trace of electricity within the bodies of the gangsters. This residual current stirred every few seconds, each surge eliciting a wave of excruciating pain. During the intervals of anticipation, the fear only intensified, akin to the anxious moments before receiving an injection. Indeed, Luo Ji nodded in satisfaction. Although the intensity had diminished, the fear quotient remained unchanged. Moreover, there were no lingering effects or cognitive impairment. He considered himself quite benevolent. He clicked his tongue, reflecting on how few kind-hearted individuals remained in such a sinister place as Gotham. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted around the mansion once more. This time with over 100 assailants simultaneously pulling their triggers, emerging from concealed thickets to unleash a storm of metal. Among their arsenal were numerous rockets and even mortars. The armor was struck hundreds of times in a second, producing a cacophony akin to fireworks during festival. Furrowing his brow, Luo Ji utilized lightning to intercept the incoming rockets and mortar shells mid-air, exploding several fireballs. His eyes glinted with golden light as he activated his divine sight to ascertain the positions of all the thugs, then unleashed a lightning chain that felled hundreds of them, rendering their firearms useless as they began to receive sporadic electric shocks. Shifting his gaze to the mansion before him, he discerned every detail within, spotting not only Falcone and his confidants, but also numerous supervillains and mercenaries. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts, summoning a tempest around the mansion that rapidly coiled inward, forming a towering tornado within mere seconds. A golden thread flickered within. As the tornado's might escalated, electric currents surged, and in an instant, the very foundation of the mansion was uprooted, reducing the 5-story structure to ruins. Under the meticulous manipulation of Luo Ji, the ordinary henchmen managed to survive, albeit being flung aside by the raging winds, intermittently convulsing under the jarring electric shocks that continuously fed their terror. Amidst the tempest, a translucent barrier enveloped Falcone, his loyal confidants, and several supervillains. Luo Ji's gaze swept across the scene. Apart from Falcone, he recognized a few familiar faces along with several unknown entities. As the tornado dissipated into the air, he swiftly approached the hemispherical barrier, supported by a woman sporting a buzz cut and red sunglasses, who was currently proclaiming, "You will regret provoking us. You cannot breach this barrier." Suddenly, with a thunderous bang, 5 bolts of lightning, each the width of an arm, descended from the heavens. The barrier, under the onslaught, crumbled within 3 seconds. The lightning and the barrier vanished simultaneously as Luo Ji advanced towards the adversaries, adhering to the principle of action over words, unleashing a bolt of electricity that sent the woman sprawling to the ground, writhing in agony. He then addressed the remaining individuals. "I'm pressed for time. Let us have you all come meet together." Chapter 51. Thunderous fury beside Falcone. The others stood in stunned silence. The woman, now prostrate under the electrifying tempest, was Vela Blake, known in the underworld as the formidable Sister Excellence. Despite her diverse and chaotic abilities, her most potent power, the creation of formidable barriers through illusion, was effortlessly shattered by Luo Ji, leaving her sprawled on the ground. The remaining Copperhead and Ice Pillar, intimidated, swallowed hard, attempting to assume a fighting stance. While Falcone's subordinates trembled in fear, the echoes of the recent thunder still ringing in their ears. As for the muscular brutes, Heavy Bomb and Sledge, they remained relatively unfazed. Their intellect was as robust as their brawn, rendering them less sensitive to fear. Standing behind the group, Falcone's face flushed crimson. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Even if his subordinates joined forces, their chances of victory were as slim as the follicles on his head, non-existent. Falcone had once had hair, but the gang wars, instigated by various factions, had yet to polarize into extremes. Following the possession by a malevolent spirit, which proved too potent for his body to endure, he had withered daily, losing not only his hair, but several teeth as well. You think you're formidable just because you've defeated one? If you possess the capability, then come and face me. Heavy Bomb bellowed, flexing his biceps, which bulged like small hills. Enhanced by chemical potions, he had gained tremendous strength and stamina, though at the cost of his intellect. Now, with fists clenched and a menacing grimace, he prepared to launch an attack. Bang! Luo Ji darted in front of Heavy Bomb and unleashed a powerful punch, causing a visible indentation in the brute's chest. The tremendous force propelled the muscular giant backward like a marionette with severed strings, tracing a line of blood through the air. As snowflakes of debris fluttered around, Heavy Bomb crashed to the ground, groaning incoherently, rendered incapable of further combat by a single blow. It is now 2 o'clock. Luo Ji curled his lip and, with a swift punch, followed by a powerful kick to the left, sent the sled flying, carving a deep trench into the snow. The sled, resembling a devilishly muscular figure clad in armor, was an obscure villain of the lowest tier, possessing considerable strength, yet was easily incapacitated by a single blow. After unlocking 9/10 of the authority of the Storm and Thunder Lord, Luo Ji experienced a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Although he could not rival the true masters, he was more than capable of dealing with minor antagonists. The incapacitation of the Heavy Bomb and the sled occurred in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment, Luo Ji unleashed a bolt of lightning before the Copperhead Snake, and the ice pillar could mount a counterattack or flee in terror. The Copperhead Snake, despite its remarkable resistance to control, writhed and collapsed under the relentless onslaught of electricity, while the ice pillar hastily conjured an ice shield that faltered within seconds, resulting in its fall. The ice pillar's collapse created an awkward angle as it collided with the Copperhead Snake, both twitching in a frenzied heap. The scene was quite disconcerting. Luo Ji deftly kicked them aside, leaving only himself and Fakwon standing. Fakwon's strength was akin to that of an ordinary thug, but he was swept into the air by a powerful gust, landing with a yelp. Suddenly, gunfire erupted nearby, and a barrage of bullets rained down upon Luo Ji's armored form. Amidst the cacophony of thuds, Luo Ji's expression turned impatient as he pinpointed the source of the disturbance. Fakwon's reinforcements, likely numbering in the hundreds. He swiftly unleashed several chains of lightning, silencing the gunfire. Though he did not eliminate them, he incapacitated them momentarily, harvesting their fear. Ha ha ha, you fool. Do you think that by killing those men, you've achieved victory? Fakwon's laughter boomed, a gleam of cunning in his eyes. Do you know why I refrained from ambushing you earlier? Because I was waiting for you to unleash your wrath. You have just slain over 100 lives, and this will only drag you into the abyss. The power of their souls will be granted to me. This is your moment of demise. Fakwon's laughter echoed, causing the flesh on his face to quiver. Yet it ceased abruptly. Without the power of souls, his opponent displayed no semblance of the expected surprise or shock, merely regarding him with a gaze that implied foolishness. Why the sudden silence? What? Have you recalled some sorrowful memory? Luo Ji inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Fakwon took a step back, perplexed, but his bewilderment was swiftly resolved. From the previously silent hiding spots of the hundreds of gunmen, anguished cries erupted simultaneously, only to fall silent moments later. Fakwon's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't he kill them? Of course not. I am a superhero. I would feel remorse even for squashing a mosquito. How could I possibly take a life? Luo Ji erupted into a chilling grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth as a golden thread materialized silently in midair. Falcone, gritting his teeth, recalled the surviving henchman and the recently encountered supervillain, fully aware that the adversary had refrained from killing, lest it facilitate the sacrificial ritual. The earlier bolts of lightning, though fearsome in appearance, had merely served as a theatrical display. No one had perished. Enraged, Falcone roared, black mist billowing from his mouth and nostrils, seeking to retaliate tit for tat. With a resounding crash, the golden thread catalyzed a tempest of thunder, descending with overwhelming force to envelop Falcone entirely. The fierce electric brilliance illuminated the desolate mansion, as the surrounding air ignited and rapidly compressed, erupting with explosive sounds akin to a multitude of bombs detonating in unison. Exercising caution, Luo Ji unleashed a barrage of thunder for a full minute, depleting this divine power before withdrawing. As the lightning dissipated, Falcone, along with the malevolent spirit within him, was reduced to a mass of charred flesh, leaving behind a vast black pit from which flickered a few wisps of flame, belching thick black smoke. Falcone had succumbed to death the moment he was possessed by the malevolent spirit. Thus, vanquishing the spirit did not contravene the sacrificial rite, allowing for a decisive strike without consequence. With Falcone dealt with, Luo Ji chose not to linger, summoning a unicorn and mounting it to ride towards the grand entrance of the mansion. Outside, red and blue lights flashed. Police cars and a multitude of officers stood frozen in astonishment. One officer, clutching a megaphone, fumbled and dropped it with a loud thud, creating a cacophony of sound. Police helicopters and press vehicles hovered at the entrance, hesitant to intrude. They had arrived shortly after receiving an alarm about a significant gunfight at Falcone's mansion. The precinct took the reports seriously, dispatching both police vehicles and helicopters, while a horde of reporters from news stations, eager for a headline scoop, flocked to the scene. However, upon arrival, they found the battle seemingly concluded, with dozens of henchmen moaning on the ground and hundreds of gang members felled by the armored figure wielding lightning, their cries echoing in the aftermath. As the astonishment of the onlookers mounted, a colossal pillar of thunder that lasted a full minute brought an abrupt end to the chaos. Chapter 52. They were merely sleeping peacefully as the red and blue lights continued to flash. Luo Ji approached on his unicorn, prompting the recovering officers to draw their weapons, forming a tense defensive line. Leading the charge was Chief Gordon, who raked a hand through his disheveled brown hair, refraining from issuing a shoot order. As a seasoned veteran of Gotham, Gordon understood how to navigate the current predicament. Fleeing was not an option, as it would tarnish the reputation of the police department. Moreover, escape was futile. They had already entered the adversary's line of sight, and if targeted, retreat would be impossible. It was wiser to remain and assess any potential for negotiation, especially considering that the figure they had just dispatched was none other than Falcone, one of the most formidable crime lords in all of Gotham. The method employed by the other party to eliminate Falcone is somewhat extreme, yet it is, after all, a means to eradicate malevolent forces. Observing the slow, deliberate approach, it is highly probable that this individual embodies an anti-heroic essence. Gordon made a judgment in his heart, inhaling deeply several times, steeling himself for what lay ahead. The recent gang wars had left him utterly drained, having spent days and nights without proper rest, barely managing to hold himself together as he ventured to the front lines, nearly succumbing to slumber en route. However, the formidable lightning bolt that had just erupted jolted him awake, stirring his thoughts into action. And within those fleeting seconds, he began to analyze the situation. Although the adversary had dispatched Falcone, he had not slain any gang members or other villains, merely rendering them incapable of fighting, lying on the ground in a state of disarray. From this alone, Gordon felt a significant inclination to ally with the armored enigma. The toll of the gang wars had been devastating, and, as the commissioner of Gotham Police, he felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Finally shedding his reservations, he contemplated collaborating with other vigilantes, aside from Batman. Perhaps it was the copious coffee he had consumed that had invigorated him. He found himself brimming with enthusiasm, devising a plan to persuade the newcomer to join forces in bringing an end to the gang wars without resorting to killing. Gordon perceived this scheme as highly feasible, especially as the figure drew ever closer, suggesting he too had something to communicate. Unlike the indiscriminate killer known as the Storm Knight, this armored individual appeared merely a touch extreme, presenting a potential for collaboration amidst the precarious circumstances. As for the fact that both the mysterious figure and the Storm Knight wielded lightning, Gordon adjusted his black-framed glasses and scoffed softly. It was merely a coincidence. The extreme Storm Knight could not command such colossal bolts of lightning, and besides, he lacked the armor and... was that a unicorn? Gordon's heart skipped a beat as he removed his glasses, rubbing his eyes, tormented by both fatigue and exhilaration, and finally discerned the creature's singular horn atop its head. "Commissioner Gordon, he is approaching swiftly. What should we do?" A nearby officer asked, gripping his handgun tightly, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It was understandable. The recent display of lightning was terrifying, and this officer had only been assigned to Gotham Police for 2 months. Facing such formidable presence was indeed daunting. Gordon, seasoned and composed, commanded everyone to remain still while he stepped forward a couple of paces, preparing to act when a figure was within an appropriate range. "Goodness, Jim, that seems to be a unicorn." exclaimed Detective Harvey Bullock, a familiar face to Gordon, as he slapped Gordon's shoulder. I see it, Harvey, but refrained from shouting. Allow me to speak with him first. Gordon tidied his tousled brown hair, donning a casual yet confident smile as he addressed the approaching enigma. Good day to you. He began, only to be interrupted by the mysterious figure, who remarked, Well, if it isn't Commissioner Gordon, it has been a few days. You've certainly let yourself go. The familiar voice caused Gordon to momentarily choke on his words, which were poised to escape his lips. He coughed several times, his bloodshot eyes, evidence of sleepless nights, widening in disbelief as he pointed at Logic. You, the Storm Knight? Ah, calling me Storm Knight feels so distant. Gordon, given our closeness, just call me Logic, he replied, removing his helmet to reveal a strikingly handsome face. Unfortunately, Gordon lacked the appreciation for such beauty. Upon seeing that visage, he felt as if he had plummeted into an abyss, shattering any hopes of collaborating with this formidable enigma. At that moment, the lights flickered incessantly, and nearby reporters began snapping photographs in rapid succession, capturing Logic and Gordon amidst the flashing red and blue lights of the police vehicles against the backdrop of a concrete sky. The Storm Knight had demonstrated unparalleled strength, obliterating the Falcone threat, and now engaged in conversation with Commissioner Gordon. This would undoubtedly dominate the headlines the following day. Gordon, ignoring the encroaching reporters, appeared pale, and in the next instant, a thought struck him. Logic, why didn't you kill those gangsters? Logic felt a surge of indignation at this query. Gordon, I'm a superhero. I never take lives lightly. Those were mere misunderstandings. They were simply asleep, perhaps a bit too peacefully. Gordon scoffed, sensing that Logic was evading the question, convinced there was something amiss. Yet, the fact remained that those gangsters were indeed alive, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that Logic had finally come to a realization about his extremism and sought to amend his ways? Gordon shook his head, deeming such a possibility unlikely. As the commissioner of the Gotham Police Department, he had faced Logic many times, and both were acutely aware of each other's tendencies. Gordon remained skeptical, while Logic chose not to further persuade him, maintaining his tone. Gordon, let us dispense with the pleasantries. You take your men and lock up those gangsters. Just ensure they remain alive. Gordon never imagined he would hear such a caution from Logic, and his brow furrowed with confusion about the latter's true intentions. Nonetheless, at least on the surface, everything seemed acceptable. Before Gordon could respond, Logic lightly tugged on the reins, his pure white steed snorting as it blew a misty cloud into Gordon's face, then galloping forward with great speed. The sudden acceleration kicked up a flurry of snow, drenching Gordon in the process. His unkempt brown hair quickly turned flecked with white. The camera continued to click away, and Gordon glanced at the nearby officers, who stifled their laughter. He slapped his face, rallying himself, for there were still matters to attend to. Now, everyone, let us get those gangsters taken away. As Christmas approached, a biting cold swept through Gotham. After departing from Falcone's mansion, the snowfall intensified, and this steel city was enveloped in a tempest, with the winds howling like a furious beast among the skyscrapers. Logic, astride his unicorn, traversed the snowy landscape, his form seemingly blending into the swirling storm. He made contact with another team dedicated to purging malevolence, comprising Shazam, Constantine, and Batman. The cleaning operation conducted by the trio was in full swing. After confirming their respective targets, Logic urged his steed onward, racing towards their destination. Chapter 53, Gordon, time to clean up. The influence of Falcone's underlings was vast, and the mansion was merely a fraction of it. After departing from the devastated estate, Logic did not venture far. Following a discussion with Shazam and others regarding the situation, he meticulously arranged his subsequent course of action in order of proximity, making a detour around the mansion before proceeding to the next site. Activating his heightened perception, he incapacitated the gang members converging from various corners of Gotham, rendering them grievously injured before contacting Gordon to apprehend these ambush criminals. Due to the detour, upon reaching his destination, the headquarters of the Odessa gang, he found that they had already received news of Falcone's downfall and were fully prepared. Typically, such circumstances would prompt a retreat. However, the leader of the Odessa gang, Koslov, similarly possessed by a malevolent spirit, had no intention of fleeing and instead rallied all forces to confront the impending threat. 5 minutes later, the overwhelming storm of lightning subsided, leaving Koslov charred and reduced to ash by the purifying flames. The assembled gang members of the Odessa gang, linked together by chains of lightning, lay grievously wounded in the snow, lamenting their fate. Having dealt with the Odessa gang, Logic did not linger. He contacted Gordon to expedite the cleanup before hastily proceeding to his next target, the Iskabudi Monopoly. Like the Odessa gang, the Iskabudi Monopoly was also slated to participate in the forthcoming summit of gang leaders, with its chief similarly possessed. Initially, Logic intended to wait for the conference to unfold, employing a strategy of subterfuge. However, given the shift in circumstances and the emergence of the conspiracy, there was no need for further testing. The time for swift resolution had arrived. Upon arriving at the Iskabudi Monopoly, its ruler had likewise prepared for confrontation, revealing a fierce demeanor in anticipation of vanquishing the intruders. 4 minutes later, the master of the Iskabudi Monopoly was disintegrated into a pulp by a bolt of plasma amidst the stormy clouds, crashing to the ground lifelessly. The once armed gangsters, wielding an array of weapons, were disarmed and soon succumbed to grievous injuries, their anguished cries echoing in the aftermath. Having dispatched the leaders of 2 rival gangs, Logic felt no fatigue. Rather, he became increasingly adept, mounting his unicorn and hastening to his next destination. Meanwhile, the Dimitrov family was dealt with by Shazam, Constantine, and Batman. The trio working in seamless cooperation, achieving commendable efficiency. Batman drew fire with his aircraft, while Shazam recited incantations to unleash powerful spells, with Constantine reluctantly providing support. After reconnecting with the others to discuss the current situation, Logic continued his mission. The unicorn, with its remarkable stamina, bore him swiftly towards the Morganson family. The Moxon family has long established its roots in Gotham, having arrived from England. After settling in this cursed city, they embarked on a career of illicit dealings, accumulating considerable influence over generations. However, Logic does not need to uproot the Moxon family entirely. Just as he has refrained from eliminating every tangled branch and root of the Odessa thugs and the Iskabi monopolies, as well as the Falcon Syndicate. These connections have become the capillaries of Gotham, permeating every corner of the city, with numerous ordinary citizens inadvertently linked to them, making complete eradication impossible. Moreover, such thoroughness is unnecessary. The immediate goal is to thwart the sacrificial death of Lei Xiaogu. To achieve this, it suffices to dispatch the gang leaders who are possessed by malevolent spirits. These leaders were already deemed dead upon possession, and slaying the evil spirits would not aid in completing the sacrificial rite. Logic, unperturbed, quickens his pace. Upon reaching the Moxon estate, he unleashed a tempestuous whirlwind infused with electric currents, uprooting the entire mansion. The gang enforcers within were merely injured under his deft maneuvering, left discarded to the side. The spirit possessing the Moxon patriarch was vanquished, leaving behind ruins scattered with the bodies of over 100 enforcers, all contorted in agony. Surveying the devastation, Logic once again retrieved his phone and dialed Commissioner Gordon. "Gordon, it's time to clean up." "Ward, are you insane?" Gordon exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Typically composed, the ongoing gang war had drained him, rendering him irritable and unrestrained in his speech. Logic, unfazed by the outburst, smirked. "Gordon, you may curse my name, but deep down, you are undoubtedly chuckling." Gordon fell silent for 2 seconds, realizing the truth in Logic's words. He indeed felt amusement, even elation, at the prospect that this gang war might finally come to an end. Since the onset of this turmoil, Gordon had received continuous updates. Logic had transformed into a veritable powerhouse, swiftly dismantling several factions he viewed as thorns in his side, all within a brief span. With the leaders dispatched, a significant number of gang members lay incapacitated on the ground, wailing in despair, awaiting their arrest. At that moment, the holding cells at the precinct were overflowing. Gordon promptly contacted the mayor and all relevant personnel, circumventing protocols to temporarily house the surplus criminals in Blackgate Prison. No one voiced objections. For those who did, a few words of persuasion from Gordon fell on deaf ears, leading him to unleash a punch in frustration, swiftly silencing dissent. Gordon typically would not resort to such measures, but no one comprehended the toll this gang war had taken on him. During this period, he had been working around the clock, exerting every ounce of effort to maintain order, subsisting on coffee and energy drinks. His mental state oscillated between lethargy and intermittent bursts of adrenaline. Exhausted and uncomfortable, Gordon found little time or inclination to bathe, and upon returning home, his daughter Barbara chastised him for his foul odor. Gordon was deeply disheartened. He immediately took a long, soothing bath, only to be interrupted by urgent matters at the precinct. On his way there, he was splattered with mud from a passing vehicle. Such incidents were frequent, and he felt they were unnecessary. Yet he was James Gordon, unable to tolerate the ongoing gang conflicts. More often than not, he was the one shouldering the majority of the work. In short, Gordon was on the brink of a breakdown. Meanwhile, Logic was energetically dismantling gang operations one after another, requiring only to oversee the cleanup while watching the gang wars collapse at an astonishing pace. Gordon felt a surge of joy within, although he could not neglect his public condemnation of Logic's extrajudicial actions. Clearing his throat, Gordon coughed, and after a few rebukes, returned to the matter at hand. Which gang was it this time? The Moccasin family. After Logic relayed this information, he ended the communication and proceeded to survey the surroundings, incapacitating any gang members who were late to arrive or too intimidated to show up. After ensuring no one was overlooked, Logic continued on to his next destination. Remaining with the Sini's family and the Yakuza, the former was affiliated with the Black Mask, while the latter constituted a significant faction in the Burnley district. Chapter 54. Poison ivy and nightshade thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and a blinding white light enveloped the Sini's family building. All glass facade shattered, and the gang enforcers within were paralyzed with fear, surrendering without a thought of resistance. The supervillains employed by Black Mask gazed out at the tumultuous flashes of lightning. The sheer brilliance overwhelmed their retinas, and they swallowed hard, realizing that even the highest rewards were meaningless if they were not alive to claim them. As they reached the rooftop in a desperate bid for escape, they were struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving them severely injured and convulsing on the ground. At that moment, only two villains remained by Black Mask's side, Poison Ivy and Nightshade. Confident in their formidable powers, they were undeterred by the electric display. Sinis, you never mentioned that Storm Guy had become this formidable, Poison Ivy remarked, crossing her arms, her long red hair cascading down to her shoulders. The woman, cloaked in green, was known as Pamela Isley, an eco-terrorist who believed that the life of plants surpassed that of humanity. However, this radical notion was gradually waning as Pamela increasingly engaged with the human world, beginning to value human life to some extent. Initially, one plant equaled one human life in her eyes. Now, perhaps half of that. In the original narrative, Poison Ivy eventually softened her views over time, becoming less extreme and even somewhat reclusive. At this stage, one could only discern a slight improvement in her perspective, though it was far from complete. Poison Ivy possessed immense power, serving as a conduit and avatar of the magical forces representing all plant life on Earth. She could manipulate flora and wield numerous extended abilities. Although Black Mask was possessed by a malevolent spirit, he was bound by the stringent protocols of the death ritual, necessitating his role as a competent gang leader. In a conspiring effort against Logic, he had recently enlisted a multitude of nefarious individuals, primarily lured by monetary compensation. However, the Poison Ivy was distinct. Beyond a substantial sum of dollars, the Black Mask had prepared 10 islands, each to be adorned with an array of exotic flora and endangered species, alongside various charitable endeavors related to botany. The rewards offered by Black Mask were exceedingly generous, striking a perfect chord within Poison Ivy's heart. Currently, she remained in the building for the sake of the plants. The reasons for this elude me. Black Mask's tone was as frigid as if frost were about to emerge. His assistant promptly informed him of the happenings concerning other gangs. Falcone had met his demise, and the leaders of Kosovo and several major factions had been systematically eliminated. Now, that individual had finally approached his territory. He had grown stronger, exponentially so, and though Black Mask was reluctant to admit it, a strange emotion stirred within him. Fear. Clenching his teeth, Black Mask birthed a wrath from his fear. These two emotions intertwined, causing veins to bulge upon his forehead, exuding an aura as frigid as ice. He appeared formidable, perhaps a mere paper tiger. Nearby, Nightshade scoffed with hands on his hips, impervious to the thunder that had nearly frightened the gangsters within the building. Nightshade, whose true name was Sturgis Holstrom, had relocated to Gotham a year prior as the third generation of Nightshade. Although his abilities may not have matched those of his predecessors, he still ranked among the most elite in Gotham. He possessed formidable dark magic, capable of manipulating shadows and unleashing energy, shielded by darkness, rendering thunder unable to approach. Just wait, thunder would soon extinguish. Black Mask refrained from immediate retaliation, gathering dark mist as he prepared to unleash a powerful strike in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to logic outside the building, having purged it with thunder, instilling a wave of terror among the gangsters within. The fleeing henchmen were subsequently incapacitated by electric shock, and a few supervillains attempting to escape from the rooftop were also felled to the ground. His keen perception swept across the entire building. Aside from the severely injured gangsters, only 3 remained standing: Black Mask, Poison Ivy, and Nightshade. He was well acquainted with the first 2, particularly Poison Ivy, with her green skin and red hair, making her highly recognizable. As for Nightshade, truth be told, his obscurity rivaled that of the Yeti he had encountered previously at Maroni's. He had not recognized him at first glance. A closer examination revealed a rich aura of darkness within him, allowing logic to vaguely surmise his identity. The 3rd generation of Nightshade, a minor villain within the Bat family, possessed decent strength, though it paled in comparison to the 2nd generation, who was not only a superhero, but boasted a distinguished history. Having participated in numerous magical events, and once opposed the vengeful spirit of God, known as the Spectre. Although he ultimately met with failure, he had survived, and the very fact of his continued existence was enough to boast about for an entire year. Though the 3rd generation may not rival their predecessors, one must not underestimate the dark magic of the opponent. As logic dictated, he withdrew the thunder. The resounding impact of the building's destruction created an atmosphere of sheer terror, yielding a substantial harvest of fear, yet it also drained a considerable amount of energy, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. Recalling the divine power that had been gathering natural energy above Malachi Lake, he replenished his energy reserves, returning to his optimal state, and glanced at the building overhead, where ominous black clouds were forming. He discerned that the masked figure was preparing a formidable attack, and he too was not idle. After reaping the fear, he hesitated no longer. While simultaneously enlarging the clouds, he concentrated a lightning spear in his hand and hurled it with force. The masked figure within the building retreated a few steps. He was not a mage of the new era who could unleash powerful spells while simultaneously casting basic attacks. Beside him, Nightshade grinned, brandishing his hands, and a shadowy barrier materialized instantaneously. The lightning spear struck the shadow, dissolving into it like clay. Through the shattered glass facade, Logic observed Nightshade's taunting smile and raised his thumb in approval. Impressive. To withstand 1/10 of my power is no small feat, as his words faded. 5 lightning points appeared behind him, crashing down with the force of 5 thunderclaps, striking the shadow barrier amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds. Simultaneously, several serpent-like vines erupted from the ground, writhing and attempting to ensnare him entirely. A fierce wind surged, and Logic pressed down with his palm, condensing the raging gusts into several columns of wind that forced the vines back to the earth. Crack! The 5 thunder strikes cleaved the shadow barrier, creating a crack before dissipating. Nightshade remained unperturbed, promptly employing dark magic to restore the barrier to its original state, mockingly retorting, "To create a fissure in my barrier is indeed a testament to your prowess, but that alone is far from sufficient." Logic raised an eyebrow, his competitive spirit ignited. 10 lightning points surrounded him, merging into one, coalescing into a thunderbolt as thick as a bowl that struck down with great force. In that same moment, dozens of massive vines surged from all directions, seemingly attempting a surprise attack, while Logic's energy was momentarily depleted. Poison Ivy, Logic thought, channeling his energy into the thunder while simultaneously preparing for the impending assault. He had no desire to divide his attention further to guard against Poison Ivy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a small plan appeared in his palm. What do you think this is? Chapter 55. Is this the expression one should exhibit in battle? While intensifying the power of the thunder, Logic continued to shake Nightshade's shadow barrier, all the while brandishing a plant from Mount Bujo. Since acquiring it, he had been oblivious to its specific purpose, yet upon encountering Poison Ivy, enlightenment dawned upon him. This seemingly inconsequential plant was, to Poison Ivy, an unparalleled treasure of the world. As the small plant emerged, Poison Ivy's movements faltered, the vines she controlled hesitating in their advance. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breath grew slightly erratic. The masked figure and Nightshade exchanged bewildered glances. The thunderous assault was intensifying, yet she had suddenly ceased her attack. "Damn it, Poison Ivy! What are you doing?" Black Mask reprimanded, stepping back as the gathered dark mist nearly transformed into liquid. Nightshade, sensing that Rajik was serious, felt the thunderous force approaching like a massive bolt, far more potent than the lightning that had just ravaged the building. He dared not be reckless any longer, summoning all his strength to fortify the shadow barrier. Initially, he had planned to retaliate after the enemy unleashed this strike, coordinating with Poison Ivy's vines for cover to deliver a devastating blow to their foe. Yet, unexpectedly, Poison Ivy halted, gazing at the enemy with an expression of rapt fascination. Was this truly the demeanor befitting a battlefield? "Do you desire it?" Rajik inquired, his tone laced with temptation. "I do," Poison Ivy promptly affirmed, her voice unwavering. "WEF." Black Mask and Nightshade exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively retreating further from Poison Ivy. What was wrong with this woman? In the midst of battle, how could she suddenly be so eager? "What do you want? Clarify yourself. Do not leave us in confusion." After recovering from their initial shock, they turned to Rajik, who was now holding an unusual plant. Had they known of Poison Ivy's insatiable affinity for flora, they might have surmised that the plant Rajik possessed was indeed a rare specimen. "If you desire it, come forth. Rest assured, I am a superhero and shall not deceive you. Join me in vanquishing the malevolent Black Mask and Nightshade, and this plant shall be yours." As Rajik's words hung in the air, Poison Ivy glanced at the two miscreants beside her. She began weighing the pros and cons, engaging in a mental deliberation that revealed she could not reject Rajik's proposition. She must possess that plant, as the embodiment of all things green. She recognized its unparalleled uniqueness, realizing that it was the sole one of its kind on the planet, imbued with an indescribable, mysterious power. Moreover, Black Mask and Nightshade were indeed formidable supervillains, the former exuding a dark malevolence, while the latter was equally nefarious. Conversely, Rajik, known as the Storm Hero, was a true superhero. Joining forces with him seemed a sound decision. Admittedly, the situation was fraught with complications. Yet Poison Ivy was utterly compelled by the allure of that plant, an irresistible temptation for any guardian of nature. Its singularity and the hidden mystical energy it contained were of paramount importance. On Earth, various magical representations existed. The embodiment of all green signified plant life. The essence of all red symbolized animal life, and the decay of black represented death and rot. Among these three magical embodiments, decay had grown increasingly powerful, while the essence of red struggled to find worthy allies, and the essence of green had diminished from its former glory for various reasons. The mysterious power within that plant held immense research value. Although remarkably faint, it remained extraordinarily precious. This is a decision fraught with peril. Yet Poison Ivy resolved to take a gamble. She manifested a layer of botanical armor upon her surface. Then, with a fierce determination, she propelled herself from the building, leaving behind the astonished Black Mask and the shadowy Nightwing. "Do not betray my decision, Storm Knight," Poison Ivy called out, her gaze fervently fixed upon the sprout in Logic's hand. Logic, with a deft motion, withdrew the small plant and replied, "Rest assured." He continued, "Just call me Logic." As his words concluded, he ceased unleashing thunder, exhaled a sigh of relief, and summoned the holy flame of exorcism, dashing forward while pulling the trigger. "Cover me." Upon hearing this, Poison Ivy sprang into action, her thoughts invoking the verdant power of nature. Instantly, numerous vines erupted around Black Mask and Nightwing, dancing with thorns under her command, striking towards the duo with the swiftness of a serpent. Without hesitation, the teammates betrayed their alliance, even using the vines to lash at themselves. Enraged, Black Mask and Nightwing retaliated fiercely. Black Mask bellowed, abandoning his physical form to manifest as an evil spirit, his hands coalescing dense black mist, readying an overwhelming attack. Meanwhile, Nightwing recited an incantation, unleashing dark magic that expanded from his feet, slicing through the vines like sharp blades of shadow. At this juncture, Logic had already infiltrated the building, and Nightwing hurled shadowy blades. only to be repelled by the holy flame of exorcism. Black Mask sensed the moment was ripe and could not afford to delay any longer. With a furious roar, he thrust his hands forward, causing the concentrated black mist to erupt instantaneously. Simultaneously, ominous clouds above unleashed a bolt of lightning. Its power significantly augmented after a period of brewing. A searing white light enveloped everything, and silence fell around, until the collision of a lightning bolt and black mist produced a thunderous explosion. A colossal shockwave erupted, manifesting visible white streaks radiating outward as floors crumbled and fractured, with arcs of electricity and swirling black mist violently clashing at the epicenter. The evil spirit, taken aback, hastily commanded more black mist to rise, shouting, "Nightwing, help me disperse the attack." Nightwing, stunned by the terrifying spectacle, regained his composure and activated dark magic, enveloping himself in a shadow barrier, seemingly poised to flee. Logic summoned a whirlwind, transforming it into a high-speed vortex of wind that barreled towards Nightwing, simultaneously commanding, "Poison Ivy, do not let him escape." The red-haired woman hesitated not, producing a handful of seeds from her pocket, casting them into the air where they transformed into dandelion-like forms, ensnared by the vortex and adhering to Nightwing. With a soft pop, Poison Ivy concentrated her thoughts, causing layers of hardened exoskeleton to coalesce upon Nightwing, compressing inward and constricting his breath. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, as Nightwing's shadows whirled like blades, shredding the exoskeleton and liberating him from confinement. In a relentless effort, Luo Ji manipulated the lightning pillars to shatter the encroaching darkness. Just as victory over the malevolent spirit seemed imminent, he prepared to shift his focus towards the shadow, when suddenly the roar of an engine echoed through the air. A sleek, bat-shaped fighter jet, resplendent in deep black, surged forward, unleashing 2 tracking missiles that streaked towards the shadow, leaving fiery trails in their wake. Chapter 56. As gentle as flowing water. As fierce as thunder, the air erupted in a blaze of fire as the shadow raised a barrier of darkness to thwart the jet's assault. Just as it attempted to maneuver, a barrage of missiles was unleashed upon it. The Old Master, a veritable mobile armory capable of launching hundreds of bat-shaped projectiles with a mirror belt, ensured that his aircraft was equipped with a formidable payload. The black fighter unleashed its full arsenal, maintaining a considerable distance in the sky while deftly evading the shadow's movements, striving to impede its progress. The Poison Ivy woman arrived atop the building, wielding the power of nature's green. She brandished enormous thorny vines, seizing the opportunity as the shadow dodged the cascading explosions to strike with fervor. The old bat arrived just in time to provide assistance, prompting Luo Ji to refocus his energies and amplify the power of thunder. Amidst the cacophony of roaring thunder, he directed the lightning pillars to obliterate the black fog entirely. The frenzied currents surged forth like a torrent of azure, and confronted with such overwhelming force, the high-tier malevolent spirit was struck with trepidation as its released darkness was mercilessly extinguished, soon to be depleted. The malevolent spirit howled, its grotesque visage twisted in defiance, eyes ablaze as if they would bleed. Its desperate resistance proved futile against the absolute onslaught. The lightning pillars, flashing with intense brilliance, shattered the remnants of the black fog, following with a deluge that incinerated the spirit into mere pulp under the intense heat and voltage. With the malevolent spirit vanquished, Luo Ji exhaled a sigh of relief. Assessing the energy reserves of the power bank he had retrieved from Lake Morakawa, finding it still abundant, after unlocking the authority of the Storm and Thunder Lord to 90,000ths. He was now capable of unleashing currents stronger than those of natural lightning. This also implied that the charge gathered from the natural storms using divine power was considerably diminished compared to before. However, even a supplementary boost was beneficial, particularly for temporary energy replenishment. Having dealt with the malevolent spirit, Luo Ji turned his gaze towards the Bat Fighter and Poison Ivy Woman, who were endeavoring to restrain the shadow. The former boasted an alarming payload, cycling through an array of weaponry and following the missiles. It unleashed a dense barrage of steel pellets in a metallic chain of fire. Meanwhile, Poison Ivy's vines danced as she scattered countless seeds around the shadow, akin to dandelion fluff. As the shadow approached, she sought to bind it with rapidly growing tendrils. Yet, despite the Shadow's dark magic being inferior to that of its second generation, it still possessed considerable strength. The combined efforts of the fighter and Poison Ivy were insufficient to impede its escape, as it had already fled several blocks away. Luo Ji, employing divine sight, surveyed the situation before summoning a tempest to pursue. As the sound of the howling wind drew closer, he clasped his hands together, forming a magnificent azure thunder sword. With a sudden, forceful stroke, he cleaved downward, creating an irresistible vacuum that surged towards the nape of the Shadow's neck amidst the violent humming of energy. A deadly wind whispered past his eardrums, causing the shadowy figure to tense with alarm as an internal alarm bell rang. He forcibly twisted his body, using a dark barrier to deflect the incoming greatsword. Thunder rumbled. At the moment the thunderous sword struck the shadowy barrier, the sky crackled with lightning, striking directly at the same point. The sizzling electricity splattered, and while the shadowy barrier initially absorbed the lightning, it began to develop cracks as logic suddenly increased his output power within mere seconds. I am but a mercenary, Storm Knight. There is no need for such extremes. The shadowy figure exclaimed, his eyelids twitching, heart racing in trepidation as he could not help but shout. He quickly employed dark magic to continuously mend the cracks, while simultaneously dispatching blade-like shadows to shatter the incoming chains of fire and vines. The remaining shadow blades surged forward, with the distant combat aircraft narrowly evading them while retaliating with gunfire. Behind him, the shadowy figure summoned another barrier, intensively wielding dark magic. He was beginning to feel the strain and hastily began to speak, his words tumbling out rapidly. Storm Knight, let me tell you, I am merely a tool. Do you understand? A mercenary. Pay me handsomely, and I shall accomplish the task for you. Just like a knife, it depends entirely on the wielder whether it is used for chopping vegetables or for murder. As he spoke, the shadowy figure waved his right hand, conjuring a blade resembling shadows. Look, Storm Knight, do you see this knife? I am akin to this weapon. Spare my life, and I shall be your blade alone. Unaware of the Death Priest's intentions, he did not realize that logic had no plans to eliminate him. Faced with the terrifying prospect of death, he could not help but promote himself, completely free, not a single cent required. I am a fine blade. The Dark Mask went to great lengths to procure my services. Mentioning the Dark Mask ignited a surge of anger within him. The transformation into a monster was one thing, but not even knowing the true strength of their target was intolerable. The enemy's thunder was fearsome. The foolish Dark Mask was already dead, dragging him down with him. Though furious at the Dark Mask, he maintained a facade of flattery in front of Logic, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin. Really? Logic paused, feigning interest. Absolutely true. We mercenaries are like that. We are merely blades, the shadowy figure affirmed with fervent nods. Logic raised an eyebrow, his expression contemplative. He signaled the Poison Ivy to cease her assault, and using a communication device, instructed Batman to temporarily halt his fire. Gradually retracting the thunder, he continued, to be frank, if you were a wise individual, you would recognize that the current gang war is fraught with intrigue. And now, that conspiracy has come to light, heralding a greater crisis. As a superhero, I must unite all forces. Shadow, although you have strayed from the path, your strength is commendable. You may indeed prove to be a valuable blade. Yet I must conduct a simple test of your capabilities. Luo Ji rested his chin on his hand, his brows slightly furrowed, eyes glimmering with intensity. His expression solemn yet composed, while an inner smirk danced in his heart. Hell, what test? Night Shadow pondered upon hearing the machinations of the gang wars. Upon witnessing Luo Ji truly retract the thunder, he felt a surge of joy, albeit still hesitant, but nonetheless proceeded to dismantle the barrier. As the thunder and the barrier dissipated, the distance between the two narrowed, causing Night Shadow's heart to race. He prepared himself for any unforeseen circumstances, ready to unleash his swiftest dark magic to retaliate and escape under the cover of the Batplane and Poison Ivy, should the need arise. Indeed, Luo Ji responded with a benevolent smile. Mid-sentence, a sudden flicker revealed a golden thread emanating from Night Shadow's abdomen, only to vanish in an instant. His pride in his fastest dark magic had been rendered a mere jest by this golden thread. You shameless! Night Shadow gasped, his body trembling with paralysis. The mysterious golden thread had surpassed his reaction limits with its incredible speed. Luo Ji, unfazed by the exclamation, believed that honesty was a precious commodity not to be squandered. Some individuals deserved such honesty, while others did not. It was as simple as that. The earlier golden thread was a manifestation of divine power, an energy of remarkable malleability, gentle as flowing water, yet capable of the tempestuousness of thunder. Exercising caution, Luo Ji refrained from using lightning and instead employed the swifter golden thread, calibrating the damage to a suitable level, neither harmless as water nor overtly aggressive, manifesting and vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving Knight's shadow grievously wounded. Following this, electricity surged forth as Luo Ji raised his hand, rendering the trembling Knight's shadow unconscious before hoisting him up and caught in a gust of wind, making his way towards the batplane, with poison ivy trailing behind, her feet entwined with vines. Chapter 57. Encountering a benevolent demoness is quite normal. The batplane ascended to the skies, disappearing into the clouds. Inside the cockpit, Batman set the aircraft to autopilot mode, confronting Poison Ivy, who cast not a glance at him, but rather fixated ardently on Luo Ji. Meanwhile, Constantine noticed the predatory glint in Poison Ivy's eyes, his brow furrowing in concern. He mused on the decline of societal morals, lamenting Luo Ji's apparent fall from grace, having forsaken the sweet innocence of the white dove to allure the sultry and enchanting Poison Ivy. Shaking his head, a sense of melancholy and solitude enveloped him. Men of his pure disposition were scarce. Leaning against the cabin wall, Constantine, lost in his thoughts, conveniently forgot that he himself was the epitome of a rogue. With an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips and hands tucked in his pockets, he stumbled upon a selfie sent by a demoness, showcasing 6 formidable talents. Ah, merely friendship, he mused, having traversed the dark realms for many years and descending into hell on numerous occasions. Encountering a kind-hearted demoness was simply par for the course. As for Shazam, he was not present in the cockpit. After dealing with the targeted gang leaders, the 3 pilots had dropped Shazam off and were now hastening towards Luo Ji's commotion. The mid-flight descent of Shazam was a deliberate part of the plan. During the preparation phase, it became evident to several individuals that eliminating the gang leaders possessed by malevolent spirits would undoubtedly provoke Ra's al Ghul. The efficiency of the death rituals would significantly diminish, and Ra's al Ghul's retaliation would inevitably follow, furious and intent on eliminating those who disrupted his schemes. Even if he refrained from immediate action, Gotham would remain perilous under Ra's al Ghul's watchful gaze. To address this impending trouble, Shazam was presently traversing the boundaries of Gotham, employing an array of invaluable magical artifacts to safeguard the city with protective enchantments. Given the extensive nature of the task, Shazam, now aged, had to painstakingly lay down the protective formation step by step, a process that commenced last night, with the remaining final touches set to be completed now. As a 9,000-year-old wizard, Shazam had journeyed through the farthest reaches of the universe and traversed bizarre, dimensional realms, amassing a wealth of treasures. The protective array enveloping the entire city was executed with grandiosity. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Batwing, where Jason dialed Commissioner Gordon's number. Gordon, the building belonging to Black Mask, also known as Siennes. Before he could finish, Gordon's furious voice erupted from the phone. Damn it, I already know you were there. The entire Diamond District is aware. Your ruckus has caused quite a stir, Jason. Now, I have a mountain of additional work. At least it's considerably easier than the previous tasks. ISNT it? Jason replied calmly. There was a brief silence on the other end before Gordon retorted, perhaps. But next time, keep the noise down. Ideally, let there not be a next time, and be mindful. Jason merely acknowledged with a grunt before ending the call. Accustomed to Gordon's proud demeanor by now, not far off, Poison Ivy, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned in and asked, "What about that plant?" She could not sense its presence, and her affinity with nature proved futile, leaving her anxious like a lion with its mane ablaze. Though she had the potential to embrace a slovenly lifestyle, her current preoccupation with the plant was palpable, her tone laced with urgency. "I have secured it," Jason responded. This plant was harvested from a divine mountain that connects the celestial realm and the mortal world. Its rarity is beyond measure, and thus it requires careful protection. A greater crisis looms ahead. It is not the time to study the plant. Once the danger has passed, I shall return it to you. Jason spoke with unwavering conviction, and Ivy felt he should embody righteousness in every aspect. You can only postpone this once, she declared through gritted teeth. Having recently learned of Ra's al Ghul's machinations from others, she was reluctant to let Jason out of her sight, planning to bide her time before entering the fray as an unexpected ally. Batman begrudgingly accepted Poison Ivy's involvement. Had this been the initial phase of their plan, he would have unequivocally barred her from participating. However, the current circumstances are exceptional. The plans have been finalized, and soon, a fierce battle will commence. Poison Ivy has no room for deception. If she intended to betray, she would have done so long ago. Even if she were to defect, he possesses countermeasures specifically designed against her. In short, Batman, having weighed the pros and cons, has resolved to set aside his reservations and retain Poison Ivy as a formidable ally. At this moment, Logic cast a glance at Poison Ivy, signaling her to remain calm. He certainly could not relinquish this valuable asset easily. Although he could not discern the utility of this plant, it originated from the legendary sacred mountain, the renowned Mount Bujo. Exercising caution is prudent. As one of the avatars of the green, Poison Ivy has the potential to connect with the most powerful host of the green, the Swamp Thing. This plant may indeed possess significant attributes, and Logic decided that he must accompany Poison Ivy during her research with the Swamp Thing, ensuring he remains informed of any progress in real time. Of course, that is a matter for another time. In London, earlier in the day, a chilling mist enveloped the streets, rendering all visible as though smoothed over by concrete. The thoroughfare was sparsely populated. This was not the most bustling part of London. At a street corner, within a divination parlor, a woman donned in a purple off-shoulder dress, adorned with a forehead accessory, sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes tightly shut. Madame Shandu, whose true name is Naimuin Du, is a descendant of an ancient people that have existed on Earth since time immemorial, endowed with the abilities of immortality and foresight. In other words, Madame Shandu is a superannuated woman who has lived for an unfathomable duration, yet her visage remains fixed at around 30 years of age, exquisite, unique, and bearing the charm of mixed heritage. Besides her formidable gift of foresight, Shandu is also proficient in various forms of magic, albeit seldom showcased in the original narrative. At this moment, the woman in purple sat on the ground, her brow furrowed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and gasped, uttering, "He is coming." Zatanna and the golden-highlighted dove stood nearby, with the former responding, "Is it Slade Wilson, the shapeshifter?" "Indeed," Shandu affirmed, rising from her seated position. "He has received my message and is currently utilizing the Chaos Cloak to transport himself here." Shandu and Slade are acquainted, and, as her words fell, a tempest arose around the trio, scattering books and causing them to flip wildly, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Several colorful light trails appeared, and as the central light flickered out, a man with medium-length hair, clad in a peculiar coat, materialized. Subsequently, the light trails vanished, the winds calmed, and the books ceased their tumultuous flipping. Slade stepped forward, greeting, "Hello, Shandu." Chapter 58. The symbol of swift movement. Slade Wilson, known on the streets as the Shapeshifter, possesses no superhuman abilities of his own. However, having been chosen by the Chaos Cloak, he has acquired various extraordinary powers, including mental projection, flight, and the ability to fabricate illusions. Among these, his primary ability is spatial teleportation. In the original narrative, when the Dark Justice League faced challenges requiring extensive movement, Slade was typically employed as their tool. Much like Cyborg, who mastered the boom tube in the Justice League, Slade and Madame Shining had previously crossed paths. After a brief introduction to Zatanna and Dove, they promptly delved into the matter at hand, preparing to search for the exact location of Raijin. The synergy between Madame Shining and Slade promised to leave no corner of this planet unexplored. The woman in purple summoned an array of magical artifacts, chanting incantations as she arranged them around. She then sat cross-legged opposite Slade, clad in a chaotic shirt, with her eyes tightly shut. Madame Shining placed her hand upon Slade's shoulder, establishing a mental connection. She began to seek the approximate location of Raijin, transmitting intricate details to Slade through their shared consciousness. An invisible, mysterious force enveloped the surroundings, captivating Zatanna, who marveled at the potency of Madame Shining's magic. Dove, standing nearby, scratched her head. Her understanding of magic was limited, especially regarding the advanced spells Madame Shining was currently employing. She took a few steps aside, granting them space out of respect. A woman with long silver hair brushed a strand of golden highlights, cascading over her shoulder, reminiscing about a certain someone's image. Her expression softening momentarily before she pursed her lips. Concern was a fleeting sentiment, while quarrels were countless. A brief distraction was not her style. Dove shook her head, averting her gaze, believing a woman ought to maintain her composure. She turned her attention back to Madame Shining and Slade, cheering them silently, hoping this endeavor would not necessitate the use of those golden locks. Above the coastal skies of Gotham City, Batman set the Batplane to autopilot, circling the snow-laden city. Inside the cockpit, the group had just contacted Shazam, learning that the magical array was nearing completion, and they continued to soar along the coast, seeking potential adversaries. Constantine, do you know this guy? Logic indicated the unconscious nightshade on the ground. There are many I would prefer to know, but he didn't make the cut. Constantine replied nonchalantly, then raised an eyebrow. That said, I must admit, the magical aura surrounding him is quite potent, dark magic. He stroked his chin, recalling the contents of his business card. Exorcist, demon specialist, master of black magic. The last, black magic, was entirely distinct from dark magic. Constantine had some understanding of dark magic, recognizing its malevolence and power. Dark magic, you say? Logic pondered. How does it compare to those exorcism spells you use? Constantine bit down on a cigarette. The backlash from dark magic is far greater. You think you wield it, but in truth, it wields you. Different dark magics stem from various formidable demons. A casual use could cost you some years off your life. I see. Logic nodded, realizing that indeed, in the DC universe, magic always comes at a price. Some costs are minimal, like Zatanna, who seemingly used endless magic and thrived, while others bear heavier burdens. And some may even face retribution and death. He grimaced, acknowledging that the backlash aligned with his own thoughts, and chose not to dwell further on Nightshade. As Logic gazed at the city and the sea beyond the cabin, he contemplated for a moment before greeting the others and departing from the aircraft in search of Shazam. Poison Ivy, eager to follow due to the peculiar plant, was firmly rebuffed by him. His overwhelming charm was his own affliction, yet discussions with Shazam required no eavesdroppers. After sketching a few symbols with the small plant, Logic leapt from the aircraft, then with a grand gesture summoned a gust of wind that propelled him towards the city. Amidst the howling winds, he calculated the amount of fear harvested from the recent obliteration of several gangs. Realizing that after unlocking the authority of the Storm and Thunder Lord, just a fraction more, the remaining fear was insufficient to support a tenfold higher-tier lottery draw. Typically, a mere 1,000 units of fear would yield one draw, while a pool requiring 10,000 would be vastly different. After a moment of reflection, he resolved against accumulating further. Such extravagant draws were still beyond his current means. He decided that after arriving at the 7 great magical continents, once he had thoroughly harvested fear from the colossal monster cages there, it would be the perfect timing for such endeavors. With his plans set, Logic no longer hesitated. Using his fear to unlock the authority of the Storm and Thunder Lord from 9,000ths to 10,000ths. The later stages of unlocking grew increasingly arduous, and even this slight increment consumed a substantial amount of fear. The remainder was utilized for 5 lottery draws. Upon completion of the draws, his inventory of artifacts refreshed once more, revealing 5 distinctive items in addition to those previously acquired. Swift Movement Talisman, Blessed Fishing Rod of the Goddess of Fortune, Cursed Videotape, Dragon's Might, Tree of Swords. Logic narrowed his eyes at the peculiarities of this lottery, which bore both favorable and unfavorable elements. First was the Swift Movement Talisman, a relic from his homeland, appearing as a square yellow talisman that, when ignited, could significantly enhance one's speed for a short duration. Its applications were vast. It could be invaluable in emergencies for a rapid escape or strategic retreat. Next was the Blessed Fishing Rod of the Goddess of Fortune, which at first glance seemed fraught with potential pitfalls, yet upon closer inspection revealed a plethora of them. The Goddess of Fortune must truly be the busiest deity in the celestial realm, bestowing blessings upon rings, swords, stones, anything that comes her way. After reading its description, Logic surmised that this rod accumulated luck buffs, allowing one to cast into a river and, even without bait, inadvertently catch fish. In other words, it was the ultimate treasure for any angler. Following that was the cursed videotape, which, according to its description, housed a vengeful spirit clad in white. Anyone who viewed the tape would be haunted by this spirit, facing imminent death within 7 days of watching it. Regarding the tape, Logic had but one query. Who knew the postal code of the Lei Shao ancient clan? He had a Christmas gift to send their way. Stowing away the fishing rod and the videotape, he finally encountered the penultimate item, Dragon's Might, which returned to a more conventional theme. This one-time skill, upon activation, would unleash the formidable presence of a powerful dragon, capable of mesmerizing foes and momentarily rendering them immobile. It suffices to say that in a duel between masters, a mere second of oversight can lead to dire consequences. A sudden glare, coupled with a decisive strike, can swiftly conclude the conflict. As for the Tree of Swords, it is a mythical tree adorned with countless swords, its trunk as unyielding as iron. The swords, enduring the elements, continue to glimmer with a radiant light. This time, the lottery may not compare to the last, due to a lack of prior preparation, yet at least there were no utterly useless items. Logic regained his focus, establishing contact with Shazam to confirm the latter's location, and landed steadily amidst the swirling winds. Chapter 59. The Approach of Storms Along the Shores of Gotham. Shazam inscribed the final arcane line, placing a stone suffused with a gentle white glow into the indentation at the center of the design. The 9,000-year-old wizard murmured incantations, and as the final words left his lips, the stone dissolved into a shimmering light, merging with the lines and vanishing into the ground. Behind him, the sound of the wind stirred, and without looking back, Shazam calmly remarked, "Logic, you have arrived." Logic rolled his eyes at the old wizard's pretentious demeanor, which had long since lost its grandeur, rendering any attempts at restoration futile. He turned to Shazam, who was slowly pivoting to face him, and said, "Shazam, my friend, your efforts are appreciated. Has the magical array been completed?" "Only the final step remains," Shazam replied, stroking his white beard with an air of mystery. As he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, his lips moving as he recited an array of unknown spells. An intangible force began to manifest as Shazam bent down, placing his hand upon the ground. A soft hum resonated, and from the center of his palm, a white light rapidly expanded, transforming into circular lines that enveloped the entire city, before once again sinking into the earth. Logic marveled at the spectacle, although the old wizard's demeanor was whimsical. His 9,000 years of experience rendered him unparalleled in mastery of the arcane arts, even if his power had waned. "That will suffice," Shazam said, wiping the sweat from his brow. In the past, he could have effortlessly completed such a grand array with a few incantations, but now, with age, he found himself unable to skip any steps and had to exert himself, traversing considerable distances around Gotham, which left his old bones weary. Logic silently commended him and inquired about his well-being before he could delve into the matter at hand. However, Shazam, with a subtle expression, preemptively interjected, "Logic, while inscribing the array, I heard considerable thunder and cannon fire from within the city. After I departed, have you managed to eliminate all the targeted crime lords?" Logic nodded, confirming that the threats within the city had been addressed, while the current troubles emanated from outside. Upon hearing this, Shazam stroked his beard and approached Logic, adopting a tone that implied, "What scheme are you concocting?" "Excellent. Since matters appear to be resolved for the time being, let us dispense with idle chatter. Logic, your solitary visit bears significance, does it not?" Shazam mused, suppressing a chuckle at the notion that Logic had merely come to pay respects to the elderly. "I assumed you were already aware," Logic replied with a chuckle, "just as you knew of my arrival without turning around." "Ahem." Shazam coughed awkwardly and remarked, "At times, one must respect the youth. Making casual assumptions about their thoughts is quite impolite. I am a mature wizard, do you understand?" Observing the shift in Shazam's expression, Luo Ji felt a sense of satisfaction. He then ceased his playful banter and returned to the matter at hand. It is as follows. Without hesitation, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly seemed to recall something, snapping his fingers with an expression of annoyance. An electric surge coursed through his body, empowering him to obliterate a miniature device designed for eavesdropping, which was shielded against electricity. There was little to articulate. Collaborating with Batman comes with its drawbacks, not quite akin to courting danger, but certainly requiring considerable effort. Under the peculiar gaze of Shazam, Luo Ji wore an expression of resignation. Brushing aside this minor interlude, and stated plainly, "We have eliminated all the malevolent spirits possessing the gang leaders. This action will undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Ra's al Ghul, and his subordinates are likely en route to Gotham. Before the impending battle commences, I have a question." "What is it?" Shazam inquired, furrowing his brow slightly. "Your strength," Luo Ji stated decisively. "Shazam, we are all aware that you are no longer at your peak, and your power has significantly diminished. Under these circumstances, what is your current true level of strength?" Luo Ji's words were straightforward. After all, this crisis is rather dire, particularly with a formidable malevolent spirit on the opposing side, one that you have previously vanquished, and you yourself have admitted that you cannot contend with him now. For the plan to proceed effectively, I must gain a deeper understanding of my allies. Though he possessed hidden trump cards, he was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. He was well aware of the capabilities of the other teammates, but with Shazam, an ancient wizard of 9,000 years, he felt somewhat at a loss. After hearing Luo Ji's words, Shazam sighed and replied, "I understand your concerns. Regarding my current strength, if I were to compare myself to those high-level malevolent spirits, I could probably withstand the assault of 100 of them at maximum capacity." Luo Ji nodded in response. The notion of defeating 100 was indeed impressive, though it could only be deemed commendable coming from Shazam. In his prime, the 9,000-year-old wizard would have easily dispatched not just 100, but even 100,000 foes without breaking a sweat. When one's strength reaches a certain echelon, the sheer number of inadequately skilled opponents becomes inconsequential. Luo Ji stroked his chin, contemplating that given Shazam's disposition, he would not exaggerate this 1-to-100 capability. Otherwise, he would find it intolerable to lose face on the battlefield. Concealing one's true strength was certainly a possibility. The 9,000-year-old wizard likely had numerous hidden reserves, simply choosing not to disclose them. After pondering for a moment, Luo Ji evaluated the tactical options available during combat. Shazam, Constantine, and the ever-capable Batman, armed with his fully loaded Batmobile, could all provide substantial firepower. In a critical moment, they could serve as shields or offer cover. Zatanna and Dove had also sent word that they had made contact with Lady Shiva regarding Lex Luthor. The two individuals combined their abilities, navigating through layers of mist and barriers to locate the base of Lei Xiaogu. With the assistance of the frenzied shirt, they concealed themselves a short distance from the base, secretly executing their plan. They also indicated that they would immediately rush to provide support should Gotham encounter any trouble. This was the extent of the assistance that the remaining, albeit inexpensive, allies could offer. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Luo Ji turned to Shazam and remarked, "Very well. Your insights align closely with my own conjectures. Since the magical formation has been established, let us proceed to the Batwing and rendezvous with Batman and the others." Upon finishing his sentence, he summoned a gust of wind and ascended into the air, with Shazam following suit. Employing his own magic to fly as they made contact with Bruce Wayne, drawing nearer to the aircraft. Amidst the heights, Luo Ji's thoughts remained unbroken. Besides the temporary bulletproof attire, his own strength had also seen a significant surge. The principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change was in effect. With the authority of the Storm and Thunder Lord unlocked to 10%, the might of thunder and the volume of its discharge had once again escalated. Previously, it had taken considerable effort to vanquish the malevolent spirit inhabiting the Black Mask, but now, with a mere flick of his power, he could easily strike it down within seconds. Similarly, the storm had transformed from a controlling force into a lethal weapon, capable of tearing the spirit's skin away when concentrated. In addition to the enhancements of Thunder and Storm and the expansion of his divine power reservoir, Luo Ji had also mastered several new abilities, which he intended to experiment with when confronting the malevolent spirit. Chapter 60. Can team collaboration be a shield? Deep within the Amazonian jungle, shrouded under a magical barrier, lay a base predominantly concealed beneath the earth. Within the vast cavern, Lei Xiaogu, draped in a gray-green robe, had just departed the monstrous lands of the 7 magical continents. Upon emerging from the portal, he was informed by his subordinates that all the malevolent spirits possessing the gang leaders in Gotham had perished. According to prior intelligence, such an occurrence was deemed impossible. Aside from a few minor factions consisting of ordinary malevolent spirits, the majority of the remaining gangs were comprised of formidable high-level spirits. His subordinates detailed the situation relayed through Gotham's informants. Not only had the high-level spirits met their demise, but their deaths were also marked by extreme humiliation, succumbing to the thunderous onslaught before even a few minutes had elapsed. They dared not conjure illusions. All their strength was consumed in coalescing black mist. It proved futile against the overwhelming annihilation. That individual named Luo Ji had grown even more potent, consistently displaying greater strength with each ensuing clash. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Lei Xiaogu furrowed his brow, uncertain of Luo Ji's true capabilities and whether he was still concealing his strength. Moreover, there was that accursed wizard, Shazam, whose frail hands could neither wield nor step forth. Even though he had previously exhibited such weakness, he suddenly seemed revitalized at the prospect of cleansing Gotham. While he was far from his former prowess, he still posed a significant threat. Both parties are concealing their true abilities. Lei Xiaogu pondered for a long time, originally intending to accumulate strength and, once everything was prepared, unleash all the malevolent spirits to conquer the world in one fell swoop. For over 7 centuries, he had been on the brink of achieving this eternal ambition. Yet each time he fell just short. Now, with the assistance of the malevolent spirits, Lei Xiaogu would not allow this opportunity to slip away. The opponent's formidable strength was somewhat unexpected, and he could no longer regard them as mere jesters. The accumulation of power could be temporarily postponed. As long as the strongest among them could descend, all troubles would become trivial. Weighing the pros and cons, Lei Xiaogu made his decision and issued commands to his subordinates. He did not unleash all the malevolent spirits, but even a fraction was considerable. Gotham was a battleground that must be claimed. No other sinister place in the world could allow him such a perfect arrangement for a deathly ritual. His insatiable thirst for power and authority blinded him. And perhaps due to his prolonged association with the malevolent spirits, he had nearly forgotten everything else besides conquering the world. His daughter Talia was neglected, and the members of the Assassin's Guild had been reduced to mere tools. He had once been their mentor, but now he felt like a stranger. Yet none of this mattered anymore. The world awaited its conquest, and Lei Xiaogu no longer hesitated. After issuing his commands and attending to a few matters, he turned once more to enter the portal. Under his orders, countless malevolent spirits erupted from the earth, densely filling the rainforest. From above, it appeared as though the very ground was composed of these sinister entities. Among the dark throng, there were wisps of thick, almost liquid-like black mist. Not far off, Zatanna and Dove, having stealthily traversed layers of magical barriers, were startled by the sudden surge of malevolent spirits from below, their dispersing black mist corroding the nearby rainforest as if it had plunged into an underworld. One particularly dense mist seemed to cast its gaze upon them as it passed. Zatanna and Dove felt their bodies freeze, as if their throats were constricted, blood congealing and breath becoming labored. A wave of panic surged within them, and Laxley, who had been merely observing, felt his heartbeat falter, just as he was about to signal the 2 women to teleport away. He witnessed Dove's silvery hair erupting with golden highlights, radiant light enveloping both her and Zatanna, repelling all ominous intentions. The golden brilliance flashed, causing the mist that had cast its gaze to churn violently, hastily retracting its attention. Such extraordinary power could only belong to a deity. The mist lost its previous air of superiority. It was the most powerful among all the malevolent spirits that had surged forth from the depths. The malevolent spirits also operated under a hierarchy. Lei Xiaogu's authority stemmed from the approval of those above him. Apart from those higher entities, this mist represented the apex of their kind. Having occupied a lofty position for too long, and with the higher-ups rarely making an appearance, arrogance and pride had become instinctual. Just moments ago, the menacing golden light shattered his confidence, causing him to falter momentarily before ultimately rejoining the main contingent. There was no choice. Lei Xiaogu now embodied the will of those above, and he had to comply, regardless of his personal desires. However, despite the formidable nature of that power, its scarcity suggested that there might still be an opportunity to confront it. The malevolent spirits consoled themselves and advanced, leading countless dark entities toward Gotham. Logic had anticipated the effects of this divine power, which, once it enveloped White Dove and Zatanna, would emit a threatening aura to deter any relentless pursuers. Yet, given the current circumstances, the spirits were mere tools, and retreat was not an option. The throng of malevolent entities coalesced into a swirling mass of darkness, surging toward Gotham under the guidance of this vast, tumultuous cloud. Meanwhile, Laxley had already gleaned information about the golden light from Zatanna and White Dove. The moment the light erupted, he recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly utilized the frenzied garment to teleport away, intending to inform the higher-ups about the malevolent spirits. In Gotham, aboard the Batwing hovering above the coast, Logic and his companions were strategizing their impending confrontation. Primarily, Logic, Constantine, and Shazam were devising ways to ensure their teammates would take the brunt of the fighting, while Batman remained serious, conducting a thorough analysis. Poison Ivy, unable to interject, stood to the side, observing. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted as a breach appeared on the left side of the cabin, and a burst of golden light hurtled toward Logic. The speed was astounding. The radar alarm of the aircraft only sounded after the light had manifested. Logic had just been discussing teamwork with Constantine when he spotted the golden light approaching. Instinctively, he extended his hand, catching White Dove, whose golden glow dissipated, with a fragment returning to Logic's being. A woman with cascading silver hair, stripped of her golden highlights, stepped away, her face slightly flushed, while Zatanna, noticing White Dove's expression, coughed softly and raised an eyebrow, but chose to remain silent. Logic scratched his chin, contemplating but deciding not to delve deeper. The timing was not right. Focus was paramount. He turned to White Dove and Zatanna and inquired, "So what did you encounter?" "Malevolent spirits," Zatanna replied immediately. "Entities far more powerful than those so-called higher-tier spirits we've faced before." With a serious expression, she recounted the terrifying events in the Amazonian jungle to the others in the cabin. Chapter 61. A sense of security following Zatanna's account. The group recognized the impending crisis and hastily prepared themselves. The magical formation laid out by Shazam, capable of surrounding all of Gotham, had taken shape, alleviating concerns about any potential intruders stealthily infiltrating the city. Batman piloted the aircraft just above the ocean's surface, continuously monitoring for any anomalies in the surrounding waters. Within the confines of the cockpit, Constantine was engaged in a nostalgic conversation with Zatanna, leaning against the wall near the front of the aircraft. When he pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a black line at the horizon of the sea. Constantine paused momentarily, and then the aircraft was filled with the blaring sound of alarms as the radar detected the approach of enemies. The black line at the horizon rapidly expanded, a dark mass consuming nearly half the sky, advancing with relentless momentum, akin to a colossal, shadowy beast voraciously devouring the heavens. Constantine's eyes widened, and he mentally recited the teleportation incantation several times, ensuring it was firmly embedded in his memory, free from any stammering, before he shakily lit his cigarette. Nearby, Logic noticed Constantine's distracted gaze and his inability to continue the conversation with Zatanna, so he leaned in and remarked, "Kongzi, the army of evil spirits is approaching. What were you just thinking about?" With a cold smirk, Constantine replied, "Of course, I was contemplating how to deal with these malevolent entities." "And you, Logic? Were you pondering how to use your teammates as shields, or devising an escape route?" Logic responded with a click of his tongue, "Constantine, did you just voice your inner thoughts?" "Impossible," Constantine retorted, but before he could finish, Zatanna tugged at his ear and pulled him out of the cockpit. The latter cast a flight spell, and the two found themselves suspended in midair. "White Dove," she called out, and in a flash of radiance, she donned a blue and white uniform. A woman with long, silver hair glanced at Logic and urged, "Aren't you coming?" With a slight grimace, Logic summoned a gust of wind and followed White Dove out of the cockpit. Shazam followed closely behind, while Batman remained in the aircraft to provide cover. Poison Ivy chose to stay behind. The scale of the enemy attack was far beyond expectations, and she would easily be overwhelmed. Batman instructed her to operate the missile turret hanging beneath the aircraft, allowing her to deploy the transparent front wall and use her vines to strike when the evil spirits drew near. As the scene shifted to the sky, Constantine glanced around at his less-than-reliable teammates, weighing his options before gravitating towards Logic. It wasn't that the other teammates were incapable. Rather, Logic's thunderous presence instilled a great sense of security in Constantine. A tremendous roar echoed from the distant horizon as swarms of evil spirits transformed into a massive cloud of darkness, rapidly advancing. Soon, half the sky appeared to be shrouded in ink, casting a gloomy reflection over the sea. An estimated 10,000 evil spirits surged forth. While the mere sight of the spirits clustered together might not be particularly intimidating, the swirling black mist they emitted was a terrifying spectacle, resembling an immense black wall that twisted and contorted as it raced forward. However, this was not the most disconcerting aspect. What truly sent chills down the spine were the few densely condensed masses of fog at the forefront. From within, a sense of foreboding could be discerned, quickening one's heartbeat. Zatanna and White Dove exchanged tense glances, instinctively assessing the situation with their companions. After some contemplation, she found herself beside logic, although she verbally denied it. Her body was invariably honest. It is human instinct to naturally trust and revere the strong. In this context, the two women's perceptions of logic were akin to the cautious thoughts of Jacques. It was not their fault. The resounding thunder that struck the foes instilled a profound sense of security among teammates. Zatanna, White Dove, and Constantine crowded around Logic, while Shazam suddenly noticed an empty space beside him. The ancient wizard, aged 9,000 years, was immediately infuriated, his beard bristling. But soon his attention shifted to the expanding black mist in the distance. Very well, a true gentleman is adaptable, Shazam reassured himself, conceding that it was no issue to join the throng beside Logic. "What are you all doing?" Logic inquired, his expression darkening with confusion. "The first step in teamwork is to band together," Constantine replied, rubbing his nose. Zatanna and White Dove nodded in agreement, for the first time truly resonating with Jacques' words. Shazam remained silent, the ancient wizard now feeling melancholic and reluctant to partake in the group conversation. "Logic, while the sheer number of ordinary malevolent spirits is daunting, I sense that the greater threat emanates from the leading spirit, the dense fog," Zatanna observed, her expression returning to seriousness. "I know you have not revealed your full strength thus far, but the current circumstances demand you no longer conceal your capabilities. How do you estimate your power in comparison to that malevolent spirit?" As Zatanna spoke, everyone could feel the terrifying aura radiating from the leading spirit, sending shivers down their spines. The malevolent spirit raced across the sky with alarming speed, transforming from a distant black line into a looming presence occupying half the heavens in mere moments. It was essential to confirm the strength of their ally before the battle commenced. Upon hearing the question, Logic furrowed his brow slightly and quickly responded, "If it is exceedingly strong, I can easily overpower it. If it is of average strength, then it will be a challenging fight." An odd response, yet it held a certain logic. If this malevolent spirit were overwhelmingly powerful, Logic would have to resort to his ultimate trump card. Conversely, if it was not particularly strong, then he could confront it without utilizing his hidden strengths. Zatanna and the others were perplexed by this answer, but the malevolent spirits accelerated their approach, leaving no time for further inquiry as everyone assumed their battle stances. The ocean roiled tumultuously as the dark, wall-like army of malevolent spirits swept across the sea, creating towering waves. The group did not dare to delay. The Batplane opened fire first, unleashing a barrage of missiles upon the relentless malevolent horde. The orange flames bloom incessantly upon the gray-blue sea, with violent explosions generating powerful shockwaves and extreme heat that disintegrate the nearby ordinary malevolent spirits into mere fragments. The principle of refraining from killing applies solely to humans, and the malevolent spirits are evidently exempt from this rule. "Fireball!" Zatanna exclaimed with a peculiar intonation, employing her ironic magic. No sooner had the words left her lips than a blazing fireball materialized in midair, hurtling towards the leading malevolent spirit. Beside her, White Dove waved her hands, channeling her power as it surged through her being, unleashing a shockwave that tore through the air toward the same target as the fireball. The shockwave struck the leading spirit first, causing its misty form to shudder before dissipating the blow. The fireball followed closely behind, but the swirling mist of the malevolent spirit extinguished it with barely a pause in its advance. Logic appeared contemplative. It was formidable, yet not excessively so. He decided to conserve his trump cards for the time being and treat this creature as a mere training dummy to test his new abilities. The days had been particularly busy, leaving him time only in the evenings. He anticipated a return to stability around the second day of the new year. Chapter 62. The thunder element greatsword. Thousands of malevolent spirits congregated, a dense black fog enveloping the scene, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure and a striking visual impact. Fortunately, most were ordinary malevolent spirits, though a significant number of higher-tier spirits were present, alongside several even more powerful leaders. However, those prepared to confront them were not weak. Batman and Poison Ivy piloted their aircraft, launching a barrage of missiles as fiery explosions continually erupted upon the sea, systematically obliterating the less fortified ordinary spirits. After Zatanna and White Dove unleashed their fireballs and shockwaves, they noted that the leading spirit, shrouded in mist, remained unscathed and effortlessly negated their attacks, causing their brows to furrow in concern. Stasis form. Zatanna invoked her ironic magic, her strange intonation echoing as the distant misty spirit momentarily froze, as if rust had overtaken a machine. However, this state was fleeting, for the leading spirit swiftly broke free from the ironic magic and resumed its advance. The mist coalesced rapidly, ultimately taking the form of a 3-meter-tall creature, its body ablaze with ghostly flames, resembling a monster risen from the depths of hell. This being was the most powerful of the entire malevolent spirit legion and had previously been intimidated by the golden divine power emanating from White Dove. Bound by orders from above, this spirit, known as Arthas, despite his trepidation towards divine power, had no choice but to push forward to the front lines. Arthas reassured himself that while the divine power was of a high caliber, its numbers were exceedingly sparse. Should fortune favor him, he might still possess the strength to contend. Thus, bolstered by this self-encouragement, Arthas withstood the fireball, shockwave, and subsequent ironic magic before consolidating his form from mist into his true essence. With skin as dark as night, muscles rippling, and bristling spines resembling steel needles, he was engulfed in blazing green flames, swirling black mist coiling around him as he charged forward with fierce intent. His gaze set on eliminating the practitioner of ironic magic first. Thunder rumbled. The thunder roared over the sea, and dozens of azure glimmers appear beside Luo Ji, each shimmering with an abundance of lightning. As Arts surged forward, these brilliant flashes erupted with thunderous light, replacing the dark mist that shrouded the ocean's surface with a searing white radiance. The vast expanse of the sky was transformed into a canvas of white, as columns of lightning converged into a single point, swelling like a colossal thunder dragon, striking Arts in an instant. With the unlocking of the storm and the Lord of Thunder's dominion from 9,000ths to 1/10, equivalent to 1%, the power of the thunder underwent a radical transformation. An overwhelming energy cascaded onto Arts, enveloping his entire form in lightning, while terrifying voltage and extreme heat simultaneously assailed him. In that moment, Arts immediately summoned a layer of black mist over his surface, forming an incredibly sturdy green phantom shield. Yet it proved futile, as the frenzied lightning obliterated both the mist and the shield within mere seconds. The sudden and violent onslaught left Arts astounded. The instant the black mist and phantom shield dissipated, he ignited with ethereal flames. A protective shell coalesced around his exterior, and with the sudden resurgence of black mist, he managed to escape the clutches of the thunder. With a resounding crash, as Arts narrowly evaded the lightning column, it shifted slightly and struck again. Luo Ji wielded the thunder with relentless force against Arts, his eyes flashing with golden light. The 1/10 dominion not only enhanced the might of the thunder, but also transformed his divine sight, allowing him to see through the lightning and mist to discern Arts within. He could now perceive the various states Arts was experiencing. The intensified and unrelenting thunder rained down like an inexhaustible torrent, enveloping Arts in electric light. As he clung to his ethereal flames and released more black mist to sustain himself, Luo Ji sensed that the lightning had yet to penetrate deeply enough to truly harm Arts, and thus silently increase the output. Covered in electric light, Arts let out a roar. These bolts were far more ferocious and lethal than natural lightning. The pressure from the 5 thunders above him far greater than that from the previous fireballs and shockwaves. He recognized the necessity to counterattack. His gaze hardened as his ethereal flames surged once more. Amidst the blazing white lightning, a dark green burst forth as Arts forcefully thrust forward against the thunder. Luo Ji raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging that the sandbag was quite resilient. Out loud, he commanded Zatanna Dove, Shift your focus to the other several leading evil spirits and provide me cover. And Constantine, keep an eye on Shazam. The group, bathed in the luminous thunder, stared in stunned silence. The speed at which the lightning converged and struck was alarmingly swift, mere moments having passed since the release of the fireball shockwave. Upon hearing his words, the two women immediately sprang into action, a course they had already intended to take. Meanwhile, Constantine teamed up with Shazam to confront the adversary, the former providing cover while the latter recited incantations. Although the ancient sorcerer, with his frail physique, no longer possessed the vigor of youth, his mastery of magic surpassed that of ordinary mortals. The incantation he was reciting at that moment was immensely powerful, though its only flaw lay in its excessive length. Meanwhile, the Batwing aircraft, under the adept control of Batman, unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower. Missiles, trailing fiery tails, raced through the air, while bullets erupted in a chain of fire, sweeping toward the horde of malevolent spirits and reducing swathes of ordinary fiends to mere pulp. The aircraft operated like a mobile arsenal, boasting a terrifying payload capacity, yet it was not infinite. In addition to the craft piloted by Batman, the Dark Knight had summoned the members of the Bat family who were available to assist, each piloting their own aircraft to join the fray. While conventional weaponry might prove ineffective against the higher-tier malevolent spirits and their leaders, it shone brilliantly when directed at the ordinary fiends. Several aircraft fired in unison, yet the sheer number of fiends was overwhelming. For every one that perished, countless others remained, as dissipating black mist spread across the surface of the sea. Break his right arm. Zatanna silently intoned the spell in her mind, simultaneously voicing it aloud. Though the power of her counterspell was formidable, its efficacy would ultimately depend on the skill of the practitioner. It was improbable that every utterance she made could directly distort reality. Zatanna estimated that while she could not truly sever Adiz's arm, she could certainly inflict enough discomfort to render it ineffective. The moment her words left her lips, the counterspell took effect, and, as ATS charged forward, enveloped in thunder, he experienced a sudden, phantom pain in his right arm, as if it were on the verge of vanishing. This time, Zatanna had exerted herself, expending greater energy, which amplified the potency of her counterspell considerably compared to her previous attempts. In discomfort, ATS faltered, and logic, seizing the moment, conjured a white greatsword in his right hand. This weapon, one of the newly unlocked abilities after achieving 1% of authority, was forged from the essence of lightning, imbued not only with the chaotic energy of thunder, but also with the power of dominion. In appearance, it resembled the thunderous greatsword logic had previously compressed, yet its essence was entirely different, exhibiting far greater might and efficacy. Chapter 63. Divine Right's exclusive weapon enveloped in thunder. ATIS found his movement hampered, compounded by the effects of Zatanna's counterspell, which rendered his right arm uncomfortable for several critical seconds. Though this duration seemed brief, it was perilously significant in the current circumstances. ATIS had intended to launch a fierce offensive, but the multitude of negative effects weighed heavily upon him, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Logic swiftly capitalized on this fleeting opportunity. Propelled by a gust of wind, he darted to ATIS' side and swung the white, lightning-infused greatsword down with ferocity. The surrounding air was incinerated, creating a vacuum, and before the atmosphere could rush back in, only the faint hum of the greatsword remained. ATIS struggled to evade, as dark mist erupted from his body, forming a shield of phantasmal images around him. In a moment of fury, he unleashed a torrent of dark green energy from his mouth. The lightning greatsword, imbued with immense speed and the force of 1,000 thunders, collided thunderously with the oncoming wave of energy. The visible shockwave erupted from the point of collision, transforming into white ripples that radiated outward, wreaking havoc across the surface of the sea alongside the tumultuous winds, stirring up towering waves. The air was incessantly scorched and then rapidly reclaimed, producing a series of thunderous explosions. The mighty sword of lightning unleashed its power, striking the torrent and bursting forth with endless arcs of electric light, ruthlessly crushing the dark green flood with sheer energy. Its residual force cleaving through the illusory shield enveloping Arts. The black mist churned as the sword of lightning surged forward, leaving a grotesque wound across Arts' chest. The latter howled in agony, a surge of anger igniting within him as he chose to unleash his full potential, disregarding the potential weakness that might follow. Ethereal flames surged fiercely around him, his power transformed dramatically, eclipsing his previous state. The pillars of lightning encasing him were instantly shattered, and amidst the dissipating currents, the black mist around Art stirred, gradually healing the lengthy wound on his chest. Without hesitation, he launched a counterattack, exhaling a stream of green fire, seemingly infused with the wails of countless vengeful spirits, advancing with an indescribable sense of foreboding. The malignant magic of the dark spirit would corrode any ordinary soul to oblivion, leaving behind only endless lamentations. As the fierce winds swept through, the green fire remained undeterred, locking onto Luo Ji and racing forward. Luo Ji, refusing to be complacent, evaded the confrontation with a lightning sword, instead summoning a pillar of lightning to strike the green fire. The two forces collided, gradually depleting each other's energy, the green flames flickering and dimming amidst the extinguishing lightning. Luo Ji clenched his right hand, and a lightning spear materialized in an instant. This was yet another newly acquired ability. The previous lightning spear had merely been a manifestation of his power, a mere homage to Zeus. However, this spear was inherently designed, embodying not only the might of thunder, but also the unique authority of dominion, its destructive capacity vastly superior to that of its predecessor. In simpler terms, while the earlier lightning spear could be conjured by many capable of wielding electrical powers, the one now in Luo Ji's grasp was a weapon exclusive to divine authority. Without hesitation, Luo Ji hurled the spear, which traced a white arc through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble violently, and amidst the cacophony akin to hundreds of explosives detonating, the spear shattered the green fire, continuing its relentless trajectory toward Arts. Similarly, a targeted skill, Arts did not retreat nor evade, emboldened by his surge. He unleashed more green fire, converging from all directions to ensnare the spear. A thunderous roar ensued, just as Arts prepared to release even more green fire to restrain the formidable spear. He looked up to find the sky inexplicably draped in dark clouds, the lightning pillars slithering like massive white serpents within the flickering black and white cloudscape. The oppressive weight of the vast, shadowy clouds filled Arts with trepidation, and as he readied to unleash the green fire to incinerate the clouds and restore the clear sky, he suddenly noticed a flash of golden light deep within the clouds. The familiar power surged forth, and Adis felt a chill course through his veins, his heart gripped by an overwhelming fear, as if an invisible hand were constricting it tightly. Just as he had dreaded, the extraordinary force he had previously encountered reemerged. It was unmistakably wielded by his current adversary, the one brandishing the white greatsword. The dark clouds swelled swiftly, sprawling across the sky in tumultuous waves, their destructive power sending shivers down Adis's spine. The ordinary malevolent spirits, including the higher-tier ones, were equally engulfed by terror, their composure shattered, though they did not recognize the golden light that Adis had seen. The sheer magnitude of the ominous clouds and the raging storm within left them quaking in fear, disrupting the rhythm of battle. This chaos allowed Batman, Poison Ivy, and the members of the Bat family to reap a significant number of foes. Meanwhile, Zatanna and Dove were exerting themselves to confront the few leading malevolent spirits that, though weaker than Adis, still posed a considerable threat. The formidable master of paradoxical magic commanded respect, and Dove's supportive role was commendable as well. Constantine and Shazam maneuvered in guerrilla positions on the battlefield, providing assistance to Zatanna and Dove while occasionally aiding the Bat family in vanquishing several higher-tier malevolent spirits. As Adis was momentarily blinded by the golden light, Logic seized the opportunity to propel his electric spear forward. The power of dominion ignited the spear, causing it to explode with electric energy, revealing a hint of divine might. The green flames that had previously restrained the spear dissipated under this force, transforming the spear into a meteor that struck Adis before he could react. The ever-churning black mist was shattered by the lightning, and the spear, unrelenting, pierced through the illusory shield, embedding itself deep within Adis's chest. A sharp pain surged through Adis, prompting a furious roar as he withdrew his gaze and unleashed a torrent of green flames, simultaneously manipulating the black mist in an attempt to mend his wound. Logic, unwilling to grant him respite, snapped his fingers, and the spear erupted in a thunderous explosion, enveloping Adis in an endless cascade of electric light. The green flames and the lightning danced in a chaotic interplay, while the black mist struggled for survival amidst the turmoil. Logic continued to harness divine energy to thicken the clouds above, guiding the lightning to coalesce. He then produced the exorcising holy flames, pursuing the advantage by firing ammunition imbued with the power to dispel evil into the depths of the green flames and lightning. The rumbling echoed incessantly above, capturing the attention not just of the malevolent spirits, but also of Logic's allies. For the malevolent spirits, it was a cataclysmic omen, a terrifying sight of impending doom. For Constantine and the others, it evoked a renewed sense of security. The formidable force within their ranks had finally unleashed its might, elevating them from mere supporters to cherished companions of a great power. While it may have seemed a demotion, considering the ongoing retaliation from the malevolent spirits, none wished to prolong the struggle if victory was within reach. Logic communicated through his device, urging his allies to hold on a little longer. The clouds were nearly complete. Chapter 64. The inhabitants of Gotham. The sky was enveloped in ominous clouds, resembling an immense sea of darkness inverted upon the heavens, surging with tumultuous waves and rolling froth. Amidst the flashes of lightning that darted through the gloom, countless points of light gradually coalesced beneath the clouds. Over here, Logic was continually concocting a formidable spell, while several of his less-than-stellar allies, sheltered beneath the dark canopy, were filled with an overwhelming sense of security and buoyed spirits. Right leg, weak and feeble, Zatanna shouted, causing the approaching malevolent spirit to stagger, its balance disrupted, and its offensive momentum diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the dove unleashed a shockwave that struck the spirit's nape, producing a muffled thud. The spirit let out a wretched shriek, propelled forward by the tremendous kinetic force. "Slow down," Zatanna chanted silently, reversing her words aloud. The counterspell immediately took effect. The erratically flying spirit moved as if in slow motion, allowing Shazam to coordinate with Zatanna to unleash a barrage of arcane attacks upon the vulnerable entity. Like a ping-pong ball, the spirit was sent hurtling back, its eyes ablaze with fury, and it unleashed a dark mist in all directions, howling in rage. A mysterious force enveloped the surroundings, momentarily disorienting Zatanna and the dove, as if they were on the brink of descending into an illusion. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, as Shazam bestowed a clarity buff upon his companions, preventing them from being ensnared by the spirit's enchantment. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the spirit charged forward, but the dove, in a moment of desperation, leaped ahead of Zatanna, unflinchingly transforming into a silvery blur as it surged forward, subsequently erupting into a blast of white shockwaves that sent the spirit reeling. Shazam recited numerous spells, emphasizing buffs for his allies while bestowing debilitating curses upon the malevolent spirits. Having been blasted away by the dove, Zatanna found herself ensnared by another spirit. The group engaged in a fierce struggle against these lesser spirits, akin to those led by ATS, unleashing genuine fire while the outcome remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Batman piloted the aircraft, focused on dispatching the ordinary spirits attempting to disrupt Zatanna and her companions' rhythm of battle. With a replenished supply of missiles, the aircraft unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower, illuminating the battlefield with explosions. Poison Ivy, stationed at the cannon beneath the aircraft, reveled in her role as the embodiment of nature, wielding her weaponry with enthusiasm, momentarily neglecting to unleash her vines from the cabin walls. The malevolent spirits radiated an aura of decay and death, elements that Poison Ivy loathed, prompting her to fire missiles without hesitation. Other aircraft were piloted by members of the Bat family, including Dick Grayson, who had rushed from Bloodhaven, the original Robin and the first of the Batlings, now operating under the codename Nightwing, alongside Batgirl and others. Several aircraft roared through the skies, maintaining a distance from the heart of the battlefield. After all, while the aircraft proved sufficient against ordinary spirits, they struggled to inflict damage upon the higher-tier spirits and the more formidable leading entities. Fortunately, the teammates proved to be formidable, engaging in guerrilla warfare as the aircraft maintained a safe distance. Apart from the ordinary malevolent spirits who had not drawn particular attention from Zatanna and others, no evil entity dared to recklessly abandon the fray to pursue the erratic planes. Moreover, Shazam not only bestowed buffs upon his allies, but also reinforced the aircraft temporarily. However, an unforeseen event occurred. Batwoman's aircraft was unfortunate enough to sustain 2 hits, suffering significant damage that necessitated her return to base. Overall, the battle remained fiercely contested, with no clear indication of a decisive turning point. It was not until a massive dark cloud unfurled overhead, enveloping the entire sky, that the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The scene resembled the ocean being dyed pitch black, as the tumultuous clouds twisted and roiled, resembling a serpent of thunderbolts. An overwhelming pressure, vast as the abyss, descended upon the battlefield, making it difficult to breathe. The world grew dim, illuminated only by flickering lightning, while an array of helicopters and boats approached from Gotham, most of which were from various news outlets, with a few belonging to the police. A number of civilians, compelled by an insatiable curiosity, gathered to witness the spectacle. It was easy to understand. The battle on the sea, with its dazzling sound and light effects, was nothing short of mesmerizing. Thunder rumbled, green flames surged. Darkness enveloped the area, missiles roared, interspersed with fireballs, frost, and boulders summoned by the countermagic. Though Gotham was still some distance away, the commotion was impossible to ignore. Sheriff Gordon, having finished clearing the severely injured gang members from the Ceni's building with his team, suddenly noticed the distant thunderous roars emanating from the sea. A sense of dread washed over him. He knew instinctively that logic was up to something again. As the thunder cracked, Gordon's heart sank, and he scratched his perpetually disheveled brown hair before hastening to the shore. Grabbing a police-issued binoculars from a nearby officer, he lifted his gaze and was taken aback, nearly losing his black-rimmed glasses. A terrifying array of monstrous entities loomed in the distance. Logic was engaged in combat with one of these hellish beings, which soared through the air, wreathed in ghostly flames. Alongside Logic were several others, including the familiar Batplane, which darted about in the distance, relentlessly launching missiles. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gordon promptly contacted the mayor to prepare for a citywide lockdown and informed the president to dispatch tanks and aircraft without delay. This was no ordinary gang conflict. It was a fantastical battle beyond his capacity to intervene. For now, Gordon could only hope that Logic would maintain his previous momentum, decisively vanquishing the terrifying monsters with his thunderous might. Meanwhile, various reporters had already boarded helicopters and boats to broadcast the ongoing battle live. As the camera panned to Logic, he noticed the approaching journalists and curious civilians, though he was hardly surprised. One can only say that the denizens of Gotham possess an inherent penchant for self-destruction. At this moment, he is relentlessly pulling the trigger towards the crackling currents and emerald flames before him, unleashing bullets from the sacred flames of demon banishment. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts from within the currents and green fire, causing the swirling black mist to coalesce violently. Artis is riddled with wounds, with the blazing emerald flames even surging out several meters from the gaping holes in his body. A roar escapes Artis's lips, his eyes ablaze with fury, his countenance morphing into a ghastly visage, distorted as if viewed through a fisheye lens. As a being more formidable than high-level malevolent spirits, Artis possesses intelligence. Yet at this moment, he has completely transformed into a beast, his chaotic nature awakened, with only a tempest of murderous intent born from excruciating pain echoing in his mind. The earth-shaking roar reverberates through the air, a mysterious force enveloping the surroundings. Logic, reacting swiftly, draws forth the lightning element greatsword from the void. Artis seeks to unleash an illusion. And while Shazam's awakening buff can withstand the assaults of other malevolent spirits, it proves inadequate against Artis' onslaught. Logic grits his teeth, bolstered by the enhanced mental power from his authority combined with Shazam's buff, remaining composed as he seizes the moment to cleave downwards with all his might using the lightning element greatsword. A resounding crack of thunder erupts, the might of his authority surging forth, forcibly tearing apart the illusion. Stepping forward, Logic is enveloped by a tempest of crackling electricity, charging towards the fiercely blazing Artis. Chapter 65. Preparing to clear the field, the triune lightning spear malevolent spirits may not possess overwhelming offensive power, yet they are indeed remarkably resilient. At this moment, Logic finds himself in a standoff with a fully enraged artist, unable to suppress the thought. He has unleashed a barrage of thunderous strikes, followed by thrusts from the lightning spear, and has just discharged a significant number of bullets from the sacred flames of demon banishment. Yet this malevolent spirit still draws breath. However, he is grievously wounded, his body a tapestry of injuries, most notably a ghastly, gaping hole in his chest, a remnant of the explosive impact from the lightning spear. The black mist and eerie flames continue to churn, yet struggle to mend his wounds. The multitude of injuries stems from the searing assault of the sacred flames. The purging power within persistently thwarting the formidable self-healing abilities of the black mist. As for the large hole in his chest, it remains under the lingering influence of the lightning spear's explosion, crackling with searing electricity, clashing with the encroaching black mist. Given more time, the mist might slowly close the wound, but at least for the duration of the current battle, that is utterly impossible. Fully enraged, Artis forcibly suppresses the agonizing pain. Extending his clawed hands, his wounds spraying forth black mist and eerie flames. Consumed by rage and murderous intent, he assaults with reckless abandon. Logic, wielding the lightning element greatsword, finds himself locked in a stalemate with the malevolent spirit's claws. The pristine white blade sizzling as electricity and eerie flames erupt from their point of contact. In close quarters combat, Logic does not act recklessly. He has donned his armor and enveloped himself in a layer of solidified lightning protection. The colossal sword clashed with the sharp claws, the latter gradually yielding under pressure. The malevolent spirit's eyes blazed crimson as it gritted its teeth and snarled. "I shall slay you." Such words had long since become tiresome to my ears. Luo Ji exerted his strength, responding in kind. The malevolent spirit, realizing it could no longer withstand the onslaught, swiftly retreated. "When will you utter something fresh?" Luo Ji offered no respite, brandishing the lightning elemental sword and swiftly pursuing. "Indeed, it appears that your homeland's realm of sorcery has yet to establish a network. The updates for your menacing proclamations are rather outdated." Crash! As Luo Ji's words fell, the great sword cleaved downward fiercely. The malevolent spirit hastily raised its claws to defend, its form trembling under the immense weight for a fleeting 2 seconds. A tempest arose. Fierce winds, capable of shredding ordinary malevolent flesh, surged from every direction, compressing towards Adis. The latter's muscles and bones creaked ominously, dark mist swirling about him, the ghostly flames flickering in response. Adis's gaze hardened, flames erupting from his arms as he summoned extraordinary strength to break free from the great sword's grip. Rather than retaliate, he surged skyward with remarkable speed. Adis burned his very essence, the ghostly flames on his body flaring in the wind, expanding rapidly outward by several meters. Though rage and murderous intent clouded his mind, he remained acutely aware of the ominous cloud looming above, the flickering golden light within it instilling profound dread. If he continued to waste time with the wielder of the great sword, that ominous cloud would only grow stronger, posing an ever greater threat to his very existence. It would be wiser to forcefully ignite his powers, preemptively dissipating that accursed cloud and eliminating the Damocles sword suspended above him. Despite the terrifying golden light, Adis discerned its scarcity. Should he unleash his full potential, a glimmer of hope might still remain. Luo Ji watched in astonishment as Adis, ablaze with fire, ascended toward the clouds. Yet he made no move to pursue. Alas, if there's something troubling you, speak up, dashing into the clouds like that. Are you not delivering yourself as a target? As Adis soared skyward, executing his strategy, his flames surged to new heights, unleashing a torrent of green, roaring flames into the atmosphere. The immense green inferno represented the pinnacle of his current abilities, surging forth with an intensity that could incinerate all in its path. The thin wisps of cloud nearby were directly scorched to nothingness. A fierce expression crossed Adis's face as he conjured formidable spectral shields around him, enveloped in dark mist. Then unleashed a mental shockwave in all directions, employing every tactic at his disposal, while simultaneously burning his life essence to unleash a fearsome torrent of flames. He grinned as he noticed the nearby cloud dissipated. With a renewed fervor, he intensified the flames. With a sudden pop, Atys's triumph was short-lived. From within the ominous cloud, several points of light split into three, revealing themselves not as the familiar lightning pillars, but as spears of lightning. Luo Ji joined his hands together, merging the three spears into one. He had initially planned to conjure even more spears to clear the field with a devastating strike. But Atys's insistence on hastening his demise left him feeling quite helpless. Having struck the sandbag for quite some time, utilizing the formidable powers of the thunderous greatsword, the lightning spear, and the newly acquired divine vision, it was nearly time to conclude the battle. Without further hesitation, Logic's fingers twitched, and the combined lightning spear emitted a continuous hum, piercing through the vacuum with an overwhelming aura of death. The black mist enveloping Artis proved utterly ineffective, dissipating instantly upon contact with the spear's tip, while the shadowy shield was effortlessly torn to shreds. As the lightning spear plunged into Artis's left chest, a grim smile played upon his lips. Yet, before he could unleash a wail of agony, he was engulfed by the explosive radiance of the lightning spear. The resounding thunder of the colossal thunderball echoed incessantly, ensnaring the 3-meter-tall, malevolent spirit within. The terrifying voltage and intense heat, intensified by divine power, melted Artis's very form. The black mist and ghostly flames desperately sought to escape the onslaught, but they had no opportunity to surface, being swiftly consumed from within. The explosion shattered the surrounding air, sending shockwaves rippling outward, while the ominous clouds remained unaffected, merely stirring the sea into tumultuous waves. The explosive force of the triad lightning spear attracted the attention of Logic's few companions, who, upon noticing, shifted their gazes towards him. Seeing him nod, they instinctively gathered beside him. Finally, you're willing to get serious. I've nearly frozen to death waiting, Constantine remarked, rubbing his hands together, his khaki trench coat flapping in the thunderous winds. Zatanna, watching the explosion gradually fade, was left in awe, her widened eyes reflecting shock. Has that malevolent spirit been vanquished? What will you do next? Fear not, it has been thoroughly eliminated. As for what comes next, we must clear the area, Logic replied, surveying the remaining malevolent spirits. Those spirits, meeting his gaze, hesitated to advance, particularly the strongest among them, the leader Artis, who had been utterly obliterated by the spear. As the explosion subsided, Artis was reduced to naught, and the rumbling of thunder echoed ominously within the hearts of the surviving malevolent spirits. Fear permeated the air, and Logic deliberately prolonged the atmosphere, continuously harvesting the essence of terror. Clear the area? What exactly are we here for, then? Merely as ornaments? White Dove furrowed her brow. Ah, you have spoken truth. Logic mused internally, yet outwardly replied, while I was busy striking that sandbag. Cough, malevolent spirit. There remain numerous others that require your assistance. Otherwise, I would be stretched too thin. That makes sense. White Dove straightened her posture, feeling a sense of purpose, realizing she was not entirely useless. Indeed, that's it, Logic casually affirmed. He cast his gaze upon the surrounding spirits, who continued to roar, witnessing the fading thunder. In preparation for the impending assault, he focused his thoughts, prompting the ominous clouds above to respond in kind.